Volume 2. Chapter 101, Bodyguard, Where Are You? Chapter 101, Bodyguard, Where Are You? Tang Xiao stumbled to the floor with a swollen face and bloody nose. It was difficult to see his expression through the results of his beating. Jin Tao, conversely, sat not far away. His expression was clear, the satisfaction of a man who'd finally taken a dump after days of constipation. In a way, finally beating on Tang Xiao was just that, release. He hadn't escaped the fight without a few bruises of his own, but they were few compared to Tang Xiao's. Hurts? Lan Jue stood at Tang Xiao's side, looking down on him. The young man looked at his instructor, grunted, and said nothing further. Up! Lan Jue hissed at him. It was almost by reflex that Tang Xiao shot up. What the hell is this about? His words were muffled from the beating. Got a problem? Lan Jue peered at him. You probably thought he was so much weaker than you. Only reason you lost was because you couldn't use your discipline, right? Tang Xiao didn't answer, but the look in his eyes did it for him. You're damn right. Lan Jue continued. As an adept, as a pilot, your physical abilities are your foundation. Your will to fight is the key to success. You're fat, but you're also supple, flexible. You've got that up on Jin Tao. So why did you lose? Because you didn't have his dogged one determination. What that means is, if your powers were equal, he'd beat you every time. This was just a little contest. You lose, you suffer a little pain. But if this was war, you'd be dead. So today the lesson I leave you to with is this: treat every drill like a battle. Treat every opponent like an archenemy. The stubborn dissent in Tang Xiao's eyes slowly melted away. It was replaced with a solemn consideration. He was, after all, a smart and talented student. There was no doubt he'd come to understand. He was 23 years old, and already he possessed considerable ability. However, despite his innate skills, he'd certainly heard similar things from his other instructors. Perhaps it had never really resonated with him before, or maybe they had never impressed the fact that success would really require physical sacrifice. You lost the war of wills. Now do you understand? Lan Jue concluded. Tang Xiao lifted his head and nodded solemnly. Lan Jue then turned his scowling face to Jin Tao. Understanding doesn't mean we're finished. I never told you to stop. This time, Tang Xiao was the one with a malicious, hungry grin on his face. Wait a minute, this isn't right. Jin Tao howled as the massive girth descended towards him, like a hungry tiger pouncing its prey. By the time Lan Jue was leisurely waltzing from the NEU campus, both the future metal fox and frenzied lion mastiff lay sprawled on the dirt. This time Professor Lan hadn't lifted a hand, but they were in a sorrier state than the before. It only ended when they had no more strength to fight. Ah. Teaching really is pretty nice. At the very least, relaxing. Thinking back on the actions of the two gentlemen, guys not really much younger than himself, brought a smile to his face. 15 years ago he first experienced something like they did today. It froze the smile on his face when the memories came. 15 years ago, a pain that went to the bone. Every time it was like that. Serves you right, sitting there counting cigarette butts in the street. Humph. Classes weren't until tomorrow, and there wasn't anything he needed doing. It was time to go home. Still, there were things to consider. Not only for himself, but for his young ladies as well. If they only worked together, their development would skyrocket. Maybe things would be different this time. He wasn't sure how it would feel treating them like students. His thoughts were interrupted as a familiar figure crossed his vision, exiting the university's main gate. He recognized him as his fellow sufferer from earlier in the day. Richard stood a short distance from the entrance smoking a cigarette. He looked glum and ashamed. Oh hey, it's you, he greeted amicably as he spotted Lan Jue. Don't come over here, Lan Jue snarled. I don't know you. If it wasn't for this guy he wouldn't have been so publicly humiliated, abused by that hateful woman. Richard was sheepish and apologetic. Look, I'm sorry, Professor. But you really shouldn't be blaming me, that woman really is just a bully. It's a damn tragedy she's my ladies' class leader. Lan Jue had struggled to bring his anger under control, and was nearly back to his indifferent norm. But hearing him refer to Qianlin as his lady brought it all back bubbling to the surface. So what are you doing, casing the place? Nah, I'm not loitering or anything. Classes are almost out for the day, and Qianlin will have to come out this way. A gentleman sends his wife home, right? Oh, Lan Jue replied, all right then, as you were. He shrugged dismissively before pushing his bicycle out of the campus and down the street. Suddenly he felt a heat welling up in his chest. He paused, and then a sound rang through the back of his mind. Bodyguard, where are you? Bodyguard. His response was almost subconscious, channeling his psychic energies through the soul collar gem resting against his chest. Gate of the university. I'll be there soon. Send me home. Repel anyone who tries to get near me. That's your responsibility. Even in his head, Qianlin's voice was cool and dismissive. Fine. His exodus from the school stopped. It was true, he still had a responsibility to act as her protector for the next couple of years. Nor was her request excessive, and so he had no grounds to refuse. Not long after their exchange, Qianlin appeared by the gate. She walked by herself, clad in form-fitting clothing with her long black hair flowing down her back. Her face was neutral, but regardless was possessed of a quiet beauty. Her flashing blue eyes glimmered behind the cascading waves of black hair, certainly attention-grabbing. Qianlin. Upon seeing her, Richard sprang into action. He barreled towards her at a run. I'm sure you're tired, huh, Qianlin? Here, my verticar is parked just over there. I'll send you home. Oh, but I was invited to dinner by my aunt. Qianlin shot him a withering glance. Great. You go ahead. I have someone here to send me home. Eh? At first, hearing her enthusiasm, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. However, when she finished her sentence, a bitter taste filled his mouth. His formerly friendly demeanor suddenly grew prickly as he shot his eyes around. Who's sending you? That'd be me, Lan Jue interjected lazily. Richard looked at him, confused. You? That's right. So, the young man started, this morning, before the classroom. You were there waiting for Qianlin as well? Lan Jue nodded in confirmation. You her cousin? He asked. Again, he nodded. Zhou Qianlin had already moved to Lan Jue's side. She deftly pulled herself up onto the back seat of the bicycle. Let's get going. Yup. Lan Jue watched Richard's slack features as he pushed off the floor, one foot on the pedal. Sadly, Zhou Qianlin's presence on the back of his bicycle cramped his standard riding style. He had to squat over the seat. Cousins? The hell was he driving, anyway? He stood watching them meander away for a good few minutes, but still couldn't quite wrap his head around what had just happened. Richard didn't feel threatened by the handsome instructor. Their relationship as cousins, and the fact he was just as easily disposed of as he by Tan Lingyun earlier, made him less problematic. Sure, there were plenty of handsome guys who were interested in Zhou Qianlin, but how could boast his personal status? He had a deeply connected family, a blessed and comfortable life, and an outstanding education. All of this conspired to instill him with a healthy sense of self-confidence from a young age. Still, in the wake of his recent interaction with Zhou Qianlin, he felt something odd. His interest in her, his courtship, wasn't a new endeavor. In fact, he'd fallen in love with her the very moment he first saw her. After their disastrous wedding, his father, enraged from the shame and disgraceful treatment, finally conceded after Richard had used every means at his disposal to convince him to let the young man come back to planet Skyfire. Through all of this, he felt he knew his fiancée very well, and yet for reasons unknown he sensed her overall mood had changed markedly from before. Zeta. Lan Jue pedaled the bicycle, and Zhou Qianlin sat perched on the back. Both were silent. And though their rolling journey through the landscape of Skyfire was picturesque, there existed a strange barrier between them that made the trip uncomfortable. For a while it continued in this way, until Lan Jue spoke up. So, where are we going? Grace Hospital, she replied. Got it. Lan Jue began the journey towards the hospital. He'd only been there once, but the profound effect it had left on him meant he knew precisely how to get there. They continued in relative silence before arriving at the doors. Zhou Qianlin deftly dismounted from the bicycle's back seat. However, she didn't move towards the door. Instead, she lifted her hands and rubbed her face for a few moments. I'm not going in. Don't go in. The two spoke on top of one another. They exchanged a look. It was Lan Jue's awkward tones that broke the ensuing silence. I have a friend coming to Skyfire City. I promised I'd go see him. Your responsibilities aren't finished, Qianlin responded coolly. I'd have to increase your contract duration a few days. Go then, no need to come back. I'll find my own way home. With that, she turned and pushed her way into the hospital. As she did, her back turned to her bodyguard, a smile spread across her pretty face. No matter her grievances, or how sour her mood, a smile always covered her features when she entered here. She was here to bring joy to her elderly charges, to make their lives better. Watching her leave, Lan Jue's face also twisted unnaturally. Hera, she's your sister, he muttered to himself. If I didn't already have you, I don't know if I'd be able to help myself from falling in love with this one. Helpful, attractive, but my troubles are many, and I wouldn't want to involve her. But don't worry. I'll help you watch after her. 1. Get it? Ha! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, The Cathedral of the Holy Spirit. Chapter 102, The Cathedral of the Holy Spirit. If you find yourself in some trouble, just call. The message was relayed to Zhou Qianlin via their soul caller gems. Lan Jue said nothing further, and pedaled away into the distance. Zhou Qianlin, meanwhile, felt the heat of the gem as she walked deeper into the old people's home. The rims of her eyes grew slightly red. She unconsciously pressed her hands to her chest, reminding herself that this was a means of communication only the two of them could hear. She shook her head and puckered her lips, squelching the train of thought running through her mind. That plastered smile reappeared, and she continued on her way. Hey! Qianlin's here. Just off school, right? You really shouldn't come so often. It has to affect your studies. That's right. Qianlin, come on over here and have a sip of water. We really are all fine here, you shouldn't kill yourself coming all the time. We may be old but we can still take fine care of ourselves. Ladies. I come so often because I miss you. Are you saying you don't look forward to my visits? Of course we do. You don't know how much. Good then. And what about our new friend, Bess? Is she still shut up in her room? Let me go look in on her. That stubborn old biddy. I don't know if she's got some sort of problem, always appearing and disappearing mysteriously. And always with that lascivious air. You see her and you know you're in for bad times. A particularly prickly old woman muttered unkindly towards Qianlin. Another at her side chortled. All right, Floris. We all know you're jealous because Bess is prettier, stealing your title of prettiest granny in the old folks' home. Humph, is that so? Floris huffed scornfully. Mrs. Floris, I brought your favorite for you today. Smoked plums. But you must remember to only eat one a day. Zhou Qianlin artfully steered them away from the topic, laughing prettily. Oh, thank you so much. You really are the dearest girl. Zeta. Ugh, this thing really is slow, huh? Lan Jue muttered helplessly to no one as he pedaled the antique bicycle. He glanced at the time displayed on his communicator. With some effort he should still be fine, he thought. His destination was the public air hangars, where anyone wishing to cross the planet had to dock. The guy he was meeting there certainly wasn't using public transportation, but he'd be there nonetheless. Zeta. General, how long before you plan to return to Enluan? 72 hours, Lan Qing flatly replied. Roughly 2 jumps still ahead. Very well, General. Before I return, prepare all the information we have on the Pontiff's Castle of the Western Alliance. Have it ready for me by the time I get back. Be as detailed as possible, especially concerning their highest grade members. The Pontiff's Castle? The voice that came across the communicator seemed taken aback by the request. Do I have to repeat myself? Lan Qing glowered dangerously at the space in front of him. We'll have it ready for your arrival. Good. He broke the call, just in time to let a couple light coughs escape his chest. When they say smoking's harmful to your health, they aren't kidding. But I haven't been as relaxed as I was last night and longer than I can remember. Aju, the castle. Prometheus, the god of wisdom, stared out into space, murder in his dark eyes. Zeta. Western Alliance. Capital planet. It was a gorgeous world, similar to the Earth they originated from. Discovered 108 years ago and settled by the Western Alliance. It had taken immense resources and manpower, but once they verified the rich resources the planet had to offer, they wasted no time in establishing their capital here. Capital planet was more locally known as Urmania. Seas comprised 80% of its surface. Only 20% was habitable. Strangely, though, in contrast to the Earth it mimicked, the water here was all fresh. The fauna were also markedly different, but despite these discrepancies the place was still a perfect place for human habitation. Other than its lack of salt, that is. But that was an issue easily fixed through interstellar shipping. Several notable cities graced the surface of Urmania. The most impressive of these was located on the planet's eastern hemisphere, Spiritus Sanctus. Its opposite, though no less awe-inspiring, lay in the west, Gamara. Part of its mythos was that when the planet was discovered, God and Satan carved it to their liking and founded the two cities. Of course, only a very few people actually believed in the stories, but the truth of it was it brought the ancient culture of humanity to bear here on their capital planet. Human interstellar travel and planetary terraforming were still relatively young. Still, it was an advancement that has seen incredible progress in a short period. Your mania is proof of that fact. It was comparable to the East's own planet Skyfire, though perhaps even more integral to the West. Spiritus Sanctus was home to a particularly unique location, where sunlight shined 36 hours a day. On this planet, when a day lasted 48 hours, the result was only 12 hours of darkness in the area. In the center, often bathed in golden sunlight, was the crown jewel of the holy city, the Cathedral of the Holy Spirit. It was a gorgeous building done in the Renaissance style of old Earth. It was a classical structure with a Romanesque dome and Grecian Corinthian pillars. The building was constructed to look like a giant crucifix when viewed from above in accordance with holy tradition. It was the largest cathedral in all the three alliances. The interior was nothing short of resplendent, both bright and dim in places, mysterious, and composed of beautiful marble. The walls sported countless murals, painstakingly created by chips of colored marble. The project had been strikingly vast. The archway which led to the dome was situated on the right-hand side of the structure. Although there was an elevator to help lift travelers part of the way, the route to the rooftop gardens near the dun still required 330 steps to access. It was common knowledge that watching the sunset over the Sanctus Plaza from the cathedral rooftops was the most beautiful sight in the city. The central dome was the brainchild of a master architect. The interior of the dual structure was always brilliantly lit. Beneath it rested the pontiff's altar, over which hung a bronze baldachin designed by Giovanni Lorenzo Bernini himself. The twisting column drew every eye that fell upon it. Further below, in the church proper, sat St. Peter's tomb with a giant marble sculpture of Pope Pius VI done by Antonio Canova kneeling before it. The windows were stained glass, and featured prominently was a massive piece depicting a dove surrounded by an aureole. The inscription below it read Bernini's Dove of the Holy Spirit. The entrance to the secret archives was to the left, within which was housed the holy relics that displayed the wealth and power of the pontiff's castle. A plaza stretched in front of the cathedral, capable of accommodating over 350,000 city residents. It was 340 meters long, 240 meters wide and encircled along two long half-moon-covered walkways. Each bore a massive 284-meter tall columns that kept its towering ceilings aloft. Said ceiling was adorned with 142 statues, holy men and women of the castle who watched you as you passed beneath them. Everyone was exceptionally lifelike. The cathedral had taken a total of 40 years to construct. The pious believed worshipping here was the greatest of pilgrimages, the highest honor they could achieve in their lifetimes. Today it was host to an uninvited guest. He wasn't a tall man, and in fact stooped unflatteringly. A white coat encircled him, as though he were an old doctor fresh from the local hospital. A pair of glasses sat perched on his nose, with lenses thicker than the bottom of a wine bottle. Slowly he proceeded through the cathedral, a few steps, then stopping, then on again. Raising his head, the old man quietly admired the murals and frescoes lining the walls. They really are incredible. Such a pity. He continued further in. Forgive me, sir, but proceed no farther. Within is the assembly chamber for the curia. I'm afraid tourists aren't permitted to enter. The old man had arrived before a set of large doors. Two guards barred further passage. Oh? I can't go in? The elderly traveler gave them a despondent look. Do forgive me, the cassock-clad sentinel repeated, as polite as before. Despite his words, however, he was intractable in his resolve. Oh, here then. The man had thus stopped his trek there, turning his face to look at the majestic pontiff's altar behind. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to vacate the premises, the priestly guard continued. A suspicion had grown within him, and he stepped forward to help hasten the man from the area. I'm not going anywhere, the man engaged calmly. Call that stodgy pontiff out here. I'll wait, but you only have 10 minutes. Otherwise I'll turn this grand cathedral of yours into a quarry. The priest was stupefied. He looked at the old man like he was a lunatic, unable to believe he'd heard such talk from someone with one foot in the grave. The Gaul, sitting here attempting to threaten the pontiff's castle. The castle was, after all, the balance of power in the West. It was large, and famously popular among believers. Even the dark castle wouldn't be so brazen as to waltz in and make demands. They were locked, socially opposed, and unable to overcome the other. Are you crazy, huh? Get out of here, I said. The priest reached out to shove the man's frail shoulder. But before he could, strange wisps of light emanated from the old man's body. As the lights washed over the guard, he froze solid as rock like the statues he protected. Get out here, pontiff. The old man's voice was no louder than a pleasant conversational volume. The sound was frail, hoarse, almost lethargic. A minute later that same lethargic voice was ringing like thunder through every corner of the cathedral. Every ear perked up at the sound. Every worshipper, priest, cleric and meditating patron couldn't help but sit in stunned silence. At this moment, the whole of the pontiff's castle held its breath. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, The Arcane Magnate. Chapter 103, The Arcane Magnate. 10 minutes, or this place is rubble. I suggest you encourage your disciples to make for the exits. The old man stood unmoved before the doors. As earlier, his hard voice reverberated throughout the Cathedral of the Holy Spirit. A few minutes of silence ensued. It was broken when the interior of the Grand Cathedral devolved into chaos. Swarms of angry worshippers, clerics, priests and inquisitors descended upon the man's location, looking for the source of the disturbance. He made no efforts to hide himself, and was not difficult to spot standing conspicuously before the doors. The hunters raced towards him at breakneck speed. However, as each figure drew within 10 meters of the man, they suffered the same fate as the first priest, frozen solid like granite, locked in the corona of light that surrounded him. Visitors, please clear the area. The cathedral is now closing. The sound was clear, dignified, and unhurried. The scores of worshippers flinging themselves at the old man slowed to a trickle, and stopped. All became silent once more within the cathedral. In the sudden stillness 2 figures appeared, flanking the man from 2 opposite directions. As they slowly walked closer, the doors behind the visitor opened to reveal a third. 3 people, from 3 different directions. Their pace was slow, and exactly mirrored one another's. The elderly gentleman calmly turned to face the figure from behind the doors. His face bore no expression. "Magnate, I pray you're doing well." The man who addressed him was strikingly handsome, with long blonde hair falling loosely down his shoulders. From the back one might think he was a girl. Pretty as a picture, almost like he himself was painted but retained a sense of masculinity. He was clad in a pure white, spotlessly clean cassock, but it was the eyes that stood out. Gold, and as they shone a saintly aura surrounding the newcomer. Metatron. Still not good enough. Where's the pontiff? The old man addressed him dismissively. The golden-haired youth smiled amicably. He's praying. He'll be with you momentarily, if you would care to wait. He spoke with the old man as though addressing an old friend visiting from afar, ignoring his crass manner. I said 10 minutes. Now it's 7. He clasped his hands behind his back, returning his gaze to the murals set within the vaulted dome ceiling of the cathedral. His expression was one of appreciation, not violence. Aside from Metatron, the other 2 approaching figures also arrived at the old man's location, revealing themselves as 2 young women. The girl on the left was clad in a long white dress, beautiful like an elf. Her skin was fair and soft, almost like milk. Even her long hair was a pure snow white. The second woman had short blue hair, at least, from this angle. Strangely, she seemed like an illusion or hologram, changing color as the time and angles changed. Her features were normal enough, but for that strange discoloration that made her hard to pinpoint with the eyes. Metatron, continue. Arcane Magnet, sir, we know why you've come. This entire situation really is regrettable. The old man snorted a sarcastic laugh. Your regrets can't change what happened. Am I right? Let's see if your regrets can stop me today, shall we? I've lived long enough anyway. I'm starting to grow impatient for what comes next. And who can ask for a better coffin than this beautiful cathedral? I'll have more things buried with me than the kings of old. Metatron's amicable smile began to slip. Magnate, please be cautious. We don't tolerate blasphemy of the Father or his home here. This earned a scornful snort. The only God I know is mathematics. Your God is bullshit. The audacity. The girl on his left gasped in a tender, finicky voice. Her mane of white hair began to float around her head, and silvery moonlight emanated from her. The light beckoned 6 silvery wings which stretched from her back and splayed wide. A suffocating aura of sanctity filled the air. And now this half-assed moon angel daring to puff up like a peacock before me. The old man waved his hand at the young woman as though he were shooing away a fly. The motion elicited strange lights from reality before him. It was a peculiar illumination that fanned out before him. The instant it touched the moon angel's aura, the silvery light melted away like ice before an inferno. The speed with which it enveloped her was staggering. It was like the air was sucked away, stealing it from her lips and pulling it from her lungs. The silvery girl's eyes grew wide in fear. Please, be lenient, Master Magnate. Metatron had stepped before the old man, cutting his line of sight to the beleaguered young girl. His hands were raised as if to ward the frail man off, matched at his back by the unfurling of his great golden wings. They were so large, so full that determining just how many Metatron possessed was a difficult endeavor. His own aura wasn't flashy, nothing so glorious or brilliant, but was possessed of an incomparable pureness that culminated in the golden halo surrounding his head. It was his turn now, and as his hands raised, a light was liberated from their depths, so grand that it was like a sun had been born within the confines of the cathedral. Humph! The old man nearly spat. Suddenly his form became ethereal, like a vision, and vanished. However, his sudden disappearance did not mean they were safe, for instead the strange light that was slowly suffocating the moon angel suddenly exploded outward. In the blink of an eye it had surrounded the entirety of the palatial church, and all within found themselves fighting for each burning breath. Magnate, you mustn't! Metatron shouted through gasps, but the terrifying vacuum surrounding them swallowed the sound before it could manifest. Instead he could only project his thoughts outward. As he did so, an orb of golden light fought to expand out, with the angel at the center. This was no ordinary denizen of the pontiff's castle. This was the one known as the first among seraphs, second only to the pontiff himself. More powerful even than the 7 archangels, and once regarded as the closest to the paragons themselves. But despite these titles, in the face of this singular old man he was clearly outmatched. This greatest of heavenly angels was not fighting, he was hoping not to upset the elderly visitor further. 3 more minutes. The hoary voice arose from every which direction, making it impossible to pinpoint the magistrate's precise location. As his voice faded, it was replaced with the sudden, thunderous chorus of angelic singing. It rang throughout the entirety of the cathedral, and as it did, the whole of the interior brightened as though light were pouring from the walls. Crashing waves of milk-white, holy light was coming from the doors behind Metatron in a torrent. Visions of angels fluttered in the sea of white. The overpowering, sacred aura filled the onlookers with a sense of nirvana. Even the vacuum created by the magnate diminished in the face of such an aura. The air around them returned to normal, and that suffocating sensation faded into memory. Old Coot, as crazy as ever. Another voice joined the exchange, this one aged and plain. The source was revealed to be an old man, who walked towards them from the large doors. He was clad in luxurious robes, and a pointed hat sat upon his snow-white hair. Metatron retreated a step, nodding respectfully towards him. The 2 women at his side bowed low at the waist. Took you long enough? Any longer and you'd have to rebuild this little nest you've cobbled together for yourself. A shadowy figure appeared before the pontiff's altar. After a few moments it reconstituted into the now familiar shape of the hoary old man. The pontiff regarded him from his location by the doors. Keeper, this isn't necessary. Indeed it was he. This old man who'd single-handedly repelled the forces of the pontiff's castle, the one they called the arcane magnate, was the same old codger who spent his days on his deck chair in Skyfire Avenue sipping tea. He scowled at the pontiff's remarks. You should be quite clear on the rules we've established on Skyfire Avenue. The jewelry master is one of ours, a member of the council, a fact you knew full well. And yet, you set your trap and tried to have him killed. How do you plan to explain this? The old priest watched him with an inquisitive gaze. I haven't seen you this energetic in ages, you geezer. Aren't you afraid of the strain, that it may kill you? You dare to come here alone, even though you must know that in this holy city my abilities are nigh limitless. I can see what will be, can make it my will. This produced a chortle from the keeper. I couldn't care less. Of the paragons I am considered 8th, and you 6th, you're already more powerful than I am. But there is something I have over you, and that is pure destructive power. Other than the 2 greatest among us, none can compare to the obliteration I can bring. How do you think your precious city would look after a blast from my positron assault? The pontiff glowered at his guest, sighing as he spoke. Very well. Indeed, in this aspect we are in the wrong. If it wasn't for his relationship with the Stygian succubus, did you think I'd agree to provoking your avenue? With that explanation, what will do you? Not to mention your own man is not without fault. The angel of war is utterly destroyed, and Michael himself gravely injured. He'll need at least a year before he is fully recovered. By comparison, you've suffered no great losses. None of this has anything to do with me, the old man replied rudely. I'm here for business the jewelry master and I had entered into, a deal you ruined. Recoup the losses incurred by your meddling, and I'll turn right around and leave. This took the pontiff by surprise, as his helpless response underlined. I figured there'd be a reason behind all of this. Fine, you'll have it. Consider the matter settled. As he spoke, he turned towards Metatron and nodded pointedly. The angel's brows knitted and he opened his mouth as though to speak, but the expression in the pontiff's eyes cut him off. The keeper still did not appear convinced. Since when did the old scepter start being so agreeable? A coldness crept across the pontiff's expression. Undermining this meeting so you can show off your cleverness isn't the best move here. Take what you've come for and leave, and don't test my resolve in making you if I must. Even if it costs me this place, my life, don't think I want sacrifice at all if it means protecting the castle from the likes of you. Even if it means siding with the Dark Tower. Even your precious avenue couldn't stand against that. You're welcome to try, the magnate hissed through his laughter. The pontiff had begun to lose his temper. This infuriating old coot didn't know when to back down. With an angry growl he turned, disappearing through the large double doors. Any further interaction here, and he feared his orders would become violent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, Lily. Chapter 104, Lily. Both the Moon and Dream Angels looked towards the first of their order, Metatron. He watched the exchange between the pontiff and the magnate helplessly. For him, strength was not something to fear, but insanity was. If there was one among the paragons he would not wish to face in battle, it was the man before him now. The arcane magnate might have been ranked low among his peers, his sheer destructive power was in the top 3. Worse still, if the old man had his way, no trace would remain of his enemies. If he were to really lose his mind, it was unlikely anyone existed who could stop him. Zeta. Skyfire Avenue, public airship hangars. Lan Jue trotted into the welcoming lobby somewhat out of breath. It hadn't yet reached rush hour, so there were only a few people present. He was pleased to find he'd arrived just on time. He'd pedaled valiantly without stopping to make sure of the fact. That bicycle was great for environmental protection, but that lack of speed. He stumbled to a nearby vending machine set against a wall and stuffed a few coins into the slot. A water bottle rattled to the bottom, which he took and emptied to nearly half in just a few gulps. He sighed contentedly as the water refreshed him. In order to recover from the wounds he'd suffered, he had to keep his discipline tightly bottled up inside. Be it thunder or lightning, their destructive power was too high and his body couldn't yet handle the strain. As a result, his journey here by bicycle was completely dependent on his own physical strength, something which, also, was affected by his injuries. The wounds he suffered were indeed significant. As he stood there, water in hand, his mind spontaneously thought back to earlier in the day. Lamentations filled him as he recalled the scene of him being helplessly dragged through the halls. Even the amusing visions of his disciples beating the piss out of each other couldn't sweep that shadow from his mind. He could only pray that none of the students who planned to visit his class tomorrow had seen the embarrassing display. His self-pity was interrupted when the communicator on his wrist began to buzz. "Hey Ju, you here?" The words scrolled across the screen. Lan Jue immediately made his way towards the station exit to wait for his visitor. It wasn't long before he spotted him. The man who ambled from the exit was a strange sight to behold. He was almost wrapped in layers of thick black tweed. A bulky scarf was wrapped around his neck. His head was covered in a gray skullcap, and half his face disappeared behind a pair of massive sunglasses. From a distance it was difficult to tell if he were man or mummy. Lan Jue smirked as he waved high to catch the pile of clothes' attention. The man, presumably peering in all directions, though it was hard to tell, eventually locked on Lan Jue's position. He trotted towards him, pushing a luggage barrow before him. As he did, however, he still looked clandestinely in all directions as though on the lookout. Or in hiding. Lan Jue took a step forward to greet him. Well, Lily. Quite the appearance. I'm guessing normal was not in your wardrobe?" The mummy man covered his mouth with a hand. "Shoo. Keep it down. Let's get out of here, then we'll talk." It wasn't until they'd left the station the mummy stood up straighter, and heaved a sigh of relief. The two were of a similar height, though the strange man was a sight thinner. "All right, we should be fine here. So, Ju, where's the car?" The man's voice was soft, clear. It had a strange attraction to it, a voice one would find hard to forget. Lan Jue scratched the back of his head. "I came in sort of a rush, Lily, so transportation's a little crude. What are we wasting time for? I don't need any nonsense luxury car. I don't care what we're driving, and stop calling me Lily. People'll start thinking I'm a woman. 1 inch. Lan Jue draped an arm around his companion's shoulder and pulled him into a hug. "Fine. Ailey, that good? I'll go get our ride." Mummy Man was caught in the bear hug, and found it difficult to extricate himself from it. The display of affection dislodged his massive sunglasses and caused them to slip down his face. The brief glance at his eyes showed their surprise while looking at Lan Jue. Said eyes were striking to say the least, clear, shimmering azure blue orbs which the word deep would fail to describe. On a woman they would be almost too pretty, much less on a man. The long, curling eyelashes only made it worse. Fair skin, straight thin nose, smooth forehead, even with the scarf, glasses, and hat it was hard to hide his pretty face. Indeed, his charming features couldn't be described as handsome, only beautiful would cover it. Stunningly beautiful too. Lan Jue slapped his forehead. Your dad sure knew what he was doing when he named you, Hut Ali. It's a shame you're a guy, as a woman you'd be quite the heartbreaker. You'd probably have been my Hera. Get the hell out of here and get your damn car. 3-inch Ali hurriedly replaced his sunglasses, trying to peer in every direction at once. Convinced no one had seen him, he sighed in relief. That relief quickly dissipated when he saw Lan Jue return with his bicycle. Where the hell did you find this antique? Oh, this, Lan Jue said awkwardly. Ah, Ali, why see, like I said I came in sort of a rush, so. Lee cut him off, pushing past him to stand before the bicycle. He lifted his glasses to stare at the ancient thing in careful detail. Oh man, beautiful. What a nice surprise, Jue. Such a thoughtful gift. Hey, stop embarrassing yourself. Who said I was giving this to you? Lan Jue said in agitation. Get a taxi, I'm riding this back. No way. I have to experience this marvel of ancient design. You're taking me. Ali left no room for disagreement as he hurriedly scrambled on to the back of the bicycle. Lan Jue scowled at him. Women usually sit on the back. Then I'm a woman. Ali said softly, batting his eyelashes enchantingly at Lan Jue. Needless to say his flirtatious glances were enticing. But that was the problem. Erg. Ali, you keep this up, and we're never hanging out again. Got it, he said. So let's get moving. Ali remained locked in place atop the bike. What about the luggage? I'll carry them, he replied. It's got wheels, right? It'll be fine. 1 minute later. The antique bicycle rapidly rattled along the roadway, pulling behind it 2 rumbling suitcases dragged by a mummy. Woo, this is awesome. What a joyride. Hey Jue, pick up the pace. Ali wriggled elated on the back seat. Lan Jue growled over his shoulder. Did I call you out here for a sightseeing tour? Aren't you here to look after me? You know I'm hurt, and still you're here making me work. Lee sounded genuinely surprised. You're really hurt? Lan Jue didn't answer, the depression in his eyes hidden from Ali's view. Although the damage Michael inflicted was serious, it was the scheming that cut deepest. Ali, meanwhile, lifted his free hand and pressed it against Lan Jue's back. An indistinct sapphire glow shone forth. A moment later he retracted his hand. His previously excited mood had turned sour. It really is this bad? 6 of your meridians have been badly injured. Your 4 organs have also suffered some wounds. Something your own discipline can't heal on your own, even with 3 or 4 months of downtime. Who did this to you? The Pontiff's castle, Lan Jue replied. Because of Mika. Lee fell silent, as though in contemplation. After a moment he reached a hand into his coat pocket and extricated a small, delicate silver communicator. The face of the communicator housed a large blue gemstone which exuded a gentle sapphire light. Ali pressed his finger down upon it, and after a second a fair-sounding feminine voice arose. Your command. Cancel any current commodities slated for deliver to the Holy City, and sever any further ties. Issue a trade embargo against Spiritus Sanctus. No matter the cost. Confirmed. He broke connection and returned the communicator to his coat pocket. Only then did Ali's mood normalize somewhat. There's no need for that, Ali, Lan Jue said. It must be an enormous loss for your family. Nonsense, ride your bicycle. Ali's tone was sharp. Why didn't you say something earlier? The morons at the Pontiff's castle must be tired of living if they dare to strike out at us. Something like this you can't just decide and forget, yeah? Warning. Warning. Stop your vehicle immediately and submit to inspection. Repeat, stop your vehicle and submit to inspection. Suddenly a piercing electronic voice shrilled from behind them. It took both Ali and Lan Jue by surprise. They turned their heads to find the source of the startling noise. A black-coated high-alt verticar was descending from above. Brilliant blue letters adorned its side, police. It spun into a controlled drift and came to a stop a few meters in front of them. Lan Jue hastily squeezed the brakes, bringing the bicycle to a stop. The door to the verticar hissed as it swung open. A helmeted officer slipped from within, a woman judging by her figure. "Hello," the officer greeted professionally. "Please produce your IDs for inspection." She spoke with official tones towards Lan Jue. Lan Jue handed her his communicator and muttered almost under his breath. "Did we break some law, Dot?" The officer looked over his ID number. "Are you aware of how dangerous it is to haul cargo with an antique like this?" Lan Jue blinked with realization. "Oh. I'm very sorry, this is definitely our fault. What should we do?" The officer looked at the bicycle, then at the bundled man cringing on the back seat. "I'll need your ID as well. We'll need to confiscate your vehicle. You can come to the station to sort this all out." "No way." Ailey scrambled from the back of the bicycle. "Pretty miss, don't be so heartless. We didn't do it on purpose. It was my first time riding this bicycle, and I didn't know the rules. There's no reason to confiscate it. Or how about this, help us with our luggage and send us to our destination and we can sort this all out there." The woman's voice came cold and curt. "Sir, I'm wearing a helmet. How do you know what I look like? I repeat, give me your ID." "So be it." Ailey dropped his head helplessly. He slowly began unwrapping himself, hat, glasses, and scarf. I know I did. It's worth noting that the Lee character they use here for his name is the one used in, the word beautiful almost expressly used for women. You'll see why in a second. 2, this is just so fitting. 3, the translation is considerably more vulgar, but we're a family site. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, The Superstar. Chapter 105, The Superstar. "I wanted your ID, I didn't ask to see your FA-." The female officer stopped suddenly when she realized who was before her. She stood as though frozen, eyes wide and mouth agape. Lee had risen his head. Locks of pale blue hair ruffled majestically in the breeze, his eyes as brilliant as the starry heavens fixed the woman with their enchanting gaze. A small, coy smile played across his fair-skinned face. Perfection, that is what people called it. When he fixed her with that smile, it was as if everything around them faded into the background. There was only him, as perfect as a statue, staring into her soul. Lan Jue's strength lay in his heroism and nobility, but in raw looks his companion had him solidly beat. Ailey didn't have the same courageousness, but he made up for it in enticing warmth and empathy. "Why miss, this is my ID." Ailey pointed a thin finger at his face, his charming smile spreading wider with a wink. "Why you. The officer's voice grew higher by degrees with each stuttered word. Lan Jue looked on helplessly from a small distance away. He shook his head at the scene, realizing now that calling this guy over probably would end up being more trouble than it was worth. The sudden, violent shriek that nearly shattered the woman's helmet nearly scared the two gentlemen from their skin. "Poseidon! Why, you're Poseidon!" "Aha!" She shivered uncontrollably as the screams shot through the air. She fumbled manically with her helmet, eventually managing to free her charming face. She wouldn't be considered terribly pretty, but she was possessed of a certain strength that made her attractive. Although now her eyes was practically heart-shaped, and her courage was hard to picture while she was hopping up and down like a schoolgirl. "Hush!" Ailey pressed his finger to his lip. "Be quiet. Otherwise you won't be able to enjoy our little meeting, just you and me. Do you still need my identification?" No need, it's fine. Your face is the best kind of identification. You're even more gorgeous than on television. Your eyes are just so amazing, and how are your lashes so long? Almost 2 centimeters. Oh gosh. I'm actually here with you, face to face. I'm so lucky, so lucky. Lee turned temporarily from his adoring fan to extricate a small box from his luggage. Like magic, a pen appeared in his hands, with which he signed the box and handed it to the woman. "This here is my latest acousto-optic 3-dimensional album special. Here, this will be our fine, how's that?" He patted the woman's hands as he took a step back. This is for me?" Her quivering hands pressed the box to her chest. Ailey had already begun to replace his hat, scarf, and glasses. In response to her query, he stepped forward and patted her shoulder, but making sure to keep a respectful distance. After a brief moment he motioned towards Lan Jue. The forgotten jewelry master swung his leg over the bike and mounted once again while Ailey got one behind him. Poseidon waved majestically at his fan as they pedaled into the distance. Get going. I think it'll be 15 minutes or so before she recovers, but after that every cop in Skyfire's going to be searching for me. Ailey muttered quietly as he bounced along behind Lan Jue. It sounded like it was something he'd experienced often. And what's there to be proud of anyway, Lan Jue muttered. Usually the people who say such things are just jealous, Ailey said through a smirk. Anyhow 90% of the people in the three alliances are like you, hyper-masculine. The other 10% like real men. Ailey leisurely sat swinging his legs beside the churning bicycle wheels. Careful you don't get disfigured, Lan Jue hissed maliciously. The voice that came up from behind him was not the Jue he knew. Instead it was soft, plaintive, and crystal clear. A woman's voice. And if one day this one should lose their good looks, would you still love me? Holy flaming crap on a pogo stick, one, shut your mouth and stop with that voice-changing nonsense or I swear on my life I'll boot you right back into orbit. He just narrowly missed sending them both careening into a ditch. Ailey's voice had returned to normal. Have some dignity. You're injured. If you tried to throw anything it'd probably just be yourself into an early grave. What kind of brother are you? Ailey's voice changed again, that unsettling feminine quality returning. We should both go have operations, then we can be sisters. What the, no wonder your dad called you Huali too. Go do your operation then. So tell me then Ailey, if you're a woman what's the first thing you want to do now that you're here? Make the boys feel good, he said timidly. Lan Jue was silent for a long time. After what felt like ages he seemed to come out of the haze. With a profound look in his eyes, he resolutely said, a kind brother. It was after dark by the time they arrived at Skyfire Avenue. Lan Jue used his status as a councilman to fix Huali up with a temporary badge. The evening lights hung over the street as the sun slowly began to dip behind the mountains. The magic hour gave the avenue a classic sort of mystery and beauty. Wow, it certainly is nice here. I like this antique feel. I can see why you lived so easily here for 3 years. Jue, your taste has only improved with age. Lan Jue responded lazily. If my taste was ever anything but impeccable, it was because I was spending time with you Philistines. I'm hungry, what's for dinner? Huali muttered as he cast his eyes around the quickly dimming avenue. What do you want? Anything's good. Huali said. I've eaten most of what this world has to offer already, so it's all the same to me. Lan Jue shot him a glance. Sure, because that's not bragging at all. Huali's eyes lit up mischievously. Like this then. You bring me something delicious I've never eaten before, I'll owe you a favor. Anything you want. Become a transsexual? Huali plucked his sunglasses from his face, and fixed Lan Jue with that unsettling plaintive stare. As tears welled up in his clear eyes, his voice again took on that moving, feminine quality. So long as you're willing to part with the male me. Sod off. 3-inch Lan Jue shooed a foot towards Huali, who hopped nimbly out of the way with a self-satisfied grin on his face. Stop using this play-acting garbage on me. If you make me worse I'll have you feel what it's like to be burnt to cinders by lightning. Lan Jue half-heartedly spat the threat while dialing a number into his communicator. What's up? A deep voice answered. Got something delicious cooking? Something rare, for two. Come. The connection dropped. Lan Jue had become accustomed to that baritone, laconic voice. Your luck's pretty good. Looks like there is indeed something good for you tonight. I guess we'll see what in a minute. Huali nodded. Not knowing is best. Now I got something to look forward to. Zeta. Before the small, simple door of a cabin. As they pushed through the narrow entryway a faint, refreshing aroma greeted them. It smelled something like osmanthus, but not quite. It was a smell that almost seemed to fill you up. Scented rosewood? Excitement lit up Huali's face as he rushed forward. He pressed his nose to the expansive table and took several long, deep breaths. He straightened and stared at the table in surprise. Absolutely beautiful. Look at the heartwood grain, twisted like specter faces. Man! It's almost like tiger skin, and so large. So many beautiful figures in it. No, not beautiful. This is magnificent. Just so amazing. How is a piece this large even here? Please keep it down, the deep voice entreated. Huali lifted his head towards the voice. The man who stood before him now wore a pair of brown trousers and a black shirt, covered by a brown waistcoat. The gourmet entered from the kitchen beyond. The two looked at each other, though it was the gourmet who was more distinctly taken aback, likely because of his guest's striking appearance. Hello, I'm Huali. He stood straight and nodded politely to his host. Are you a man or a woman? The gourmet looked at him in utter turmoil. Ha 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 ha. Lan Jue's peals of laughter rang through the small room like a thunderstorm. Huali responded by glaring daggers at him. Then, lifting his head, he pointed dramatically at his Adam's apple. The gourmet nodded. Ah, good. Otherwise we'd have some real chaos on our hands. Lan Jue's grin nearly split his face. Not much different from now. You're about the only person who doesn't pay attention to things outside the planet, otherwise you'd know who he is. Has nothing to do with me, the cook replied. You're a fan of rosewood, then? Huali's face underwent a quick and drastic change, from upset at the earlier exchange to excited once again. Hainan-scented pear tree, one of the most precious of trees from the home planet. Many household objects were made from their bark, and then were subsequently passed down within the family as priceless heirlooms. A memory of ancient China. Its official name is Dalbergia odorifera. They aren't difficult to grow, but their growth rate is exceptionally slow. Only fragrant rosewoods which have been left to grow for hundreds of years are suitable for use in furniture. This table of yours is about 1.5 meters wide and 4 meters long. The tree it was made from had to have been at least 5,000 years old. Even in the ancient times this would be considered an absolutely priceless treasure, much more so now. Take a seat. It's no wonder the jewelry master brought you here. You've clearly got taste. Huali sat before the table as instructed, though his features bore a slight uneasiness. I know there's no way you'd be selling something as precious as this. But how about this, if there was ever anything in the future you couldn't handle, something you needed a large favor for, suitably difficult, you can come right to me. If I'm able to help you, then I hope you could allow me to come often and admire your table. And if at any point you are interested in parting with it, I will give you everything I possess. The last person who tried to discuss a price with me, the gourmet said softly, went flying right out of the avenue. Luckily I haven't quite reached that point with you yet. Lan Jue, still standing to the side, spoke towards the man in a conspiratory voice. There is one thing he said that's undoubtedly true, gourmet. If indeed there comes a day you start looking to sell this table, he would be your best choice. There simply isn't anyone with his level of obsession for rosewood. As for his own treasures, very few in the three alliances can match him there, either. 8, 10 S-ranked gems, not an issue. 1. Actual translation. No, not really. 2. The word for gorgeous, or magnificent. Very feminine. 3. Again, more colorful in the original translation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, Ma La Tang. Chapter 106, Ma La Tang. 8 or 10 S-ranked gems. Are they made of chocolate? The gourmet addressed them flatly. Huali's response was earnest regardless. If that's what you want, I can find a way to get it. It was then the gourmet knew he was serious. He looked from the newcomer, then to Lan Jue. For Huali to make such a claim, the jewelry master must not have been talking nonsense. The very effeminate gentleman before him must indeed be very wealthy. Let's eat, he said. Preparation began when he produced a small stove, with a metal alloy plate beneath to ensure it didn't hurt the table. A covered pot was then placed on top. The fires underneath were lit. Next, several plates of fresh dishes were brought out before them. Seafood, vegetables and more were arrayed fancily around the stove. None of them bore any special preparation, but for bamboo shoots which impale the thinly sliced pieces. So far, it certainly didn't appear to be what you'd call a meal. This is hot pot? Huali's interrogative voice wafted forth, disappointment in his eyes. No. The gourmet vehemently shook his head. This is Ma La Tang. 1. Ma La Tang? The depression faded from his face. You know how to make it? I've had it once before, and I still remember how good it tasted. That fresh, spicy taste is enough to have you eating way past what's appropriate. But I hear it's almost impossible to have authentic Ma La Tang these days. Most of the required spices have been lost to us, so the result is a relatively bland copy. Bland? The gourmet tasted the word and found it unsavory. You tell me then, how is one supposed to make Ma La Tang? Huali did not hesitate in the face of the gourmet's challenge. Ma La Tang was a provincial treat from former era China. The base itself is the most demanding aspect. You need garlic, ginger, hot peppers, bean paste, black pepper, white pepper and more. As for the specific proportions of each, I'm not sure. Once your base is completed, however, you boil it in a large pot. You then prepare several dishes as you've done here, and you can then place them in the boiling base. Once it's cooked to your liking, pluck it from the pot, smear some sesame paste on it, spice, and you've got yourself a delicious treat. The gourmand, after hearing the loquacious explanation, shook his head. Were I to give you a base in the way you described, we wouldn't be having a hot spicy meal. It'd be a boiled spicy meal. Eh? Let me ask you, the gourmet continued. What's the difference between hot and boiled? Huali fell silent, apparently unclear on the question. Lan Jue also looked on in uncertainty. As they did, the sound of roiling water reached their ears. The lid of the pot rumbled as steam spat from its sides, releasing a savory aroma. The thick mist was heavy with spice and freshness blended together. Just the scent alone raised their body heat and opened their pores. The gourmet stood and lifted the lid from the pot. Immediately, what was before a faint aroma became a torrent as the steam filled the room. As the smoke cleared, the shifting red soup within the pot appeared before Lan Jue and Huali's eyes. They could just spy the spices rolling around in the boiling broth. As the thick aroma invaded their nostrils, they grew more impatient to try it. The gourmet reached down and shut off the stove. Lan Jue and Huali exchanged a glance. They hadn't yet eaten, they thought. Why earn off the fire? Under their wondering gaze, the gourmet began to place the morsels of food scattered around into the steaming pot. He didn't insert too many, maybe 15 sticks jutted from the lip of the cauldron. The most important distinction between boiling and heated is this. Boiling intends to maintain its state, to keep boiling. One takes advantage of the heat to thoroughly cook the food placed within. Generally speaking, this method of cooking requires one to pair it with delicious sauces. Because of the high heat, you can't let the food sit within for sufficient amounts of time necessary to absorb the flavors. Rather like the boiled mutton they'd often eat in former era China. However, there later arose several chefs who chose to employ a different method of cooking food. They deigned to heat the food slowly, and as a result the flavors of the broth were able to infuse the food. So what is heat here? Heat is actually this: once the soup has been brought to a boil, it's easier to fill food with its flavors as it cools. Thus, the heat allows for a better overall meal as the spices of the broth and the food's natural flavors combine. And so I shut off the fire because what we want is hot and spicy. Not boiled. True malatang does not require any sauce for dipping. What you described a moment ago was in fact spicy hot pot. The sad fact is that due to its troublesome nature to properly prepare, even former era China saw fewer and fewer people partaking. As a result, the broth and preparation you see here is my special secret. Huali and Lan Jue each nodded in sudden enlightenment from the gourmet's lesson. Huali was the first to speak up. Today was indeed a good day for me to arrive. I'm a lucky guy. It's no wonder they call you the gourmet. A well-deserved title, and I admire your knowledge. As for meat, could we employ the same method you described to cook it as well? The gourmet nodded in affirmation. That is so. When creating stews, I am constantly turning the fires off and on. This way they retain even more flavor, and as a result are much tastier than other people's dishes. Always adding flavoring and sauces simply results in one losing the beauty of expertly prepared food. While I've been schooled, Lan Jue earnestly piped up. Beer's the best drink to pair with malatang. It isn't good for the body, but it's certainly satisfying. Chilled stout, or light beers made from glacier water are best. I've prepared both for us today, so you may pick what you like. He pointed towards the nearby freezer for emphasis. Huali almost didn't wait for the gourmet to finish. He clearly didn't have Lan Jue's restraint. The stout came in a 5-liter keg. The glacier beer, conversely, was offered in a porcelain jug. Neither of them were something one would see often. Of course, for the three of them it wasn't anything extraordinary. Lan Jue chose the stout too, while Huali chose the light. The gourmet also decided the darker beer was more suited to his tastes. Alright, that should be fine. The first round I placed in the pot cooks quickly. The second set will take a little longer. We'll need to heat the pot twice. Stick after stick of vegetables, tofu, beans and more were plucked from the steaming pot. They glistened with beads of fresh, red soup. The spicy aromas surrounded them. The special properties of malatang, numbing, spicy, and hot to eat, the gourmet said, almost to himself. At this point it was background noise, as the two younger gentlemen had already begun pulling the food from the bamboo shoots with chopsticks and stuffing it into their mouths. Amazing! The first bite of malatang brought with it that full-bodied aroma that had been tantalizing them thus far. It filled them up, bringing with it that special sort of happiness that comes from a delicious meal. That sensation bloomed in the eyes of the gourmet's guests. It wasn't long, however, before the spicy descriptor earned its presence. It was like a fire burned viciously in their mouths, paired with just a hint of numbness on their lips and tongue. The three each hurried to take a gulp of their beers. The thick malty tastes mixed with the fresh spices and eased the burn. In the interim, the gourmet had lit the fires once more. The second wave was a sight to behold. Large chunks of abalone, a full lobster, fresh oysters, and all manner of seafood were placed in the pot. The various types of foods each required different cooking times. If you're interested, you can remember the order we place them in. The gourmet looked from Huali to Lan Jue and, seeing the satisfaction in their faces, a smile crept on his lips. A cook who understood his guests was happiest. To them, cooking was an art form. If the tasters appreciated what they tried, this meant his status as an artist would also appreciate. Gourmet, such a disregard for the gifts of heaven. Malatang with so much delicious food, and on top of that an entire lobster. Lan Jue was almost speechless as he took another sip of his beer. He watched the two spindly feelers sticking from the edge of the pot. So stop eating, the gourmet rejoined with a smirk. The most delicious things in this malatang are the abalone and the lobster. I call it spiced numbing lobster. This is the first time I've had you try this, fearing you wouldn't like the taste. Don't tease me. Lan Jue chuckled. So why bring it out today? The gourmet shrugged. Just your lucky day. I've actually been lazy the last few days, and haven't cooked anything. I've been eating nothing but soda crackers to keep my stomach acids at bay. I couldn't stand it anymore. It had nothing to do with you coming. Lan Jue chortled. I guess it indeed was my lucky day. He turned to look at Huali. Do you know how he manages to stay thin and still cook like this? It's the thing I admire most about him. 'Cause he's lazy? Huali replied. Lan Jue shook his head. No. Because of his fastidiousness. If it's not the most delicious thing you've ever eaten, it won't get past his lips. He'd rather eat soda chips to stave off starvation. That's how he does it. Huali blinked and stuck up his thumb towards the gourmet. That's some high moral principle. Soon the abalone and lobster were ready to eat. That flavor, simply ambrosial. Lan Jue finally understood that the gourmet had not overstated his assertions of the lobster's taste. This meal was positively dripping with pleasure. Alright, so this is rather lazy, but there really is no way to describe in English that makes it sound appetizing or special in any way. Numb spicy soup doesn't get the saliva flowing. 2, man after my own heart. Okay. Pointless peanut gallery commentary ends here, I promise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, He Returns. Chapter 107, He Returns. That aromatic spice filled the small room. Huali and Lan Jue felt covered in it. That hit the spot. It's been ages since I've eaten this much. If my agent found out I'm eating like this, she'd kill me. Huali pressed his hands to his head and stared at the ceiling in contentment. His eyes were half-lidded, his long lashes fluttering. In the fuzzy, indistinct lamplight he looked even more beautiful. You owe me a favor, Lan Jue reminded. Huali said. Let's head back to your place. By the way, how am I supposed to help you here anyway? You planning to go somewhere? They started towards the jewelry store. Lan Jue shook his head. Not planning to head anywhere, No? So why'd you call me here? What place could be safer than the avenue anyway? There wouldn't be any danger if you just stayed here. Lan Jue gave him a bitter smile. But I do need to teach classes, and I have my bodyguard duties. Xiuxiu and the other girls could do it, but it'd cause them no end of trouble. I also have no way to protect them if it comes to it. So you're right, it's safer in the avenue. For them. Classes? Bodyguard? Huali's eyes shot open. He looked lost. Hey Jue, what's going on? You still need to go classes? And still acting as a bodyguard for someone? If you're still so interested in guarding, why not guard me? But whatever you need, just let me know. Lan Jue waved his hand, strolling slowly ahead. Nah, listen, he stuffed his hands in his pockets. It's sort of a long story, actually. I owe somebody for something I did, and my payment is to ask as a bodyguard. What's more, I decided to head out. People shouldn't always live in the past. I guess too, that if Hera was alive she wouldn't want to see me living like this. I want to start a new life. I'll never forget Hera, she'll always live in the most important part of my heart. But I have my own life. Maybe the future me will never fall in love with someone else, but life goes on. If I keep avoiding life, I'm not worthy of the title Zeus. Huali stopped in his tracks. There was shock in his eyes, but joy as well as he stared at Lan Jue. Go on. I'm a good listener. So Lan Jue did. I'm a teacher at National Eastern University. Teaching etiquette. You should find a way to enroll as a student. Go with me to and from school, secretly, and help me recover. With you here it should only take about a month before I'm more or less back to normal. And there's something else. In a few days representatives from the Dark Tower and the Pontiff's Castle will be coming here. I was supposed to help handle the situation, but I can't now. I'll need you to replace me. The Pontiff's Castle? They still have the balls to come here? Huali's pretty eyes held violence in their depths. Lan Jue went on. What don't they have the balls to do? I heard the keeper went over there as well, though I don't know what happened. The keeper. Huali trailed off in thought, but it didn't take long for him to come to the proper realization. The arcane magnate? The one the other paragons called a crazy magnate? Lan Jue nodded his head. This brought a smile to Huali's face. Interesting. He deigns to rear his psychotic head for you. The castle's really gotten themselves in trouble now. Lan Jue chuckled. It is what it is. How could they know when they set their trap I was collaborating with the keeper? None of this should be hard to deal with, Huali assured. I'll help you work all this out. I'm also curious what you're like as a teacher. Dashing, of course, Lan Jue said, standing a little taller. He struck a dramatic pose. Huali sneered in feigned disgust. Standing next to me you still have the nerve to call yourself handsome? Pitiful. Lan Jue snorted. What you are can't be called handsome. You're a beautiful flower. At $, carat at. Zeta. The rising sun always brought with it hope. Its faint golden rays washed over the NEU campus as though it awakened the scholarly spirit. Students living on campus were already roused from sleep by the morning bell, and after washing up were in the midst of their various morning routines. Jean Yen had arrived early and walked through the campus grounds. Her forehead was creased in worry. Yesterday Jean Tao had returned home, once again beaten bloody. When she asked what had happened, he still steadfastly refused to tell her. He'd even refused to eat. Luckily their parents were away on a trip and weren't home to see it. If things continued like this, what good could come of it? A bad student, but a good fighter, worrisome. Ugh, what can I do about this kid to make me stop worrying? Suddenly, she couldn't help but think back to that transitory figure, the man who'd arrived for just one class and then vanished. Still, he'd left quite the impression on her in that short time. That one class had really got her thinking. What is nobility? Jean Yen couldn't help but run that sentence over and over through her head. Were it not for his explanation, she's not sure she would have known what true nobility was. She even still remembered the change that had overcome her younger brother that day, after class, loudly proclaiming he would be a noble. Unfortunately Professor Lan had only come for the one class, and his person had not been seen since. Reputedly he'd asked for leave, but how could he after his first class had gone so well? Not to mention he was so handsome. Professor Jean. Someone called from a short distance off. She turned her head towards the sound, and spied meticulously teased hair bobbing her way. Wang Hongyuan, the dance instructor. Professor Wang, you're also here early. Jean Yen called out courteously. Wang Hongyuan responded with a smile. I've got to keep training or I become rusty. Oh, did you hear? Professor Lan returned yesterday. Lan, you mean Lan Jue, that professor? She blinked, surprised at the news. A mischievous light shone in the dance instructor's eyes. That's right. I heard he came yesterday to report in, then. Then what? Jean Yen asked impatiently. Wang Hongyuan continued. He went to the postgraduated classes, I don't know what for, and did something that had him dragged to the teaching affairs office by Professor Tan Lingyun. A whole host of students saw the exchange, culminating with her pulling Lan Jue along behind her like a dog. At first he looked like someone with significant personal ability, but I guess there's nothing special about him after all. Jean Yen overcame her surprise to give her companion a cold look. Professor Wang, we're all instructors here. It doesn't matter that he teaches etiquette and not combat. You really shouldn't be talking behind someone's back like this. She moved on without waiting for a response. There was no anger in her expression, on the contrary, there was joy. He was back. As for this business with Professor Tan dragging him to the director, could it have been some sort of misunderstanding? There were only a few in the school capable of beating on that tomboyish woman anyway. Zeta. What? Planet Skyfire? When did this information surface? The sound rang through a magnificent, palatial room. The questions had come from a thin, beautiful woman in white. She looked around 25 or 26, with sharp eyes and an imposing bearing. Her long hair was tied in a bun atop her head. She seemed entirely confident and capable. Yes, Miss M.O. We just received this from the intelligence department. They got it from a local policewoman. Bastard! M.O. Xiao spat the word venomously. What the hell is Huali doing all the way out there? Doesn't he know his damn album Poseidon, Sounds of Nature is dropping? He even had the gall to order all sales to the Pontiff's castle stopped. Was he raised by pigs? What did he say when he left? He sent a communication from a secure line, saying he wanted to go on holiday, but he didn't say where. He often grumbled earlier about how difficult work was, so we didn't pay any attention to it. He could have known he'd disappear an hour later, without taking anything. Mo Xiao stood with her hands on her hips, her well-endowed bosom rising and falling with her angry breaths. Start preparing. The launch event for the album will be held on Skyfire. We'll start getting everything ready from there. And call an airship, I'm leaving immediately. And as for his blockade against the pontiffs. She stopped the assistant with a stare sharp as icicles. What is this, your first day? If he wants something, do we ever ignore it? Do what he asked. Even if he wanted to sell you all off, there better not be a one who dares do the contrary. Yes, ma'am. Mo Zhao's ferocious voice arose again as she spoke to herself. If he's off squandering his money, I swear I'll murder him. Zeta. As ever, Lan Jue was pedaling his way towards the NEU campus for work. Only this time, he had an extra passenger on the back of his bicycle. A mask covered the bottom portion of Huali's face, and he'd changed his hair to black. Close inspection would show it was a wig. His eyes had also changed, also black. They were covered by a pair of dark sunglasses. All to make him somewhat less recognizable. Your school is pretty obnoxious. It was hard as hell to get a visiting student's ID, and I still can't get into the postgrad department. And by the way, are you sure it's alright you wear that to teach a class, Ju? Today Lan Jue had chosen a dark blue three-piece suit, black tie, white kerchief and handmade Ferragamo leather shoes. He looked like he was dressed for a party. Lan Jue's reply was indifferent. Have you forgotten what I teach? Your older brother teaches etiquette. If one's own tastes are less than superb, how can one teach young minds? Plus, today I plan to teach them the rules and simplicities of formal wear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Professor Lanz is back. Chapter 108, Professor Lanz is back. Professor, you're here. Lan Jue stopped at the gate of the NEU, stuck once more where Jin Tao had blocked his path. Curiously, today Jin Tao was also sporting a pollution mask, though his was a sight more dramatic than Huali's. The young man's came almost all the way up to his eyes, hiding nearly the entirety of his face. His pink mohawk remained, however, as impressive as ever. What are you doing here? Lan Jue raised an inquisitive brow at Jin Tao. Waiting for you. He responded. For me? What is it? Jin Tao explained. What are you planning on teaching me today? Look, Fatty Tang's a lot more powerful than me, so I need something special, right? Otherwise, how am I supposed to catch up to him? Lan Jue turned to watch Huali hop from the back of his bicycle. A sinister grin split his face. Huali, seeing the smirk, immediately understood what Lan Jue wanted. He knew his friend well, and whenever that look shone in his eyes, it meant something bad was coming. Fortunately, this time it wasn't directed at him. Fine. But I still need to train you both together. This afternoon, same place. I have classes though, so make sure you come to listen, and bring Fatty Tang with you. Now that you call me your teacher, you must be sure to act in a noble and dignified manner. You'll need to become experts in etiquette as well. Yes, absolutely, thank you, Professor. Maybe it was the opportunity, or from excitement, but Jin Tao bowed low to his teacher before racing into the university. That is your disciple? Huali's tone was decidedly disapproving. Lan Jue shot him a glance. What, is there a problem? Huali's lips curled in a scowl. He doesn't look like much. The energy he emits is minimal, he must have hardly any discipline. No higher than third rank. Why would you train this sort of guy? The smile that turned Lan Jue's lips this time was a sight less devilish. In this world there's this thing we call luck, understand? With a cheesy flourish he pushed the bike towards the school entrance. Hua Li did not move. As he watched his friend's back, a smile of his own crept across his face. Luck? How could I not understand? Hey Ju, send me a message later and let me know where you're having class. I'm gonna have a look around. Hua Li called at his friend's back. Lan Jue's response was displeased. How about a little professional responsibility, bodyguard? Hua Li was not convinced. He turned and wandered away. A smile crept onto Lan Jue's face. After all, who couldn't appreciate the guy's wistfulness? The electives building hadn't experienced any significant changes since his last visit. As before, as Lan Jue entered in his fine suit and leather shoes, every eye turned to him. Jin Yan lifted her head at the sound and spotted him entering. She rose from her desk. Oh, Professor Lan, you've returned. Hello again, Professor Yan, he politely replied. I really enjoyed your last class, it left a deep impression. I was wondering when I'd have another opportunity to listen in, she said. Lan Jue replied with a smile. This afternoon. For most people, having only one class then taking such a long leave, they worry about how this reflects their responsibilities towards their students. Wang Honyuan's biting tone was muttered from a nearby desk. It was a temporary emergency, Lan Jue assured. I had to leave for a short time. It won't happen again. In fact, I'll be having 2 classes a week from here on out. This brought a smile to Jin Yan's face. Then would you mind if I sat in on your class again this afternoon, Professor Lan? Of course not, he said. It would be my pleasure. He Avenue her a polite smile, and made for his desk by the window. Though he knew what he intended to teach, he still needed to organize and figure out how to present it. As he was preparing, the school broadcasting system crackled to life. Students and faculty, this afternoon the electives course for etiquette will begin once again. Later the classes will be scheduled weekly on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 in the afternoon. Interested parties are encouraged to attend. An announcement so early? It looks like Director Wu was also impressed with your class, Jin Yan said through a smile. Lan Jue smiled handsomely in lieu of a reply. Jin Yan, sensing he had no further desire to speak, returned to her own desk. Zeta. Second Year National Scholars Classroom 4. Zhou Qianlin lifted her head, hearing the announcement bounce around the room. A flash of something danced behind her eyes. So he's back to class, at last he returns to abide by his promises, she thought. A distinct expression of relief passed across her face, however in the next instant it changed to something more complicated. She supported her chin with her hands, elbows on the desk, and allowed her eyes to wander as she pondered. Beep. Beep. Her communicator pulled her from her reverie. What is it, Xiaomi? She said as she answered the call. Did you hear the announcement? That etiquette class is back. Last time the professor was quite good, so do you want to go again this afternoon? Tang Mi sounded excited, her questions coming quick. I'm not going. I have a research project, Zhou Qianlin replied. Didn't you say last time you'd be returning for the class? Why the sudden change of heart? I'm studying, we'll talk about it later. Zhou Qianlin cut the connection without giving Tang Mi the opportunity to respond. Her pretty blue eyes flashed as a thought pulsed through her mind. But it passed, and her attentions returned to her textbook. Zeta. Hey professor, are you gonna be teaching us this afternoon? Tang Xiao looked at the masked Jin Tao standing before him. He didn't look any better than his opponent. Their scuffle yesterday hadn't involved any discipline, so their injuries were only superficial. But that fact didn't convince the pain in the bodies to let up. Still, despite their discomfort they were at school, because Professor Lan had returned. Tang Xiao, similarly masked to hide his beaten face, looked carefully at Jin Tao with an ominous light in his squished eyes. You don't have to go, Jin Tao said haughtily. Ever since beating on Tang Xiao yesterday, his confidence had been full to bursting. You wish. Tang Xiao flipped dumbly his middle finger. I'll see you this afternoon. I hope the professor has us repeat yesterday's class. Yesterday? You mean when I beat you so hard you couldn't wipe your own ass? Half a day passed quickly. Wu Junyi, director of teaching affairs, was wandering the campus after lunch. This was a habit of his he developed as he got older. Eat, and do a little exercise to get the digestion moving. Simply resting wasn't good. At his age, he'd come to appreciate taking care of himself. His thought turned to this afternoon, and the return of Professor Lan's etiquette class. He didn't know what today's topic would be. What is nobility? It hadn't only filled Jin Yan and the other students with motivation, it had resonated with him as well. If nothing troubled him in the afternoon, he too would sit in. Often electives teachers would work hard in the first class for listeners, and taper off as time went on, regardless of the subject. If it hadn't been for that scene yesterday, with Lan Jue being viciously dragged into the office by the savage goddess Tan Lingyun, perhaps these seeds of doubt wouldn't be sprouted in Director Wu's mind. In truth, in many teachers' estimation, the quality of an instructor was directly correlated with their power. At least approximately. Afterwards, Director Wu had spoken with Tan Lingyun specifically about what had happened. She'd explained that he hadn't attempted at all to defend himself from her. She'd called him nothing short of a pathetic weakling. Thus did doubt take root in the director's heart about his newest instructor. He remembered clearly the first time he met the man. He was modest and kept his abilities well hidden, but he seemed anything but weak. His feet languidly carried him towards the electives building as he mind-tumbled over the experience. Zeta. The ambrosial flavors of last night's ma la tang still danced like spirits on Lan Jue's tongue. This morning, Lan Jue's breakfast had been comparatively bland. As for lunch, the only flavor the school cooks was familiar with was bland. He was a picky eater, and though not as bad as the gourmet, he was still fastidious. Still, even if it wasn't the most delicious food, he'd eat some, just not very much. A bowl of rice, a plate of vegetables, a thin porridge. This was Lan Jue's lunch, just enough to satiate. By this point he'd already spent the morning on his class, and everything was prepared. As he was leaving the offices, with some time to spare, he shot a message to Huali, then made his way towards his special teaching area where he trained Tang Xiao and Jin Tao. There, by himself, he stood amidst the yard with arms outstretched. He took a deep breath, his nostrils flaring as the air rushed into his lungs. It was lucky no one was there, for if they were, they would be astonished at just how long this inhalation lasted. A series of faint cracks arose from within his body. A moment later, a slight smile lit up his features and slowly he began to exhale. It lasted several minutes. Li's mastery of water is profound. After last night's round of treatment, my self-healing abilities have improved considerably. Water membranes protect my organs, help nourish. It looks like I won't even need a month to recover. Once I get better, I really must work on getting stronger. Otherwise, Huali might overtake me. Last night, after their meal, Huali and Lan Jue had returned to the shop. Huali had then begun to help him with his recovery. His manipulation of water, and water's own healing powers helped tremendously. Already, the coagulated blood that had pooled inside him had been pushed out. Water had been manipulated to act as protective screens for his organs, and the result was he'd already much improved over his previously severely weakened state. He could even employ his discipline, if only just barely. Ding, dong. The afternoon bell echoed through the campus. It was the first bell, alerting students and teachers that classes are almost ready to begin, and to proceed to their classrooms. Lan Jue made his way to his appointed room. As he entered, he couldn't help but stop and look over the class in surprise. The students who had come to watch his class had doubled since the last one, and although the room had not been filled, a good 2/3 of the seats were occupied. He quickly picked Director Wu and Jin Yan from the crowd. Of course, Jin Tao and Tang Xiao were also in attendance. They sat in the front row, strange in their face masks. The worst was Jin Tao, whose mask was so large they looked like underwear flung over his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, The Secrets of Style. Chapter 109, The Secrets of Style. As Lan Jue entered the classroom, all eyes turned to him in constrained excitement. He strode past them in his perfectly tailored sapphire suit, snow-white shirt, black tie, and white kerchief. With his impish smile and meticulously kept hair, he could certainly draw attention. Good afternoon, he began. He positioned himself behind the podium, and gave his audience a nod. Good afternoon, Professor. The students replied in unison. His eyes quickly swept the room, but he found no sign of Zhou Qianlin. Her friend Tang Mi, however, was in attendance, sitting near the back. In total, it looked like men accounted for 70% of participants. From the back, Director Wu gave him a nod of acknowledgement, and Jin Yan beamed a pretty smile his way. I'd like to begin by expressing my apologies to you all. Unfortunately, a pressing matter arose after my last class that left me with no choice but to temporarily ask for leave. I've only just arrived back on Skyfire the day before yesterday. As he spoke, Lan Jue retreated a step from the podium and bowed respectfully to his students. It was practiced, bearing no flourish or unnecessary flair. The students fell silent. Most of the students who'd come did so to sate their curiosity. Like last time, many of them were considered the problem students. Information passed among the students gave them the impression none of this was to be taken too seriously. Lan Jue wasn't sure how this class would turn out, but his bow at least assured he showed them the proper respect. Of course, no matter the quality and status of a university, no instructor enjoyed dealing with problem students. For the NEU, many of the students found entry only by virtue of very stringent entrance criteria. But despite this, the pressure of studies sometimes brought out the worst in them. Likewise, most teachers don't waste their time with students who are troublemakers, preferring to focus their efforts on the majority. Anyone other than the best students couldn't keep up, and would be removed. In the end, there were always those who had no means of graduating. Jean Tao was a good example. Under these unfortunate social constructs, a problem student rarely even saw a teacher's smiling face, much less got a quality education. Although these youths often faced the world with scorn, they were still young men and women. They still had fantasies of being a teacher's pride, receiving the love and attention of an instructor as a talented pupil. For this reason, Lan Jue's bow resonated with them. Despite what was to come, in this moment their impression of Professor Lan increased significantly. Lan Jue straightened and, smiling, went on. I won't delay you any further. In our last lecture we discussed what it meant, precisely, to be nobility. For those students who missed our first class and are interested, you can find a video of my first lesson in the college forum. From today, we'll be taking a closer look at the subject of etiquette, examining topics both modern and historical. Basic necessities, as the name suggests, the things required by all men and women. First among them in clothing, and so it is fair to say that what we wear is indeed important. So, today we will discuss just that, what we're wearing. Lan Jue once more distanced himself from the podium and walked towards the front row. What do you all think of my outfit today? And don't worry, speak your mind. You hear, young lady. Oh, quite handsome, Professor, the young woman he indicated replied. It's a good match for you. She spoke with her head cradled in her hands, eyes shining as she beamed up at him. Pfft, looks like a flamer to me. A young gentleman at her side couldn't help but interject. With a smile still on his face, Lan Jue turned to the young man. Go on? Some kinda cross-dressing idiot. He scowled disdainfully. Judging by the arrogance in this one, he was a particularly troubling student. Lan Jue only laughed. Not quite. How about I show you something more along the lines of what you described? As he spoke, his fingers rose to undo the single button keeping his jacket in place. As he pulled it open, he revealed the inner lining. Wah! Nearly the entire class exclaimed as they peered at him. Students in the back clamored to stand for a better view. The inner lining of his suit was an eye-popping hot pink. In contrast with the sapphire blue of his suit, it certainly was distinctly effeminate. Jean Tao, seated directly in the front row, blinked his eyes dramatically. Man, Professor, my colorblind dog eyes were blinded by that nonsense. Lan Jue closed the jacket and fastened the button anew, hiding the inner lining. He returned his attention to the young gentleman who'd spoken earlier. So, what do you think now? A man's coquettishness shouldn't be revealed on the surface. It's considered impetuous. However, if a man hopes to attract a woman, he must have some measure of it. The saying goes, girls like bad boys, without any flirty air, one is simply apathetic. So if a young man would like to have the attention of a young woman, he mustn't be overwhelmingly seductive, but keep it close to the vest as it were. Point one, the proverbial surprise package. His devilish grin and the naughty topic elicited a round of laughter from the class. He waited for the laughter to cease before continuing. Today I'll be discussing clothing, specifically formal wear. Why this specifically? In fact, the reason is simple. For the young men in attendance, attracting the attention of the fairer sex through your choice of clothing will bring self-confidence. For the ladies, learning more about the clothing choice of a man can help you be more discriminating in your decision-making, making judgments on their character based by their aesthetics. Any successful individual will tell you the devil is in the details. So that's where we're starting, with the details. If you would help me, Lan Jue indicated a young woman nearby, Tang Mi, who was situated directly in front of him, but in the back. She blinked in surprise, pointing to herself. Me? Lan Jue nodded. MMHM. If you wouldn't mind coming to the front of the class. Tang Xiao was also surprised at hearing his sister's voice and turned to watch her eyes. A strange look overcame his face. Lan Jue hadn't originally intended to select Tang Mi, but as he spied the figure furtively trying to hide in the back, his finger reached out. He couldn't simply change his mind before the entire class, so Tang Mi it was. He removed his jacket and handed it to her as she arrived. If you'd indulge me for a moment. Tang Mi took up the jacket. Once more the striking interior was revealed to the students and, although it wasn't their first time seeing it, wolf whistles rang through the classroom. Huali, who just snuck in, arrived just in time to see that beautiful, if rather effeminate, color revealed. He couldn't help but lift his hand and give Lan Jue a giant thumbs up. Of course only he and Lan Jue knew his sarcastic intent. Lan Jue went on. Firstly, fine formal wear must be handmade. Generally speaking, even though many of the more expensive brands use glued lining for their suits, and although it's usually hidden from view, it's nonetheless a glaring blemish in the quality of design. The best lining are done by hand, needle, and thread. He turned his attention back to Tangmi, who was holding his jacket between her fingers before the eyes of the students. If you'd please walk around the class so they can examine in detail? Tangmi was a prideful one. But for reasons unknown even to herself, she couldn't refuse in the face of this professor's charming smile. She did as instructed. This isn't just true for the lining, either. Every buttonhole should be similarly handcrafted. These are the best quality suits. If we're talking about even the very best tailored suits, they are still only a fraction of the cost of those name brands. What this means is you should absolutely not fall into the trap of being infatuated with a name too. Just because it's famous doesn't mean it's the best. The second point of interest is when buttoning. One must never fasten up to the top. Whether it's a vest, cuffs, or jacket, the rule remains true. Well, that's not entirely accurate. You should probably always ensure your zipper is all the way up. Again a round of laughter rumbled through the crowd. Then it's on to how precisely to wear a suit. Now I'm sure some of you are thinking, it's a suit, don't you just put it on? What kind of technique is needed? As I'm sure you'll find, it isn't that simple. Firstly, a suit is classified as either a two-piece or three-piece. If one is missing a vest, what are they missing? Etiquette. In practice, a vest is rarely required. They're usually employed in very formal occasions. However, I must implore you to keep in mind that you must always wear a tie and handkerchief when pairing your suit with a vest. He indicated his own tie and the kerchief stuffed in his left coat pocket for emphasis. Altogether, it makes a perfect suit. However, without a vest, neither of the other two are required. You can even unfasten a few buttons, giving yourself a more relaxed look. By the time Lan Jue had finished his exposition, Tangmi had finished displaying the jacket for her classmates. Her own attentions were focused on the item in her grip. Like her classmates, this was the first time she was hearing any of this, and it captured her attention. All finished, Professor, she said, returning to his side. Lan Jue smiled pleasantly. I'm sorry, but I must trouble you to hold on to it for a moment longer. Miss, what was your name? Tangmi, she replied. He stepped forward then, suddenly so close they could hear each other's breathing. 1. See what I did there? 2. Irony. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Secrets of the Collar Stays. Chapter 110, Secrets of the Collar Stays. Lan Jue's sudden appearance in front of Tangmi took her off guard. She unconsciously lifted her hand to ward him off, but her professor deftly sidestepped and pushed her hand away until she was warding nothing but air. Don't misunderstand, Miss Me, he said. I'd simply like you to examine my collar. Tell me if you notice anything. Tangmi was still off balance, but eventually recovered. Her pretty face adopted a red tint, and her heart sped up. What man would dare approach her like this? Even Tang Xiao kept his distance. Were he a student, he'd find her foot firmly planted between his legs in the blink of an eye. Of course there was nothing she could do here. He was no student, the director watched from behind him, and he wasn't breaking any rules. As they stood toe-to-toe, Lan Jue half a head taller than she, Tangmi could smell the professor's debonair cologne. With his suit, vest, kerchief and tie, this only perfected his refined mystique. It looks fine, though the tie is a little crooked. She took only a cursory glance at his collar before speaking. Take a more careful look. See if you can't spot it. Tangmi muttered a dark curse at herself and, suppressing her displeasure, looked again. This time she saw it. Isham, the collar's ends are at an outward angle, just enough to accommodate the thickness of the tie knot. On either side the collar naturally droops down, giving it symmetry. Lan Jue retreated a few steps, clapping his hands. Very good, a fine observation. So why, then, is my collar like this? Custom made, a young man in the class offered. Lan Jue shook his head. There are different methods of tying a tie. Each one results in different width and thickness for the tie knot. Likewise, each one requires a different collar. So does this mean I have custom shirts for every sort of knot I wish to tie? Far too wasteful. In fact, my necktie this afternoon is not crooked, it's the color of the shirt. It isn't completely fitting with a very formal tie. As a result, I tied this simple knot. It looks more vibrant. And as for the secrets of the collar, I'll enlighten you. As he spoke, he fiddled with one side of his collar, extricating something. I'm fairly certain everyone here's worn a shirt. But I'm absolutely sure you've never turned over the collar. Take a look. He opened his fist to reveal a 1 centimeter wide, 5 centimeter long strip of metal, rounded on one end and sharp on the other. This is called a collar stay. As the name implies, it helps the collar stay in the shape intended. Generally speaking, even higher class name brands employ plastic collar stays. The problem with those is that they only keep the collar straight and smooth, they don't allow for adjustment of the angle. The ones I have here are pure silver one. I can make adjustments according to my needs, for whatever necktie I choose. This is how the collar works, not tailored. The students looked on in rapt attention. Evidently none had heard this secret before. Director Wu fiddled with his collar, partially hidden in the back row. Lan Jue replaced the collar stay. If you don't tell anyone, no one will know your collar stay is composed of a precious metal. No one, except for those with good taste. They'll take one look at your collar and know precisely how it is you've managed that angle. I once knew a local official who used 22-karat gold stays, not for anyone else's satisfaction but his own. He knew they were 22-karat gold. Pure gold, obviously, would have been too soft for a stay. Unsuitable unless you add another metal. These weren't for status, for how could they be if no one saw them? This was his surprise package, his hidden coquettishness. Think about it, what if one day your girlfriend has your shirt, for some reason, and discovers a golden collar stay? She'd look at you differently, wouldn't she? I dare say she'd be more smitten. More laughter, this time less forced. Be it male or female student, each looked upon him with bright eyes and bright expression. Most people think ornamentation and accessories are a woman's fancy. What use have men for accessories? Isn't that girly? Well, I'm here to tell you that this sort of thinking is entirely wrong. In truth, a man's necessary accessories aren't much fewer than a woman's. Only, they are less visually available. Collar stays, cufflinks, wristwatches, breastpins, even a delicate bracelet, things easily missed, but when briefly revealed increase your charm and charisma tenfold. He paused here and took his jacket back from Tangmi. He gave her a brief smile, and motioned for her to return to her seat. She looked back at him for a moment before making for the back row. He slipped his jacket back on. Now I know what you're thinking. Professor Lan, you wish to say, unless you're very familiar with a woman, your girlfriend for example, want your secret remain hidden? In fact, that's not the case. Take a look. He turned then and showed his back to the gathered youngsters. This particular coat is a double vent. So, say I'm walking down the street and a breeze catches my clothes. The back flaps ever so slightly, and there the lining is revealed. Oops. My secret is known. Another ripple of laughter. Jin Yan and Wu Junyi also couldn't help but lend their voice to the mirthful chorus. Every eye watched Lan Jue, waiting for his next move. Hua Li sat in a distant corner, watching the lecture from a distance. At some point the mask he'd used to hide his face had been removed, and as he watched his high-spirited friend a knowing smile spread across his pretty features. Never had Lan Jue expected one day he'd be a teacher, much less Hua Li. But here he stood, standing before a classroom of rapt pupils. Now, folding pocket kerchiefs and wearing ties. There are quite a few ways to tie a tie. We have the common, popular knots like the four-in-hand, Windsor. He demonstrated each knot as he said them, pulling strips of cloth from behind the podium and passing them around the room. Director Wu took the lull in the lecture as a chance to speak to Jin Yan, beside him. Professor Jin, what do you think of this young man's class? It's only the second time I've attended, she began without hesitation, but I can't not acknowledge my interest. I hadn't expected one would have to pay such particular attention to a suit. It's also the first time I've heard of collar stays. I feel like this knowledge, for etiquette and common sense, is of great benefits to the students. What do you think, Director? He only gave a small, secretive smile. At the very least, it's not a disadvantage. Jin Yan continued. I might as well be one of his students. I'm already looking forward to what he'll tech next. It's not just you. Even at my age I'm learning a great deal from his lectures. I'll probably have to go home and adjust my own suits after this. Show them off to the old lady. Time flies when you're having fun, so the saying goes, and for the students of Professor Lan's class the saying held true. In what felt like no time at all, the class was coming to an end. As the bell rang, none of the students were in a rush to leave. After all, the professor still had one style of tie he'd yet to show off. Time didn't seem a factor, and even Director Wu didn't remind Lan Jue that he was delaying the students from their other classes. 10 minutes later, all was said and done. I really do apologize. First for my classes and then for my time management. Thursday afternoon we have our next class. Frankly speaking, today's class was mostly for the benefit of our male students, but the next one will be aimed at our young ladies. In the interest of advanced notice, we'll be discussing jewelry. There are a wide array of jewelry accessories and one class won't be able to cover them all, but I'll bring a few pieces to show off. And that's where we'll end today. Class dismissed, thank you. Lan Jue finished with another formal bow. Professor Lan, can you tell me if I did this right? One of his students rushed at the podium to get his attention. Others followed until it was as though Lan Jue was penned in by a swarm. Huali slipped his mask back on his face, but not before muttering jealously under his breath. I should be the one getting the star treatment. This guy. It took a good 10 minutes for Lan Jue to extricate himself from the horde. His suit had been horribly wrinkled in the process, and someone's dirty fingers had stained the sleeves. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He'd have to send it to the dry cleaners when he returned. Professor, over here. Lan Jue spied Tang Zhao's puffy head peeking from around the corner of the hallway. He waved his master over. Lan Jue nodded and made his way over. Jin Tao and Tang Xiao were both waiting out of sight of the others. As Lan Jue came up, Jin Tao couldn't help but immediately start blabbering. Professor, what suit do you think would make me look most handsome? Lan Jue gently shoved the punk's head. Handsome means an absence of grotesque shape. First you have to shave that hideous thing on your head. Got it. He turned then to the chortling Tang Xiao, repeatedly slapping the kid's belly. And what are you laughing about, Tubby? If we're talking about grotesque, you got some adjustments to make yourself. 5 minutes at a hairdressing and I'm golden, but this thing you're smuggling here? Ha! Not in the face. Are you looking for another beating? I advise you both to save your strength, Lan Jue interjected ominously. Suddenly there was another at Lan Jue's side. Jin Tao looked at the newly arrived Huali. Oh hi. Are you also one of the professor's pupils? Huali chuckled. No, I'm a friend. One, because that's not wasteful at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Gobi Entertainment. Chapter 111, Gobi Entertainment. We had a teacher who commanded thunderbolts. Why have another who called the rain? Memoirs of the Metal Fox, Army General Tang Xiao. More cruel than beating someone half to death is curing them afterward and beating them again. A fist for hello and a fist for goodbye, over and over again. Memoirs of the Frenzied Lion Mastiff, Army General Jin Tao. Lan Jue and Huali idly strode along the wide avenue cutting through the campus yard. The smile on Lan Jue's face was a sinister one, and the expression in Huali's eyes was one of joy and contentment. It was indeed a good time for me to come. I don't even know how long it's been since I've felt like this. Remember when I used to bully the kids back in school? Pretty cruel, Lan Jue said. How can you beat them so badly, heal them up then beat them again like that? Huali straightened and spoke as though delivering a line. Nonsense, clearly it was you who wished it so. A teacher like you, beating his students? At any rate, I was trying to give them more time to practice their combat skills, and fix them right up before leaving. Nothing more than a little mental stimulation. A little rest and they're right as rain. Lan Jue humphed. We're taking a shortcut. At their age and ability, if we don't, how are they ever going to improve? Now that they call me teacher, they are my responsibility. Tisk, stop with your crap. Who believes your malarkey anyway? Zeta. Qianlin. Qianlin. Tangni excitedly bounded to her friend's side. What's all this about? Qianlin gave her friend a curious look. Tangni's face was flushed, making her appear vibrant and cute. Her large eyes were wide and excited, even a little watery. Qianlin. Today I went to attend that etiquette class we talked about. Really very interesting. You have to come with me next time. Tangni artfully cooed at her friend in attempts at manipulation. Zhou Qianlin slightly dropped her eyes. Not interested. Oh, but that Professor Lan is so handsome. Tangni continued unfazed. Oh right, I heard he had a run-in with that. What was it, goddess of violence? She dragged him to the teaching affairs office. Is that true? Yup, she responded, short and concise. Tang Mi sighed. He's just so good in other areas, only a little weak. But it's fine, behind every strong woman there's a weak man. Zhou Qianlin looked at her like she was an alien. What is this? Are you smitten? Tang Mi scowled at the accusation. Never. Don't you know me by now? I'm just talking, besides in my heart there's already a Prince Charming. And who's that? Qianlin inquired. Zeus. The great and powerful Zeus, of course. Tang Mi's eyes twinkled dreamily. Zhou Qianlin snorted her criticisms. Oof. What sort of friend is this? He was the one that kidnapped me. But that has nothing to do with you, she replied. If he wanted to kidnap me, that'd be the best. Friendship's over, dot. Wait, okay, I'm wrong, don't go. I'll treat you to some delicious food. How about some sweetened calabash? Fine. Zeta. The soul-collar gem grew warm. Do you need me to send you home this evening? No. Tang Mi will accompany me. If you aren't interested in her, you shouldn't lead her on. When did I lead her on? Silence. Zeta. Now that class had concluded, there was nothing to do. With Zhou Qianlin refusing his company, he simply took Huali back to Skyfire Avenue on the back of his bicycle. You're heavy. Next time I'm going by myself. You've had your biking experience, Lan Jue muttered sourly. Don't you have any humanity? I'm here to protect you. Huali didn't seem to be bothered. Then you definitely shouldn't have me wasting all my strength. Pfft, what's next anyway? Is that guy from yesterday gonna make us some more awesome food? You wish. The gourmet's culinary talents are only surpassed by his laziness. Keep bothering me and you'll soon find yourself blacklisted. We'll hang out at the shop. Alright, I also told the ladies we'd be drilling them on combat skills. What do you think? Lan Jue asked his buddy. Like the two young gentlemen from this afternoon, he asked. Lan Jue shook his head. Press them a little. Shouldn't take long, then we'll head over to the wine masters. Ask about the castle and tower matter. As they made their plans, they were already coming upon Skyfire Avenue. They went directly back to Zeus' jewelry shop. Ding ding. Boss, you're back. Xiao looked towards Lan Jue, and immediately met him with a sweet smile. Only then did she notice the man who'd entered with him. Huali removed his mask and shot her a winning smile. Xiao. It's been a long time. You are. Xiao knit her brows and narrowed her eyes as she examined him. He answered by lifting a hand and removing his wig. Poseidon. Xiao almost jumped in surprise, and stumbled back a few steps. Huali matched her retreat with an advance, spreading open his arms as though to give her a hug. I bet after so long you must miss me, huh? Lan Jue grabbed his friend's arm and yanked him back. Stop messing around. Coming in here messing things up. We aren't that familiar. All man but no humanity. Always the same. Xiao had by this time recovered, and bowed towards him in greeting. It's nice to see you, Poseidon, she said with a smile. Lan Jue turned to her then. Xiao, go let Mika and Guogui know we'll be heading down in a little while to spar. Kor, if you would please go invite the wine master to join us at the arena. Yes, boss. Kor, stepping forward from behind the counter, and Xiao replied in tandem. Lan Jue left then to his apartments to change clothes, Huali in tow. Hey sis, who was that handsome guy with the boss? Kor watched them leave in curiosity. Xiao looked at her co-worker in surprise. You don't recognize him? Kor shrugged. Should I? That's no normal guy, Xiao replied. His name is Huali, his nickname is Poseidon. Poseidon, it does sound a little familiar. You're something else. The 4 divine monarchs? You still don't know? Realization suddenly dawned on her. He's that Poseidon? Xiao nodded. The 4 divine monarchs are as follows: the god of wisdom, Prometheus. King of hell, Hades. Lord of thunder, Zeus. And king of the seas, Poseidon. Our boss is Zeus, obviously. Just now, that was Poseidon. With the boss injured, he's probably here to help look after him. Prometheus, who came the other day, is the boss brother, but these two have a much different relationship. Back before, when they were fighting shoulder to shoulder, he apparently took a serious injury for the boss to keep him safe. I see. I had no idea that was Poseidon. He really is so good looking. But I still think our boss is better. More manly. Kor nodded resolutely. Xiao covered her mouth and stifled a giggle. Is this supposed to be a compliment? You don't call him handsome, just manly. I doubt the boss would applaud the choice. I am off to speak with the wine master, Cora stuttered, leaving in a hurry. As Cora left, Xiao's smile faltered and slipped away. A strange look filled her eyes. Poseidon, she murmured. Zeta. Lan Jue set about changing clothes while Huali settled on the sofa. He intermittently popped some dried fruit in his mouth as he watched TV. We interrupt your program for an urgent news bulletin. Gobi Entertainment would like to announce the new Poseidon special release. Poseidon, Sounds of Nature, to be released first in the Eastern Alliance's own planet Skyfire. This product of Gobi Entertainment, 2 years in the making, was personally supervised by Poseidon every step of the way, and who'd have thought they'd choose Skyfire for their debut? The only thing left to answer is, are you ready? Damn it. Huali nearly leapt from the sofa, like someone lit a fire under him. Filled with indignation, he began to shout at the television screen. I run all the way out here to Skyfire and they still stalk my every move. It must have been that female officer from the other day. Imo Xiao, you're ruthless. Lan Jue grinned, gloating at his friend's misfortune. You deserve it. Such are the trials of the rich and famous. Huali howled piteously to the ceiling. Why is being handsome such a sin? By this point Lan Jue had changed his clothes. With narcissism as pervasive as yours, I wonder if you'll ever have need to marry. You should be afraid you'll be the only one to love you. Huali fixed his friend with a penetrating stare. No. I also have your love. Garbage. Lan Jue shot a foot out at Huali, but his saucy friend deftly slithered out of the way. He stood just out of reach in a victorious pose. Let's go, Lan Jue muttered darkly. They took the elevator directly to Skyfire Underground's version of the jewelry shop. Mika and Lin Guogua were already waiting as per Xiao's instructions. Oh, you're Poseidon? You really are handsome. Lin Guogua batted her eyes at him, infatuation clear in her eyes. Huali shot a proud gaze to Lan Jue. Its message was clear, you see? All women like what I got. However, in the next moment that beamish smile froze. No, it would be more accurate to say it was squeezed. Literally, as Lin Guogua pinched his face between her fingers. Poseidon, what plastic surgeon did you use? Even flawless complexion. I've been wanting to ask you forever. I heard a journalist interviewed a whole slew of cosmetic surgery operations. So far 18 have admitted to working on you. So which one was it, really? Huali's figure vanished in a flash, free from Lin Guogua's evil clutches. He hissed at her, teeth grinding. I'm all natural. Everything else you hear is slander. Lin Guogua only blinked. But, that's what everyone says. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Pointers. Chapter 112, Pointers. Huali snapped his head around to glare at Lan Jue. Jue, did you teach them this? Lan Jue coughed uncomfortably. Stop framing good people. Only you are responsible for your reputation. Come on, let's get to the sparring arena. Cora should already be there with the wine master. He turned and began to make his way. As he did, hidden from view, a goofy grin nearly split his face. He couldn't keep it hidden any longer. Face lift. Ha! When they arrived, they spied the wine master waiting. He stood quietly before the gates of the Reaper's arena, meticulously put together and almost regal. Above ground he managed the Gothic winery, but here the Reaper's arena was under his purview. Cora stood behind him, as she felt uncomfortable at his side or in front. Wine master, Lan Jue greeted when he was not far off. The elderly man nodded to the jewelry master. What are you planning to do in my arena? I'd like to rent a ring, one with no surveillance. I have some pointers I'd like to share with these young ladies. Oh, and let me introduce my friend, Huali. The wine master ran his eyes across Huali, who likewise was sizing up the old man. However, after a moment's observation, it was Huali who was struck with surprise, and a slight fear crept through him. Employing his energy awareness had revealed absolutely nothing before him, a void, like there was no man there at all. It's nice to meet you, wine master, he offered with a smile. The wine master stared quietly at him for a moment before reacting. Hello. You're Poseidon, are you? From Gobi Entertainment. I am. Huali's smile broadened. There was no way for him to truly conceal his identity. After all, the super soldier of Enluan wasn't the most well-known of the divine monarchs, it was in fact him, Poseidon. A name that was known throughout all the alliances, as an artist. The most famous artist in the universe. His fame transcended borders, and through the help and advertisement of Gobi Entertainment he could not be claimed by any one faction, he belonged to his fans alone. The wine master nodded once more. Your father and I used to be close, once. I was surprised to hear he retired. Hua Li's smile turned bitter. Then you likely know the Gobi habit, striving to retire as early as possible. There's nothing grand about being a high-profile figure. The wine master spoke no further on it, turning instead to Lan Jue. I'll give you an arena for use. No monitors or surveillance. It'll cost you, though. No discounts? The wine master turned and walked into the arena as though he hadn't heard. The others followed a few steps behind, but Lan Jue shuffled a few quick steps to catch up with his old friend. Wine master, there's actually something I'd like to discuss with you. It's about the visit from the representatives of the Pontiff's Castle and Dark Tower. They should be arriving soon, if I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately, I'm not at my full strength currently, and I'm afraid I'd be little use directly participating in the exchange. Perhaps Hua Li could take my place, if you approve. The wine master's brows wrinkled as he spoke. Unacceptable. He isn't a part of the Avenue, and as such can't represent us. But you don't need to worry, we've actually heard from the Pontiff's Castle. For reasons unknown, they wish to postpone the exchange for another month. Will you have recovered in that time? He turned his head to look at his younger council counterpart, something curious in his eyes. Postponed? His face revealed a sardonic grin. That's enough. I hope they have the nerve to show up. By then they'd arrived before a towering metal wall. The wine master lazily lifted a hand, waving it at the barrier before them. A moment later, the solid metal wall began to ripple like a curtain of water. All right. This arena has been fully shielded, nor is there any surveillance. Head on in, here's the key. The wine master handed in Jue a metal orb inlaid with a sapphire power gem. 1 C-ranked power gem per month. Lan Jue scowled. Why not just rob me? The wine master's response was chilly. How much do you suspect a bottle of Romani Conti costs? Hurry and recover from your injuries. Don't forget your promise to me. He turned away then. He nodded once to Hua Li, and suddenly vanished from view, a void as empty as Hua Li had witnessed. Oh ye, Hua Li uttered in surprise. That one's scary strong. I'm guessing he's the Cosmagus? Lan Jue nodded in affirmation. A ceremonious but adorable old man. Come on, in we go. The cost of this is 3 times higher than normal, so inhuman. Someday I'll spend a week in his cellar, see the look on his face then. Hua Li chortled. You won't see any face. He'll just immediately shred you to ribbons. It's rumored his true power is in folding space. I wonder how many interspatial fissures you can endure. They passed through the rippling barrier and as promised, everything was concealed. Darkness enveloped them, but a moment later the world beyond the curtain was revealed. Suddenly, they found themselves standing in a massive, open area. Well. Lan Jue's voice matched the surprise in his eyes. The arena was circular, rising over 200 meters to a ceiling. It was roughly 500 meters in diameter. They felt insignificant in its vast expanse. It may have cost Lan Jue 3 times the going rate, but compared to normal rented spaces it was monstrously large. Extravagant, Hua Li hummed. A place like this was enough to practice even mecha combat. He, too, knew that a C-rank gem a month wasn't cheap, but they would be hard-pressed to find a better sparring arena. Mecha piloting, discipline training, anything they liked, without fear of collateral damage. Lately the authorities had become far more strict in this area, and finding a private space to train for any period of time was exceedingly difficult. If you really wanted to improve in combat, the best way to do it was to give it your all, and hold nothing back. Thus this sort of space was indeed expensive. Lan Jue stepped forward a few paces, then turned to face the 4 women. Our last foray into the shattered starfields I think left us all with a very strong impression. I will always do my best to keep you safe, but I am not the strongest person out there. Each of you possess great talent, and with training can grow to become incredible powerhouses. These last 3 years, I've been far too lazy, far too indifferent, and it's held you 4 back. Starting today, we're all going to snap out of this funk, and work on getting stronger. Xiao, Lan Jue said, looking at her. Boss. She stepped forward. Your talent has reached the peak of 8th rank, he addressed her. 9th rank is within sight. Your discipline, sharpness, is enough to overpower most in combat. Even so, this last time Uriel managed to damage your Azura. It is my hope you break through to 9th rank within the year, then we'll see a substantial increase in your abilities. For all 4 of you, cooperation is the key to successful cultivation. If you work together, covering each other's weaknesses, even a paragon couldn't stand against you. Lan Jue turned his head to the blue-haired young girl. She almost leapt forward. Boss. Her rush forward caused her full chest to jiggle one. Your discipline's focus is raw physical attack and explosive power. Different from Xiaoxiu's. She excels in close combat, and you from a distance. I know because of your history, you've avoided further cultivation, but... Boss. Kor suddenly interrupted his thought. The corners of her eyes had grown slightly red. Boss, not to worry. There will be no further problems in my cultivation. I'll work hard to improve. I am also nearly 9th rank, and will break through. I want to protect you. For a moment, Lan Jue lost his momentum, but quickly recovered. Excellent. Our core knows what needs to be done. Keep it up. Right. She emphatically nodded her head. Guagua. Lin Guagua stepped forward, a smile on her pretty face. Mind control, your potential is huge. But you lack perseverance. In the face of enemies you grow timid and overcautious. This locks your mental powers, preventing them from reaching out to the fullest. Your abilities and the willpower of others are closely tied. It's in this way you must strive to improve. For you, your specialization is in control. In conjunction with Kor and Xiaoxiu, you are a terror. You're already 9th ranked, but 1st degree. We've got to get you to the 2nd. Yes, boss. She stuck out her tongue. Timidity was always her weakness. Finally his eyes fell to Mika, and a hesitation was revealed in their depths. Mika's eyes, however, grew hard. She took the initiative and stepped forward. Boss. What do I need to do? 1. Swear to God, that's the translation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Poseidon, the sparring partner. Chapter 113, Poseidon, the sparring partner. Lan Jue muttered inaudibly to himself, then a resolution came over him as though a decision had been made. His voice came low. These last few days I've been thinking on your problem. Mika, frankly speaking, your capacity is the greatest among you 4. However, it is also the most dangerous, the most likely to bring catastrophe. The blood in your veins, that of the Prince of Devils, can spiral out of control quicker than you know. If that were to happen, you'd lose yourself. Little by little, it would eat you up until you no longer existed as Mika. Your kind-heartedness would vanish, and all that would be left is death. None of us wish to see this happen, so as always I must beg your restraint. However, this isn't the long-term plan. In these last few years your control over the dark blood has been excellent. However, this has been due to the fact you haven't had to get into a fight. Now, your identity and whereabouts are revealed, although you're safe in the avenue, I can't suggest you remain here forever. So, in my view, letting it out is better than keeping it in. Escape isn't an option. The dark blood is full of evil, yes, but there's a pattern of manifestation. It can be controlled. For this month, continue of the path of cultivation we've already laid out. When I've recovered, then we'll attempt to keep that dark blood under control. Eventually your mastery will be complete, and then you'll be a paragon. All right. Mika watched her protector with somber eyes. Lan Jue took a moment to look at the 4 beautiful young women in turn. Smiling, he went on. The women of Zeus Jewelry Store 1 are without compare. No matter what, and no matter when, I'm honored to know you. Next, I would like to introduce your sparring partner for the next month, Mr. Huali Lily. Would you come on stage, please? Sparring partner? Huali jabbed a finger at his own nose. Lan Jue nodded sagely. Don't you think it's wonderful to have these 4 beautiful women to train with? Let me introduce you to them. This is Huali. I imagine you all have heard of his nickname, Poseidon. He's my good friend, as close as a brother. We were 2 of what were called the 4 young divine monarchs. He is the successor of the Gobi collective, diva of Gobi Entertainment. The most famous entertainer of our time. Heartthrob of a good 90% of the girls in the universe. 9th ranked, 6th degree talent in the discipline of water control. His family, the Gobi collective, is the most mysterious in all the 3 alliances, and their influence is seen everywhere. Here is the lord of that illustrious family. Zhu, with such an introduction you're embarrassing me. It's nice to meet you, lovely young ladies. Huali bowed in a fluid and gentlemanly fashion to the gathered Amazons. Lan Jue interjected. You? Shy. I thought that was an emotion you were born without. Xiao you've met, but let's go through proper introductions. This is Xiao, whose discipline is sharpness. Her handle, the Azura Blade Maiden. Next is Kur, with a discipline of metamorphosis, energy explosiveness. She is an acquired talent. Her nickname is the Baleful Tempest. An acquired talent? And 2 disciplines? Huali was clearly surprised at the revelation. And yet it struck something in him, something familiar, like he'd heard of these 2 disciplines being used together before. Lin Guogua, discipline psychokinesis. Called the Psychic Tide. And last but not least, Nika. Her discipline is Hellfire. They call her the Stygian Succubus. Huali took them all in, Zeus Amazons. The Azura Blade Maiden Xiao, the Baleful Tempest Kur, the Psychic Tide, Lin Guogua, and the Stygian Succubus, Nika. Just as Zeus described. One look and he could see the potent energies exuding from them. Lan Jue grinned at the lot. Next, the time is yours. Ladies, today's lesson is simple, beat the crap out of him. Begin. Zhu. Don't you have a heart? Hua Li shouted agitatedly at the grinning Lan Jue. You can only defend and evade. No striking back. The ladies' reactions were quick as lightning. As soon as the call to begin rang out, they were in motion. First was the Psychic Tide, Lin Guogua. Her eyes flashed a dazzling gold, and suddenly a formless power smashed into Hua Li's body. Surprise thrilled through those clear eyes, but he quickly recovered. His eyes changed in color, shifting from the color of calm shores to tumultuous deep seas. 2 golden points shimmered in their depths. Suddenly they began to twist and rotate like a whirlpool, and the golden spurs were swallowed within. The change was quick, but still Huali stood rooted in place. The 3 other women wasted no time and spread out. Xiao moved laterally, and Kur sprang into the air. There, floating in the air, a strange blue light began to expand from Kur's chest. It was a blue unlike Huali's, and burst forth with no trace of gentleness. Instead it seemed almost metallic. Her body imploded above, dissolving and expanding out as a photosphere. Following the transformation, a series of metallic gun barrels pushed forth from the light. Each issued a dazzling salvo of blue energy beams that raced towards Huali. Such was the power of Kur, the Baleful Tempest. Nika vanished, appearing again chasing Xiao at full speed. Roiling hellfires had already covered her body. Her red hair flowed free from constraints, and fluttered behind her like a hood of fire. Even the black-rimmed glasses she always wore couldn't diminish her intimidating appearance. On the contrary, she was like a wildfire. She drew closer to Xiao, but suddenly the Blade Maiden disappeared, seen again instantly at Huali's side. Her 2 hands raised, and jabbed viciously at Poseidon's waist. As they rapidly drew closer, they were no normal hands, they glowed silver, and adopted a strange texture. They screeched as they tore through the air. Lin Guogua grunted, and her eyes dimmed, but it was only temporary. Xiao's hands found their mark. Her hands like razors tore through Huali's figure, and the latter began to ripple like a mirage. Under stress from Xiao's attack, its ripples increased. Huali's image undulated within a halo of gentle blue light. Though the Blade Maiden's attack had landed, she felt nothing but air. That is, until the image began to congeal. Something thick and confining gripped her hands and started to snake its way up her body. Xiao felt the temperature rise, and suddenly 2 fiery orbs raced past her on either side. They collided violently with the melting image of Poseidon. Fire and water, polar opposites. As the diametrically opposed elements collided, an ear-piercing sound filled the arena. Xiao just managed to get out of the way. Core energy blasts also landed in the same moment, and Huali's form shuddered drastically under the assault. From somewhere Huali's cries arose. Zhu. This is cruel. If they keep this up, I can't hold them off. Lan Jue chuckled. Fine, but be careful not to hurt them. Oh fine. Me, a lover of all womankind, how could I bring them any harm? You worry too much. It was then the gentle halo that surrounded him began to brighten. It grew and expanded until it was full with an overwhelming energy. When it burst, spears of dazzling light shot in all directions. After her first assault, Lin Guogua had shut her eyes. Their golden light was gone, but in its place her entire body had begun to emit a golden light. Suddenly and without warning, a golden figure separated itself from Guogua's aura and launched itself into the distance. Ah! Hua Li's surprised cry erupted, and in the next instant he appeared before them. The shimmering golden projection was racing directly at him. But that golden Lin Jue was as soft as a shadow, and she penetrated that blue shadow like she herself was little more than a dream. Core, already a glimmering ball of gun barrels, underwent another change in the same instant. The bristling barrels melted and bonded into one, reforming in the shape of a 300mm cannon. Closer inspection would reveal that the mouth of the barrel bore thousands of streaking blue threads that raced along its length. The body of the surreal artillery weapon glowed with a pale blue light. It hadn't released its payload yet, but even so Hua Li felt the threat bearing down on him. With Hua Li revealed by Lin Jue's psychic doppelganger, Mika and Xiuxiu were instantly on the move. Xiuxiu was first, and leapt into the air. A blinding white light surrounded her enticing frame before suddenly, she vanished. In her place, within that halo of glimmering light appeared a long sword. The 1.5-meter long blade was simple in design, though strangely a series of waves like wood grain were imprinted on the weapon's surface. They looked like countless snarling faces. The hilt of the weapon was nearly a meter long itself. A distinct chill emanated from the sharp edges of the slender blade, and with the blade's arrival minuscule tears appeared in the space around it. It was like even the air couldn't bear the weapon's sharpness. Mika lifted a hand, and took hold of the surreal blade that was Xiuxiu. Almost lazily, she swept the sword towards the distant Hua Li. The simple motion called from within the sword a burst of white energy that rushed out like a sonic boom. But it wasn't the first time Hua Li had encountered the Azura blade. In the early years of his time with Lan Jue, he'd met Xiuxiu. At that point Xiuxiu had still called Lan Jue Sir, having been raised at his side, his maidservant, and his secret weapon. Anyone who knew Zeus also understood that when he held the Azura blade in his hand, he was at his most dangerous. A god and a godblade, this was a true warlord. Were Xiuxiu at his side that day against Michael, things would have turned out very differently. Now, it wasn't Zeus who held the blade, but that didn't diminish its sharpness. Hua Li had become entangled by Li Guoguo's doppelganger. Already he felt himself held fast, and even if he could dodge it was too late. Instead he simply raised his right hand, waving it in a circle before him. He executed a strange gesture, and gently pushed out with his palm. A swirling, cobalt blue vortex appeared at his side. 1. Dibs on Playboy cover story. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, The Power of Poseidon. Chapter 114, The Power of Poseidon. The sizzling arc of light spat from the Azura blade cut into Hua Li's vortex. What was moments before a deep blue ripple became pure white, but the whirlpool remained. The deadly attack was swallowed into it. Brian Myers, Lan Jue reminded them cryptically from a distance. The words echoed through the arena. Hua Li stood unmoved but not unchanged. That coy smile common to his handsome face was gone. His body spun around, and his hands shot out in a flurry. Like before, each strike of his palm birthed a spinning cobalt blue vortex. As they blasted outward, the Azura blade strike was deflected. Lin Guoguo's golden doppelganger, too, was pushed violently away. The powerful force was clearly a conglomeration of the ocean's powers and Hua Li's own mental force. He was no psychic like Guoguo was, but once a power was cultivated to the 9th rank, one's control was nearly absolute. The brine mire eddies surrounded Hua Li like moving armor. Slowly they gathered inward, melding into one, until they swallowed Poseidon and left a massive tidal vortex in his stead. Mika viciously swiped the Azura blade, sending wave after wave of deadly surges against the vortex. But no matter how sharp they were, none could penetrate the water's defense. Each were swallowed into the roiling depths. It was no wonder he was called Poseidon. His power was indeed strong. My turn. Core's voice called out, and as it did a great beam of dazzling blue light exploded from the giant energy cannon she had become. Its destructive volley fired directly into the heart of the whirlpool. In response, a powerful, almost regal sensation issued from the ocean depths. Soon after, it was joined by a massive, cobalt blue figure. It was seen only faintly at first, a dark blue figure in rough seas. Humanoid, but larger than Hua Li, holding itself with a majestic posture. Destroy! The rumbling voice roared through the entire arena. The indistinct image extended a finger towards the energy shell Core had launched its way. A slender, slithering blue light shot out. It collided precisely in the center of the attack. The beam of power stopped as it was struck. The area around it suddenly grew bright as the sun, waves of energy blasting out in all directions. As it faded, amidst the ripples of heat and energy, a hollow space remained where the two opposing powers had met. The beam was gone. Zeta. Planet Skyfire. The Azure Sea. Boom! A great, deafening blast filled the air. In the seconds following, a terrific column of water fired into the sky, towering hundreds of meters. The corpses of myriad sea creatures tumbled out from the spout in all directions. A staggering pulse of energy swept over the ocean's surface. It continued for a good 10 seconds before finally dissipating. Zeta. The 4 Amazons froze, stunned that such a powerful force was simply commanded to cease. The massive vortex began to expand, growing larger still. Frightful waves of energy blasted out like ominous tides, crashing over them. Mika, with the transformed Azura blade in hand, were cast away. The whirlpool continued to expand at an alarming rate. Be careful. Guog was his target, Lan Jue interjected. Lin Guogwa jumped with a start, the gold in her eyes flickering. The golden doppelganger had returned to her side. As her eyes flashed, she lifted her right hand and pointed. The golden light around her flared, coming under assault from Poseidon's crushing wave. Neither budged. Good. Huali's clear voice spoke out in praise as his figure appeared. But as the 4 women looked on in confusion, his body melted away like water. He disappeared into the tidal waves. Lin Guogwa expelled a psychic pulse, searching for her enemy's presence. But how could she find him, as water in an ocean? Her head shot up as though she'd found her target. She looked up just as a blue figure was crashing down on her, a bubble, which quickly swallowed her up. A flash of blue light, and Lin Guogwa was gone. When she reappeared, she was several hundred meters away, in the belly of the spinning bubble. Her mental powers were rendered useless. All right, that's enough. Lan Jue called for them to cease. As he did, the waters settled, vanishing. Poseidon's regal figure was revealed as they did. Mika lay down the Azura blade, and Korra reverted to her adorable and unthreatening appearance. The bubble around Lin Guogwa burst. The soaked Amazon trotted over to meet them. Lan Jue looked over his warrior maidens. You've already lost. If Ali had wanted to, at least 2 of you would already be gravely injured, or worse. In respect to individual power, you each are at a disadvantage. However, together you shouldn't have lost this quickly. Guogwa, your problem is exactly as I just outlined, persistence. Your psychic powers didn't reach the level they could have. Through the whole fight, you were far too gentle. Had you pushed yourself, your 9th-ranked powers would have caused him real trouble. Yes, boss. Lin Guogwa's face grew red, and she inadvertently stuck out her tongue in shame. Lan Jue turned then to Mika. Your powers weren't employed at all. Even controlling the power of your blood, you're still a 9th-ranked talent. Fire and water are mortal enemies, both in competition with one another. Your manipulation of the fire element wasn't nearly sufficient. Are you avoiding disrupting his water attacks because of your cultivation training? Xiao. You were correct in assuming the Azura blade during the fight. But, you picked the wrong time. You have to pick the most beneficial moment to use it, and certainly not when no opportunity presents itself. Doesn't this reveal your hand too early to the enemy? Last, core. Core, your energy manipulation shouldn't be as you used it. Whether strength, density, or timing, none were enough. We saw none of your energy tempest. But for all of you, your greatest failing was cooperation. Think, as you continue to improve, how will you employ your powers symbiotically for mutual benefit? In this way, your final result would be better than if you did so alone. In the future, I'll ask Ali to train with you all every day. Use what you learn from him in the ring to improve. Yes, boss, the 4 women responded in unison. Huali and Lan Jue left the secret arena, leaving the women behind to continue their training. Once alone, Lan Jue turned on his friend. You don't have any shame? Huali lifted his head and blinked. What are you talking about? Lan Jue grunted. I'm not in the mood. Using the power taught to you by your ancestors, against a few girls. Poseidon's mark. Aren't you just the greatest ever? Huali's face reddened. 4 against 1 and you're still telling me to hold back? You do it next time. If it weren't for the fact I couldn't use my discipline, I wouldn't need you. I'm already much stronger than you are. Do you think differently? Hua Ally sniffed. 3 years ago, no. But some people have been moping around for the last 3 years, so now who knows? Who's to say I wouldn't kick your ass into the dirt? You wanna give it a shot? Lan Jue fixed him with an angry glare. Let's go then. If you think you can in the state you're in. They got DreamNet, don't they? That's right. Huali's face broke into a sinister smile. DreamNet would work. There's nothing to fear there, and no restrictions. Let's go, it's been a long time. Losers gotta bark like a dog. Grow up, Lan Jue spat, shooting him a sideways glance. Hua Li chuckled. Well, there's gotta be some fun in it. Fine. Snort like a pig then. Best 2 out of 3. If I lose, I gotta snort like a pig in front of the ladies. But if you do, you gotta call Mo Xing and snort at her over the phone. Well shit, that cruel? Just the mention of her name caused Hua Li to shiver. Lan Jue chortled darkly. What do you say? Hua Li hesitation, but eventually replied. It's a bet. Where's the machine? The underground's jewelry store should have everything we need. Let's go. Hua Li threw an arm over Lan Jue's shoulder as they walked. Cocky grins spread across both of their faces, and for a while it was like it was before, young, brash times. Zeus' jewelry store had a metal door situated in the back. Opened, it revealed an expansive warehouse within, larger even than the warehouse that housed Zeus' 3 airships. As they entered, Hua Li swept his eyes around the expansive chamber until they settled on a flickering electric spark in the center. A small team of robots were at work with various tools, repairing something several dozens of times larger than themselves. Looks like Thor took quite a beating as well. Hua Li paused to look over the enormous mecha. Lan Jue nodded. Michael wasn't an easy one to put down. His mecha control isn't as good as ours was in our prime, but his Angel of War is still top of the line after all. That attack of his, like a tactic that kills 1,000 of the enemy and 800 of his own. I wasn't careful and got tangled up. He almost turned me into toast. I was lucky to get away. If it wasn't for him underestimating me, going one-on-one in the mechas, I'm not sure I'd have come out of it. Come on, the simulator's over there. Beep beep beep. Just then, his communicator rang out. He lifted his hand to look, and couldn't help but smile. He swung his arm towards Hua Li to give him a look, then answered. So when? A lazy voice immediately arose from his wrist. When what? Lan Jue said, smirking. When are we going to the holy city? Call the big guy and Ailey, the 4 of us haven't gone out together in a long time, right? Even through the communicator, Lan Jue felt the excitement in that voice. He told you, huh? Shu Chang answered. Yup. So pick a date. I'm stoked. Say the word and I'll let Ailey know, but... Pfft, not an ounce of sincerity, Hua Li shouted at Lan Jue's wrist. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Dreamberg. Chapter 115, Dreamberg. EY. Upon hearing Hua Li's voice, Shu Chang couldn't help but sound surprised. Well, you got there quick. Hua Li's voice took on that distinctly feminine quality as he affected a sweet reply. Of course. My affection for Aju is unquestioned. Ugh, by the, cut it out, will ya? Your integrity's already rolling around in the dirt, Shu Chang replied, his voice pained. Cut the garbage, Hua Li said, his voice back to normal. If you got nothing better to do, get your ass down here. We're not heading to the castle just yet, Aju's gotten himself messed up pretty bad. Not to mention in about a month the Pontiff's people will be making their way here to Skyfire. Got it. I'll be there before then. Aju, get a bottle of brandy ready. Shu Chang's voice was veritably bursting with dramatic aplomb. Cheng Chang, come quickly. That pretty voice cooed at Lan Jue's wrist. Ugh, erg. IVE got stuff to do. Gotta go. The connection broke. Lan Jue patted his forehead. This guy, guess a dog can't help eating shit one. Guess a punk'll do as they do. Hua Li's voice was full of indignation. And the nerve, saying I have no integrity. Like he's got room to talk. I'ma beat his ass. Well, he'll be here soon, Lan Jue said, patting his friend on the shoulder comfortingly. Hua Li shot him a glance. Good. First I'll deal with you, then I'll show him what's up. Show him what his insides look like. An uncanny smile flitted across Lan Jue's face as he nodded. All right. There were only 5 simulators here, but each were top-of-the-line models. After all, the jewelry store was among the best earners on the avenue. In reality, Lan Jue himself didn't even know his current net worth, not after giving up management of the store. He left that up to his ladies. The 2 young men picked their respective simulators and climbed inside. Zeta. Qianlin, want me to send you home? Are you feeling better? Richard spoke politely to her as he walked by the young woman's side. They walked slowly from the campus grounds. I'm fine, Qianlin tepidly replied. Richard looked at her, surprised. But when I went to your house last night for dinner, you said you were too ill to come down and join us? Zhou Qianlin stopped, turned, and fixed Richard with her pretty blue eyes. Richard, do you really not understand, or are you pretending? I don't want to see you. We are over. Although it's better to say we never began. Richard looked like he'd been struck with a hammer. But you're my fiancé, he said bitterly. Zhou Qianlin hesitated, but after a moment she had made her decision. Determination filled her as she stepped forward to Richard's side. Richard's face lit up. Until he heard her speak. That day, the man who took me from the wedding, he had his way with me. If Richard had been hit with a hammer before, this time it was a bomb. His whole body shook, but he felt locked in place. I'm sorry. I want nothing to do with you anymore. Zhou Qianlin backed away a few steps, before turning and walking away. Tang Mi had been beside her the entire time. Though her voice had been quiet, she'd still heard clearly every word she said. Qianlin, that can't be true, is it? You and Zeus really? She didn't utter a sound, only sped up her gait. Tang Mi got the point, and fell quiet as she raced to catch up. After several long moments, watching the two girls leave, Richard's hands curled into white-knuckled fists. That day was still clear in his mind, like it had just happened. It was the most shameful day of his life, brought about by that golden-masked man. His lofty voice still rang in his ears. I am Zeus. Tang Mi didn't speak again until they were at the school's main gates. Qianlin, what you just told Richard. Was that just to get him to stop, or was it real? Qianlin dropped her head, and when she spoke her voice was quiet. Little me, you know I feel very sorry for Richard actually. Before, when I accepted his advances, I thought he was a playboy. Later, when we actually met, I found him to be a good man. Unfortunately, he and I would never work out. It's better a sharp pain for a short time, than a dull pain forever. Tang Mi blinked her big eyes. But that's not my concern. What I want to know is if you and Zeus really did it, what's he like? Is he as good a lover as he is a mercenary? Introduce me to him. I know we're sisters, but we'll keep the competition fair. 2. Zhou Qianlin spun around so quickly her hair fanned out. Her blue eyes were deadly. Well, I'll go on ahead. Tang Mi turned tail and fled. Stop right there. Zeta. Dreamnet. Dreamberg. The skies above were a rainbow of colors. Everything was like a fairyland, like a dream. The towering buildings glowed with a faint titanium light, spotlessly clear and without blemish. It was a world of peace and quiet, comfortable. Gentle gusts of wind brought clouds lazily floating in the rainbow sea overhead. A sweet fragrance danced in the eddies, but more than that was a cooling moisture that cleansed the mind and body. It's been a long time since I've been here. Every visit it's like I'm stuck somewhere between reality and a dream. It was a tall, slender man who'd spoken. Gold robes, golden hair, golden mask. A single word floated above him, nearly translucent, Zeus. Yeah. It has been ages. It was more than 3 years ago you last visited the sanctuary. If you waited much longer, I'm afraid they'd kick you out. Zeus' companion was like him, tall and thin. His robes were a deep blue, and was embroidered like ripples in water. His long blue hair splayed out behind him as though they had a life of their own. His mask was silver. The name above, Poseidon. Dreamberg was a special area of Dreamnet. Nearly all of Dreamnet had a corresponding area in the real world, and were normally as lively. Only a very small handful of people were qualified to enter this large, isolated part of the web. Here, the peak services of Dreamnet were available. Most of which were compatible with the real world outside. Here, they were auctions for S-rank gems, masterful blueprints for top-level mechas, things almost unimaginable outside. But here they could be found. Indeed, it was a very selective place, for only a very special few. The gods themselves. God-ranked mecha pilots stood at the peak of the piloting world. This status carried over to Dreamnet. To every pilot it was considered a great honor to enter here. The ability to be a part meant any further simulated battle for them was meaningless. Most important was the exchange between pilots of the same caliber. Every pilot here was known only by their call sign. No one could know the identity behind the mask. This, too, was anything but insignificant. This was the territory of the gods. Here is where one honed themselves, becoming qualified to stand at the top of the power pyramid. There was a time when the 4 divine monarchs were kings among kings here, known far and wide. At one point they'd had a 100-day winning streak in 5-man battles, just the 4 of them. Even today, the record had not been bested. Of course there were some discrepancies. Real-world God-ranked pilots and those of DreamNet weren't always the same. Here, members were pilots alone, no disciplines were employed. The world's pilots were a combination of power gems, talent, and personal ability. Still to this day it was the wish of all younger pilots to one day enter Dreamburg. To them, this was Valhalla. It really had been ages since Lan Jue's last visit. So long, in fact, that were he an average citizen he'd no longer be permitted here. But Zeus was not average citizen. There wasn't a soul here that didn't know his reputation. Here in the sanctuary 3 separate ranking lists bore his name, and he was in the top sections of each. The sanctuary was a place for pilots of the highest grade to meet and compare notes. There was a list of all the participants. The contents of the list were widely known through DreamNet, passed by word of mouth. To say there was one list though was inaccurate. There were in fact several, one for men, for women, arrangement by fighting capability, win ratios, and on and on. But among them there was one list that was the most telling, and likewise was the one most people adhered to. That was the comprehensive power analysis. It was the final word when it came to the abilities of the sanctuary's pilots. Especially speed of hand. As was well known, proper manipulation of a mechasuit was a combination of mental commands and physical kinetic motion. The higher your acknowledged rank, the more masterful your control. And so one's speed of hand was an important factor to know. For most, when they spied the lists, they had the same reaction, inhuman. There was also the God Team rankings. A common mecha unit consisted of 5 members, but this was a difficult thing for pilots of their caliber. In fact, the total number of effective teams was very small. Only a few hundred in the entirety of DreamNet. Being part of such a team meant you were among the best of the best. Zeus' name was on all of these. God Team rankings, the 4 monarchs. This is where they became known, and where they earned their nickname. Hand speed rankings, Zeus was 4th. It was determined by the number of executed commands in a short period. Next to his name was written 87. What this meant was that he could execute 87 commands in a second. It was a number he had to maintain for a full minute before it could be counted. 1. I just had to leave this as is in the translation, too funny. The meaning is clear, but for clarification it's akin to the Western phrase a tiger can't change its stripes, you can't help who you are. But I know I'm going to be using this one from now on. 2. LOL. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, The Audacity. Chapter 116, The Audacity. 87 a second. Staggering, couldn't begin to describe it. What the average mecha pilot could barely manage in a minute, these god pilots did in a fraction of the time. The final list was the aggregate power ranking, of which Zeus came in 9th. Of the other 3 monarchs only one outperformed him there, his brother Prometheus. He was 3rd. Strangely, however, in terms of hand speed the god of wisdom clocked in at 60, more than 50th in the rankings. Poseidon was also present on the lists, but the only one he broke the top 10 on was the God Team. For the others he was no slouch, but didn't quite reach the same level. 38th in hand speed, and 51st in overall power. In Dreamburg Poseidon was ranked high, but not overly so. The only person to rank in the top 10 of 3 lists was Lan Jue himself. Although it didn't accurately portray real statistics here, in Dreamburg, among the best pilots in DreamNet, there was none better. Doesn't look like there's been a lot of changes in the sanctuary since we've come last, Lan Jue said, looking over the lists. His name remained precisely where it had been 3 years ago. Huali replied, only a few people are allowed in here. You think a significant upset would be that easy? Today, though, I'm here to beat you. Aggregate power rankings are sure to see some changes. 3 years with minimal practice from you, how much hand speed do you think you've lost? Ha! Let's go then. Zeta. Dreamburg, battle prep. Honored Zeus, Poseidon, would you like your spar to be available publicly? A pleasant, female voice wafted towards them. Private, Lan Jue responded. Private, confirmed. After 1 minute, please enter the arena. A moment later the same voice echoed throughout the entirety of Dreamburg. 51st ranked pilot Poseidon has issued a challenge to 9th ranked pilot Zeus to a contest. 1 minute to commencement. A white light flashed before them. The god of lightning, Zeus, and the master of the oceans Poseidon appeared on an expansive platform. The platform itself was magnificent, round, suspended in mid-air, and surrounded by that shifting technicolored sky. It was called the altar, the combat ring for god-ranked pilots. Each time the pilots here chose to spar, this is where they did it. Battles could be public or private, and spectators to public matches had to pay great sums of money to enjoy them. Private matches, on the other hand, were somewhat of a misnomer. Spectators could come, but their fee was 100 times greater. A truly astronomical figure. Spectating a normal match cost dreambits, but in the real world the cost would amount to a B-ranked power gem. And you could only watch one bout. The proceeds were all given to the combatants. DreamNet took nothing. Hua Li shouted to his opponent. Hey Zhou, do you think it'd be crazy if someone paid to watch our little competition? This isn't going to be a competition, Lan Jue shot back. It's gonna be a massacre. Hua Li laughed it off. Yeah. It's been 3 years since we've last met, and your bullshit hasn't let up, Lan Jue said. Well, it looks like there aren't any crazies coming out to watch today. Let's do it. Both Zeus and Poseidon lifted their right hands. 2 beams of light fired down from the heavens and enveloped them. The columns expanded, dissolved, and in their place stood 2 massive mechas. On one side of the platform towered Thor, exactly as he would appear in the world outside. Opposite Zeus' mecha stood another, aqua blue and considerably more slender than the lightning gods. Its height was similar to Thor's, streamlined and towering. A teardrop-shaped gemstone glimmered in its forehead, and in fact every important part and junction of the armor bore a similar gem. Looking on, it was like its body was moving ever so slightly, undulating like deep sea waves. A sapphire blue trident was clutched in its hands. This was Triton, Hua Li's mecha armor. In this instant a flash appeared in the distance. A metal chair suddenly appeared just outside the platform, and in it a tall figure. A woman, judging by the figure, draped in a flame-red robe. Similarly fiery hair hung down her back, and her features were hidden behind a red mask. Her impressive stature glowed like an ember, but instead of appearing like a lick of flame she instead gave the impression of fresh blood. Whoa, is that Pao Hong? Sure enough, there's our big wig Pao Piao. Same one from years ago who wanted to provide for you, looks like you're still on her mind. Hua Li's surprised voice issued from Triton. Any sound from the platform wasn't heard from outside. Shut it. Lan Jue sounded especially sour. Thor burst into motion. Crackling bolts of lightning raced over its figure as it launched itself toward Triton in an all-out gambit. It looked like a raging ball of thunderbolts, twisting dangerously at its foe. Triton took a step back. It was careful and calculated, after all, the 2 men knew each other well. He did not dodge, but juked diagonally to the side to avoid impact. In the same moment Triton lifted its massive trident, a hazy blue light enveloping its prongs. The misty lights flashed, and a vortex appeared before the weapon. Its pull yanked Thor to the side. Even the mecha was capable of Brian Myers. The vortex pressure pulled violently at Thor, whose speed and ferocity caused it to stumble off balance for a moment before Zeus retook control. Triton's timing and power were spot on. For an instant it looked like Thor would tumble head first into the vortex, but it abruptly stopped at a distance of about a meter. The pull remained, but Thor was in no further danger of being torn apart by the whirlpool. Countless threads of crackling lightning bolts appeared, interweaving to create a massive electrical net. It exploded outward, batting away his opponent's weapon. Moreover, Thor's giant figure became fuzzy, and a mysterious buzz filled the air. The net fractured, its once thick electric frame separating until it was almost like a photomask. It surrounded Thor like a blanket. This was an impressive combination of Thor's lightning net and oscillation, a combination that required a master hand. The punishing speed of oscillation, and a second function besides. To your average pilot this was, in a word, insane. He looked almost like a mirage, and in the space it took for his net to complete, he abused the opportunity. Giant bolts of electricity fired off in all directions. But Triton had not been taken aback. Its own figure had become hazy, and as the bolts washed over it, it vanished. The flowing figure reappeared several meters away. It soared through the air, crackling with residual electricity. Stop knowing me so well, Hua Li gloomily engaged. Lan Jue answered with action. Thor fired itself upward towards Triton, shining like a shooting star. Before the rush could find its target, Triton changed. It split into 3 identical images, each brandishing their tridents threateningly. With the motion a light swept over Thor, swallowing it within. The azure blue mecha was unfazed. Lifting its right hand, a golden light flashed and a lightning-shaped spear appeared in the raised appendage. It did not strike or jab. Instead Thor gave the spear a shake, and countless dots of light shuddered free like dust motes in a beam of sunlight. They shimmered and shook, become 100,000 tiny spears of light. It was they who rushed out, finding every hole and weakness in the trident's radiating power. This clearly reflected the differences between the two great mechas. As the spear strikes rushed against the Triton's power, the weapon rippled like waves. It diffused and muted the spear's effectiveness. Meanwhile, the spear's attacks were indomitable, powerful, and precise. It was brute force against redirection. The earlier strikes had put Triton at a disadvantage. He'd lost the offensive and struggled back a few steps under Thor's onslaught. However, it was not a broken retreat, he still retained control. At the levels in which these two competed, victory wasn't decided in a matter of seconds. Neither were employing their best skills or strategies, instead searching the best opportunities to use them. Ali. As the fight raged, Lan Jue's voice shouted over the din. Ah! Hua Li's response was surprised, taken aback by the sudden cry. To shout in such a way in the midst of an intense standoff, surely there was something the matter. However, Lan Jue's voice was calm. A few days ago, while I was teaching class, there was this female student who desperately needed to fart. She couldn't hold it, so she came up with an excellent idea. She would loudly clap her hands, and at that precise moment let loose, thus concealing the sound. She went about her plan, loudly clapping her hands in the quiet classroom. And just as everyone was turning their heads to look at her, she ripped a fantastic one. Ah ha ha ha! Bang! A bolt of lightning shot out and collided with Triton's shoulder. The mecha fell into an uncontrolled dive and smashed to the floor. Thor wasted no time. Golden light washed over him, and as his friend was tumbling, he became roaring bolt of lightning. Immediately upon hitting the floor, Thor slammed into him with the force of starship. Bruuffham! The whole area shook as thunderous roars tore through the sky. The entire platform was awash in golden light. A mushroom cloud rolled and raised above it, the fiery lights dancing in its depths. Hua Li's screams echoed through the altar, mixing with the thunder. Combat has finished. Winner, Zeus. The cloud was swept away, and the golden light dimmed. Thor stood triumphant in the center of the ring. Outside of the ring, the red-robed woman had already stood from her chair. She looked on with doubt in her eyes. Thor had indeed had the upper hand, but Triton's disposition hadn't been significant. Poseidon's mecha had simply sat there, frozen in the air as the attack landed, with no attempts at defense. Thor hadn't let the opportunity go to waste, and combat was done right then and there. From where she sat, it almost looked like Triton let him win. Were they trying to exploit the list standings? But that simply couldn't be. God-ranked pilots wouldn't do such a thing. The audacity. Aju, that was some A-class bullshit. Hua Li's enraged voice tore through Dreamberg. Oh no, he didn't. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Fantasia Genetica Decoction. Chapter 117, Fantasia Genetica Decoction. Lan Jue's voice was serious. If this were real combat, would you talk this way to your enemy? You'd actually have no chance, because you'd be dead. Hua Li trailed off. Within Thor, Lan Jue was fighting valiantly with himself to stop his laughter from bubbling out. It was a difficult task. It appeared Tang Zhao's tricks were useful after all. Even he was almost beaten the first time he'd encountered that nasty deception. Unacceptable. Again. Hua Li was audibly grinding his teeth. Lan Jue's voice was lofty and dismissive. The discrepancy in power is too great. Train harder, and challenge me again when you're ready. Thor disappeared in a flash of light, without giving Hua Li a chance to answer one. It wasn't long before Zeus and Poseidon were once more walking the streets of Dreamberg. Aju. Since when did you become such a little punk? Poseidon rushed at Zeus, grabbing him by the neck. 2. Execute systems protection, Zeus answered quietly. Boom. An arc of lightning crashed down from the heavens. It threw Poseidon away a dozen meters, burning him black. Zeus waggled a finger at his companion's smoldering body. Bad touch. Zeus. In this moment, a digitized female voice called his name. He turned to find the source of the sound, spying the red-clad woman who'd watched their battle. Piao Hong. Thanks for the gem. Piao Hong's voice was curt. Unfortunately, I didn't see what I came for. I'll likely apply to DreamNet for reimbursement. As you like. That's right, I actually was looking for you. For me? Her voice was surprised. Zeus nodded in response. I wanted to know if you were interested in a business proposal. I wanted to buy some Fantasia Genetica decoction. She blinked. It's still useful to you? Don't worry about it, Zeus said. I have my uses for it. Name a price. Piao Hong was quiet for a moment. Eventually she spoke up. You should know, this sort of thing is priceless. For those that need it, no price is too high. It's also secret, and I can't verify your identity. I can't sell it. Zeus smirked behind the mask. In this place, there's no such thing as priceless. This brought a smile to Piao Hong's face. You sure live up to your name. You speak true, here there's nothing truly beyond the scope of purchase. In fact, I'm also here because there's something I wish to discuss with the two of you. If you agree, the decoction is yours as advanced payment. Oh? Poseidon had heard the exchange. What's so important you're willing to give up the decoction in advance? Piao Hong smiled secretively. Her red clothes seemed to wax and wane like a pulse. A god team battle. Surprise and suspicion both flickered through the two monarchs' eyes. The four divine monarchs have occupied the top of the altar's rankings for too long. In 3 years there is sure to have been some changes. We present a challenge against your team. Piao Hong's metallic voice grew sharper. Zeus' response was tepid. According to the rules, you must first be in the top 10. Only then can you issue a challenge. Through DreamNet's audits, we have 3 months to prepare. We'd have to accept, or risk losing our ranking. What are you playing at? Piao Hong's aura became appreciably gentler. Clever. What we want is simple, make it public. A spectacle for everyone in the 3 alliances to come and witness. Let's give them all a show, so they know a true god battle is. Boil the blood of all the young pilots with dreams of being where we are. Stir up the whole universe. Her voice rose to a moving crescendo, fiery and emotional. Even Zeus and Poseidon were swept up in it. Public? This is nonsense, right? Poseidon said. You have to know all top pilots have their own tricks and secrets. Having a competition like that, open to the public, would reveal all their secrets to everyone. Modern recording equipment can catch every tiny detail. It'd be giving our entire playbook to our enemies, to look over at their convenience. It would be the first public god team bout in the history of DreamNet, much less open to all 3 alliances. Fantasia Genetica is important, but compared to what you're asking it's nothing. That's just so, Piao Hong replied softly, and that's why we're discussing. This is not our attempt at pleasing the peanut gallery. It's something reserved for a rainy day. Go on then, Zeus said. But you should know that only a very good carrot's going to get us to agree to your stick. You should know DreamNet's origins, I assume? Piao Hong suddenly switched topics. She went on. DreamNet is the largest multinational cooperation in all of the alliances. An independent platform created by the 3 great nations. In order to assure its impartiality, its central committee broke away from the alliances they came from and became its own special unit. It's more advanced than all 3 alliance armies put together. Its technological support is more powerful than the 10 greatest families of the alliances put together. And have you heard of the Justice's proclamation? She paused to regard them. Zeus and Poseidon shot a glance at one another. Of course, Zeus said. The proclamation was aimed at the Central Committee. They were too powerful, and required restrictions. During its establishment, the 3 alliances and the cooperation itself came together for an agreement, creating the proclamation and its rules to help determine its effect on the people. For instance, one rule states that if a virtual personality develops emotions, it must be destroyed. And so on with the rest of the proclamation, making it foolproof. Piao Hong nodded. I ask you this, because I want to know if you agree. That all of the Central Committee's proclamations are just and equal, and in the best interest of human development. As she spoke, she lifted a hand. A golden light trickled towards Zeus. Zeus deftly plucked the golden light from the air. The light itself was no corporeal thing, and as it came into Zeus' grip a column of golden light shot down upon them from on high. A stately, ear-splitting voice howled at them from all directions. I protect the balance of DreamNet. As the words raced around them, it was as though the entirety of Dreamberg trembled. Before Zeus and Poseidon's wide eyes, a majestic figure appeared. They were middle-aged, alive with golden light. A pair of golden eyes looked at them, but it was as though they saw everything, all at once. It was as though they could pierce your very soul. A DreamNet guardian? Zeus and Poseidon spoke as one. The trembling earth, the golden light, in an instant it was all gone. Zeus stared wide eyes at Piao Hong. I had no idea you were a guardian. The DreamNet Guardians were a special group, who existed specifically to deal with the expansive reality's internal affairs. They existed here only, and from the day they accept the mantle of Guardian, their job is to protect DreamNet, and the myriad people who used it, from threat. Like DreamNet, they were also free from alliance restrictions. Their identities were a closely guarded secret, no one knew who the Guardians truly were. The masked protectors only ever showed up when something serious was happening in the virtual world. Piao Hong nodded. Indeed. Though I was born in the Western Alliance, I am now a guardian of this place. Remember that what I have shared with you now is an absolute secret. If this is a responsibility you two fail to keep, you will become an enemy to DreamNet and all the guardians in it. Promise. Zeus and Poseidon spoke with one voice. They knew quite clearly what the guardians were, what they did. In the whole history of mankind they had averted civil strife at least thrice, and 4 times warded off catastrophe. They were deserving of everyone's respect. When Piao Hong spoke again, her voice was low. 8 months ago, the Northern Alliance had sent out an exploration party. They were mapping a distant galaxy when they got caught in an assault. Only a tenth of the expeditionary force returned. With them, they broke top-secret news. Approximately 78 light-years from planet Luo they'd found 3 new planets. Planets that housed endogenous life. The life forms they found were exceedingly monstrous and frighteningly strong. Stranger than that, though, were the planets. They were fixed in space, stationary. They had no orbit, no trajectory. But what they could do is affix themselves to other planets, destroying them and taking their energy. When the Northern Party came across them, the planets were in the final stages of plundering a small planet. They watched the planet disintegrate with their own eyes. The aftermath of the planet's death hit them like a supernova. Afterwards they came under attack, suffering strange biological attacks. They suffered great losses. Luckily they were scouting ships, fast, otherwise there likely wouldn't have been any survivors. When the scouts returned and delivered their report, it was determined the power of one of these planets was equivalent to a space bastion in sheer power, and that is merely a preliminary estimate. Also their combat styles are entirely different from our own. 78 light-years, not such a great distance away. We humans have settled dozens of worlds, rich with energy. Perhaps we'll get lucky, perhaps these alien planets won't choose to come our way. But even if they don't, we must prepare. And what's more? 1. I'm sorry, but that's one hell of a dick move. If that was my buddy I'd punch him in the neck. 2. See? Hua Li gets it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Consent. Chapter 118, Consent. Piao Hong stopped here, pausing for just a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was graver still. According to our own calculations at DreamNet, there is a 64.78% chance they will come our way. If that ends up being the case, humanity could be at war. Judging by their distance, it may be years before we face the risk, but we should prepare ahead of time. Because of this, we at DreamNet hope to improve the quality of our civil defense. We'll start with inflaming the passions of the younger generation. What better way to do that than to stage a God Team match in full view of the human population? It would be an unprecedented event, one for the ages. The 4 monarchs, top of the lists, would be the main event. It was good you came today. Another 3 days, and I'd have had to approach you through different channels. I hope, in light of these circumstances, you'll consider the future of the human race. I hope you will participate, for everyone's sake. Of course the DreamNet Corporation will compensate you for this. All you need to do for now is participate in this competition. In addition to the decoction you requested, you'll also receive 1 S-ranked power gem each. And 30% of the proceeds from telecasting. This doesn't include advertising or screening costs, a pure 30%. With this sort of money, you can make yourselves each a brand new, top-level mecha. Piao Hong went silent. Zeus and Poseidon stood in quiet contemplation. 3 alien planets, the words weighed heavy on their consciousness. The universe was indeed vast and boundless, and who knew how many intelligent species and habitable planets existed out there? After humanity had begun its interstellar programs in a serious way, it encountered many habitable worlds and strange species. Some were even threatening, but they were decidedly few. However, never before had they encountered something with the ability to rival their own destructive power. These 3 planetary bodies somehow had the sheer obliterating force of a space bastion. It was a threat unlike humanity had ever faced. A menace that threatened their very existence. We can't shirk our responsibility. Zeus' head rose as he made his thoughts known. Poseidon said nothing. I'll relay this information to our other 2 companions, and give you an answer as soon as possible, Zeus concluded. Very well. But please be quick. Cao Hong nodded towards Zeus, and the roiling red aura around her undulated. With nothing more to say, she vanished. Zeus turned to Poseidon, who in turn looked back at him. They knew what each other thought, and a tacit understanding was reached. A light flashed and they, too, were gone. Lan Jue and Hua Li pulled themselves from the simulators and faced each other. What do you think? Uncertainty lived in Hua Li's moving eyes. There was no doubt that was a guardian, Lan Jue muttered. The information should be reliable. Hua Li's brows wrinkled, adding a dash of melancholy to his handsome features. Your response was too quick. This whole thing, too sudden. Fine, so what did you want the Fantasia genetic for anyway? Tang Zhao's own abilities are pretty solid, Lan Jue began. He's begun to unlock his potential. But Jin Tao's genetic talent is minimal, and without some sort of catalyst I'm afraid he'll never advance past 3rd rank. The only method left to him is man-made. Hua Li lifted a brow at his friend. You mean business with these 2 apprentices of yours, huh? A devilish grin spread across Lan Jue's face. Did ya like my joke? $. Hua Li brazenly displayed his middle finger under Lan Jue's nose, his face dark. Lan Jue's voice interjected, flippant and disinterested. Keep it up. I'll take a picture and send it to all your fans in DreamNet. Let them see what their hero is really like. Ju, Hua Li muttered. I haven't seen you for a long time. You've become a real pain in the ass. The first time I met Tang Xiao was in DreamNet. That little piece of comedy was something he told me. I only just managed to win that fight. I won through oscillation, and it was then he begged to learn from me, wanted to see me. I beat him viciously to vent my anger. Ju, I suddenly thought of something. Lan Jue looked at Hua Li inquisitively. The superstar chuckled in supremely sinister fashion. There are some out there who can't use their disciplines for various reasons. I, too, seek to let go of a little agitation. What should I do, do you think? Lan Jue's self-satisfied grin faltered. Just wait for me to finish talking. We really shouldn't just go around beating people, it isn't good for our abilities. I used lightning to give the kid a little shock, but hadn't expected he'd actually have considerable talent. Natural evolution, even. Evolution? Hua Li suddenly appeared to be paying more attention. That's certainly rare. So you're saying it's possible for him to develop to 9th rank? Lan Jue nodded. The kid's endurance is almost supernatural. He certainly doesn't look like much, but he's got the heart of a victor. He's also very clever. He definitely knew why I beat him that day, but he was still willing to call me his teacher. In his eyes I saw that familiar look, that pursuit of power. The second time I saw him, when he accepted me as his master, I saw sincerity there, too. I had nothing to do, free time at my disposal. I saw his talent, and decided to teach him. But where he ends up, is up to him. As for Jin Tao, he moved me. That crazy kid completely disregards the fact that his genetic talent is practically non-existent. But his desire, his heart exceeds his abilities 200%. His desires have been pent up for so long, he wants change even more than Tang Xiao. I need to keep an eye on his temperament. Are you done? Hua Li's arms were crossed over his chest. He grinned unsettlingly at Lan Jue. Yup. Alright, let's go, I need a drink. What do you feel like? Lan Jue calmly turned and began to walk away. All I want is to let OFF some steam. Ailey, don't be like this. I'll beat you till you shit your pants. AAHH. Half an hour later. Do you want to tell him, or should I? Hua Li sat upon the floor of Zeus' jewelry shop, sipping on a soda water. Lan Jue was perched on a chair, tenderly massaging his face. There weren't any marks there, but from his pained expression one can only guess at the inhumane treatment he'd just suffered. I will. Imma tell my brother you were beating on me, humph. Lan Jue spat the threat. Hua Li leveled his eyes at his pouty friend. Have a little integrity, guy. Don't go running to your family like a child. Lan Jue was indignant. And beating on the infirm shows integrity? I'm hurt, and here you are taking advantage. Hua Li fluttered his eyes, those long lashes brushing against one another. Those moving sky-blue eyes, full of mirth, shone at his friend. Am I not helping you to recover? Can you help with the pain in my heart? This took Poseidon by surprise, and his playful demeanor became quiet. Go on then, he said. Call him. Lan Jue snorted once more for good measure, then tapped a number into his communicator. Lan Xing's voice rose from his wrist. You called, . Lan Jue revealed what he'd learned moment earlier from the DreamNet Guardian. Lan Shang was silent, listening intently as Lan Jue related the tale. Eventually he spoke. I know the Dreamberg guards. If you can be sure of their identity, then what they told you should be the real deal. And, top secret. I'll let the higher-ups know, and see if I can get cleared. As for the contest, I'm in. Alright, Lan Jue said. How are you feeling? No problems. Ailey's helping me get better. Shouldn't be long before I'm back to normal. Good. If there's nothing else, we've got things to do. MN. Huali watched the exchange, silent until Lan Jue dropped the connection. His brows wrinkled slightly. If I didn't already know you two, I'd never guess you were brothers. Things still no good with him? Lan Jue shook his head. I can't say I don't blame him at all. For him, in his heart, duty will always come before family. But this time, when he came to see me, the hate was gone. Hua Li sighed. He actually cares quite a lot for you. After all, you're the only family he has. Yeah, well, Lan Jue waved his hand, as though trying to sweep away the depressing topic. Hua Li went on. Rest for a while, then we'll continue with the healing. All right. Zeta. Granny Bess, I've cleaned your clothes for you. They've been dried, and I put them away in your cabinet. I have to head home, but you look after yourself. Drink some more warm water. 1-inch Zhou Qianlin rolled down her sleeves, smiling politely at the old woman perched on the side of the bed. She looked particularly advanced in years, with a head of long snow-white hair past her shoulders. Her pink coveralls were matched with a pink scrunchie that tied her hair back. Inside was a pink shirt. Her pants were black. She was exceptionally skinny, and the outline of her bones were clearly visible. But her two green eyes were clear and bright, without any hint of confusion. She stared quietly out the window, her thoughts a mystery. I'll just be heading out now, Granny Bess. Zhou Qianlin pulled over a small blanket, draping it over the elderly woman's knees. She then quietly stood and left. As the door closed, the elderly woman finally turned to look at where Zhou Qianlin had just stood. She remained quiet, but her clear eyes were alive with emotion. She lifted her right hand, and skinny fingers slowly splayed wide. The nails on each finger glittered like crystal, and from their tips silken threads of red light slithered forth. Gently they gathered together, intertwined, until they constituted a familiar figure, that of Zhou Qianlin, remarkably lifelike. Go! The woman commanded. An instant later the glimmering red outline vanished without a trace. The woman returned her clear eyes to the world outside her window. Suddenly those green eyes became glazed, distant, as though revisiting an old memory. 1. Drink warm water is a Chinese trope and cultural phenomenon where literally every single ailment in history can be fixed with rest and warm water. Cold? Warm water. Hemorrhoids? Warm water. Lupus? AIDS? Cancer? Car wreck? Warm water. Still not better? You obviously need more warm water. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Sorry, Richard. Chapter 119, Sorry, Richard. The soul caller gem warned. Come get me at home. It's so early. I'm still sleeping. A bodyguard must fulfill their duties. Nobles must abide by their promises. Ju, what are you doing so early? Huali pulled himself to a sitting position on the couch, watching Lan Jue wash his face with drowsy eyes. You don't have class today either. Where are you running off to? You wouldn't need to get up this early to train your disciples either. Huali's questions were fussy at the early hour. Lan Jue's response was muttered, almost to himself. A bodyguard must fulfill their duties. Ugh, nonsense. I despise you, Huali sighed dejectedly. He grudgingly pushed himself from the sofa. 10 minutes later. The antique bicycle rattled speedily along the road. Huali's morose expression stared at the passing ground as he sat behind Lan Jue. Ju, I'm starving. It's not good to skip breakfast. Gives you energy for the day. Shut up, I'm hungry too. And I'm the one pedaling. Already a crappy day. Lan Jue glared ruefully as they trundled along. So why are we up so early anyway? Lan Jue was silent, answering a few moments later in a miserable voice. I'm telling you, you better not laugh. I'd never. Hua Li's assurances came without hesitation. Not long ago a woman came into my shop, as they made for Zhou Qianlin's house. Lan Jue recounted the tale of Pearl, stealing the chief minister's daughter, and the things that followed. Hua Li listened aptly to the tale, but upon hearing the tale, he shook almost hard enough to tip the bicycle. His eyes nearly popped from his head. Hairy hippos in a jelly tub. You sure you got that right? How the hell did you mix that up? After being with Hera for so long you'd figure you'd know what she looks like. What kind of moron are you? Hua Li stayed true to his promise, and didn't laugh. He was mad. Hey, whose side are you on? I'm already miserable about this. Shouldn't you be here comforting me? Still just accusations and interrogations? Hera's dead. For 3 years do you know how I've been able to keep on? Living like a drunk man, like in a dream or nightmare. Wallowing in regret and loss. She was gone so suddenly, and then to hear just as suddenly that she wasn't dead. Do you think I'd be in my right mind? That I could keep a level head? Even you who've known me for so long, after 3 years you start to forget what one looks like. Zhou Qianlin and Hera are very, very similar. Exactly the same. I was nervous, excited, scared. She'd been drugged. I didn't know at the time, but when I found out it was already too late. Hua Li was near enough the only person Lan Jue could be this honest and open with. He held nothing back. That's all well and good, but that's not what I mean, Hua Li said. Using this opportunity you find yourself in to have her act as Hera's stand-in is. Sure she looks like her, but is it fair to her, or you, to act this way? To make her fill that hole in your heart? Lan Jue's smile was bitter. If only it were that easy. You must know, in my heart Hera is absolutely irreplaceable. And what happened was my fault. She wouldn't have. Alright, no use dwelling on it, Hua Li interrupted. I'm actually curious what this Hera impersonator is actually like. Knowing you I won't be sorry acting as her bodyguard for a while as well. Lan Jue let out a sigh. Maybe it really is as you say. Sometimes I do forget she isn't Hera. It's happened more than once. Suddenly it's like she's here by my side again. I know she's just a substitute, but deep in my heart, I long for it to be real, for her to be Hera. But I figured this out quickly. I've been keeping my distance. Are you scared you two will develop feelings for one another? Maybe, Lan Jue said. He found himself growing irrationally agitated at the thought. Hua Li patted his back comfortingly, and said nothing further. In emotional situations like this, trying to persuade the heart otherwise was a pointless endeavor. The only cure was time enough to figure things out in your own head. Zeta. The foot of Tian Mountain. An excessively fancy verticar was parked at the base of the towering mountain. Richard, clad in a fine white suit, stood not far off. An arrangement of roses were clutched in his hands. Suddenly, his eyes grew bright, and his left hand left the flowers to check his moist, greased-back hair. He shuffled forward a few steps, and gently called out, "Qianlin." Zhou Qianlin stopped, her expressionless face turned to Richard. "What are you still doing here? I've already made our situation quite clear. We could never work, nor would your family allow a soiled woman into their midst." Richard regarded her in silence, sorrow clear in his eyes. "Qianlin," he finally began, "I have to admit what you said hurt me deeply. When you said what you did, it was like I was drunk. I couldn't think, but I slowly sobered up. I thought about you, about the pressure you had to suffer, the wrongs you endured. What happened wasn't your fault. The blame lays entirely with that despicable Zeus. It was he who ruined our union, ruined everything. No, you've done nothing wrong, and in my eyes you're still that perfect, pure Zhou Qianlin. Qianlin, my love, my feelings haven't changed from the first day I met you. My love is just as strong. It doesn't matter what's happened. All of that is in the past. In our future, as a man, I will do whatever is in my power to protect you from whatever comes. No one will ever separate us. If you agree, I will persuade my family to throw you the most incredible wedding the universe has known. I'll bring the whole might of my family to bear, to protect you. You'll never again suffer the slightest harm." Zhou Qianlin looked into Richard's eyes, at the sincerity brightly living within them. The rims of her own began to redden. Suddenly, she almost collapsed as she bent low before him. "Richard, I'm so sorry. I can't bear to see you like this. I made the wrong choice. I should never have accepted your proposal. If I hadn't, you'd never have suffered all of this trouble. You're so kind-hearted, suffered so much, all because of me. But I'm so sorry, Richard. I simply can't accept. I beg you to forget me." She scrambled to her feet and ran from Richard, down the mountain. The young man stood frozen in surprise. He was at a loss, so much that he was struggling to understand what she'd said. Here. Suddenly a voice arose from behind him. Richard turned his head in time to spy an antique bicycle squealing as it came to a stop. Two gentlemen dismounted, among them the man who'd suffered the same fate as he at the hands of that awful Professor Tan, the savage goddess. The two men looked at one another, Lan Jue's eyes falling to the roses clutched in Richard's hands. They then swept to the tearful Zhou Qianlin. Hua Li looked wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the girl who looked so much like the lost Hera. His large sunglasses slid askew on his straight nose. She really was a mirror image. It was no wonder Ju couldn't distinguish the two at first. She was nothing short of Hera's clone. Unlike Hera, she released no significant waves of energy from a discipline, but otherwise they were alike in every way. Of course, Hera also possessed the ability to hide her powers from view as well. He couldn't fault Lan Jue, were it he who'd seen her first, he'd have mistaken her for Hera as well. Zhou Qianlin ran directly to Lan Jue, pulling herself onto the back perch of the bicycle. Her voice, thick with sobs, called to him. Get me out of here. Right. Lan Jue nodded, shot a glance at Richard, then began pedaling the bicycle down the mountain. Richard slowly walked to where Zhou Qianlin had made her escape, in a daze. He stopped just at Hua Li's side. So that day, when he said he was there for his cousin, that really was Qianlin he was talking about, Well shit. What am I supposed to do? Ju, you unabashed sexist. Hua Li, suddenly aware of his lot, shouted indignantly at the rapidly disappearing figure of Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin. Hey, have you ever been dumped before? Richard turned his pitiful face towards Hua Li. Hua Li shoved his sunglasses higher on his nose. You're alone in that, brother. Richard responded with a sigh. I was going to give you a lift, but, well, the miserable only seek the company of the like-minded. Hua Li's mood instantly changed. I have been dumped, actually. Ju, you rat bastard. Come on, brother, let's get out of here. He muttered curses as he made his way towards the verticar. On the way here he'd spotted no means of public transportation. Zeta. Lan Jue silently pedaled the bicycle, Qianlin bumping along behind. She, too, remained silent. The atmosphere was suffocating. The gentle breeze set her long silken hair to fluttering, brushing against her sad face. I'm sorry. I brought all this trouble on you. I swear I'll keep to my word, and be a competent bodyguard. At last, Lan Jue broke the uncomfortable silence. Richard is a good man. I shouldn't have hurt him, Zhou Qianlin muttered, her words barely audible. It was I who hurt you both. Zhou Qianlin looked at his back. You're making up for it. Stick to your promise, and everything will be fine. All right. I'll come get you every day, and bring you to school. While you're studying, I'll be there at the ready. As the words left his mouth, he felt a sense of relaxation flood through him, as though a weight was lifting. As the words reached Qianlin, even though the two were hardly close, it felt to her as though a gap had widened between them. They rode in silence for the rest of the trip to the campus. As before, Lan Jue dropped her off at that corner not far from the front gates. Lan Jue watched her go, letting her gain some distance before pushing his bicycle towards the school. Lan Jue. A figure rushed at him from the side, grabbing him by the throat. ACH. Hua Li, when did you learn how to magically teleport? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Quiet. Teachers are looking, I'll call the teaching affairs office for help. I'll tear off your disguise. Let go, I can't breathe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Teacher Benefits? Chapter 120, Teacher Benefits? Hey Professor Lan, did you hear? In 2 days the school's going to separate us into units and send us on a trip. It's supposed to be a team-building exercise. Jin Yan spoke excitedly to Lan Jue as he entered and sat at his desk. A trip? In truth the word was rarely directly at Lan Jue, ever since he was small. Every outing he participated in had purpose, not for fun. He looked back at her blankly. Jin Yan continued enthusiastically. Yeah. Every year the school will send us out on a field trip. It's different every time, with the cost and how long. This is the first one this year. I heard we'll be leaving Skyfire for its closest cousin planet, Taihua. It's the holiday paradise for all of the Eastern Alliance. It's supposed to have the most beautiful beaches and lakes. They chose this planet specifically for its gorgeous scenery. The Legislative Assembly of the Eastern Alliance set rules to make sure it doesn't get overdeveloped, so that it stays a vacation paradise. There's supposed to be thousands of acres of amazing old-growth forests that are untouched, just chock full of beautiful colors and scents and sounds. We electives teachers have relatively fewer classes, so for something as nice as this, it's certainly a first. We can finally go check it out for ourselves. In the face of Jin Yan's overwhelming excitement, Lan Jue could only smile. Unfortunately, in his condition, it wasn't conducive to his healing to leave. Professor Jin, is it possible to skip the trip? She blinked, taken aback. Of course not. It's a benefit given by the school, but team building is a part of it. Only teachers with prior notice and special circumstances are exempt. What is it, you don't want to go? Oh, no. It's just I'm so busy lately. Jin Yan gave him a playful oomph. 2 classes a week and you say you're busy, what's this class on jewelry you're teaching tomorrow anyway? I want to come listen again. Lan Jue smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. You'll find out tomorrow. As ever, the nearby Wang Hongyuan shot a glance at Lan Jue. His mouth turned in a scornful sneer. Lan Jue excused himself from the office. Once outside he tapped a number into his communicator. Jin Tao, half an hour after lunch. Tell Tang Zhao and meet me at our teaching spot. Got it, teach, Jin Tao joyfully responded. Lan Jue was continuously surprised at this guy. This kid really was insane. The last few times he'd been beaten bloody, and yet he was just as excited as the first time. Jin Tao certainly was excited, and the reason was simple. He was seeing improvement. Huali had beaten and healed them more times than he could remember that afternoon, so bad he didn't know what was hurt more by the end, his body or his mind. But this morning when he awoke, he clearly felt as though he'd made a good leap forward. Not just his discipline, but his physical strength and reaction time as well. These new aspects of his training had him completely forget the agony he'd lived through. As usual, Lan Jue's meal was a simple one, rice and vegetables. It was hard to make the plainer. Whenever he was forced to eat things less than his expectations, he always chose the simplest fare. After all, adepts at his level were able to assimilate energy from the world around them to act as nourishment. Eating was just the most primitive and original source of energy intake. After lunch he took a brief walk around the NEU campus. Everywhere he went he spied students, heading this way and that. He didn't know why, but in this crowded and noisy environment he felt at peace. Comfortable. He found himself growing more and more accustomed to the school as time went on, even came to enjoy it. He almost felt like a teacher, and all was well. He made his way to the 2 young gentlemen he called his disciples. Upon finding them, he saw 2 distinctly different expressions on their faces. Jin Tao was excited, and wasted no time in running forward to greet his teacher. Tang Xiao, on the other hand, was more complicated. There was a thirst for growth in his eyes, but there was also fear. So teach, what are we doing today? Jin Tao dramatically rolled up his sleeves. He looked almost eager to get beat on. Let's talk first, Lan Jue said. He patted Jin Tao's shoulder, and they both walked towards Tang Xiao. The overweight young man felt a trepidation rise up within him. Though he didn't know from whence it came, he knew that this was the proverbial calm before the storm. The professor had something up his sleeve. Talk? Will talking improve my abilities? Jin Tao spoke almost without thinking. Lan Jue slapped his young pupil upside the head, frowning. What are you in a rush for? Good tools are essential things, you need proper preparation before you jump in. Jin Tao rubbed the back of his head. But instead of chastisement the look in his eyes was strange. This beating, he felt, was deserved. Jin Tao, Tang Xiao, I'll ask you one more time. Do you truly, unequivocally desire to study under me? I'll tell you candidly, up till now I haven't really treated you as my disciples. You've only studied with me for a short time, but when we truly get started your methods of cultivation will be 100 times more difficult, more painful. So much that you'll wish you were dead. I can't guarantee results with this process, in the end, it comes down to your own effort and tolerance. Lan Jue spoke earnestly, fixing them each in turn with a steady gaze. Professor, I am not afraid. Pain means nothing, only strength. I'm ready to do whatever it takes. Jin Tao scrambled to answer, without a hint of hesitation. Don't think I'm impulsive. I've thought very much about this. My dad told me once. In this life you only have a set number of chances. If you grab them when they appear, you'll succeed. If you don't, you'll be doomed to a life of mediocrity. I don't want to die as someone ordinary. I want to be strong. I see how the talented look down on me, and I can't help but want to beat them. I hate that look that says because my talent isn't as strong as theirs that I'm somehow less. I hate that dismissive scorn. Jin Tao's voice was heavy with emotion, full of sincerity. Lan Jue remained calm in the face of his stirring tirade. And when you become strong? What then? The question took Jin Tao by surprise. He dropped his head and began to think. When I'm strong. Lan Jue didn't wait for an answer, turning his eyes to Tang Xiao. And you? Do you still agree to be my student? Professor, he blurted, may I first ask what level your discipline is? Ninth, he answered simply. Slap. Tang Xiao's meaty fist slapped against the palm of his other hand. I'm ready. Dumb Mutt said it, there are only so many opportunities in life. Everything takes work. Teacher, I'm ready to learn under you. Lan Jue responded with an easy smile. Then answer the same question. When you're strong, what will you do then? Tang Xiao's response came right away. Join the army. It's been my dream since I was small, to be a soldier. Not to boast about being a protector of our land and people, but because I want to surround myself with the strong and capable. You say strong, but I don't know how strong. Even then it doesn't matter, no matter how strong I am I'll always strive to get better. I don't know if I'll ever surpass you, but there's no better place to get better than the army. My idol has shown me that, the Enluan super soldier. A soldier? Jin Tao's eyes lit up. Nice. When I was small my dad always said I'd never have a future. I'll be a soldier too. I also want to protect our people and alliance. I'll go with you when you join. We'll see which one of us takes out more northerners. What do you think? Heh, you've got it all wrong. You're too impetuous. Tang Xiao's voice was flat, not menacing or teasing. Lan Jue's smile grew wider. Not necessarily. Soldiers must be possessed of an indomitable will. For now it looks like the both of you have made improvements, but I warn you, when we begin, if either of you fail to keep up with our training schedule, you're done. If in the future either of you use what I teach you to do evil, to abuse the weak, I will personally destroy whatever power you have. Yes, sir. Both shouted to their teacher in one voice. Professor, Jin Tao shouted immediately after, so what are we going to learn today? As far as I see it, the first time you beat me I saw the biggest improvement, so what do you think? Go for it again? Your circumstances are special, Lan Jue said to the eager young man. For you, we'll need extreme measures. Because of your weak innate talent, they'll be needed if you ever hope to be strong. These will be difficult, and it means you'll have to suffer far worse than Tang Xiao. Jin Tao was silent, but eventually spoke up. So that means that under these extreme measures, I may one day overtake Fatty Tang, that. Lan Jue nodded in affirmation. Jin Tao shot his rival a cantankerous stare. Then what are we waiting for? I'm ready any time. If you agree, Lan Jue said, then call your sister here. I'll need to speak with her. This can be dangerous, so she'll need to know. Maybe not life-threatening, but it could very quickly all lead to failure. He stopped there. Tang Xiao still felt that fear within him as he watched his teacher. His attention shifted between him and his fellow disciple. Jin Tao wasted no time, agreed, and raced off to find his sister. Professor. Tang Xiao was clearly perturbed. Lan Jue didn't answer immediately, instead making his way towards a nearby stone bench and taking a seat. He patted the spot beside him. Tang Xiao answered his teacher's call and settled beside him. His large backside occupied easily half of the entire bench. Tang Xiao, your talent's natural ability to grow is very good. As you've grown older, your discipline has improved along with you. According to my own observations, perhaps becoming this large really has had some sort of effect. Your ability may very well have undergone a natural evolution. That is to say, with the proper stimulation and work, you could very well become a 9th-level adept. Ha! The previously uneasy Tang Xiao now stared wide-eyed at Lan Jue. Lan Jue grinned at him. Didn't expect that, did you? Tang Xiao could only nod. However, what I just said is also true. You're already over 20. If you want to reach your full potential at your age, you're certainly going to undergo some significant hardships. But if you persist, you'll find that it'll all be worth it. Teacher, Tang Xiao timidly offered, will there be any risk to my life? Woo. That one got me right in the feels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Jin Yan's Trust. Chapter 121, Jin Yan's Trust. Lan Jue chuckled. So afraid of death. In this aspect, you're in much better straits than Jin Tao, thanks to your natural talent. You'll suffer, to be sure, but don't worry. Your path is considerably less dangerous. His talent is simply too weak to match up to yours, unless we take steps to change that. Tang Zhao's mouth hung agape. Professor, surely you aren't saying that with these measures Jin Tao could reach 9th rank? Lan Jue fixed his pupil with a stare. Interesting response. Man, Tang Zhao almost looked dizzy from what he'd learned. This guy's making out like a bandit. If you had a method to get someone to 9th rank, almost anyone would be willing to give it a shot, no matter the dangers. To reach the very pinnacle of human ability. Dumb mutt sure as hell is a lucky one. Lan Jue's response came in quiet, earnest tones. What I require from you is simple, don't let him surpass you. If you do, it'll prove to me you don't have what it takes to be my pupil. Do you understand? Alright, that's all for you today. We'll begin tomorrow, and your training will officially commence. We'll find somewhere else to meet as well, away from the school. This place is no longer suitable. Yes, Professor. Tang Zhao rose, letting his respectful answer serve as goodbye. But as he turned to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Professor, he began, his voice low, if one day I'm strong enough, do you think I'll be able to beat that man from yesterday? The question took Lan Jue by surprise, but it quickly became a smile. If one day you're strong enough to do so, you'll have earned my pride and respect. Tang Zhao's knuckles whitened as he tightened his fist. It'll happen. He quickly made his way from the small yard. Oi, this fatty. He actually wants to beat on me. An indignant voice arose from nearby. What's wrong with having such lofty ambitions? If there does one day come a time when you can't best my pupils, you'll probably have to give up the title of Poseidon. Lan Jue hadn't expected the intrusion, and grinned broadly. He's dreaming, Hua Li muttered in agitation. But it looks like you're really gearing up to train these guys properly. Lan Jue nodded. If what Piao Hong said was true, then we 9th-ranked talents have a responsibility to all of humanity. Should we wait here a while before we respond to them? Resolution shone in Lan Jue's eyes, and nodded in agreement. What are personal gains and losses when the fate of our galaxy lies in the balance? Moreover, in the last 3 years I've done nothing to improve myself. Thor will also need some polishing. When this competition they've concocted is over, I'll really need to make myself stronger. I can't keep losing out to him. Good. Then we'll train together. Without you trying to run ahead, I won't have the motivation to improve myself. Hua Li stuffed his hands in his pockets and rocked on his heels, the picture of leisurely cool. Of course, this was somewhat offset by his giant face mask and ridiculous sunglasses. It was then Jin Tao returned with the clearly confused Jin Yan. Upon seeing that it was indeed Lan Jue upon the bench, she visibly relaxed some. Professor Lan, she greeted, smiling. Lan Jue rose and returned her greeting. Hello, Professor Yan. I apologize for being bold in asking Jin Tao to call you here. It is something important we have to discuss. I felt it only prudent that I consult with you and his family, as close relatives, before any further action was taken. Professor Lan, don't frighten me, Jin Yan stated. What could be so important? Dumb mutt. What terrible thing did you do this time? It appeared Jin Tao pulled her here directly without explanation, probably because he wasn't sure himself of what his teacher was planning. He wouldn't be able to explain it to her clearly even if he knew. Lan Jue hastily waved his hands. He didn't do anything wrong. Professor Jin. Take it easy, and listen carefully to what I have to say. I've decided to take Jin Tao on as my personal disciple. Jin Yan looked at him in surprise, but it quickly changed to joy. This is excellent news. This kid's always needed a good guide. You probably didn't notice, Professor, but that first time in your class I noticed how engrossed Jin Tao was in your lecture. I knew from that instant you'd be the only one to get through to him. Frankly speaking, neither me or my parents have ever really had any success with him, we just hoped he'd grow to be a useful member of society. If you've agreed to teach him, then that's amazing. This time it was Lan Jue who was struck silent. He looked at Jin Tao. Dumb mutt resolutely held his gaze. No wonder he rushed headlong towards any opportunity. Even his family, the people who cared for him, expected nothing to come of his life. As a man, an adult, so much was hidden away, buried within him as a result of his treatment. Behind his flippant nature, there was deep insecurity, and an iron stubbornness. I plan to train his discipline, Professor Jin. But during the training process he's likely to encounter some risks. I cannot guarantee his safety. Of course, I'll do everything in my power to protect him and reduce the risk of harm. This is why I needed to speak with you. If you all agree to have him study with me, he'll probably have to leave school for a time as we work on his foundation. From there he'll rise quickly. It'll take about 3 months. We'll say he needs sick leave. This, too, will require you and your family's agreement. Lan Jue spoke clearly and slowly to ensure Jin Yan understood the gravity. Sick leave? 3 months? Questions were clearly written on Jin Yan's face. After a moment, she resolutely nodded her head. You're right. Jin Tao absolutely needs work, from the bottom up. You'll need to start from the beginning. Professor Lan, I'm very sorry for all the trouble you're going through to help my brother. This is no problem, I'll have him set for sick leave as soon as possible. If it weren't for our family connections he'd never even have made it into the school, much less have graduated. Professor, thank you so much. Jin Yan bowed earnestly before Lan Jue. I'll take him now. She grabbed Jin Tao and pulled him away without another word. Lan Jue watched them go, flabbergasted. She agreed awful quick, Lan Jue muttered to himself. Hua Li's faint voice intruded on his soliloquy. Sounds like she chose not to hear about that whole dangerous thing. The kid hasn't taken anything serious in his life, a big disappointment to his family. It's also pretty clear this lady fancies you. Unconditional trust from the onset. Stop spreading rumors, Lan Jue hissed. Uft, came Hua Li's dismissive response. When it comes to reading people, you got nothing on me. And I guess I have to admit, if I weren't here you'd be an attractive option. Lan Jue twisted to look back. Ali, you hide behind my lack of strength, without fear of repercussion for your obstinance. This caused Hua Li to chuckle. And when you recovered, what are you gonna do? Think you can take me on in a fair fight? Lan Jue shook his fist in his direction. When I'm better we'll give it a shot and see. Ah, right, and in 2 days the school is organizing a teacher's trip to Taihua. I don't think I can get out of it. I doubt you, as a late arriving student, will be able to take leave either. But Hua Li's brows knitted in concern. You'll leave Skyfire? You sure you can't get out of it? What, Lan Jue said, you afraid they'll hunt me down or something? Your discipline has only partially recovered, Hua Li said. If you really do run into something, you'll be in significant danger. Lan Jue lifted his left hand, revealing the glowing Thor's promise. Don't worry, Thor's with me. His damage isn't so serious any longer. More or less finished with the repairs. And Taihua's close, there's no need for worry. And besides, if he can't handle the fight, what's stopping me from running? The whole thing should only be a couple days. And there's another reason you can't come with me. Tomorrow I plan to give Jin Tao the Fantasia Genetica decoction. You've got to help me keep an eye on him, to make sure nothing happens. Hua Li lapsed into quiet thought for a moment. Fine. I suppose it's unlikely you'll run into trouble on Taihua. Just be careful. I'll have someone erase any trace of you leaving Skyfire. Go early, come back soon. Lan Jue nodded. I know my limits. So if you got nothing going in the afternoon, how about we head back? We can get to Dreamburg ahead of schedule, that'd be good. Suddenly, Zhou Qianlin's figure emerged through his memories. He nodded. That's fine. Let's head home. If something happens I'll come back. Hua Li and Lan Jue made their way back to Skyfire Avenue, proceeding immediately to the warehouse and the simulators stored within. Zeta. Your reply? Piao Hong was a little surprised to see Zeus standing before her. It had only been a day, and already the 4 divine monarchs had an answer for her. The prize pool was massive, to be sure, but for any god team to participate in an open competition before the 3 alliances, and thus revealing the scope of their abilities, was taboo to say the least. We agree, but not for DreamNet, and not for the reward, Zeus replied. It's because of what you said yesterday. We hope what you said is true, otherwise what will befall the Guardians will be terrible. In addition, as partial payment for our agreement I hope you can assist me with something. It shouldn't be anything DreamNet can't handle. Speak. Piao Hong didn't even ask, immediately ready to offer assistance. Zeus lifted a hand, and a beam of light floated towards Piao Hong. A data stream. More specifically, a video. Help me find the whereabouts of this woman. She deceived me once, and took something she shouldn't have. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Lan Jue's Doubt. Chapter 122, Lan Jue's Doubt. All right. I'll send new as soon as possible. I must confirm once again, you two represent the monarchs as a whole, and confirm that you agree to participate in the open competition, Yes, we will participate. Zeus and Poseidon each made their affirmations. Thank you. Piao Hong, guardian of DreamNet, a god-ranked pilot herself, actually bowed low to the two monarchs. Now that you've agreed, we'll begin advertising. Our plan is already in place. We'll begin by introducing you, and at the same time this competition. It will resound to every corner of the three alliances. Good. Now that the two young men had agreed, there was no further room for hesitation. The decoction you desire will arrive at your DreamNet delivery location tomorrow morning. You'll find it enclosed within. In thanks for your support of DreamNet and your defense of humanity, we sent a second vial as well. Excellent. Lan Jue was blunt, but thankful. It was an overly generous gift to give two of them. A single draft of Fantasia Genetica was comparable in value to an S-ranked power gem. Even despite being a product of the relatively rich Western Alliance, only a dozen were made a year. It wasn't something that could be mass-produced. Zeta. Dusk was approaching. Lan Jue was clad in a pure white tracksuit. He waited at their normal corner, just outside of the NEU with one foot on the pedal of his antique bicycle. Eventually he spied Zhou Qianlin approach in her school uniform. Richard was not in tow. Apparently he'd abandoned his efforts. Zhou Qianlin arrived and settled on the bike. Let's go. Yup. He waited for her to get settled before pushing off. They glided down the road. Zhou Qianlin. She raised her brows at his back. In 2 days, he began, the school has organized an outing for the teachers. I'll have to go with them, away from Skyfire for a while. I'll have someone else pick you up in the interim. They'll also be able to protect you. Is that all right? We'll add the time to contract when I return, just keep track of what I owe. It's fine. She shook her head. You go ahead. This is normal circumstance for the university, so I won't add it to your time. And there's no need to find someone else to look after me, I'll just have Tang me close by for a few days. Oh. Lan Jue didn't press the matter. The bicycle continued to roll along, casting a long shadow. Are you headed to the old people's home today? Yup. I'll go with you, he said. With me? She sounded surprised. He nodded. It's a good place to clear your head. Doing good deeds isn't solely for the benefit of others, it's good for oneself as well. Seeing that smile from helping people is a reward all its own. All right. For the first time in what felt like ages, a smile crept upon Zhou Qianlin's pretty face. Zeta. Grace Hospital. EY. This guy with Qianlin again. He's a good fella. Hey there son, what's your name? It's nice to meet you miss. My name is Lan Jue. Lan Jue. Nice name. Their time in the old people's home passed quickly. By the time they'd finished, however, it had already grown dark outside. Wait for just a minute. I'm going to go in and check on Granny Bess again for a moment. Zhou Qianlin nodded to Lan Jue, rolling down her sleeves. No worries, I'll go with you. All right, but no talking, she replied. Granny Bess likes things quiet. All right. The two walked up the stairs side by side. Once they reached the landing, Zhou Qianlin led the way down the hall to the final room. The walkway was already dim. Lan Jue stuffed his hands in his pockets, the very picture of casual. He walked a few steps behind Qianlin. Long, dark hair. Tall, slender body. She was beautiful, and yet at any moment one could sense the goodness in her. She was indeed a fine young woman. But he'd hurt her, and in that moment guilt flooded through him. Lan Jue quietly reiterated his promise to protect her, no matter what. Zhou Qianlin walked along the hallway. She heard his steady gait behind her. To her it was like she had a lofty mountain at her back in support. A blanketing sensation of comfort and security surrounded her. In that moment she wouldn't have minded if that hallway went on forever. But, unfortunately, it did indeed come to an end. 2 short, quiet raps on the door elicited a raspy response from within. Come in. Zhou Qianlin carefully opened the door, Lan Jue at her heels. The room was a sight darker than the hallway. A closet, a bed, and a desk were all the comforts that could be found within. A single lamp upon the desk was the sole source of light. An old woman was settled on a stool beside the desk. White hair as pure as snow fell down her back. It looked carefully groomed. In comparison to most of the elderly, who abandon meticulous self-grooming in their golden years, this woman still appeared dedicated to the art. She was thin, and was clad in a deep pink suit of fine material. Her clear eyes stared out of the nearby window, watching nothing, and yet appearing as though they could see all. She didn't turn to look their way, remaining precisely as she was. Zhou Qianlin tenderly approached, doing her best to make not a sound. She deftly made her way to the woman's side and took up the empty cup on the desk. She returned to the door and quietly spoke to Lan Jue. "I'm going to head out and get her a glass of hot water. Don't alarm her. I'll be back in a moment. Granny Bess needs to have her clothes replaced every day, and I've already cleaned tomorrow's outfit. Wait here while I go get those as well and put them away." "Got it," he quietly replied. Zhou Qianlin left Lan Jue in the dim room. He stood silent, pleasantly awaiting her return and watching the meticulously kept older woman. As he waited, he felt something strange. He didn't know why, but he sensed an odd aura around the woman. There weren't any clear pulses of discipline coming from her, but an almost pervasive sense of cleanliness surrounded her. It was a purity, from the inside out. From where he stood, Lan Jue could only see the woman's side, and her eyes. As he looked at her clear eyes, he once again felt strangely moved. It was a mysterious sensation, one he hadn't felt in a while. The first time he had, it was when he'd first arrived in Skyfire Avenue and came face to face with the keeper. His aura, though, hadn't been pure. It was profound. The sense he got from this woman was different, but he knew intrinsically that this woman was different. Grace Hospital really had such a special woman under their care? It was just then the woman slowly turned her eyes to Lan Jue. He kept the gaze, nodding his greetings. She said nothing, but her eyes brightened as they met his. She pressed a finger to her lips, imploring silence. Lan Jue understood, and nodded again. She relaxed, and turned again to stare outside. Her frail figure began to move then, as she lifted her hands. She gently began to stroke her long, white hair. Zhou Qianlin had wasted no time, and returned quickly with the woman's glass of water and fresh clothes. She placed the folded garments in her closet. "Granny Bess, your clothes have been cleaned and placed in the closet. Get to bed early, okay? Remember to eat dinner. The others have been telling me you haven't been eating. That's really not good for you. You need your nutrients to keep healthy, yeah? You're already so thin. If you need anything, just tell me." Zhou Qianlin assumed she was lost in memories of bygone days, as she often was. But as she finished, the old woman suddenly turned her face to stare at Lan Jue. Her aquiline nose twitched ever so slightly. "Bring me a glass of red wine. You smell of burgundy." Lan Jue was taken aback by the accusation. It'd be days since he'd had any wine. How could this old woman possibly smell the burgundy he'd enjoyed so long ago? Indeed, very strange. Burgundy was possibly the most important location for former-era winemaking, the Romani Conti he'd had so long ago at the wine master's chief among its exports. "All right." Lan Jue answered easily. He couldn't sense her power, but he was even more convinced now that she was considerably more than she appeared. After the exchange, the two young people left the hospital. It wasn't long before they were once more quietly rolling along the street on Lan Jue's bicycle. "You can't be bringing Granny Bess any wine, you know. She's an old woman, how can she be drinking alcohol?" Zhou Qianlin spoke to his back from her seat on the bicycle. Lan Jue shook his head. "No, this Granny Bess is no ordinary woman, I think. You don't feel anything's off about her?" Zhou Qianlin gave him a strange look. "She likes quiet and cleanliness. She doesn't talk much with the others, but she always takes care of herself. Every time I come, she's looking out the window. I don't know what she's thinking about, but I do feel rather peaceful whenever I'm around her. No matter what's troubling me, it's better when I see her. Granny Bess hasn't been at the hospital long, so that's all I know really." "That's already quite a lot," Lan Jue said. "Whether or not she's your average elderly sort, she doesn't seem to care much for the world around her. I'll bring some wine for her next time. This discipline and fear of disorder of hers, something must really have their hooks in her." Lan Jue went directly to Zhou Qianlin's home on the mountain and dropped her off. He then proceeded back to the avenue. Tomorrow he'd be teaching another course, and in preparation he chose something from his shop as a display. He then retired to his apartments. After dinner, Lan Jue left to his room, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Huali sat behind him. The air rippled around the entire room as though they were underwater. A pale blue light washed over everything. Everything was saturated with the sense of gentle power. The source of the blue light was Huali himself, and as the light issued from him, it soaked Lan Jue through to his bones. 1. Creepy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Have Someone Special. Chapter 123, Have Someone Special. On the surface, Lan Jue didn't look any different from any other man. His powers of thunder and lightning were well hidden, constrained. They remained inside, as Huali's mastery of water penetrated Lan Jue to help him heal. An hour later, Huali allowed his powers to dissipate. He let out a long breath, the sound strange, like the sound of crashing waves. The sound was not loud, but it washed through the room to the point where if one closed their eyes, they'd swear they were at the seaside. Not bad, you're recovering quickly. At this speed, by the time you go off to that teacher's retreat, you'll be about 30 or 40% back to normal. You should be able to handle anything that comes your way. Huali shuffled off the bed. Lan Jue followed suit, a small smile on his face. These last 3 years I've undergone almost no training or cultivation. Luckily, at our levels talent rises somewhat on its own. Sitting idle for 3 years may not have been such a bad thing. Before, my improvement was so quick it didn't allow my foundation to settle as strong as it should have. This downtime might have solved that problem. Had I kept it up, my level would certainly be higher than it is now, but with an unstable foundation it'd sure to have an adverse effect. Pfft, stop giving yourself excuses. You've allowed my own discipline to catch up with yours. There's no good reason for that. You gotta hurry up and get back at it. Whatever the circumstances of next month's competition, we absolutely mustn't lose. Lan Jue chuckled. Of course we want. By the way, how long until A Cheng's supposed to get here? Have you heard from him? Another few days, Huali said. He's coming from planet Luo, and it's not close. Not to mention the hostilities between the Northern and Eastern alliances makes inter-alliance travel troublesome. Lan Jue nodded. So about when I come back from this teaching thing, he'll be here. Your lady friend? Huali's handsome face grew stern. Lady friend my ass. Stop talking nonsense. Ours is a simple platonic relationship. Just a friendship. Lan Jue smirked at his friend's discomfort. Alright, take it easy. You think I don't know what's going on with you? How long has Mo Xiao been following you around? At least a dozen years. In all that time there hasn't been spotted one other woman at your side. A beauty like that at your elbow and you say there's nothing going on. Who'd believe it? Not to mention the way she looks at you is the same way Hera used to look at me in the beginning. You think I'm making this up? Huali suddenly grew impetuous and whiny. Alright. Stop flapping your gums about it. You gotta promise me, Jue, not to go on like that in front of her. Not on your life. She's sensitive. I'm her best friend. She's like a sister, but really there's nothing else going on. Lan Jue raised his brows in surprise. Nothing, really? Mo Xing's been following you around ever since you were young. Always your agent. Now, CEO of Gobi Entertainment. Frankly speaking, you're more a figurehead. All Gobi business is run through other people, helping you to get things done. She likes you that much, all that work, and this doesn't get your heart pumping at all, but... Huali's eyes slowly lifted as Lan Jue spoke, as though he'd struck a chord. Silence followed Lan Jue's question, but after a moment he spoke up. Jue, later we aren't to speak about this, especially about Mo Xing. In my heart there's always been someone special, but it's not Mo Xing. I know what I owe her. But those emotions, that I can't give. Like you with Hera. Even though she's no longer here, your love hasn't faltered. It was clear to Lan Jue that Huali's mood was serious and sad. He dropped the topic. Alright, we won't talk about it. Right, Ailey, tomorrow I'll be bringing Jean Tao back to the avenue with me. We'll need to do some preparation, then it'll be time for him to take the Fantasia Genetica. I'll need you to help look after him while I'm gone. Huali had recovered quickly from the funk their previous conversation had put him in. Don't worry about it. The first stages of the decoction require strong nourishment and support from the body. In this I'm stronger than you are. It's the later, more critical stages where your power will be necessary. If the two of us are here and he still fails to protect himself from the decoction, it means he didn't have the willpower. Now, though, I'm tired. I'm off to bed. With that declaration, he marched outside and flopped directly onto the sofa. As he watched Huali leave in the wake of their exchange, he felt a little bewildered. Ailey had a love interest? It was the first he'd heard of it. With his appearance, and the world he lived in, what sort of woman must she be to have moved him so deeply? Who could be better than Mo Xiao? Zeta. Early morning. Lan Jue arrived again at the mountain, waiting to meet Zhou Qianlin and bring her to school. Again, he spied Richard's thin figure not far away. After throwing his fit yesterday, Huali hadn't accompanied him this time. Richard hadn't arrived by verticar today, and had chosen to wear a tracksuit in lieu of his formal attire from yesterday. In fact, he'd actually arrived in much the same fashion as Lan Jue, by bike. The old thing even looked similar to the professor's own. Such an antique, and in just a short time he'd managed to find one for himself. "Hey cousin." One Richard waved affably in his direction. Lan Jue pulled up beside him, pointing at the bicycle. "What's this?" Richard chortled. "Now that I know my lady likes bicycles, I've brought one with me to meet up with her." Cousin, this is a family matter, between husband and wife. I'd appreciate it if you don't get involved." Lan Jue simply couldn't believe what he was wearing. This guy's dedication was inhuman. Shaking his head, he pushed his bicycle to the side, out of the way. Richard watched him move aside, his brow scrunched. A short time later Zhou Qianlin come walking down from the mountain top in her school uniform. There she saw Richard, in his tracksuit and pushing his bicycle, and was struck speechless. Still, she hardly missed her stride. She made her way without pause to Lan Jue's side and hopped up onto her familiar spot. Lan Jue looked at Richard, shrugged, and pedaled away. Richard would not be denied, and in good spirits he leapt onto his bike and gave chase. He caught up in short order. "Qianlin, you're probably thinking my bike isn't as new as your cousin's, right? I've already sent people out to see if they can find one in better condition. When they do, how about you take a spin on mine, what do you think? That way we don't always have to trouble your cousin. Or maybe you can sell me yours, cuz. Name a price and you'll have it." Zhou Qianlin's sculpted brows grew taut. "Richard, I've already told you a dozen times. We're just not going to happen. Stop coming here. All right? When you're like this you make me feel worse. I just can't be with you." Richard looked shocked. "Qianlin, don't say such things in front of your cousin. If you want to talk, let's go home and talk about it." Qianlin only shook her head, and refused to speak further. Richard pedaled harder, pushing his bike forward until he was beside Lan Jue. He smiled as he spoke to him. "Hey, so how much you think for me to buy that bike from you?" "Sorry, not for sale," Lan Jue responded. Richard opened his mouth to speak further, but Lan Jue cut him off. "Look out." His left hand shot out to grab Richard's arm and yanked the younger man towards himself. Richard was slow to react, but quick enough to keep his feet. Luckily his center of gravity had adjusted enough to shuffle him to the side. His bike was not so lucky, and dashed against the large tree in his path. The bike rebounded and tumbled to the floor, its front tire ruined. Clearly the young man had failed to pay attention to the road, obsessed as he was with Qianlin and her cousin. Lan Jue could only shake his head as he pedaled on. Richard stood beside his mangled bike, looking dejected. "That one is stubborn. He sure is trying to do right by you, though." Lan Jue chuckled ruefully to himself. Zhou Qianlin, however, replied in frosty tones. "If you're thinking of telling me to get together with him, you better keep your mouth shut. You are the last person with any right to speak about it." Lan Jue smirked bitterly. Indeed, he was the one who ruined their chance at a family. What right did he have to say anything at all? "I apologize." Zhou Qianlin chose silence, and only nodded in response. Her eyes had grown noticeably more red at the edges. Suddenly, much to Lan Jue's surprise, she wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his back. The sudden motion almost caused him to lose control of the bike, and a jolt of shock ran through him. Before he could speak, he felt her thin figure trembling behind him. He didn't have the heart to break her grip. He continued, quiet, unsure of what to say. A few kilometers short of the campus, Zhou Qianlin finally separated her hands. She settled back on the back of the bike like nothing had happened. By the time they reached their normal corner, it was as though nothing had happened. Her face revealed no expression and, as she pulled her backpack onto her shoulders, she made for the university gate without speaking a word to her bodyguard. For a moment Lan Jue watched her go. He gently patted his forehead, then began pushing his bike towards the school as well. As he approached, the air whipped around him as a fire-red surface car raced past, quick as the wind. It was quick, but nimble. Despite the numerous pedestrians dotting the street, the car was able to wade between them without causing any danger. Vroosh! The car came to an abrupt stop before the gate as effortlessly as it had arrived. The doors spread open, and charming figure stepped out. She had long, fiery red hair and legs that went on for ages. Tang Mi immediately following, a second car raced up and stopped. This one was white, and from within stepped forth a young woman with long purple hair. She was just as pretty as the young woman she arrived with. Small features, pale skin, and purple hair. Full of vitality, and full of allure. It could be said Zhou Qianlin was as beautiful as a spotless snow lotus. If that were true, Tang Mi was the fiery appeal of a rose, and this new girl was the impish violet. 1. You've got to be kidding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Shui Zhengdie. Chapter 124, Shui Zhengdie. Ha! Little butterfly, you lose again. Tang Mi called teasingly towards the young woman from beside her car. The violet-haired girl sniffed dismissively. Only because I don't have a death wish. You know what they say, those with great courage usually have something very wrong with their head. She shook her own, causing her shimmering hair to flow like water as she walked towards the school entrance. Her car started and slowly made its way into the distance on autopilot. Tang Mi chuckled anew. She bounded to her friend's side, opening her mouth to speak further, but then saw Lan Jue making for the campus entrance. Her eyes brightened, and she waved emphatically. Professor Lan. Lan Jue stopped, and nodded politely to her. She left Little Butterfly's side to quickly make her way to the etiquette instructor. Hey professor. You've got class today, right? I'll definitely be there this afternoon to listen. What sort of things are we going to be learning about jewelry? Power gems? Lan Jue smiled at her enthusiasm. Of course not. We'll only be discussing jewelry used to accessorize. I'm pretty sure the school has another class specifically dedicated to power gems. I'm just an electives teacher, how could I teach such things? I don't believe that for a second, Tang Mi stated categorically. As far as I've seen, you're practically an encyclopedia. Butterfly saw her friend stop suddenly, and race off to speak with the young man. Her curiosity was understandably piqued. There were no two closer friends in the school, and Butterfly knew all about Tang Mi, and her famous temper. Yet here she was speaking to the man. Who was he? A teacher? Lan something? How did she not know of him? As she considered the scene, she swept her eyes over the professor. As ever, Lan Jue had arrived for class in a suit. However, in contrast to his last arrival, this suit was considerably more sedate. It was a gray two-piece, with a simple shirt inside. The material of the suit was fine, and was covered in a checkered pattern composed of light blue thread. Butterfly eventually arrived at Tang Mi's side. Hey, aren't you going to introduce me to your boyfriend? Tang Mi only shot her an exasperated look. Professor Lan, this is my classmate. We study in the same group. Her name is Shui Zhengdie. I call her Butterfly. Lan Jue gave Shui Zhengdie a gentlemanly nod. Hello, he greeted, I'm Professor Lan. I'm an electives teacher here. You have a very interesting name. Curiosity was clear in the young girl's eyes. An electives teacher? What do you teach? Mostly how to live a more cultured life. The class is Etiquette 101. Etiquette? Well, that sounds interesting. Shui Zhengdie shot him a pretty smile. Many of the students coming and going from the campus entrance stopped to watch as two of the school's famed beauties stood speaking with him. For many of the young men, their envious eyes glared daggers at the handsome teacher. You two should go ahead and get to class. If you're interested, come listen in on my lecture this afternoon. It was evident Lan Jue didn't want to spend too much time out in the open speaking to the two young women. In truth, he was still preoccupied with memories of his right here, the trembling figure clutching him tightly from the back of his bicycle. You should come along with me to the class, Tang Mi said to her friend. Shui Zhengdie emphatically nodded her head. Sure. I'll go with you this afternoon and give it a listen. Lan Jue bade the two girls farewell and left for the campus. Shui Zhengdie stood by Tang Mi's side and watched him go. You're acting weird, is this professor really that good? Tang Mi's reply was almost a whisper. Actually, he's really interesting. He's really a man of high quality. Only what? Shui Zhengdie urged. Only he's not that strong in combat. Tang Mi quietly elaborated. A few days ago that savage goddess dragged him off to the offices for some reason, without a fight. If only he were stronger, then he'd be absolutely perfect. The purple-haired girl tittered. Tang Mi, are we developing a little crush? Not an easy thing for a guy to catch your attention. I guess he's handsome. By the way, after a few days Gobi Entertainment's going to have a press conference for Poseidon's new album. There's supposed to be a concert after. Are you going? Of course. I already have someone out buying tickets for me. 10 VIP tickets no less. And you can be my entourage. Woo! Long live Tangmi. I love you. Zeta. By the time Lan Jue arrived at the office, Jin Yan and Jin Tao were already waiting for him. Professor Lan, Jin Yan offered in her customary greeting. Jin Tao stood beside her, a zealous light in his eyes. To Lan Jue's surprise, the young man's trademark Mohican was gone. Now what that was left was a buzzcut head of black hair. Infinitely better put together than before. In a little while I'll be leaving Jin Tao in your care. Her words were soft, deliberate. A sense of worry pervaded where yesterday there was none. Her response yesterday had been one of impulse, excited at the prospect of an opportunity for her brother. But later, once she'd calmed and thought about Lan Jue's warnings, how could she not be a little anxious? Lan Jue offered her a comforting smile. You don't need to worry, Professor Jin. No matter the result, I'll take good care of him. I'll make sure he stays out of danger. Jin Yan let out a small sigh of relief. All right then. Where are you planning to take him for his studies? Will we be able to come and see him? Sis, I'm an adult. There's no need for you to come look in on me. Jin Tao stood at his sister's side, sounding impatient. Lan Jue shot him a glance, and instantly the young man fell into a complacent silence. Everything has its conqueror, Jin Yan said, looking at her younger brother, and it looks like you are Jin Tao's, Professor Lan. Lan Jue offered her a smile. At first, for a short time it's best if you don't come to visit him. He'll need to direct all his effort and attention to training. After a month should be fine to come by. By then I'm confident you'll see a significant change in Jin Tao. He'll be studying with me in Skyfire Avenue, he won't be leaving the planet. All right. Thank you very much. Once more she offered her heartfelt thanks to the man who was to train her brother. But here, she stopped suddenly as though she'd just thought of something. She looked at him with confusion. Professor, did you say Skyfire Avenue? Lan Jue only smiled. It was clear to him the young woman was still apprehensive about the arrangement. Revealing where her younger brother would be was likely to have a positive effect. The pretty woman chewed her red lip, looking at Lan Jue with a strange mixture of feelings on her face. You live on the avenue? He didn't reply. He didn't need to. Jin Yan took a breath. When she spoke again, her voice was resolute. Well, Professor, he's all yours. Lan Jue turned to his young pupil. Come attend my class this afternoon. Afterwards you'll be leaving with me. Have you already put together everything you want to bring with you? Everything's ready. Jin Tao remained as stoic and determined as moments before. He, after all, had no notion of Skyfire Avenue or what awaited him there. By the way, Jin Yan said, smiling towards Lan Jue, we got the information from the head off yesterday. We'll be leaving in a couple days for our cooperation training on Taihua. I've already helped you sign your name, At. In fact, he'd already forgotten about it. Since stirring from his languid stupor, there had been much on his proverbial plate. He'd already taken a month off after his first class, so skipping out on this was out of the question. But, at least Professor Yan was helpful. Thank you very much for that, he replied. We'll be leaving from the school on that day, right? Jin Yan nodded. That's right. We should have somewhere around 40 teachers leaving together, including all of the electives teachers. Even the mecha instructors. We're leaving early in the morning, 8 o'clock at the big gates. Got it. The afternoon came quickly. He made for his class, and as he pushed open the door to enter his heart skipped a beat. His class held even more students than the last time, the majority of them young women. Jin Tao and Tang Xiao were also in attendance, seated squarely in the front row. However, it was the three pretty faces at their side that surprised him. Beside Tang Xiao was the first, his vivacious sister Tangmi beside her, Zhou Qianlin. The next seat down was home to the purple-haired girl he'd met earlier that day, Shui Zhangdia. A host of earnest glances floated behind them as the young male students shuffled to get closer seats. Though it may have been a blow to his estimation of his class, clearly the amount of students present and the arrival of these three girls were inexorably tied. Huali was spotted, once again in the corner he'd chosen from the last time. He'd elected to remove his hat, but the face mask remained in place to keep his identity secret. Director Wu was not among the listeners, but Jin Yan was as promised. Beside her, in place of the director, was the dance teacher Wang Hongyuan. His beady eyes watched Lan Jue with interest. With all the people gathered, the place was certainly bustling. Lan Jue swept his eyes over the gathering. "Hey, Professor." Tang Mi waved at him, and Lan Jue smiled pleasantly back at her. In the next instant, his and Qianlin's eyes met. It was only for a moment, not too long for fear the other students would notice. Afterwards Lan Jue felt the spirit collar gem grow warm. "I didn't have any classes in the afternoon. Tang Mi dragged me here." Lan Jue smirked, just enough for her to notice. Her cheeks reddened. The brief pang of embarrassment she felt could be seen in her eyes. Compared to Zhou Qianlin next to her, Shui Zhengdia's expression was dauntless. Her eyes were the same color as her long hair, a royal purple that was gorgeous to behold. Of course Lan Jue knew well that no normal person was born with eyes like those. It must have had to do with her discipline. The three great beauties of the school sat dead center, and it was as though a great ray of light was shining down upon them. Many of the students who'd come this time were attending for the first time, so the class was appreciably more chaotic than normal. This was compounded by the lack of Director Wu's intimidating presence. It was certainly a test of Lan Jue's competency. And there in the back, with his shining eyes, Wang Hongyun watched and hoped he would fail. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Diamonds. Chapter 125, Diamonds. Lan Jue did not stop to greet the gathered students. He made his way towards the podium, and placed the tray he'd brought with him atop it. Next, he fumbled through his coat until he pulled out a small cloth pouch, removing its contents. He placed this upon the tray. He spun around to face the board, and scrawled something across its surface: "Who wants to win a prize?" At first only the students in the front noticed, but word quickly spread. Attention turned to Lan Jue, and the volume decreased. He continued to write, "It's too noisy to hold the raffle." Quiet washed over the room. Wang Hongyun was curious at the promise of a raffle. It was certainly a novel approach. It was quiet now, he thought, but these were college students, stickers and candy weren't going to cut it. If the prize wasn't good enough in their estimation, he was going to have a classroom of angry students on his hands. The dance instructor had only been teaching a few years, but he knew more or less the mind of the elective student. He'd struggled with classroom control at the outset himself. "Good afternoon, everyone," Lan Jue began. He stepped from behind the podium, and bowed to the gathered student body. Jin Tao was the first to stand, a show of respect for his professor. Tang Xiao was half a second behind. But it wasn't until after the three beauties followed their example that the other students joined in. Soon nearly the whole class was on its feet. "Hello, Professor Lan." Jin Tao shouted the greeting towards the podium when the other students echoed his call. Lan Jue motioned for them all to sit. "Please return to your seats." The students did as instructed. Jin Yan lightly kicked the man at her side. "Why didn't you stand, Professor Wang? We're here listening to the class, so we're no different than students. More than that, we're his colleagues. If we don't show support for Professor Lan, how can we set a good example for the students?" Wang Hongyun smirked, shrugging his shoulders. "I wasn't feeling it." Jin Yan scowled, but said nothing further. Lan Jue returned to the podium and pointed to the board. "That's right, a prize. No tricks. So take a guess, what do you think it will be? I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed. Does anyone remember what I said we'd be discussing today? Jewelry." A female student belted the answer from somewhere in the crowd below. Lan Jue gave her a thumbs up. "That's right. Today we're discussing jewelry. In regards to jewel knowledge, there's a lot of complicated information to go over. Jewelry comes in all shapes and sizes, numerous types and categories. I won't be able to cover them all in one class, so today we'll just be covering one kind. If this is a topic you all find interesting, I'll continue with the other kinds at a later date." Lan Jue lifted the tray from the podium as he began the lesson. The velvet covering was a deep mazarine, identical to the one used to display products in Zeus' jewelry shop. A gemstone shimmered alluringly within it. The gem itself was crystal clear and pure white. Twinkling against the velvet, it was like a star set against the midnight sky. "Who can tell me what this is?" "A diamond." Shui Zhou Qianlin's shoulder was the first to answer, her pleasant voice wafting up towards him. It was almost musical, and though lacking the softness of Zhou Qianlin's, was far more melodious. "That's right." Lan Jue nodded at her. "This is one of the gems we often come across when considering jewelry. Diamonds. This is our topic for today. Further, this particular piece is the prize for our raffle." The students' appreciative coos filled the lecture hall. Using a diamond as the prize? It was something entirely new for the university. The sneering, self-confident contempt on Wang Hongyun's face froze. From where he was sitting, that was a 1-carat gem. He couldn't speak as to its value, but he knew that at least it wasn't cheap. Meanwhile, Lan Jue pointed at the second sentence he'd written on the blackboard. The silence came quicker this time, and the students settled down to continue. It wasn't long before he had everyone's rapt attention. There's that old adage, a diamond is forever. I imagine you've all heard it before. It's actually a slogan, but it also serves to elucidate the gem's character. Namely, a diamond's strength and resistance. I'm no chemist, no physicist. I won't go into how a gem is made, or its component parts. I will tell you that a diamond is hard. If we don't consider power gems, then diamonds are the strongest precious stones there are. If we were to assign a value of 10 to how hard it is, then the other gems we know such as rubies and sapphires would be a 9. Jadeite would be 7. Specifically those types of jade, as they were collectively referred to in the ancient era, which were at a hardness of 7 or more were jadeite. Under 7 were called nephrite. It's our first class on the subject, and as such I don't want to inundate you with information. Just know that for the classic gems, diamonds are the hardest. As a result, they are the preference for engagement and wedding rings. They resist damage and wear, and represent the endurance and eternity of a couple's love. Lan Jue's voice was magnetic. Not too fast, not too slow. His words were plain, his delivery solid. The students listened easily as he continued. Lan Jue stepped from the dais and handed the tray to Jin Tao. Pass this around and make sure everyone has a chance to look. He smiled a little. And if everyone wouldn't mind showing a little restraint. In fact, losing this diamond wouldn't affect me, as it's meant to be given away regardless, but it would take the opportunity away from your fellow classmates. A soft chuckle trilled through the students. The atmosphere grew a little more relaxed. Lan Jue paid no further mind to Jin Tao and the diamond, and returned to the podium to continue the lecture. So that's it concerning the hardness of a diamond. Today, what we'll discuss is how to assess the quality of a diamond, if you are so inclined. First, is the size. Generally speaking, the size of a gem is directly proportional to its cost. The same holds true for power gems. I suppose it's fair to say that the bigger the gem, the more it'll cost you. Conversely, the smaller, the cheaper. It certainly applies as a rule to diamonds. If your interest in a diamond is for its value as an item later, then you're looking for something in the range of 1 carat or more. The price difference between a .99 and 1 carat diamond is significant. The one being passed around class right now is precisely 1 carat. The size of a diamond, though, doesn't not entirely determine its price, however. If this diamond were 2 carats, the price would not be doubled, necessarily. Other than size, in an effort to determine the quality of a diamond, there are a small number of other criteria to consider. Could one assume that 2 1-carat diamonds would be of similar prices? This would be false, as their quality could be vastly different. The price, then, could be just as volatile. The tray had begun to make its way back from the far recesses of the class. The students were all familiar with diamonds, but it was the first time for most that they saw one up close, much less with an explanation. They examined it with interest as it passed. There are 3 other ways to determine a gem's quality, aside from size. They are color, clarity, and cut. We'll start with color. For diamonds, it's simply the whiter, the better. Their ranking in the order of color is indicating by alphabet, with the lowest letters displaying inferior color. The highest is D. This indicates 100%, pure white. Perfection. Next is E, nearly perfect. Then F, approximately 98% white. These 3 are the top of the color scale. Lower letters are G, H, I, J, and K. The further down the list you go, the more yellow the gem appears, and the price suffers as a result. A D-colored gem could be triple the price of an I-colored gem of the same size. Clearly, the color has a significant impact on value. Of course, when seeking a purchase, you don't always need to chase after perfection. D, E, and F gems are immaculately colored, and just as rare. The gem before you today has a color rating of F, nearly entirely white. As the gem passed from hand to hand, Lan Jue continued to elaborate on the intricacies of diamond identification. He followed with clarity and cut, delivering the information with ease and approachability. The perfect diamond would be one whose color, cut, and clarity are the top of its class. These are what are called flawless diamonds. This is where the phrase flawless beauty comes from. Time passed quickly as the class proceeded, Lan Jue carefully providing the knowledge to the gathered students. The diamond in its tray made the rounds, finishing its journey back on his podium. And now for the moment you all have been waiting for. You all have been patient and attentive. It's time for the lottery. He picked up the tray before him. Our method will be simple, to ensure fairness for all participants. Lan Jue passed out scraps of paper he'd prepared in advance. Please write your names on the paper, then pass them back up when you're finished. We'll place your tickets in a box and draw one slip. Whoever has their name on that paper, that's the diamond's new owner. The slips were quickly written and recovered. Lan Jue placed them all in a box he'd prepared earlier, and set it on the podium. He stuck his hand within, rustled the contents, and pulled out a single scrap. All right, and the winner is Zhou Qianlin. Lan Jue stuttered ever so slightly, surprised by the unlikely result. What are the chances? But there it was, the winner, Zhou Qianlin. She herself was taken aback, and her numerous male fans seated behind her waved their arms in excitement. Still Lan Jue felt something was amiss. A flash of blue light crossed his eyes as he employed his psychic force to probe the interior of the box. In the 100 or so tickets he found, 42 bore Zhou Qianlin's name. 1. In China, it's customary, mostly in primary/middle/high school, to stand and say hello to the teacher in this fashion at the start of class. It's really only done in universities for teachers that are highly respected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, College Exchange Competition? Chapter 126, College Exchange Competition? 42 tickets with the name Zhou Qianlin. Holy hell with these guys, I'm going to drown in the sea of hormones here. Lan Jue could only sigh in defeat. He hadn't expected what was normally an entirely fair raffle to turn out this way. The young men valiantly waving their arms in triumph each must have written her name on those papers in lieu of themselves. It certainly served to prove how important she was to the male half of the student population. But it was what it was, and there could be nothing for it now. Would Miss Zhou Qianlin please approach the podium and claim her prize? She did as requested, and approached Lan Jue. Her brows were wrinkled. He looked towards her and understood. He hoped she understood the truth, but he understood how it looked. Zhou Qianlin plucked the diamond from the tray, pinching it between her fingers. He lifted it to her eyes and took a closer look, then put it back. I'm sorry, she said. I can't accept the diamond. If you would, Professor, please donate it to Grace Hospital instead. Call it a donation from the students of your etiquette class. Very good, he said, nodding. Cheers arose from behind them. Of course there wasn't an absence of jeers and shouts of resentment. No small number of young women scowled openly at the situation, likely assuming this was some ploy to ingratiate herself to the public. However, Lan Jue knew better. This was no ploy. Zhou Qianlin was honestly just a good woman. Her conscience wouldn't allow her to take something she didn't earn. Though the result of the lottery had not proceeded as expected, for most it was the perfect end to the lesson. With it, the class successfully came to an end. Zhou Qianlin turned and exited, Tang Mi close at her heels. Shui Zhengdia was with them, but as they passed she slowed just enough to stare with interest at the diamond a final time. She playfully stuck her tongue out at Lan Jue before hastening to catch up with the other two. Jin Tao, Tang Xiao, if you two would come with me, he said to his young pupils. Yes, Professor. Anticipation was written clearly on their faces. They knew it, today was the day their training really began. As Lan Jue passed, he looked pointedly at Hua Li sat in the back of the room. Poseidon rose and followed. Zeta. Qianlin, why didn't you just take the diamond? It certainly wasn't a cheap bauble. And according to what Professor Lan was saying, it was above average. Tang Mi walked at her friend's side, firing off the line of inquiry. What kind of woman accepts diamonds so easily? Are you really such an airhead or do you just pretend? Tang Mi pouted at the harsh words. What's stopping a woman from doing just that? You're just being stuffy. It was a prize. Luck of the draw. From what I saw, it wasn't so much luck. Shui Zhengdia finally managed to catch up to the two. I saw the guy next to me write Zhou Qianlin's name on his paper. I'm sure he wasn't the only one as well. Otherwise, what a coincidence. With Qianlin here the two of us don't amount to much. I'm so jealous. Tang Mi sputtered. Knock it off. You with your student president boyfriend. And yet you're still the flirty one. Shui Zhengdia chortled. What about him? He just fancies himself as my boyfriend. I haven't hung out with him recently at all. And what has our illustrious chairman been so busy with lately? Still with all the meetings, she said. Lyre University once again wants to show off how much better they are. I really don't know what the university's higher-ups are thinking. Lyre University is for mecha piloting, and ours is focused on research and development. What are they thinking with these endless mecha combat competitions? It's so boring. Just thinking of that smug face of his makes me want to squish it. Tang Ni echoed the sentiment. You're right. The last time we lost terribly. We were lucky to have Professor Tang with us that time. Otherwise it would have been an absolute embarrassment. And we're doing it again this year? The school agreed. What I hear is that the school hopes our constant losses to Lyre University will make us want to strive harder. Our mecha combat department isn't the strongest, to the consternation of our school bullies. Tang Ni's plaintive cries followed. They're upset, so much the worse for us. But us girls can't be cowardly, bring those LU punks on. If any of them say anything I'll show 'em what's up. Shui Zhongdia pumped her fists in the air. You and me both, sister. Zhou Qianlin shot them a hopeless look. It's gotta be tiring being such warhawks. In fact, Professor Tan and I have been working on a new type of laser cannon. How about I give you guys a first-hand demonstration? Shui Zhongdia almost tackled her with a hug. Qianlin, so catty. Do all your suitors know that? Zeta. The McCrary Hyald verticar slowly came to a stop just outside Skyfire Avenue. The doors rose, and out stepped Lan Jue, Huali, and the two young disciples. The car had been brought today by Huali, though it was Lan Jue who insisted on a different sort of transportation after sending Zhou Qianlin. When he picked up the key from his friend, he couldn't help but sigh in appreciation, returning to modern society. Man, sweet. When'll I be able to get me one of these? I had no idea you had so much money, teach. Jin Tao looked at the car in excitement. Even Tang Xiao, who himself come from a family of means, looked on in appreciation. What man didn't enjoy his sports cars? Lan Jue suddenly grew serious. Come on. He took them directly to Skyfire Underground. The Avenue's overworld section was a sight more stringent, and Lan Jue feared even his status as a councilman wouldn't be enough to get them in. As the elevator doors opened, Jin Tao and Tang Xiao stared, struck dumb. Jin Tao was appreciably better off. He was fearless in the face of the unknown. But Tang Xiao was different. He knew about the avenue, about what it meant, and his excitement could hardly be contained at finally being here. But what he didn't know was that there existed a second avenue. His eyes filled with the old-style buildings, the crowds of people, and he couldn't help but blurt out. Am I in heaven? Not far off, Lan Jue replied. Skyfire Avenue is indeed a real place. A place for adept exchange, and the largest gathering of talents in the Eastern Alliance. It's loosely managed, free. Here, an adept can get anything at all that they need. I've heard of it, Tang Xiao assured, but my dad said I had to wait until I graduated before I qualified to be here. The rest I can't recall. I had no idea it would be like this, it's amazing. Lan Jue revealed a strange smile. Amazing? We'll see if you still feel that way later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127 Skyfire Necklace. Chapter 127 Skyfire Necklace. The first time Tang Xiao and Jin Tao entered Skyfire Underground's Zeus jewelry store, their reaction was just as severe as when they entered the underground itself. They were stunned, but not by the jewels. Before them stood Mika and Lin Guoguo. Boss. The two women called to Lan Jue in greeting. He smiled. How'd it go? Is your cooperation improving? Lin Guoguo shook her fist dramatically. We're making progress. But don't come looking yet, boss. Give us some time to get better, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. All right. Lan Jue nodded with a chuckle. He indicated to the two young men beside him. These are my two newest students. They'll soon become common faces around here. This is Tang Zhao, the other is Jin Tao. Jin Tao will be staying with us for a little while, but... So the decoction I fetched, Mika offered, was for them, I assume. Lan Jue nodded. Jin Tao will use one. Tang Xiao has no need for it. We'll use it tomorrow. Today we'll be spending our time prepping. You're all done with what I asked you to do. It was Mika's turn to nod. All set. As she spoke, she walked over to the young flabbergasted disciples. I'm Mika. You can call me Miss Mika. Work hard, and don't disgrace the boss. Yes, Miss Mika. We'll do whatever the professor requires, and soon be strong enough to make him proud. Tang Xiao stuck out his flabby chest as he made the declaration. His normally fluttery eyes were full with determination. One of Jin Tao's primary advantages over Tang Xiao was his fearlessness towards the unknown, and while he wasn't timid around his new surroundings, he did feel as though he'd entered an entirely different world. It was the first time meeting these two gorgeous women, and yet he felt none of the instant disdain he was used to from others. The feelings this called up in him were too difficult to describe. Yes. His response was simple, but the emotion within them gave them power. Jin Tao will go with you. I'll take Tang Xiao, Lan Jue said to Huali. Ever since last night, he appeared considerably less upbeat. They entered the giant warehouse at the back of the store. Thor was conspicuously absent. The warehouse seemed deserted. Lin Guogua took over the store business for the time being while Mika joined the others, leading the way. The way was lit by wall sconces, their tungsten light illuminating the strange world they found themselves in. Their mouths were dry from nerves. Lan Jue fumbled in his coat and produced 2 small boxes. He handed each of his disciples one. Wear them. These are the badges that will allow you to enter Skyfire Underground unmolested. Next time you need me to bring you in. The boys opened their respective boxes and spied the necklace within. It was no fancy thing, just a simple golden chain with a pendant. It was round, and in its center was inlaid a translucent gemstone. It's a Skyfire necklace, be sure not to lose it. If you do, you must tell me immediately. Got it. Jin Tao and Tang Xiao answered with one voice, slipping the necklace around their necks. Huali took Jin Tao out, while Tang Xiao and Lan Jue remained in the warehouse. Lan Jue looked towards him. If you want to become powerful, your personal powers are the foundation. As I'm sure you know, in today's world of modern technology, a person's discipline and ability determine their success as a mecha pilot. Because an adept's endurance surpasses that of a normal human, they are able to better control and suffer the strains of a mecha suit. So, every single top-level mecha pilot is the product of a perfect symbiotic relationship between man and machine. And the proper power gems. These are the single greatest soldiers at an army's disposal. Because of this, whether you are Jin Tao, our first priority must be your personal abilities. I'll tell you, the risk Jin Tao are undertaking by imbibing this Fantasia Genetica medicine is to employ acquired Western assistance to improve his talent. Therein lies the danger. But your situation is different. You need to be strengthened, forged in the fires. To search for every opportunity, to the very limit, to improve upon what you were blessed with. If there comes a day you think you can't keep going, or you can't handle it, then quit. But if you do, you can no longer call me your teacher. Understood? Tang Xiao took a deep breath. He nodded resolutely at his master. Professor. I will call you teacher for the rest of my life. Just words, Lan Jue said indifferently. Show me you mean it. Today, your task is to hold your own against your new colleague. Mika, if you would. Yes, boss. Mika shoved her black-rimmed glasses higher on her tiny nose. She made her way to the center of the warehouse, and turned. Her eyes locked on to Tang Xiao's. He looked at the woman in her business attire, with her fiery temper. He couldn't help but gulp in fear. His heartbeat rang in his ears. If I'm to take a beating, at least being whipped by a woman like this isn't so bad. He shuffled to a spot 20-some meters in front of her, and stopped. The distance was one he'd chosen deliberately. In general, it was accepted that an adept's range of discipline had its limit. Even if their focus was ranged attacks, 20 meters was enough to give him time to react. Are you ready? Mika looked pointedly at Tang Xiao. Ready, Miss Mika. Go easy on me. Tang Xiao laughed nervously. His feet shook ever so slightly beneath him. Wordlessly, Mika took off, rushing headlong towards Tang Xiao. However, just before she landed her strike, the ground shuddered from beneath her and a metal barrier flashed to life. She cut off her charge. Tang Xiao sidestepped to the left and stamped the ground with his left foot. A hearty boom arose in response. His skin coagulated, hardened, and took on a silvery look. With his level of metallic control, he not only possessed the ability to manipulate himself but also, by virtue of metallic malleability, employ it as an attack. The warehouse itself was entirely composed of metal, which gave him the advantage in that regard. But, just as he was getting ready to feel proud of himself, the smile melted from his face. As Mika rushed again at the barrier he created, her body began to burn a fiery, translucent red. Her flaming figure crashed against the metal cover, penetrating it. As she did, it melted away behind her into a pool of molten iron. Tang Xiao didn't have time to react before Mika's fist was barreling towards his face. Bang! Tang Xiao's face went askew as the fist landed. Mika's scorching fist had been burned into his cheek. However, to Mika's surprise, the violent strike hadn't caused Tang Xiao to be cast away as she expected. He only stumbled slightly. How heavy was this kid, she thought. With the question rumbling through her mind, she took advantage of his stagger to launch herself unimpeded into the air. One foot connected with his stomach, and she arced around to connect her other foot viciously with his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Roasted Tang Xiao. Chapter 128, Roasted Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao's massive girth tumbled to his backside, as though all the muscles in his body had vanished. Suddenly, his body morphed, changing into a large pedestal. The sudden shift in position hadn't just been to avoid Mika's violent assault, but also an opportunity to attack. Two large iron rebars lashed out like whips at the woman as she soared overhead. Tang Xiao, don't go easy. Give it your all. Lan Jue's gentle voice called out from a short distance away. He stood calmly to the side, hands clasped behind his back, and watched the two exchange blows. Who needs him to go easy? Mika's voice was cold and dismissive. She glared down on him, hovering in the air. Suddenly, two molten balls of fire burst from her palms and began to revolve around her. The whipping bars of iron came in contact with the fiery orbs. The moment they touched, the iron became red-hot. They melted away, not unlike Tang Xiao had moments ago. The column that was Tang Xiao suddenly flashed. From it, scores of metal barbs and cutting splinters shot forth. They barreled towards Mika like a cutting wall of debris. Mika, in response, twisted easily in the air and headed to ground. A half-circle of light a meter across sprung to life near her, and as the metal spikes smashed against it they turned to slag and dropped away. Her descent continued, and with each inch she grew nearer to Tang Xiao. The heat and pressure of her fiery presence increased. The column once more changed, this time dissolving into a metallic river and dispersing around the warehouse. The titanium white light it had emitted softened visibly, but the move did manage to avoid Mika's rush. The fiery succubus smirked. She landed, the tip of her left root resting on the ground while the rest of her floated in a fiery haze. Her right arm raised, and she extended her index finger. She turned 360 degrees, and as her finger moved the air around it caught a flame. When she came full circle, she was surrounded by a wall of fire. It took only a small motion, and the living inferno lashed out to incinerate the liquid metal wherever it fled. Miss Mika! Spare me! Tang Xiao cried. Mika stopped, her raging fires diminishing a hair, but that didn't stop her fires from their insatiable hunger. They raced through the warehouse chasing the metal. However, strangely, as they made contact the fires were snuffed out, although swallowed by the ground itself. Mika looked on in confusion. Tang Xiao didn't wait for her to recover. Taking advantage of her temporary confusion, she didn't notice when a massive metal hand came reaching up at her from just below her feet. It viciously snatched her up. Mika was pinned, and though her fierce aura was keeping her from being crushed, the strength and pressure of the hand took her by surprise. Miss Mika, how about I tell you a joke? Tang Xiao's affable voice filled the warehouse. Mika smiled prettily. Sure. Go on then. Her voice was kind, inviting, but her pretty eyes took on a dangerous red light. That familiar, creeping terror of her aura began to slither out over everything like a nightmare. Tang Xiao said nothing further, for as he proceeded to try and crush Mika, her entire body burst into a raging column of fire. Her left foot stamped against the ground and she was launched upwards. Where her foot made contact, and with her fiery figure at its center, a massive lotus composed of flames bloomed to life. The flowers of the hellfire lotus reached out to all corners, its liking fires lapping towards the ceiling, 100 meters in all directions. The warehouse became a sizzling world of fire. The petals landed over the floors, the red golden light undulating like lava. The floor began to bubble. The distant walls had grown red from the heat that was threatening to melt the entirety of the warehouse. Ah! Once again, Tang Xiao cried out. A jiggling ball of silvery white liquid bubbled up from the ground below. Its surface, too, was red from the intense heat. A white light fired from it towards the distant ceiling, and the ball of melted metal followed. Mika called after it. Still trying to run? Mika swept her arm. This time it was her turn, as a fiery hand appeared from nowhere and snapped up the fleeing orb. The hand squeezed. Miss Mika, mercy. Tang Xiao's pitiful voice wafted towards her. I can't take it. Ah. Tang Zhao's circular form was visibly compressed. Gradually the heat increased until the entire orb was a simmering red. Tang Zhao's screams also increased. Mika looked at her boss. Lan Jue's soft voice answered her unspoken question. This fatty's a cunning one. If he's got enough energy to scream this loud, then he's fine. Oh. Mika grinned devilishly. Those familiar with her would know that expression and would shudder at what came next. She was the Stygian succubus, what mercy was there in her? A golden spout of fire appeared, and rushed to join the fiery hand, slithering through its fingers to the rapidly heating ball in its palm. Think you'd grab me, EY pigboy? Miss Meek'll make things hotter for you. The entire hand of fire became a dazzling gold. Tang Zhao glowed a bright red, caught in the center of the golden hellfire. Ah! Don't! Surprisingly, Tang Zhao still had the ability to scream despite the searing fires. At the same time, a tiny twinkling fought against the golden light as a drop of silvery liquid separated from the orb. The light spread out, diffusing over the ball of silver liquid like a membrane. It attempted valiantly to isolate Tang Zhao from the fiery prison he was stuck in. Lan Jue looked on, and nodded. This was the strength of an Adept's core. The pure energy within them. Tang Zhao released a final, piercing howl. Then he fell silent. All that was left was the fierce white light, ever shining and buried beneath the golden fires. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes, watching them carefully, judging that white light and its changes. He waited a moment longer, then spoke. Mika, that's enough. Mika waved, and the elemental hand, issued from the flaming column of her palm, was sucked back into her and dissolved. The smoldering, red ball of metal came tumbling to the floor. Clunk! The ball became soft and began to deform as though it were made of putty. After roughly a minute the waves of heat coming off the metal stopped, and its color returned to normal. The warehouse around them looked as though nothing had happened. Even the spot of ground that had been melted to ruin by Mika's lotus slowly began to return to normal. Any outsider, seeing this, would certainly have been pleasantly dumbfounded. Metal that healed on its own. A property of technetium. The warehouse's metal construction was infused with it. Just the smallest amount, but enough to make one's eyes pop. After all, even the slightest bit of technetium was worth just as much as a top-level mecha. Over time the melted puddle that was Tang Zhao began to reconstitute itself, once again returning to its silver hue. Though, it was a sight darker than it had been at the outset. Mika turned to her boss with a grin. I'll head out first, boss. MN, he replied. Mika paused long enough to chuckle at the silver puddle, then left. Several more minutes passed before the metal became Tang Zhao's familiar, though frightfully naked, figure. His skin from head to toe was red, like he'd been roasted. He was foaming at the mouth, and his breath came ragged. His eyes were rolled back in his head. He looked as though he could die at any moment. Lan Jue approached the battered child and knelt at his side. He felt his pulse, then nodded. The power Tang Zhao revealed today was more than he'd shown Lan Jue in any of their previous meetings. It also seemed like his excessive weight really did have a positive effect on his metamorphosis discipline. For his talent to naturally evolve as it did, it may in fact have been the right call. When Tang Zhao came back to his senses, he felt like his body wasn't his. He was weak, limp, and half of his body had no sensation. In this moment, the first thought that came to mind was, gentle. Yes, gentle, and by that he meant Lan Jue. Only now did he realize how easy his teacher had been going on him. What's that smell? It's like pork, a strange voice filled his ears. Tang Zhao managed to turn his head with some considerable effort. He saw Jin Tao wander in. The guy walked smooth and easy, his face ruddy and smiling like he'd just gotten a full-body massage. Is that Tang Zhao? What the hell happened to you? Jin Tao looked down on the naked fatty, rubbed his nose, then nearly leapt from surprise. That smell is you. Hey fatass, who tried to turn you into pork loins? Lan Jue chuckled good-naturedly. He once more moved to Tang Zhao's side and reached down a hand. In his palm was a vibrant green stone. A thrill of electricity ran through the gem, and suddenly a gentle green light issued forth. It reached out and covered Tang Zhao like a blanket. Tang Zhao began to feel waves of refreshing energy course through him, starting at his limbs then slowly moving inward. His breathing became smoother, and yet his chest was tight with violent intent towards Jin Tao. What felt like ages later, Tang Zhao was able to pull himself up off the ground with no small measure of moans and groans. His skin felt burnt to a crisp, and every little touch was like fire. He was racked with tics and spasms. Just looking at him, though, you wouldn't see anything the matter. Lan Jue handed the green power gem to Huali, who'd entered with Jin Tao. He looked at Jin Tao, a strange look on his face. I hope tomorrow you're still in such a good mood, he said. A sudden fear filled him, and Jin Tao couldn't help but stutter a question. Teach, is it gonna be as bad Fatty Tang over there? Lan Jue shook his head. Of course not. It'll be worse. What happened to him was only the beginning. And your regrets come too late, your sister already passed you over to me. From here on out the rest is up to you. Tang Xiao, rest for half an hour then head back in. Tomorrow, same time, right here. Mika will be waiting. Tonight when you go home, meditate for at least 2 hours and focus on the changes in your body. Understand? 2. Yes, Professor. Tang Xiao earnestly replied. Hearing that Jin Tao's fate was to be worse than his brought some vitality back. Besides, no matter what people said, being beaten by a lady as pretty as Mika was better than being beat on by some dude. Indeed, he'd had the pleasure of seeing her combat pose. Tomorrow, he'll have to be more careful. 1. So much for not life-threatening, Lan Jue? Geez. 2. What he means here by meditation will be made clearer in a later chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, The History of Richard and Zhou Qianlin. Chapter 129, The History of Richard and Zhou Qianlin. Huali and Lan Jue walked from the warehouse. Huali repeatedly tossed and caught the green gem Lan Jue had given him moments before. If people knew you were using the restorative stone or this, they'd curse you as a wastrel. It's no cheap B-rank stone, you know. Each time you use it, that's one less. Eventually it'll be gone. Lan Jue smiled. Wealthy and headstrong, what can you do? If it can really motivate Tang Zhao's discipline evolution, then it's worth the cost. I'm handing it over to you for the next few days. I'm heading out to participate in that trip soon. Hua Li's response was sour. You head out to play and leave me with all the hard work. If I'd have known from the onset it'd be like this, I wouldn't have come to help your ungrateful ass. Lan Jue slapped a hand on his friend's shoulder and chortled. Alright, stop complaining. I'll be back in a few days. By then Chang should also have arrived. It's tough for the group of us to get together these days. When he shows up we'll have some good joint training to undergo. We can't lose this competition coming up. When you come back, Huali began, I still have that concert. I was thinking, what about holding it at the National Eastern University? After all the students there are all fans of mine. Are you crazy? Lan Jue shot him a chastising look. Aren't you afraid of blowing your cover? What kind of nonsense is that? It was Hua Li's turn to chuckle dismissively. I'm holding my concert there to make sure you stop stealing away all the pretty girls. I'll steal the Zhou Qianlin and you'll be hopeless. Bah! You still think the whole of the galaxy's women like you? Lan Jue muttered. Hua Li loftily let his opinions be known. Unless they're lesbians, or don't know good looks when they see them, there are no other exceptions. Lan Jue slapped his forehead in exasperation. This arrogant punk. Do what you like, only make sure you have public security locked down. All set. Gobi Entertainment has thrown countless of these sorts of things. Our experience is unparalleled in all the 3 alliances. We know precisely when and how to get it all done with government cooperation. 1. Lan Jue lifted a brow. It sounds like you're saying Mo Xing has already arrived. Hua Li's face turned bitter. You think she wouldn't? I got her message yesterday. I didn't reply, but I can't hide for long. You know her temper. If I keep avoiding her I'm liable to have an accident. Lan Jue looked as though he were suddenly counting his blessings. Your problem, yours to deal with. You aren't going to help? Hua Li shot back at him, full of indignation. How can I? You want to go up there and reveal to everyone that I'm Zeus? Good friend to Poseidon? Don't forget, I'm a wanted man throughout all of the Eastern Alliance for what I did. If I dared to reveal myself I'd be run out of town. Hua Li scowled at him. In my darkest hour it is revealed you are completely unreliable. Fine, you go then. I'll go find Mo Xing. If she really does lose her temper I doubt I'll be able to handle it. The 2 gentlemen separated at the door of the jewelry shop. Lan Jue returned to the surface and immediately made for the verticar. He slipped in once the doors opened and engaged the autopilot to return the vehicle to the parking garage. He then began pushing his bicycle. Eventually, he arrived at that familiar corner. It was precisely 10 minutes after she'd finished her classes. She'd so far not used the soul caller gem to make contact with him. Instead, she made for their designated corner directly. As her eyes laid upon Lan Jue, they softened visibly. She pulled herself up on the bike. Lan Jue also did not speak, but he knew his cue and began to pedal. They slowly made their way from the university campus.
Are we going to the hospital today? Tomorrow.
Oh, Lan Jue responded. They kept going, along that long road, neither speaking.
Lan Jue brought her to the foot of the mountain Qianlin called home. Bye. He waved a hand at her.
She smiled back at him, waved, then made her way up the mountain. Lan Jue watched her as she left, then turned his bike around to leave. I was hoping we could have a small talk. Just then, a chilling voice could be heard from nearby. Lan Jue paused, and turned his head to look. He spied Richard approaching from the shadows not far off.
It's you. Lan Jue pushed his bicycle towards the young man. What do you want to talk about?
Richard responded in quiet tones.
Let's find somewhere to sit.
As he spoke, he pulled his own bicycle from the tree and hopped on. They both made for the base of the mountain. Lan Jue always felt guilty whenever it came to Richard. After all, had it not been for him and his actions at their wedding, he and Qianlin would already be married. He had tried desperately to be kind and fair to the kid the few times they'd met. Richard appeared to be quite familiar with the road and their surroundings. They rode for about 10 minutes before they found a deserted section of road to stop. They stopped their bikes and placed them against the trees, stepping in off the road. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes at the suspicious behavior, but followed all the same. They walked for another few minutes, until they were well within the pressing trees. Richard stopped, then, his back to Lan Jue, and began to speak.
It was a coincidence that Qianlin and I met.
She was attending a birthday last year, and my father was in the Eastern Alliance for a state visit.
I accompanied as his entourage, successor to the Austin family dynasty.
It was her father's birthday, the chief minister Zhou Qianlin. I met her first at that birthday party. From that very first moment, even though it was only the first time I'd seen her, I was captivated. She had that simple, quintessential Eastern beauty. Delicate, without the slightest flaw. If she hadn't spoken, just stood out there, I'd have thought she was a sculpture, the product of the galaxy's greatest artist. From that moment, I knew I wouldn't be able to stop myself from falling in love with her. I used everything at my disposal, found every opportunity to talk to her.
She asked me if I was some playboy.
Of course I told her no, but then she left. I chased after her, asked what was wrong. She shook her head, and told me she was looking for a playboy. She was looking for a bad boy. I changed my tone in a hurry. Of course I was a playboy, I told her.
A bad boy.
I told her about some things I'd done, trouble I'd caused. Peeping into the girls' bathroom when I was young and so forth.
She started to pay attention to me then.
Then she asked if I wanted to get married.
I felt so lucky. The luckiest guy under heaven. Of course I agreed right away.
I told my father first thing, and he was understandably surprised. He thought it was some trap set by the chief minister.
It took time, but I convinced him.
After his own investigation, he determined this wasn't elaborate ruse. So he decided to use this opportunity to deepen cooperation and relationships with the East.
None of this was important to me.
All I cared about was making Qianlin my wife. But that day, that was nothing short of a living nightmare. That guy, out of nowhere, stealing away Qianlin. The wedding was thrown into chaos and my father, enraged, took me from here.
For a long time I didn't know what to do, something came over me. Until I knew she was safe, I was completely oblivious.
I just knew I had to get back to her, so we'd be together. A fanaticism had crept into Richard's eyes as he spoke. He looked almost crazy, paranoid, angry, intolerant.
And then there's you.
You know, as far as I've been able to discover, Qianlin doesn't have any cousins.
Calling yourself that was a pretext. Why? Why does she sit on the back of your bicycle? Be straight with me.
The craze in his eyes began to change, shifting appreciably to a bitter cold. The icy depths of abandonment. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes. Thoughts raced through his head as the young man spoke. At first he'd felt sorry for Richard, but now, hearing his tale, doubt filled him. From the story he determined the two of them must not have known each other long.
Establishing a wedding date the first time they met? And why would Qianlin want a playboy? A bad guy as her spouse?
It all was too strange.
I'm her bodyguard, Lan Jue replied, speaking frankly. Bodyguard?
The realization surprised him.
After discovering Qianlin had no older cousins, many possibilities came to Richard. His first thought was of course that the two of them were together. He certainly hadn't expected that he'd be her bodyguard. Lan Jue's revelation left him speechless. As the heir to the Austin family, his sixth sense had been finely tuned. After determining Lan Jue and Qianlin had no blood relation, there was nonetheless some strange, unexplainable crisis that assailed him. There was something strange about Lan Jue, a peculiarity. As though he wasn't what he seemed.
You're Qianlin's bodyguard? Hired by Uncle Zhou too? His questions came quickly. Lan Jue smiled, cool and relaxed. Anything more is between she and I. And why did you call me here, Richard? To make your presence known? To tell me all about your history with her?
Richard's voice came low, almost a growl.
The wedding never went through, but Qianlin is still my fiancée. I don't want you to have any further contact with her.
Especially don't go to pick her up.
I hope you agree. If you are indeed her bodyguard, then this should be easy to handle. Here's a check. Write a number, accepted at any bank.
He fished out a blank check from his pocket and stretched it towards Lan Jue. It was a strange thing, made of some metal material.
It possessed at least 10 anti-faking checks, the best electronic money exchange available. 1. This means there will definitely be a problem at the concert. 2. Here he means Zhou Qianlin's father.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 130, Another Encounter with the Savage Goddess. Chapter 130, Another Encounter with the Savage Goddess.
Lan Jue laughed and took the check from his hand.
All right.
Oh, but it looks like the place to write the amount is too small, with all the zeros I'm thinking.
Richard blinked at him, curiosity evident in his voice. How much do you want? To abandon my promise and tarnish my reputation?
Lan Jue looked at the young man.
A few hundred zeros at least. So, where should I write?
Instead of writing, however, he handed the check back to him.
Don't go too far now, Richard warned, his voice hard.
Lan Jue turned away from him, heading back towards the street. He spoke gently over his shoulder as he did.
You know, at first, I didn't bear you any ill will. I even sympathized with you.
But now, with what you did here, I understand why Zhou Qianlin refused to marry you.
The next time you want something like this, do yourself a favor and simply don't bother me with it.
He waved a hand and left the cover of the forest. Richard remained where he was. His depressed, angry face watched Lan Jue leave. Dappled sunlight fell upon his sunken shoulders, and suddenly there about another figure beside him. Quiet, dark, almost weightless, it stood not far off. Young master, shall I? The person's voice was deep, sinister.
They motioned with their hands, indicating the neck.
Richard hesitated.
He'd done his research, or tried.
He'd attempted to find all he could about this Lan Jue, but all he managed was a vague and ambiguous connection with Skyfire Avenue. It was a place that filled him with a sense of trepidation. If it was indeed true that Lan Jue was what he said, simply Zhou Qianlin's bodyguard, then there was no need to incite the Avenue's ire.
Forget it. Just keep an eye on him.
Richard's voice was cold, his voice ominous. He was the heir to the topmost political dynasty of the Western Alliance, and apparently what that entailed was darker than he let on in public. By the time Lan Jue reached his bicycle, his scowl had curdled.
So he decides not to make a move. Smarter than he looks.
Richard couldn't have known the pity, the guilt that was in Lan Jue's heart for him. Now, however, it was all gone.
Zeta. What's wrong with you? A simple message, then you just run off to wherever? Are you trying to piss me off?
Emo Xiao stood with her arms crossed over her smart business attire. She broke pose occasionally to angrily waggle a finger at the hooded, masked Hua Li standing sheepishly before her.
Hua Li smiled apologetically. All right. Don't be mad. You gotta give me at least some free time. You can't have me working all day every day. I'll tire out if you do that.
But you were right, see, resting a few days has made my skin much better. He slipped the mask from his face to show her what he meant. His handsome face bore a suave smile, and this was enough to evidently cause Emo Xiao to relax somewhat.
You have the nerve to talk to me about freedom? How many days a year do you actually work?
All added together, no more than 2 months. The rest of the time it's me doing all the work. Even then you still dare to run away, without so much as telling me where you're going.
Not even a message on my communicator. I'm out hunting for clues, and if I'd never heard any news, would you ever have shown your face again? It's not like that.
I wanted to get in contact with you as quick as possible.
Look, this entire time I've been here I was thinking about you. Come on, gimme a hug.
He spread open his arms and tried to wrap her up. Mo Xiao had her palm raised to push him away, but for reasons unknown she felt too weak to resist.
She ended up pressed against his chest.
It was only a brief connection, but when he finally released her, Mo Xiao's face had reddened visibly. The anger in her expression had also lessened. It's always like this, she muttered grudgingly.
Okay. Down to business. Her eyes grew clear and sharp. She was wholly the businesswoman now. Your idea to hold the concert in the National University isn't a bad one. I've already got some people working on it. They're getting in contact with the university's people. They're excited about it, but have a very strict confidentiality agreement we'll need to agree to. You'll also need to practice your songs. There's no way you're screwing this up on the day. For the next few days you're under strict surveillance. Can't happen.
I still have something I have to take care of. Hua Li contradicted her in hesitant tones.
Still?
Mo Xiao glared at him and crossed her arms. I know you don't go running off for no reason.
Spill. What was so important you had to come running off here? Still a Jew, he said. Ever since Hera died he's been languishing out here.
I heard a little while ago from Aching that he'd found him. Later he got in contact with me, told me about this run-in he had with the Pontiff's castle. How he'd been hurt in the ensuing fight. I came this time to look after him. Even though I was loath to leave your side, I had to do my duty.
A Jew? You mean Zeus?
Her eyes grew sharper still, piercing at the mention of the name. The expression in those cutting eyes underwent a series of rapid, curious changes. Hua Li gave her a strange look of his own.
What is it? Mo Xiao puckered her lips in thought. It's nothing. It's just been a long time since we'd met. How is he now?
He's all right, he said. I can't say good, but not bad. Finally starting to recover from the death of Hera.
Mo Xiao nodded. That's good then. Zeta. 2 days later. Early morning.
As ever, Lan Jue was astride his bicycle, pedaling towards the university grounds. In contrast, however, he'd swapped out his formal wear for a tracksuit one.
It served to give him a distinctly energetic appearance too. He didn't look any different from the students he taught, in truth. The white exercise gear fit him perfectly. His feet were covered in similarly pure white sneakers, simple and unassuming. A backpack slung across his back completed the ensemble.
He parked his bike in the security area, and waited patiently at the school's large gates. He didn't tolerate others being late, so naturally he had to abide by his own rules. It was only a little while before nearly all the teachers were gathered. Like him, they were dressed casually. After all, this wasn't a long trip. About 5 days, not counting the commute.
There wasn't any need to bring a lot of fancy stuff.
Jin Yan had also arrived early. She was clad in violet sportswear that set off her delicate features. Upon seeing Lan Jue, her eyes lit up, and she hurried to greet him.
You look quite good in a tracksuit, Professor Lan.
She smiled prettily at him. It's been a long time since I've pulled it out, he admitted.
It feels strange to wear it again. Comfortable, though. That's good then. You look so young.
If they didn't know any better, the others would probably think you were a student here. She stopped when she noticed Lan Jue's face go stiff, almost unnatural. She followed his eyes to the gate, in time to see the willowy figure swinging their way. As she passed, the teachers almost automatically hustled to clear a path. Only a few of the braver ones, huddled in groups, dared to greet her. A pair of jeans hugged tightly against her, outlining her long legs and exaggerating her pert backside. Her top was an exercise shirt, white, similar to Lan Jue's own. Her black hair was tied simply at the back in a ponytail and she wore no makeup. Still, she was beautiful, a natural gift. Despite how baggy her shirt was, it failed to completely shroud her alluring figure. Standing there, she looked for all the world like a proud, newly budded daisy.
What's the savage goddess doing here?
His heart rate had increased at the revelation. Jin Yan realized the predicament and chuckled.
Professor Tan is actually a very nice woman. She just has an explosive temper.
If she didn't, with her charms, there'd be no end of men chasing after her.
Lan Jue's own estimation of the Tan Lingyun couldn't have been further from Jin Yan's.
He shook his head. And yet, he kept a respectful distance from her.
It doesn't matter how pretty she is.
With such a cruel temper, no man would dare speak to her.
If you've got something to say, then speak up.
A voice suddenly interrupted him from nearby. Lan Jue turned his head and spied Wang Hongyuan. He wasn't sure when the man had approached. The dance instructor looked at the two of them with a dismissive expression. Today he was dressed in a tracksuit as well, this one black. There wasn't much that could be said about his oily hair and skin, but he did indeed keep good care of his figure. His suit was tight and hugged his stature. He stood straight on thin legs, watching them. Lan Jue greeted him with an easy smile, and didn't bother with his impolite greeting. Jin Yan, however, was less constrained.
What are you doing going about talking like that, Professor Wang? Don't forget we are all electives teachers here, and here you are so ornery.
I just can't tolerate seeing someone talk behind another's back, he said through a scowl.
Lan Jue's smile disappeared. And what exactly did I say that was so bad?
Wang Hongyun sniffed arrogantly, his head high, and stomped off.
Don't be upset, Professor Lan.
Sometimes Wang Hongyun's just like this. He's a little difficult to deal with sometimes, but he's got a good heart. I've heard other teachers say he spends half his salary every month to help out poor students.
Oh? Lan Jue looked at the retreating dance instructor with no small measure of surprise. He hadn't expected any part of the guy to be worth a damn. The appointed time was quick approaching, and a large verticar was slowly making its way towards them. It stopped before them, and as the doors opened, Director Wu was revealed.
All right, if you all would please get in the car. You all are adults, so I won't spend a lot of time on the do's and don'ts. Remember that planet Taihua is not a wholly developed planet. When we arrive, please make sure you keep safe and help each other out where necessary.
Avoid anything dangerous.
As it turned out, Director Wu's leading style was less school leader and more old friend. It brought a smile to Lan Jue's face. His small speech concluded, the teachers began to file into the transport. Naturally, the electives teachers mostly sat together. And naturally, Jin Yan sat beside Lan Jue. But what brought a decidedly depressing turn to his day was the fact that, for reasons unknown, Tan Lingyun chose to sat at his other side. There was an aisle between them, but that didn't stop Lan Jue from feeling uncomfortable with the situation. It was made worse when, her eyes sweeping over him, her face twisted in a disdainful sneer.
Looks like we're to be mortal enemies. From then on, Lan Jue simply didn't look her way, like there was nothing there to see at all. 1. Why is it rich people always wear tracksuits? What's with that? It's tacky. 2. TSS disagrees. 3. Oh my god woman, give it up. Some people suck.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 131, Planet Taihua. Chapter 131, Planet Taihua.
The bus-sized verticar rumbled to a start, then began its journey. They still had to travel to the university's exclusive spaceship, which would then deliver them to planet Taihua.
Wu Junyi stood near the driver's seat.
His ordinarily serious director's face was gone, and he had a small smile as he addressed the teachers.
Professors one and all, you've worked hard. For this trip, I will be your guide. I hope it will be a pleasant and relaxing experience for all of you. In a little while we'll be on our way, and from then it's 20 hours to Skyfire's closest neighbor, Taihua. Once we arrive, the next 5 days will be spent enjoying one another's company. For now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Lan Jue responded by slipping on his sunglasses and headphones.
He sank back into his chair and closed his eyes. The sound that filled his ears was pleasant, a sudden gift from Huali as he was preparing to leave. It was, in fact, Sounds of Nature, his soon-to-be-released album. It wasn't long until their bus arrived at the public ship hangar. The university's ship was bright silver. The NEU identification symbols shimmered on its sides. The teachers filed out of the bus and onto the ship directly. Then, off they went to Taihua. As they boarded, Tan Lingyun chose a corner to herself, distancing herself in apparent disgust. Though Lan Jue was thankful for her departure, his pride was further bruised by her hateful attitude. He wondered what was so despicable about him that caused her to act that way. Jin Yan wasn't aware of his mood, and so chose once more to sit beside him. She asked a few questions about how Jin Tao was doing, but noticed Lan Jue was tired. She knew how to behave in social situations and let the subject lie. Lan Jue closed his eyes. He felt a shudder rumble through the ship, heard the noise of its engines firing. It brought a sense of calm to him. In truth, he was enjoying this university lifestyle. It was simple and quiet. Although there were things that required his attention every day, and although he had concerns for his students and what to teach, it was a life he felt was happy and enriching. Lan Jue slipped into a meditative state, spurred on by the quietude of his mind and the contentment he felt. His consciousness turned inward, expanding out within him.
Unlike normal people, his own meridians were a light blue color. His skeleton, silver. The flow of his blood and fluids was the same as any normal man, but close examination would reveal sparks of electricity flashing between the erythrocytes.
This was a mark of the 9th-rank talent, the strange conditions of their body. The only way an adept could control these levels of power was if they conditioned themselves as conduits of this energy. To put it simply, there were distinct similarities between a high-level adept and an empowered gem. Some said that adepts were little more than intelligent gems themselves. Of course, it wasn't that simple, but in a sense it wasn't entirely false. Every adept had a core, the center of their powers. For innate talents, they had it at birth, and it expanded with time and training. For them, the strength or lack thereof was determined by genetics. When adepts first appeared among the ranks of humanity, the very strongest were 9th-ranked. The paragons of today all arose from that basic metric, reaching their lofty heights through unending cultivation. Having an innate talent was best, as was widely considered, though they didn't have their supreme power from birth. If they did, their own raging energies would destroy them. Like anyone else, they, too, required training. Through cultivation they could inspire their core to grow, to expand and interact with the external energies that make up the world around them. With time, their power expands to great heights. But the training regimens were difficult and boring. Many average talents were stuck in mediocrity because they couldn't bear the process. They squandered their opportunities, and the time for proper training passed them by. The foundation was never built, and thus they remained average for the rest of their lives. The core of an adept wasn't set, and its location was different for each person. The psychic tide, for instance, had her core between her eyebrows. It was the optimal location for her particular talent. For many high-level adepts, their core was fixed in the pit of their stomachs. Nika and core were counted among them. Then there were special cases, like Xiao. Her core was actually in her right arm. So, in combat, she led with her right. Lan Jue's own core was in the pit of his stomach. However, in contrast to most adepts, his core was different. His was diamond-shaped, suspended in the exact center of his torso. It was a deep, endless blue. It twinkled with light as Lan Jue breathed, firing off in all directions with each inhalation, and shimmering as he exhaled. How often it did so was a result of his heart rate and respiration. Surrounding the diamond core, a pure white light shone. It was a bolt of white lightning that flickered rapidly with power, faster than the normal human eye could fathom. However, its instability was clear. Both his core and that bolt of lightning seemed dimmer than they should be. Their flickers, slow. This was undoubtedly a result of Lan Jue's careful control. Thunder and lightning were the most explosive of the disciplines. In combat, their strength was renowned. The drawback was its instability, for it was just as volatile as it was potent. To protect himself from this, the first thing Lan Jue did after his injury was block his core's power. Had he not, the fluctuating force of his discipline would have undoubtedly turned on his own body. When you are able to bring your lightning and thunder together, blended as one, that is the moment you will be a paragon. When you do, that will be your opportunity to follow in my footsteps. The aged voice reverberated in Lan Jue's ears. Any time that voice came to him, a dull pain followed. The unhappy memories of his youth came rushing back on the tides of that hateful sound. The tribulations of Tang Xiao and Jin Tao were serious, but compared to the suffering of his own youth they were the lucky ones. For him and his brother, their younger years were spent in hell. The fact they lived through it was damn near miraculous. Lan Jue gently shook his head, and awoke from his meditation. The motion also served to help him shake off those unwanted memories. To help wipe the bitter thoughts away, his eyes peered out of the porthole to the universe beyond. Thanks to the relatively short distance between their destination and departure, there was no need for wormholes or deep sleep. He could sit and enjoy the view. The boundless horizons of the universe spread out before him. It didn't matter how lofty your status, how great your powers, or how terrible your troubles, in the vastness of space they were less than nothing. In the distance a pale blue orb spun silently in the dark. Even from out here it was easy to see Taiwa's allure. Blues and greens melded together as the dominant hues. It appeared as though Lan Jue's silent ruminations were not brief. They would soon arrive at their destination. It really is just full of vitality. Jin Yin sighed in admiration as she stared at the nearing planet. Lan Jue nodded slowly. Just so. Certainly worthy of being a tourist destination. I hope it's a rewarding trip. You've never been to Taihua before? Jin Yin asked, somewhat puzzled. He shook his head. I'm not actually from Skyfire. I haven't really visited the surrounding areas. This captured Jin Yan's interest. Oh, so where does our Professor Lan hail from? The home world. Home world? Isn't the environment there already unbearable? The destruction of the previous area was terrible. If it weren't for the following interstellar migration, then the homeworld. Jin Yan stopped, winced apologetically, and sneaked a peek at Lan Jue. He grinned, the expression making it clear he didn't mind. You're right. The ignorance of our race almost completely destroyed our ancestral home. But that's our home, the origin of our lineage. In fact, Taihua looks a little like our home world once did. If the home world had never suffered the scars of that chaos, it'd be just as beautiful. Attention please. We'll be entering Taihua's atmosphere shortly. Please fasten your seatbelts. The warning and subsequent beeps aroused the travelers from their slumber. Jin Yan pressed the buckles together until that telltale snap greeted her. Everyone settled firmly in their seats. The ship was rocked with a violent jolt, and the porthole became obscured by a fiery red light. The interior lights of the ship flickered on and off as they tore through Taihua's upper atmosphere. The journey through the thickening air was a short one, and as the friction eased, so did the violent shaking. The ship stabilized, and the scenery returned to view outside the porthole. Moisture dotted the glass as they tore through the clouds, followed by a slight tremble as the ship began to reduce its speed. As the mist cleared, the dazzling blue ocean was revealed. Where it ended, a vast expanse of green met the sea. For many of the teachers, it wasn't their first time visiting the planet, but they still had their faces glued to the porthole. One after the other, they sighed in appreciation. It's beautiful. Lan Jue, too, could not stop himself from speaking his mind. It is. So pretty. If I could move here after I retire, it would be incredible. Jin Yan's voice was full of yearning. I thought development was banned, Lan Jue said. You can still settle here? There's a small section open for development, to benefit tourism, Jin Yan explained. And you know as well as I that in the East there's nothing money can't accomplish. If you really wanted to live here, it wouldn't be impossible, just very, very expensive. At any rate, it's more than any of us could afford. I see, Lan Jue replied. The ship began to descend. It was slow, in order to allow the passenger to adapt to the change in cabin pressure. Half an hour later, the ship was touching down on a tarmac surrounded by verdant green forests. As the doors opened, they were struck by the moist, fresh winds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Group Leader Tan. Chapter 132, Group Leader Tan. Ah, moist, fresh, full of life. It's a place very suitable for a master of the water element. Were Hua Li here for his cultivation, he'd definitely get more out of it. Lan Jue quietly considered the surroundings as he thought back to his friend. Taihua was, as promised, a beautiful place. This assertion only increased as he left the confines of the spaceship. His eyes filled with greens of every shade imaginable. Scores of vegetation, both known and unknown, surrounded them on all sides. The air was thick with fresh oxygen, so much that it took a moment to acclimate. It certainly would have a restorative effect on the body. 1. He took a deep breath, and indeed felt his injured meridians relaxing as the energies of the world around him flowed through them. Wu Junyi clapped his hands, demanding the attention of the gathered employees. All right. We've arrived at our destination, planet Taihua. Keep in mind that the oxygen concentration here is 120% of our own back on Skyfire. If you're finding it difficult to get used to, there are oxygen masks available. Try to avoid getting punch drunk from the excess oxygen. In a moment we'll be heading for the encampment. Starting tomorrow, you all will have some free time to wander around at your leisure. We've come today with 40 teachers, half of whom are mecha instructors. After we arrive at the encampment, we'll be separating you into groups of 8. Stay within your team as you wander, enjoy each other's company, take pictures, and so on. 8 people per team? Hearing this, Lan Jue felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding fill him too. These encampments were in fact so crude as to make the more prudish among them want to spit. It was a single, simple log cabin. As they arrived, the various materials they would need for their stay were handed out. So what are the guidelines for tourism here, Professor Jin? Lan Jue gathered up his offered materials as he asked the woman, as ever close to his side. Jin Yan huffed. I thought you'd never ask. Because the authorities wish to protect the environment on Taihua, the East has created a special set of cautions here. As a result, things here are a little different for tourism. The most common thing to do is go on a hike. You must rely entirely on your own feet to do so. We'll be passing through dense, old-growth forests.
You also don't need to go too far, just enough to appreciate where we are. Take it easy, Professor Lan, everywhere we'll be going has been checked and surveyed. There is no danger. Now Lan Jue understood. Originally he thought they'd be staying in a hotel. However, looking again at the goods in his arms, a hotel was not what was in store for them. A single-person tent, a sleeping bag, a kettle, knife, telescope, and MRE. Among a few other things, this was his basic survival kit. A walkabout. This certainly caught his interest. A soldier in camouflage attire had been the one to give them their gear. He wore a squad leader badge on his shoulder. He looked to be in his 30s. He addressed this with a loud voice. You have all now arrived at planet Taihua. Please ensure you adhere to the planet's laws and regulations. In your kits, you've been given a heating unit. However, it does not employ an open fire. Any use of fire in these forests is strictly prohibited. Also, teachers from the National Eastern University, please do not stray too far from the campsite. In a moment, we ask you to come and register your personal communicators with us. In this way, if you are in any danger, we will be able to get to you promptly. We will also input our campsite's coordinates. So long as you ensure you are back here within 5 days, everything will go smoothly. If you're able, you are permitted to hunt and consume any wild animals you come across on Taihua. But do refrain from indiscriminate killing. Only kill what you're going to eat. Hunting, too? Interesting indeed. Must be a special characteristic of Taihua. Wu Junyi lent his own voice to the announcement. Okay. Next, groups. When we're done, the groups are free to go their own way. The MREs you're carrying are enough to sustain you for 5 days, but if you're looking for wilder fare, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. There are no toxic critters in the tour zone, so feel free to munch on whatever you can catch. However, they aren't going to lay down for you. Some animals are aggressive. When you're out there, keep an eye out and be careful. If any of you feel like the things that were given to you aren't enough, you're free to head to the lodge window and buy some more. Alright, let's split you all up. Lan Jue looked at the window the teaching director had indicated. He wandered over for a look. The woman manning the place looked like any normal young girl. Spying the tall and handsome Lan Jue approaching, she smiled sweetly. What are you looking for? Do you have flavoring? Yup, we offer all sorts. It looks like this isn't your first foray into the wilds. You've got some experience. She smiled pleasantly, praising her newest customer. Lan Jue looked over the inventory. Inwardly he was pleasantly surprised with the stock. As she said, they had pretty much anything he could want. But the prices, at least 5 times what you'd find on Skyfire. And as he just learned, Taihua didn't allow any food from the outside. The rations they were given weren't cheap either, about all the university could afford. He stuffed his purchases into his back and headed back. Returning to the fray, he came across Jean Yen, an odd look in her eyes. What is it, Professor Jean? Are the groups set? She nodded, and replied in quiet tones. Professor Tan was chosen as our group leader. Ah? That savage lady? Lan Jue was taken aback, and his volume was a smidge higher than he'd have liked. A few of the nearby teachers looked his way. Am I savage, or are you just garbage? That hateful, familiar voice called out to him. Lan Jue looked helplessly towards Tan Lingyun as she approached. Lan Jue attempted to recover. What I meant. She cut him off with a disdainful sniff. A waste of height and space. I hope you don't hold us up. Lan Jue had nothing to say, and could only shrug his shoulders. The ghost of a smile cracked on Jin Yan's face. Tan Lingyun moved to the side and began to organize her things. She smacked into her shoulder in her passage. Director Wu. Wu Junyi beamed a smile. What is it, Professor Lan? Do you agree with your group assignment? Professor Tan is quite the looker, eh? 3-inch. Lan Jue smiled as well, but his was a forced one. Deliberate, I suspect? Wu Junyi chuckled knowingly. In fact, she's a good woman. It's just that temper of hers. That little matter from before was really unfortunate. So, I decided to put you two together. I'm hoping this trip will help you two reconcile your differences. I've got a lot of faith in you, Professor. Every class of yours has more students than the one before. You're developing a very good reputation. I'm working in your corner at the university, and if you keep up these numbers you'll be a syndicated teacher in no time. Thank you very much. Once more, there wasn't anything Lan Jue could say. Things were as they were, and complaining about it wasn't going to do any good. Anyway, it was vacation. So long as he didn't provoke that psychotic woman, everything would be fine.
His group was more than just he and Professor Tan, of course. It also boasted Jin Yan, Wu Hongyuan, and 4 others.
2 men and 2 women. The 2 other gentlemen were also, like them, electives teachers.
The 2 women were mecha instructors.
For each, men and women.
But, considering the addition of Professor Tan, the group was decidedly tilted in the ladies' favor.
Judging by looks alone, it certainly didn't appear that the 2 male electives teachers were powerhouses.
It wasn't long after they finished orientating their communicators that Tan Lingyun started showing her leadership prowess. She shouted for her team to gather together. Lan Jue was already there, beside Jin Yan. Still, he was trying his best to remain on the outskirts of their little expeditionary team. It's still early, and I'm sure you all had a good rest on the ship. Our goal is to get 10K into the forest and pitch camp. We'll rest for a bit afterward, then start looking for food.
Any questions?
Her words entreated dialogue, but her tone didn't. Her sharp eyes pierced the gathered men specifically. In trepidation of the savage goddess reputation, the men of the group nearly tripped over each other to express their agreement with her plan.
Lan Jue also nodded his approval.
The other ladies were just as quick to acquiesce.
It appeared as though the women as the mecha department were on good terms with Professor Tan.
They've been at her side the whole time.
Alright, then let's get going. Tan Lingyun waved them onward, walking at the head of the pack.
She made a direct line for the edge of the forest. Jin Yan and Lan Jue took up the rear. As they followed, Lan Jue leaned in and spoke quietly to his fellow teacher.
Is this really supposed to be a vacation? It seems more like a military expedition. Jin Yan's laugh was low and constrained. Professor Tan teaches mecha combat. She'd reputed to be an emperor-class pilot herself. She treats all her students like soldiers, so I guess it's a habit. As expected, there were no paths or trails in the ancient forest. It was no problem, however, as the one who led them used her machete to make quick and violent work of any limb or vine that dared impede her path. Their forward progress wasn't hindered in the least. She was loud, coarse, and violent, but she'd chosen the most grueling task for herself. Lan Jue followed along at a leisurely pace. After all, how fast could they go through a forest as dense as this? This forest was considerably different from other indigenous forests Lan Jue had visited. For a start, there were far fewer insects than he'd expected. In large forests there were sure to be clouds of flying insects, but not here. The air was clean, fresh. The surrounding flora were enormous, towering towards the canopy, even the bushes. They did need to cut a path to follow, but in the end it wasn't too much trouble to do so. The deeper they traveled into the forests, the heavier the air became with fresh oxygen. With each breath Lan Jue was recovering from his injuries. He felt pretty good, all things considered. After about 2 kilometers into their trek, the discrepancies in the different teachers began to show. Professor Tan remained in front, full of vigor and vivaciousness. Behind her, the 2 other mecha instructors continued in similar fashion. The lack in physical preparedness of the electives teachers was becoming quite clear. Jin Yan was already out of breath, while Lan Jue and Wang Hongyun were in better shape. The 2 other teachers in their department were already drenched in sweat, their breaths ragged. Were it not for that overriding fear of their group leader, the fellas would have cried for a rest long ago. 1. Fresh air is becoming a very large criteria for a nice place, considering the poor air quality they suffer in China. 2. He read the chapter title. 3. Sexism. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Fantasia Injection. Chapter 133, Fantasia Injection. Tan Lingyun shot a glance of her shoulder, her brows wrinkling at what she saw. Take a break, she said, finally stopping. The 2 male teachers in Jin Yan sighed, finally given quarter. They immediately sought places to sit and drink in the air with deep, gasping breaths. Tan Lingyun extricated her canteen from her pack and took a swig, taking the time to peer at their surroundings. Her 2 female counterparts stood at either side of their impromptu leader. They were in cover formation, looking after the 5 electives teachers, very much in military fashion. Wang Hongyuan settled beside Jin Yan. How are you doing, Professor Jin? Sit a while and I'll help you up. Jin Yan shook her head. I'm fine. Though it looks like I really need to get in shape. I'm already tired after only this little while. Wang Hongyuan frowned. We've all been sitting in a ship for the past few hours. That's no rest. It's natural for the body to get exhausted. Leader Tan, it looks like we're in the neighborhood of a campsite.
We're here on vacation, we shouldn't tire ourselves out so much.
You three are mecha teachers, but us electives teachers are just normal people. Tan Lingyun huffed at him. Professor Jean, I can understand, but you guys are also struggling?
At this pace, we're barely moving.
Even your average person shouldn't find this tiring. You all a bunch of soft-footed weaklings? It's fine, it's fine. Professor Wang, I'm okay really.
Jin Yan hurriedly pushed herself to her feet with the aid of Wan Hongyuan, stopping him from speaking further. Their group leader approached regardless.
Stopping in front of Jin Yan, her features softened perceptibly. Professor Jean, are you really alright? If not, we can ease up.
Jin Yan smiled thankfully.
I'm fine, honestly. Sadly, our stamina really isn't where it should be.
Perhaps, if possible, we shouldn't rush so much on the first day.
Tan Lingyun hesitated for just a moment, then nodded. 5 kilometers then we pitch camp. You guys can make it, yeah?
Jin Yan turned her head to look at Lan Jue. Their etiquette teacher stood nearby, hands stuffed in the pockets of his pants. He looked unfazed. Seeing her eyes dart his way, he shrugged.
I'm fine.
The two other gentlemen hurried to agree with Tan Lingyun's new plan.
At last Tan Lingyun swept her eyes towards Wan Honyuan. Gain a little masculinity, why don't you?
And don't pull any of that orchid fingers crap in front of me. Once she spoke to him, but her general displeasure was surely with all the men before her.
You!
Wang Hongyun jabbed a finger angrily at her, but he couldn't help the dainty motions derived from years of dance training from creeping into the motion. His face immediately reddened and he dropped his hand.
The other two women couldn't help but titter at the display.
There in the forest, none of those gathered could know that the satellites far above Taihua were picking up something more interesting than their squabble. Several small dark red dots appeared in their images, spreading out over Taihua and bathing it in dim light.
Jin Tao, are you prepared?
Hua Li's question was solemn, serious.
The young man nodded.
He was clad in only a pair of underpants, and sat within a nourishment pod. Maybe he really did have a problem with his head, because there was no sense of trepidation in him at all.
Teacher, why are you always wearing that mask? Isn't that uncomfortable?
Jin Tao watched Hua Li, his curiosity getting the better of him.
Hua Li lifted the exceptionally large surgical tubing in his hand. This kid, are you really an idiot or are you just pretending? You actually care about this shit right now? Jin Tao chuckled too. Wouldn't this count as my greatest ability, to remain calm?
Fatty Tang got absolutely ruined, and Professor Lan said I would face greater risk. I know what's coming, and how hard it'll be to get past it. But we have to face the things that scare us.
If I'm relaxed, the nerves can't get to me. Hua Li looked at him in utter amazement. It's no wonder Eiju chose you. You've got some real insight. Fine, I'll take the mask off and you can have a look.
With that, he used his free hand to pluck the mask free, revealing his features.
Ah! Jin Tao cried out in alarm. Hua Li took pride in the sudden reaction.
He spoke with a quiet self-confidence.
What are you screaming about? You know me, eh? Jin Tao bobbed his head up and down like a chicken. Why you're Poseidon, right? Aw man, you really are a good-looking fella. No wonder you're everyone's idol. An infinitely suave smile spread across Hua Li's face. Alright, time to lie back. Let's get started. The decoction will be absorbed in 3 steps. This is the first. The other 2 will be once a month. Oh. He settled back in the pod. Teach, actually Poseidon, man. Hey, looking like that, you aren't actually a woman dressed as a man, are you? If you are, you'd probably fall for a handsome guy like me, huh? Damn it.
Hua Li's pleasant smile was gone, dead on his face. He angrily scrunched his face and lifted his head, jabbing a finger pointedly at his neck.
Are you a moron? You know what this is? You're a damn woman.
He slammed the lid of the nourishment pod shut, crushing Jin Tao into a lying position.
The pod was full of a thick, transparent gel. Jin Tao lay within, eyes wide. Hua Li took a few angry breaths.
Finding some semblance of calm, he injected the contents of the nearby syringe into the pod port, and jammed a button. Now that things were started, his face became calm. He carefully watched the pod for any changes.
Jin Tao, relax your body. No matter how bad this hurts, you have to stay conscious. You absolutely must stay awake through the whole process. You need to feel every change in your body.
Only this way will you make sure the Fantasia Genetica's effect reaches its full potential.
Your teacher wanted me to tell you.
If you persevere, stick to it, you'll come out a real man.
Strong. A hero. If you don't, well, then you're doomed to life of mediocrity.
A life where the disdain and disregard of others will follow you for the rest of your days.
You understand what I'm saying? Jin Tao's smile faded, disappeared.
He forced himself to nod, displacing the gel around him. A myriad of luminescent colors began to appear within the gel. The injection of the decoction wasn't quick, but these spectral lights and colors quickly overtook the interior of the box. At first, Jin Tao simply felt as though his body were going slightly numb, a sensation that appeared to be coming from all directions and affecting every part of him. The way he was settled in the pod, however, ensured his breathing wasn't affected. Suddenly, in the next instant, he felt as though his very pores were sucking in oxygen from outside. It was a strange but wonderful sensation. The sense of paralysis increased, slowly spreading throughout his form. As he looked on in shock, he noticed his body begin to quake and jerk uncontrollably. They were small at first, but as time went on they grew more and more severe. With it came the terrible sensation that he was being torn apart, his skin, his muscles, ripped away.
From the inside out, it felt like he was being flayed alive. But it wasn't pain, necessarily.
It felt more like the forces of energy that made up his being were being separated. He groaned as he felt his body suddenly go stiff as a board. He remained so for several seconds, with the nourishing gel surrounding him quivering with each tremble of his form. Looking on, Huali saw him undergo a change. Thin white hairs were sprouting all over him, sprouting from every pore. His twitching mouth revealed elongated canines fighting past his lips.
It was his innate ability, brought to the surface. Synanthropy. Through the external forces that assailed him, Jin Tao's discipline was reacting and manifesting on the surface. The fear was, with his abilities as weak as they were, could Jin Tao resist the dangers of the Western Alliance's greatest genetic manipulator? Huali was glued to the pod, watching Jin Tao carefully, his every move and jerk. He adhered to Lan Jue's wishes, making this kid's safety his primary concern. He was also quite clear on the risks and suffering involved in playing with one's genetics. He himself was from the Western Alliance. He could recall several times he'd witnessed the Fantasia Genetica decoction being used. Each time, the recipient was no less than a level 5 talent. Jin Tao's was no greater than second level. More than just his discipline, it meant his physical endurance was also much weaker than was necessary. In the West, there was no way he would be permitted to use the decoction. He didn't have the strength, and failure meant terrible things. But here he was, through virtue of some lucky star, given his chance at becoming great. Still, the decoction would be given in 3 stages, and this was just the first. Indeed, his suffering would be great. His willpower would be the decided factor in victory or failure. If he failed, he would have a nervous breakdown. All of his pain and efforts would be wasted. The priceless formula would be lost. All Huali could do was watch, and protect him from the worst of it. The shaking became worse. His metamorphosis continued, and in the gel he became more and more dog-like. Streaks of blood escaped from his pores along with the dog hair. However, despite what he was seeing, Huali was most surprised by what the instruments were telling him. Not only was this kid lucid, but he was taking the whole thing in stride. There were no dangerous fluctuations in his nervous pathways. On the contrary, there were hardly any fluctuations at all. This was indeed a very rare kind of willpower. Zeta. Here at last. Li Wei was one of the other gentlemen in Lan Jue's group. He plopped to the floor with a defeated sigh. He was done, the end of the world wouldn't get him standing again. He fished his canteen from his pack and took several long gulps. He looked set to fall to pieces. 5 kilometers through a rainforest and 5 kilometers in the outside world were entirely different things. The terrain was uneven, sometimes high, sometimes low. Though Tan Lingyun was in the font clearing a path, it was no picnic for them either. Li Wei was just a normal guy, and without any background in physical fitness, it felt like he'd just spent half his life in energy reserves. Tan Lingyun and the 2 other mecha instructors had already begun pitching their tents.
They'd chosen to set up their spots on the periphery, creating a triangle. The other teachers would camp within.
Professor Tan had chosen well.
A small brook gurgled nearby, and after a brief examination it was determined they could drink freely from it.
For now, this was to be their campsite. Lan Jue was also busying himself with erecting his tent. To him, it was quite a fun and relaxing activity. It didn't take long for him to finish up, and once he threw his sleeping bag in there he'd be ready to rest. I'm off to look for dinner. You all stay here, don't leave the triangle.
Standing before them with her machete, Tan Longyun struck quite the commanding presence.
But before she left, something curious came over her.
Without entirely knowing why, she jabbed her knife towards Lan Jue, who'd already finished with his tent.
You're coming with 1.
Orchid fingers is a hand motion used in traditional Chinese dancing where the middle finger presses against the thumb, and the other fingers are splayed out, not unlike an orchid flower, ostensibly.
2. I love this kid.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 134, Some Unknown Danger. Chapter 134, Some Unknown Danger. Me?
Lan Jue pointed a finger at his nose.
Tan Lingyun only grunted, then turned and started off.
Lan Jue smiled wryly and followed. Li Wei shuffled to Wang Hongyuan, who'd recently finished setting up his own tent, and grumbled towards him.
Professor Wang, you're right. Is this a trip or some sort of military survival training? Wang Hongyuan scowled.
This savage woman, she'll probably never find a husband.
Jin Yan furrowed her brow at the two men. Don't be so malicious. She's a good woman. It's just what happened years ago. Zeta.
Lan Jue followed close on Tan Lingyun's heels as they made their way back into the forests. The mecha instructor was in the lead, her pace slow. Her eyes swept along the brush, in constant motion.
You look like you're in decent shape. Do you exercise?
She didn't look at him as she asked her question, continuing her earnest surveillance.
Yeah, he replied.
His response was brief, curt. He had no kindness prepared for this woman. The way she treated him earlier was unforgivable.
So Tan Lingyun just went on, talking to herself. It's strange. I don't remember the wildlife on Taihua being this sparse. We're 5 kilometers in and we haven't seen anything. You've been here before? She nodded. I come every year. Hunting's always permitted, the air is good, it's relaxing. It's a good way to reconnect with nature. By the way, what was your name? Flatfoot? Lan Jue considered silence, but went on. Lan Jue. You can call me Professor Lan, or my full name if you must. You've probably hated men your whole life, huh? Something must have happened. Tan Lingyun stopped, and spun suddenly to face him.
She nearly speared Lan Jue to a tree with her cutting stare.
Shut your mouth.
Lan Jue only smiled indifferently in the face of her anger.
If you're so predisposed to hating guys, why'd you make me come along? Tan Lingyun hissed chillingly at him. I needed a pack mule. Stay here, and don't move. I'll take a look around.
She hefted her machete, and stuck it into the trunk of a nearby tree. She shut her eyes. After a moment, a faint green light began to emanate from her. As the Viridian halo expanded, Lan Jue was surprised to discover that she had begun to completely blend in with her surroundings.
What was this discipline? Despite all Lan Jue's experience, he couldn't guess her discipline at a glance. The dim light she was releasing was gentle, almost cozy. Her own aura vanished, and it seemed she was almost a tree or shrub herself, not a woman at all. It was no surprise she liked it here. It appeared her discipline somehow had a connection with nature. Considering his unfortunate run-in with her before, perhaps physical power as well. So was it that power? As Lan Jue was lost in his thoughts, Tan Lingyun's eyes suddenly shot open. Shock shone brightly within them. They're afraid. Who's afraid? Lan Jue asked, inquisitively. Everything. Tan Lingyun's voice had grown perceptibly softer. All of them, all the plants here are afraid. At my level of cultivation I can feel the mood of every living thing within 3,000 meters. There isn't a single wild animal in that diameter, just plants. Not coming across any wildlife on our trip out here could be written off as a coincidence, but nothing in 3 kilometers? There's something wrong. Quick, let's head back. She grabbed Lan Jue, and the two raced back to the campsite. Lan Jue felt an intense power coming from her hand, and suddenly he felt himself literally being dragged through the air. The physical power exuded from Tan Lingyun expanded and enveloped him within it, like a protective shield. Any plant or insect that was unfortunate enough to draw near was cast away in their wake. He feared even trees wouldn't be able to stand against them. Lan Jue didn't speak. But if he had to describe the situation, visually it was like flying a kite. He was the kite. Base, come in. This is NEU Group 7 leader Tan Lingyun. There's something strange going on, come in. As Tan Lingyun dragged Lan Jue behind her, she called into the communicator on her wrist. Hello group leader. What is it? A calm voice answered. She responded, her voice low. We're 5 kilometers into the forest. Trekking and we didn't come across any wildlife.
I used my discipline to search and found nothing.
There's definitely something going on here, requested satellite survey immediately. We're heading back to the encampment. No wildlife? Alright, we'll take a look. We'll let the other groups know. Come on back. Be careful on the return trek.
We'll send out a reinforcement recon team, they'll link up with the coordinates on your communicator.
Roger. Lan Jue was not enjoying being the kite.
However, he had to admire Tan Lingyun's handling of the situation. She was certainly a competent mecha instructor. From the instant she discovered something wrong, her responses were clear, calculated, and not in the least wasteful. They had not gone out far, so by the time her report was finished they were already back at the campsite. Her hand shook, and Lan Jue tumbled to the floor. She called out to the others. Alright everyone, we're breaking camp and moving out now. There's something wrong out here. Drop all excess weight, we're only bringing solid foods. Hurry it up, dot. By this time all the tents had been constructed. The physically beat electives teachers were already resting within. Tan Lingyun's sudden and vocal declaration took them all by surprise. The other 2 mecha instructors rushed to her side. Lingyun, what is it? I don't know yet. There isn't any wildlife in these rainforests, I checked. The plants are also giving off a palpable fear. There must be some unknown danger. We have to rush back to base camp. And then immediately back to Skyfire. No delay. How do you know this isn't some guess or mistake on your part? Wang Hongyuan glared at her, rising from the interior of his tent. That withering gaze she wielded so well fell upon the dance instructor. It is a guess. But it's well-founded. We have to get out of here. As group leader, I have to keep the safety of the group as my first concern. Professor Wang, I believe her. Let's get out of here first, then we'll see. I also feel like something isn't right. Lan Jue felt the need to interject. Lan Jue's sudden agreement was unexpected, and Tan Lingyun shot him a curious glance. You? Wang Hongyuan barked suddenly at him like a dog who'd had his tail trampled. And what are you? Just some new face, fresh and worthless. Why don't you just piss off? Professor Wang. What are you saying? By this time Jin Yan had also left her tent and, seeing Wang Hongyuan address Lan Jue this way, couldn't help but shout angrily at him. The dance teacher only shot her a hateful glare, and stomped back into his tent. A dangerous glint flickered through Tan Lingyun's eyes. She turned to speak to the 2 other female teachers. Get them out of here. Now. She didn't wait for an answer, she was already making for Wang Hongyuan's tent. She flicked her wrist, the machete in her palm glinting ominously. Rip. A great tear appeared in the side of Wang Hongyuan's tent. UB*TCH. I've tolerated you long enough. The man's tittery voice screeched from the entrance. Then, a figure emerged from newly created opening. A clawed hand reached out, grabbing at the knife in Tan Lingyun's hand. Wadash! She cried out in surprise and retreated a step. She yanked her wrist to free it from his grip. Her left hand curled into a fist, punched at the origin of the hand. The moment she threw that punch, Lan Jue felt a powerful wave of energy expanding outward from the attack. Bang! A muffled thud preceded Wang Hongyuan unceremoniously tumbling from the tent. Tan Lingyun stood in the same spot, looking down at him. The only change in her was 5 white marks on her knuckles. The dance instructor was a sight different than normal, now. Long, sharp nails had extended from each of his fingertips. His face had grown pale, stretching longer and more slender than before. His effeminate aura was gone, replaced with an unsettling chill. An adept? Your power has a darkness to it. Tan Lingyun's features were confused, almost trembling, as she looked on his hideous face. Wang Hongyuan's voice had become higher still, screechy. Tan Lingyun, you're a powerful woman. I didn't want to strike out at you. But the way you speak, the things you say, and this groundless assumption of danger to make us retreat. We're here on vacation. Nothing else. If you want to leave, then go, but don't drag us electives teachers behind you like mules. I have power enough to protect myself. Jin Yan was also shocked, looking at the change that had overcome Wang Hongyuan. She hadn't realized that this man she came across every day, greeted in the office, and sat beside was in fact an adept. And a powerful one at that, it appeared. The only one who didn't appear surprised at the revelation was the man standing a few short meters away, Lan Jue. They couldn't see it, but how could he not recognize Wang Hongyuan's hidden powers?
Lan Jue's own thunderbolt discipline was in direct opposition to such dark powers.
So, the moment he met Wang Hongyuan, he felt the energies pulsing from him. Wang Hongyuan may not know about Lan Jue's own powers, but the fact that they were opposed meant they were destined to dislike one another from the start.
Tan Lingyun dropped her arm. Now that I know you're an adept, that's better.
I don't want to sit here and argue with you. You're right, we're here on vacation. Still, safety has to be our primary concern. If in the end we find there indeed was no danger, I'll happily accept whatever punishment the school sees fit to levy against me. But, right now, I am the group leader, and you must listen to me.
We're leaving right now. And if I don't want to?
Wang Hongyuan challenged.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 135, The Violet Creature. Chapter 135, The Violet Creature. Tan Lingyun laughed scornfully. Men only care about face. If you can beat me, then you go ahead and be group leader.
Suddenly, without any further discussion, she launched herself at Wang Hongyuan. Like a great bird of prey, she lashed out at the twisted man. As her figure rose into the air, that sensation of gathering energy returned anew. It surrounded her like the moments before an explosion. Lan Jue's conjectures were finally confirmed, and he knew her ability, Supernatural.
It was an exceedingly rare and equally special discipline to possess.
It allowed her to employ the energies of the environment around her, any environment, to augment her own physical abilities. Even in the vacuum of space, she'd be able to draw the radiation of the universe into herself, making her stronger. It meant no matter where she found herself in a fight, she was ready to manipulate the environment to her advantage. She was never not on home turf. This was the first time Lan Jue had encountered someone with a real supernatural discipline. He'd heard that, 50 years ago, there once was a paragon with such an ability. Though he eventually suffered his own downfall, in his prime he was among the most powerful people to ever live. This ability of hers explained how she was able to communicate with the land around her, to feel the fear she claimed the plants were feeling. Hers was clearly a very powerful ability. She had spread her power out through the environment, becoming one with it. So it wasn't merely her, but everything around them, that gave her such capabilities. Wang Hongyuan stood directly in the face of her onslaught, unmoving. He spread his arms, and two large black wings extended from his back. They beat once, and suddenly he was at Tan Lingyun's side. His clawed hands reached for her shoulders. This was a conflict, but his attacks were measured.
He wasn't aiming to kill her. Tan Lingyun was surprised at the sudden shift, her reaction slow. Just slow enough for Wang Hongyuan to get her in his grasp. The man's pride was suddenly upset when he got the sudden sensation he was holding some indestructible metal thing. As his hands found their mark, Tan Lingyun's shoulder reversed, slamming directly into his chest. His reaction was swift, dropping his chest and collapsing his abdomen. The wings at his back beat furiously. He looked for a moment as though he were flying upside down, but in fact it was just the speed of his retreat that caused the illusion. It wasn't a solid hit, but he still felt the spasm in the pit of his stomach. Sure enough, this was the power of the savage goddess. Wang Hongyuan felt a tremor of fear snake through him. He knew he was no weak thing, but the abilities this woman possessed were far beyond his own. Tan Lingyun grunted. She reached a hand out towards him, her fist squeezing in the air. Wang Hongyuan felt, moments later, as though the very space around him was condensing. The speed he took so much pride in was being sapped away. The savage goddess took a deep breath. The fresh green aura that surrounded her bloomed to life in a dazzling display. As it did, it congealed at her back to reveal an enormous viridian phantasm. The towering beast raised its hand, and sent it crashing down towards the black-winged elective's instructor. Boom! Lan Jue unconsciously winced, shutting his eyes. It was like Wang Hongyuan was little more than a fly, smushed by a giant invisible swatter. He crumpled to the ground. The green light around her faded. She turned her head to look at the rest of them. Anyone else want to give it a shot? Not a peep. Tan Lingyun's growling voice continued. We are leaving. Now. Back to base camp. She gave no further room for argument. Jin Yan yelped as their group leader unceremoniously threw her over her shoulder. The two other electives teachers were then caught in her grip, one hand for each. Just like that, she was off at a good pace. The two other mecha instructors hastened to follow. Lan Jue took one look at Wang Hongyuan, then followed their lead. Professor Tan, what are we going to do about Professor Wang? Jin Yan asked, bouncing against Tan Lingyun's back. Relax, she said, he's a stubborn one. He'll be fine. He'll be coming along shortly, I'm sure.
Lan Jue remained in the back. Secretly he harbored criticisms, for although Wang Hongyuan's vampiric discipline was indeed one hard to kill, that slap he'd received definitely wasn't gentle. Poor guy. Not long after the others left, a few minutes perhaps, Wang Hongyuan finally managed to pull himself up. The ground below him was actually indented with an outline of his body. So recently devastated by his opponent, the pride and arrogance had left the man's eyes. It was replaced with a clear sense of anxiety, doubt.
An 8th-ranked talent? That woman's actually that strong? He ground his teeth.
With a few beats of his leathery wings, he was off chasing after the others.
Zeta.
A great, earth-shaking boom tore across the horizon, not long after Lan Jue and his party had begun their escape.
Whoom. From the depths of the rainforest, a blinding red light arose. Within it was an oval, a massive scarlet cocoon.
Where it made landfall, the area around it has also turned a strange sort of violet.
An unhealthy-looking fog of similar color snaked close to the ground. A small animal, some strange nameless beast, made its way over from a distance.
In the grips of curiosity it stumbled into the mist, but the moment the strange tendrils touched it, its hair began to fall out. Then skin, muscle, organs, and finally bones. It dissolved into a primordial ooze. With the creature's death a faint red light wafted from it, which was drawn into the nearby cocoon and vanished.
Brrrrmmm.
A low growl emitted from the strange object. The cocoon swelled larger, reaching outward, then returned to normal.
Pffft.
The ratting release of air followed, and then a blade-thin object jabbed out from within it. As the egg was pierced, a flood of thick violet fluid was excreted. Again and again the oval was pierced, shredded, as though some enormous beast was trying to cut its way free. Scenes very similar to this one were occurring throughout Taihua's pristine rainforests.
Lan Jue ran after the group ahead of him.
But as he did, a strange sensation came over him and he lifted his eyes to the sky. The dense vegetation cover made it indistinct, but it was clear that somehow in the last few moments the sky had grown dark.
An ethereal gray hue crept across the planet. Tan Lingyun's judgments were correct. There was definitely something happening here.
Lan Jue deliberately began to slow his pace, falling back from the others. He raised his left hand, and pointed the shimmering green ring on his pinky fingers towards the forest. The green light within shot out into the leafy depths.
What's up with you, out of strength? Tan Lingyun had turned around to call back at him. Ha? No, I'm fine. Coming.
Lan Jue quickly shouted back, and picked up the pace.
Ee.
Just then, the ear-splitting screeches of an alarm were issued from the communicators of each teacher's wrist.
Red alert, red alert. Taihua has come under attack from an unidentified source. All tourists make your way to the quickest base camp as quickly as possible. Repeat, red alert.
The alarm confirmed, without a doubt, Tan Lingyun's suspicions. The two electives teachers whose earlier struggle to keep up found no such troubles now. As they raced along, panic was written clear as day on their faces.
Zeta. A
shrill cry suddenly filled the air. The sound caused Wu Junyi's face to slacken. He dropped into a slight crouch, then sprung into the air. He effortlessly soared a dozen meters before pulling himself against the top of a towering tree. He saw the scene unfold, not far away. A scowl carved lines in his face. An enormous creature stood in the forests. Its violet figure was perhaps 10 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 razor-sharp wings.
It stood on 4 enormous, sturdy legs. Its abdomen was a layered field of magenta, alternating in intensity. Its torso was triangular, and from the sides 6 great arms like a mantis claws swept at the air like vicious sides. The articulated pincers were each 7 meters long, and as Wu Junyi looked on, the beast cleared a 10 meters area of land around it with them. The giant, sturdy trees were felled like butter before a warm knife. More unsettling than its appearance was the mist that was expelled from it. The violet mist changed everything it came into contact with, tinting them that same sickly color. Any plant or animal that came into contact with it immediately withered and died. Whatever it was, the mist devoured whatever life it touched. From where he watched, Director Wu could see a figure, human, lying on the ground as the mist crept over. A teacher, and before his eyes they melted away under the noxious cloud. Bastard! Wu Junyi shouted at the monstrous thing in a rage.
His curled fists rose nearly of their own accord and beat against his chest. He brazenly roared, and leapt from the tree.
Wu Junyi's normally unimpressive stature swelled as he soared towards the beast.
His clothes split and fell away, and before long the teaching director had become a towering, 6-meter-tall baboon. His entire body was covered in a dark copper light, and each hair stood on end. His arms were particularly strong, and they reached out as he shot like a cannonball towards the creature.
Go, hurry. Get back to camp and board the plane. Wu Junyi's thunderous voice echoed across the rainforests. Nearby instructors almost tumbled over themselves to flee. Roughly half of the teachers who'd arrived for the trip taught electives. Most possessed no real combat abilities. And though the others were mecha instructors, naturally none brought mechas with them on vacation. Now, all they could do was run around like headless chickens. The mantis-like monstrosity spied Wu Junyi barreling towards it through the air. Its 6 razor-like appendages lashed out at him. Ray at Ag. The enormous baboon howled threateningly, bashing his fists against his chest. As he careened nearer, a dull golden light fired out from him. As it crashed against the beast's pincers, they were cast away. Unimpeded, Wu Junyi headed straight for the monster's 3 hideous heads. But the mantis beast was surprisingly nimble, its 4 legs strong. It sidestepped and avoiding the attack. Boom! Wu Junyi crashed to the ground instead. His 2 strong legs carved deep trenches where he made landfall. Clank, chink, screech. A series of metallic squeals arose. The beast had made a move of its own, and was swiping murderously at Wu Junyi's back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Thor's Watch. Chapter 136, Thor's Watch. Under the mantis creature's assault, Director Wu did not react. In truth, his own powers were far and away a match for the beast. Strike after strike from its side-like arms left no trace on the baboon's body. Without looking back, Wu Junyi's powerful legs grew taut, then launched him backwards against his attacker. Crack! Snap! 2 of the mantis creature's 6 arms broke and fell away. It reeled back, tumbling away from the impact. King Kong, a baboon metamorphosis. This was Wu Junyi's discipline. Director of the teaching department, and 8th-ranked talent. He was among the best adepts the school possessed. 1 rippling arm supported him against the ground, pushing him up to somersault back into action. In the blink of an eye he was striking once again at the monstrous intruder. It was startled by his ferocity, but its reaction was quick nonetheless. Fending off the great baboon, 6 great wings unfurled from its back and pushed it into the air. Wu Junyi scowled at the unpleasant discovery. The damn thing could fly. Already he could feel a sort of numbness creeping up through his body, a result of the strange violet mist the monster was releasing. Whatever it was clearly intensely toxic. For the moment, he was able to mostly isolate the poisons from affecting him, but its effects would grow stronger the more of his discipline he expended. The King Kong baboon couldn't fly, but this didn't mean he was out of options against flying opponents. Wu Junyi had spent decades cultivating and understanding his powers. Both his strengths and weaknesses, and how to overcome them, were very clear to him. Egg who? He roared towards the heavens, spreading his arms wide and baring his chest. Suddenly, he twisted back, preparing for something. In the same instant, a dim golden orb congealed in his left palm. He twisted back around and flung the shimmering projectile like a cannonball. The mantis creature had suffered significantly already under Wu Junyi's attacks. Though it was held aloft by its wings, the injuries it had sustained made maneuvering more difficult. It couldn't get out of the way fast enough, and the golden orb collided in a direct hit. Boom! The rumbling thunder of impact echoed through the forests. The monster fell to ground, reduced to countless smoldering pieces. Wu Junyi did not stop to bask in victory. Immediately he was racing towards his teachers. There was no way of knowing how many of the things were still out there. He had to protect his people. He had made relatively quick work of it, but still a haze of anxiety and depression filled him. There were 40 teachers, separated into various groups. Luckily his own had him to protect them, but what of the others? Ling Yun's group may be fine, but the other 3? Zeta. Tan Lingyun raced ahead of the others at breakneck speed. As she did, her perception was expanded outward to read the changes in the environment. She couldn't stop for the quiet necessary to feel vast distances, but her supernatural discipline allowed her to maintain a 500-meter diameter around them without issue. Suddenly, somewhere to her right, she sensed the appearance of a fierce and violent thing. It moved with incomparable speed. Just as she was preparing to react, however, the presence vanished as quickly as it had come. She was decidedly unsettled by the situation. But she didn't stop, couldn't stop, she just kept going. Zeta. Overhead, a gigantic blue figure raced by like a bolt of lightning, a dangerous-looking spear in hand. It was racing towards another monstrous violet beast. This one was more akin to a scorpion. It was perhaps 50 meters long, but facing the mighty blue figure it might as well have been in toy. The stench of something burning wafted from the creature's body. Like the other, a purplish-red mist oozed from it, killing the surrounding wildlife. But it simply snaked around the enormous newcomer, having no effect. Suddenly the bolt-like blue spear was in flight, cutting a deadly path towards the scorpion, then pinning it to the ground. As it did, the blue figure was in motion. A dazzling, dangerous blue light shone from its head to fan out in a semicircle. A moment later, it vanished like a bolt of lightning into the distance. Zeta. Lan Jue followed close behind Tan Lingyun, his brows furrowed. Flickering bolts of electricity raced just behind his eyes. It was Thor who tore through the heavens around them, called forth by Lan Jue through Thor's promise. The ring allowed him to communicate with his mecha, not unlike the spirit collar gem he used with Qianlin. Everything the suit saw, Lan Jue did too. He could see the horrendous things, and the damage they were dealing. Like Junyi, his priority was the safe evacuation of all those on the planet. He made sure Thor was there to watch and protect. Luckily they hadn't entered too deep into the rainforests before things went south. In fact, Tan Lingyun's group had been the one to venture farthest in. The various teachers were still relatively fresh, so their retreat was a speedy one. We made it. The base camp spread out before them. Finally, the slightest sense of relief crept into Tan Lingyun's heart. They rushed forward towards it, and spied a host of uniformed soldiers rushing to the forests around them. They each carried laser weapons, and spread out to face the encroaching threat. You all don't have any heavier artillery? Lan Jue grabbed a passing soldier to ask. No, the soldier responded with a wry smile, the environmental restrictions mean no artillery emplacements. We're restricted from using any high-yield weaponry here. Machinery, too, like mechas. All we got is what we can carry. Then don't go rushing out on a fool's errand, Lan Jue said, whatever the hell these things are, they're strong. You'll need mechas if you want to stand a chance at wiping them out. Just pull everyone back. The soldier reacted with a hard stare. Our obligation is the safety of the public. There are still many tourists who haven't made it back. It's our job to go out and protect them. With that, the soldier raced into the jungle. However, a few feet into the dense overgrowth he stopped. He turned back towards Lan Jue. Hey guy, thanks for the concern. I hope we have an opportunity to meet again. With that, he snapped to attention, and raced off into the jungle. Lan Jue's eyes followed him as he disappeared into the trees. This was the quality of the East soldiers. They were full of pride, almost arrogance, but an arrogance born of their life of service. Their pride was worthy of respect. Hurry, get on the ship. The commanding voice brought him back to the present. He was suddenly wrenched around by a powerful hand. The scenery around him went lopsided, pulled through the air by Tan Lingyun until they arrived at the ship's loading doors. Hurry up, no wasting time. Get on the plane and wait for evac. Tan Lingyun's pretty face was hard and serious. She released Lan Jue from her grip, then raced off to find more teachers. Professor Lan, hurry and get on. Jean Tan's timid voice called from behind him. Lan Jue turned to see her already on board, urgently waving for him to follow. Lan Jue took a deep breath. He watched the teachers racing towards the ship, then decided to board as well. The interior of their transport was nearly as chaotic as the outside. Nearly a dozen teachers had already arrived. They panted and stammered about what was happening outside. Lan Jue returned to the seat that took him here. He shut his eyes, reaching his consciousness out to Thor. Thor's advantage lied largely with its speed. Its power and rapid response ensured that most of the NEU's teachers returned, more scared than hurt. In around 20 minutes, more or less all of the remaining teachers had found their way back. But Lan Jue could see others, tourists from other parts of the East who'd come to sample Taihua's beauty. There were 10 other sites like their own encampment, with perhaps 100 other ships parked about. That meant there could be another 90,000 tourists still running for their lives. Worse, from Thor's vantage, that ominous magenta coloration had spread to cover almost the entire planet. It was a disaster, not just for the Eastern Alliance, but a true catastrophe for all of mankind. Our obligation is the safety of the public. The soldier's words, likely his last, rang in his ears. He looked like he was young, in his early 20s perhaps. There was a resolution in his smile. He had been calm and arrogant as he ran headlong to his death. Obligation. Lan Jue's eyes shot open. Fixed in determination, he shot to his feet and made for the door. As he reached the exit, a clearly dumbfounded Wang Honyuan was just boarding. Where are you going? He looked at Lan Jue in a shocked curiosity.
To help, he replied softly.
To help? And just how can you help? The dance instructor's voice was thick with scorn. Lan Jue stepped out of the way and let him enter. However I can.
There are still many people who haven't returned. He didn't wait for any more of Wang Hongyuan's doubts, and ran towards the forests.
The haughty man watched him go.
He shook his head as a strange feeling overcame him.
Is this guy crazy? He thought. He's actually running into the forest. What the hell is he going to do? And yet he didn't move, fixed at the cabin entrance.
He watched as Lan Jue slowly disappeared into the distance.
He's for real, not just for show?
He was genuinely surprised. In a flash, he was racing down the steps and after the etiquette instructor.
Where are you going?
The hard voice shouted at him from nearby. He slid to a stop and turned a dark glare towards Tan Lingyun.
You've done enough. This is not the time for your nonsense. Professor Lan just ran off into the forest, going to help more people.
I'm going to make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
What? Tan Lingyun stamped her foot in anger. Who the hell does that waste of space think he can help? All he's doing is bringing trouble by not staying on the ship like instructed. Don't just stand there, go drag his ass back here. Wang Hongyuan grunted. He was off again, following Lan Jue's footsteps into the rainforests. Tan Lingyun wasted no further time in speculation over these events. She was off in another direction. There were others to bring back.
Gradually the remaining teachers were gathered together, returning with Wu Junyi. Upon seeing Tan Lingyun, he stopped her.
What's going on? He said. What state is your group in?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 137, Peace of Mind. Chapter 137, Peace of Mind.
Tan Lingyun spat her report.
They're all back. All but that Lan Jue.
I don't know what his problem was. He said he wanted to help and ran out into the forest.
I sent Wang Hongyuan after him.
Oh, right, and it turns out our dance instructor is a powerful adept.
His discipline is vampirism and darkness. Around level 7. I don't think he'll have any problems. All right. Get on the ship, do a head count. When we're all together, we're on the move. We need to get the hell out of here.
Suddenly this place is crawling with monsters. It's unclear where they came from, but they release some sort of poison that eats away at everything it touches. The one I encountered was comparable to a level 6 adept.
Got it.
Tan Lingyun nodded and made her way into the cabin. She busied herself with settling the teachers and counting how many remained.
10 minutes later Wu Junyi joined them. Lingyun, how many? He asked the mecha instructor.
Including the two of us, she said, 37.
3 are missing. Wang Hongyuan and Lan Jue aren't back yet. There's only one entirety unaccounted for.
Wu Junyi's eyes were heavy with regret. That teacher's dead, killed by the monster's poison.
Now we're just waiting for the other 2 to get back. Have you tried their communicators? Tan Lingyun growled angrily. These 2 morons.
Their comms are turned off.
I haven't been able to reach them. Wu Junyi felt his heart tighten. We're out of time. Just now I spotted another one of those things headed our way. Get the flight crew to prep liftoff. I'll go get those 2, and you bring the rest back to Skyfire. He nearly leapt from the cabin entrance to go search for the others. Director, wait a moment, Tan Lingyun called after him. Huh?
He stopped and turns his head back to look at her. Suddenly the world was spinning, and when he got his bearings, he was smashing against the interior cabin wall.
I'm sorry, Director. When I get back you can expect my formal apology. But those 2 belong to my group, and I'm responsible for their safety.
Hurry and bring the others safely back home. Her voice grew quiet with every word, as she shouted back at him while running towards the tree line.
This damn woman.
Wu Junyi was livid, but there was no time to chase after her and argue. Standing at the cabin hatch he could see that magenta light creeping upon the horizon. He looked back at the teachers behind him, scared, tired, and still in danger. He stomped a foot in impotent anger.
Close the doors. We're getting out of here. Wu Junyi was the teaching director.
He cared for each of his teachers, but he had to keep the health and safety of the majority in mind. Right now, he had no other choice. Getting most of his employees to safety was the other thing he could do.
Zeta. Lan Jue tore through the forests. Flickering bolts of electricity snaked just behind his eyes. Thor's promise glowed upon the pinky finger of his left hand, calling out to the massive mecha. Lan Jue's condition meant he had to rely on his control over Thor. That would be his greatest chance at combat effectiveness. Even now, the Sapphire mecha was defending a group of tourists from two alien beasts. It would be a moment before it could come fetch its master. You idiot, head back to the ship. What do you think you can do for these people? The angry voice shouted at him from behind. Someone grabbed the collar of his shirt. Let go. You've already got enough enemies, don't give me a reason to kick your ass, Lan Jue snarled. You beat me? Wang Hongyuan only laughed. You have your own problems too. Ever since you got here, Jin Yan hasn't given me the time of day. It's I who should beat the piss out of you. Wang Hongyuan stopped when he felt his grasping hands suddenly go numb. Before him, Lan Jue's body became indistinct, then vanished. He reappeared 5 meters away. You're an adept? Wang Hongyuan stared at him in surprise. How could he not be? Ever since Lan Jue had arrived at the college, Wang Hongyuan had been furtively watching him. But in the time since, he'd felt no evidence of discipline from him. He assumed he was just a normal man. Only now, in this moment, was his power revealed. For him to be capable of hiding his abilities for so long, not only from Wang Hongyuan but from everyone, he didn't know what it meant. There were only 2 possibilities. Perhaps Lan Jue's discipline was specifically tailored towards concealment. Or, perhaps, he was that much stronger than Wang Hongyuan himself. Lan Jue regarded him calmly, and spoke in a quiet voice. Please return to the ship, Professor Wang. I have no interest in Professor Jin, just a normal working relationship. How you feel about her is your business, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't vent your anger on me in the future. Right now Taihua is experiencing a crisis, and I can't in good conscience turn tail and flee. I need to go and help those who are still in danger. When you do return, I ask that you keep my secret. He truly did not like Wang Hongyuan in the least, but whatever the man's attitude towards him, he chased after Lan Jue to ensure his safety. When it came to making the right moral decision, Professor Wang had made the proper choice. His estimation of the man had risen considerably as a result. What can you, one person, do? Wang Hongyuan shot back, anger written on his face. Lan Jue smiled at him in reply. Sometimes a single person's power simply isn't enough. But if we all thought that way, we'd only ever be able to suffer problems, not rise against them. I don't know how much I can accomplish, but by doing what I can, at least I won't have any regrets. Peace of mind. Lan Jue rose into the air, surrounded by electrical flashes of light. They flickered, and suddenly he was soaring towards the recesses of the forest. Wang Hongyuan stood frozen, staring blankly at the space where the man had been. Lan Jue's words fought through his stubborn head, and suddenly he stomped a foot. A strange red light crept up through his eyes. His right hand rose, and fished a necklace out from within his collar. He yanked viciously, snapping the chain. He slowly stretched out his hand, and revealed the pendant therein. More accurately, it was a ring, silver, with a blood-red gemstone set within it. It was no ruby, for as he watched it pulsed with a gentle red light. Wang Hongyuan solemnly slipped the ring onto the index finger of his left hand. He lifted his arm high overhead. A column of red light burst towards the heavens, and where it passed space seemed to ripple. Lan Jue, not far off, felt the powerful wave bloom behind him. He turned his face back in surprise in time to see the beam fire off into space. As he watched, a sanguine-colored figure slowly appeared from the light, growing to enormous proportions. A mecha, its body a shimmering blood red, rose perhaps 18 meters into the sky. It was slender, and from its back flowed a scarlet cloak. It fluttered with the wind, composed of some unknown material that flowed like a waterfall of blood. The whole thing emitted a cocoon of crimson light. The sanguine mecha was joined with 2 black halos. They were seamless, and where the mecha stood it was as though they sucked the surrounding light within them. It made everywhere the machine passed appreciably darker. A beam of red light shone down on it from the heavens. Within it, his bat-like wings beating against the wind, Lan Jue spied Wang Hongyuan making his way towards the mecha's open cockpit. An Emperor-class mecha? Lan Jue knew instinctively the class of mecha by virtue of his experience. What he did not expect was that Wang Hongyuan was actually capable of piloting one. It meant he, too, was likely Emperor-ranked. You aren't the only one who can display gallantry, Wang Hongyuan muttered. His voice sounded like it was right by Lan Jue's ear, carried by a beam of red light. A small smile spread across the contours of Lan Jue's face. He stretched out his right hand, giving the distant mecha a big thumbs up. A true man, Professor Wang. You're still looking to get thrashed? Wang Hongyuan shot back, indignant. Hurry up. If you want to help, stop wasting time talking nonsense. It looks like mine is the only mecha on this planet anyway.
As the final syllable left his lips, the red mecha shuddered to life and lifted its head. A dazzling blue light met its assertions with a thunderous boom, crashing to the floor not 30 meters from where Wang Hongyuan stood.
2 mechas. Lan Jue's smile turned into a self-satisfied smirk. An azure blue light burst from the center of Thor's chest and enveloped Lan Jue.
Wang Hongyuan only saw the polished blue surface undulate somewhat, then both Lan Jue and that beam were gone.
The guy actually brought a mecha also?
And using space technology power gems.
This mecha.
Wang Hongyuan was rather proud of his own mecha, Idoliclast. But his own thin, 18-meter mecha looked minute next to the 22-meter beast beside it. Bolts of undulating lightning snaked up Thor's conductive surface.
Its very presence was almost stiflingly oppressive. Waves of powerful energy came and went from it like the tide.
The world around it seemed to warp from the unstable energies it released.
This can't be. Wang Hongyuan stared slack-jawed at the towering Thor. Professor Wang, let's get going. No time to waste. Follow me.
Lan Jue's powerful voice echoed forth from Thor.
In a flash of light, the sapphire mecha was barreling into the distance. Wang Hongyuan was nearly struck dumb in amazement, but he did as instructed and urged Idoliclast into flight. Incoming communication.
The mecha's AI filled Idoliclast's cockpit, and Wang Hongyuan answered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 138, Army of Two. Chapter 138, Army of Two.
It looks like you've been hiding a lot from us, Professor Wang. We had an Emperor-class mecha pilot teaching dance at our school, right under our noses.
Who'd have imagined?
Lan Jue's easy, flippant face appeared in Idoliclast's cockpit.
Wang Hongyuan's response was less friendly. And you've been totally forthcoming? At any rate, I'm teaching something that actually has some use, something I can't say for your etiquette class. And this mecha, what, God class?
Lan Jue chortled. You make it tough to like you, but no matter what, if we can bring things in line here, I'll count you as a friend.
Let's move out.
As he said so, a sweeping blue light shot out from Thor's head into the distance.
Acquiring radar detection information.
A metallic voice once more called to Wang Hongyuan. He immediately began the data download. The main screen flashed to life with the wide area probe results. The situation as it was, Wang Hongyuan couldn't spare the time to keep marveling at Thor's capabilities, though they weren't lost on him.
He focused on the numerous magenta spots that dotted the screen. How many were there?
At least 1,000, according to Thor's long-range scanners.
Don't separate farther than 1 kilometer.
If we want to help others, we have to make sure to protect ourselves first.
Lan Jue's easy voice had turned serious by this point.
Suddenly, Thor was off like a lightning bolt towards the nearest target.
Got it. Idoliclast was then hot on Thor's heels.
His mecha had been built to mirror his own abilities, so speed was its forte. With a flash, it was racing through the sky towards another nearby enemy.
Zeta.
A small team of tourists were racing through the forests, and between them were rifle-toting soldiers firing wildly into the trees. A 7-meter-long monstrosity oozing that caustic mist bounded after them. This particular beast could be likened to a toad.
A giant, murderous toad.
Numerous purple spines ridged its back, and the path behind them was littered with soldiers who'd been impaled by the barbs, which could be fired off like projectiles. There their corpses would remain, pinned to the forest floor.
Go, go.
A sub-lieutenant hollered at the others, urging them to make their retreat.
Of his 8 remaining soldiers, 3 were burdened with civilians slung over their back, slowing them down. 1 child and 2 women.
Laosan, Xianzi, come with me and bring up the rear.
Everyone else keep it moving.
The commander glared at the beast as it drew nearer.
His jaw tightened. Sir, let me stay behind.
A young man, looking a week out of puberty, called out to volunteer.
Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here. That's an order.
The lieutenant shoved at him with the butt of his rifle, causing the young man to stagger backwards. Then, he smiled at him, flashing a set of white teeth. With that he turned, and scrambled up a tree. He clambered to the lower branches and pulled the laser rifle from his shoulder.
Slowly, calmly, he aimed towards the approaching beast.
Just then, a dazzling bolt of blue light came crashing to earth, followed by a peal of thunder. The toad monster felt it, and turned to look. It hopped around, opened its massive mouth and belched. A violet photosphere shot from its maw towards the light. A dispassionate grunt sounded from the light, and then it vanished. For a moment, it was as though time stood still. Then, not far away, there came a violent howl like an oncoming train. Boom, dot. A column of sapphire light barreled through the forest and completely devoured the toad. The ensuing blast of air nearly knocked the lieutenant from his tree. He winced against the blast, then looked again. A tall, dazzling mecha stood where there hadn't been one before. The verdant green trees rustled around its imposing, azure figure. It was an image that would forever be imprinted on the soldier's heart. Mecha? What's a mecha doing here? The other two soldiers standing rearguard couldn't help but shout out in surprise. It took a moment for the lieutenant to regain some semblance of stability. His own eyes watched with joy and excitement at the new circumstance. He didn't care where the thing had come from, because it had come just in time to save all their lives. Whoever they were, he knew they'd help, because only a human could command a mecha. He knew this majestic machine was going to help them get out alive. The surrounding vegetation had been pulverized, like it'd be hit with a road roller. The devastation stopped just before the three soldiers. Lieutenant, what is the current status of Taihua? I need information. The commanding voice wafted towards them from the mecha. It's damn good you came, pilot. The team leader scrambled to his feet on the tree limb and snapped a salute. According to our most recent satellite images, a large host of unidentified creatures have landed all over Taihua. They're hostile, and ooze some sort of corrosive mist that kills everything it touches. Plant or animal, nothing lives once one of these things gets to you. The area we're in now has a higher concentration. If you can, help defend the closest encampment. We need their airship to get the survivors out of here. Alright, got it. You three make for evac. The mecha was off again, like a bolt towards the sky and off in search of its next objective. Were one to look on from overhead, they would see two figures dancing through the sky, a shimmering blue gem, and a crimson-red shadow. They raced through the forests, and where they landed another magenta monster was exterminated. These things are strong, but nothing we can't handle, Professor Lan. But there seems to be more and more of them cropping up. At this rate the encampment will be surrounded before long. You're right, they just keep coming. How's your mecha's energy capacitors? 61%. No problem for the moment. Alright, then we keep fighting. Make sure not to get that mist on your machine. Got it. Ruah-ag. Their exchange was interrupted when an earth-rumbling howl filled the air around them. Thor turned towards the origin of the sound. What Lan Jue saw made his pupils contract. Another monster stood among the trees. Or, more accurately, far above them, for this one rose 100 meters into the air. It looked almost prehistoric, a Tyrannosaurus. But there were differences, like the dozen or so hideous eyes that dotted its head. Its body looked like it was slapped together with chunks of rotten meat. Like the others, this one released an intensely thick violet mist. With its heaven-shaking roar, more of the caustic fumes had been spat forth. In the blink of an eye everything within 500 meters of the beast turned dark and rotted away. Wang Hongyuan slammed a fist against the control panel. I just finished saying there wasn't anything to worry about, and then this thing shows up. Leave this one to me, Lan Jue replied. Keep the encampment safe. With that Thor launched itself high into the air. Coiling bolts of electricity surrounded Thor, filling the sky with flashes of azure light. Lan Jue's own eyes flickered with electrical power. The previous engagements had relied entirely on Thor's own AI. Combat parameters, but the energy fluctuations he sensed from this monstrosity far outstripped any of the beasts they'd faced so far. Lan Jue knew it was time to employ his own discipline, and released it into the mecha. Like this, Thor would be at peak effectiveness. A dull pain throbbed within Lan Jue, but it wasn't more than he could stand. Thor's right arm rose. White light mixed with blue, coagulating into a familiar shape. A crackling bolt-shaped spear appeared in the mecha's hand. Thor pointed towards its target, and the 22-meter-tall mecha began to descend. As it tore through the air, gaining speed, twisting trails of light followed. The behemoth certainly noticed Thor's approach. It roared at the blue speck, and the dozen eyes on its head flashed with power. 12 magenta bolts of energy fired from them, colliding with the flashing sapphire beam. A violent blast shook the treetops as the powers clashed. A corona of light and wind roiled in the air overhead. Thor's figure flashed, appearing outside the blast radius. The behemoth's body began to shake. Lan Jue had seen the beast in its entirety, saw the massive tail it was dragging behind it. It supported its massive girth with 6 thick legs, and 4 clawed arms sprouted from its torso. From its back, 100-meter-long wings began to spread outward. They beat furiously against the air, yanking the monstrous thing upward.
Thor remained still, hovering in the air.
As the behemoth started to rise, a blue light shone from deep within the mecha.
Threads of sapphire light emanated outward and wormed themselves around it.
Lan Jue's own body radiated a powerful electric light.
Since his battle against Archangel Michael, this was the first step in his battle plan.
Thankfully, with Hua Li's help, he'd already recovered to perhaps 50%. If not, he doubted he'd able to command his mecha, much less this level of power.
It wasn't long before the entire mecha was covered in flashing electric light.
From a distance, it must have looked like it was carved entirely of sapphire.
On its back a golden thunderbolt shone.
Overhead the sky grew black and heavy with clouds, pregnant with roaring bolts of lightning.
Ugh!
Lan Jue coughed suddenly, splattering the cockpit with blood. Commanding this level of Thor's power, manipulating weather phenomena, under normal conditions these weren't easy tasks, but they were much more dangerous considering his injured state.
Bolt after bolt of electricity crashed down from the clouds, striking Thor. The mecha was like a lightning rod, devouring the electric powers as they covered it. Damn! Is this guy totally insane?
Wang Hongyuan stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding in the sky above him. The pride he'd felt earlier for Idoliclast seemed a whole lot less in this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 139, A Forest of Lightning. Chapter 139, A Forest of Lightning. This guy's actually able to manipulate the weather to amplify his mecha. What kind of strength does that require? Does it mean he's really a 9th level talent? It wasn't only Wang Hongyuan who was affected by the sight. The massive creature, too, was aware of what it faced. Still the vicious monstrosity fearlessly beat its wings until, with some effort, it lifted free from the ground. It roared madly at Thor, vomiting a beam of violet energy towards it. But before the beam could pierce Thor, it scattered and dissolves upon contact with the flashing lightning that surrounded it. Thor was entirely unfazed. In the interim before the beam struck, Thor had changed from a dazzling blue to a blinding gold. Squinting through the blazing light one could see the mecha was blanketed in tightly compacted golden lightning bolts. Die! Lan Jue shouted back at the roaring behemoth, and Thor met the impromptu battle cry with a forward charge.
From where Wang Hongyuan watched, he could see the spear of golden light crashing earthbound.
Its glow covering everything within dozens of square kilometers.
The behemoth hadn't risen 1,000 meters above ground before it lurched to a stop. Its skin began to split, and from somewhere within its rotten body rays of golden light escaped. It reeled, roaring towards the heavens, before it burst apart in a searing blaze. A shimmering figure stood in the air where fragments of the creature were falling away. Around it, the skies opened up and hundreds upon hundreds of golden bolts of lightning came crashing from the dark clouds on high. The world became a dazzling forest of lightning. Thor released the power it had stored unto its enemies, the devastating forest of lightning. Below in the tainted forests the multitude of hideous creatures were quickly turning to coal, burnt to oblivion by the lightning. In the space of an instant, hundreds of the monsters were turned to ash or blown apart. It was like a blast from the gods themselves, turning against the evil pestilence.
Wang Hongyuan swallowed hard. Glad I'm on his side.
Even the soldiers and tourists in their headlong rush for escape were inspired to stop and stare at the scene above them. Not a soul knew what had happened, even the satellites couldn't penetrate the cloud cover to run their scans. All the fleeing masses knew was turning their monstrous assailants to fried carcasses. Even atheists were on their knees, shouting praises to whatever god would listen. For it could only be a god who possessed this level of power. Eventually the golden light receded. The large figure at its core descended until it connected once again with the ground.
Are you alright, Zeus?
Thor's metallic voice rumbled through the cockpit.
Lan Jue, his face pale and sunken, shook his head. I'm fine.
Just made the wound flare up, that's all.
You? How much energy do we have remaining? 57%.
Then continue on auto, I need a breather.
Very well.
Without pause, Thor's thrusters sent it up and away towards the next enemy. Thor's forest of lightning had temporarily eased the immediate danger of the encampment being overrun. Already there were more and more tourists under soldier care rushing towards the airship tarmac. They took off, one after the other, as they were stuffed full of evacuees. They reeled and raced skyward in any direction, just desperate to flee the nightmare they'd found themselves in. A flash of red, an Idoliclast appeared behind another one of the creatures. Dual crimson blades shimmered in its hands. As the 7-meter weapons cut through, a dark light remained in the air it passed through. The creature slowly fell away into countless chunks of chopped meat. Wang Hongyuan had already lost count of the number of creatures he'd dispatched. It had been 2 hours since he'd called Idoliclast and their work begun. He figured at least 100, but compared to that guy, he was behind perhaps 10 times Thor's kill count. And yet the creatures kept coming. It was like they were an endless wave. It almost seemed like their numbers were increasing instead. Fortunately, it appeared most of the ships in this encampment had already set off, and radar revealed fewer and fewer fleeing tourists.
"How you holding up, Professor Lan?" Wang Hongyuan called through the mech's communicators, somewhat out of breath.
"I'm all good," his voice responded, cool and collected.
At present he was controlling the mecha manually to conserve power. Reserves are down to less than 30%. Nearing the warning line. I count 28 ships still remaining at the encampment.
"All right," Lan Jue replied.
"Fall back to the encampment, guard the strip. I'll join you there in about 20 minutes. We need to prep our own evac."
"Got it."
Wang Hongyuan immediately left for his new post.
The two of them had done all they could. Now, they had to get themselves out before it was too late. Thor paused, hovering in the air.
It raised its metallic head.
At this point, the whole of Taihua was enveloped in a gray mist. Although Thor was capable of replenishing its own energy stores, it could only be done through cosmic radiation. Even if some could get through the dense fog, he'd still require time they didn't have. With how much Thor had endured, its own stores were only about 30% as well. Still, the radar reached out.
Beep.
Lan Jue looked at the information, and was shocked to find someone taking one of the beasts by themselves.
The power fluctuations were intense. Zeta.
Tan Lingyun half squatted under the canopy, an arm stretched out for balance and gasping heavily. Her clothes were almost rags, but it only enhanced the ferocity glinting behind her eyes. Before her a giant python coiled, watching her with its lidless gaze. Their fight had been raging for a little while already. She'd raced headlong into the forests to search for Lan Jue and Wang Hongyuan, killing perhaps a dozen of the beasts barehanded along the way. But she was reaching the end of her limit. In fact, were it not for the restorative and vibrant qualities of the environment she was linked to, she'd have been a goner long ago. The entire beast was a sort of mulberry color, stretching 20 meters long. It was covered in tough scales and thick flesh, and although Tan Lingyun had already managed to put several holes in the thing, none of them were grievous injuries. Worse, their last exchange had done some internal damage to herself. Her eyes were growing dim. The world before her was slowly becoming blurry, like staring through dirty water. Tan Lingyun knew this was the result of stretching herself beyond her limit. She couldn't hold on much longer. Although she knew her decision to remain behind would likely lead to disaster, she had no regrets. She may not have been able to find Lan Jue and Wang Hongyuan, but she'd managed to help at least 8 other tourists escape.
She'd die fighting, if it came to it. With another deep breath, Tan Lingyun launched herself forward.
A glowing green light shone in the center of her forehead, her core. As it revealed itself, wisps of green energy appeared from the surrounding forests and merged with her. She was urged on, powered by the supernatural essence of the forest she protected. Her right arm lifted, and clutched in her hand was a glittering and translucent emerald blade. She gripped the pommel with both hands. In this instant, her thoughts turned to her mecha.
If only Druidess were here, exhaustion wouldn't be a concern.
But it wasn't, so she had to make do. And even if she died, she was going to make sure this damn snake choked on her corpse.
The anaconda keenly felt the approaching threat.
Its scales began to peel away, opening up and allowing a thick cloud of mist to envelope everything around itself. First it was like a specter, a dangerous silhouette.
And then it vanished.
The natural mana sustaining Tan Lingyun had reached its peak. There was no more room for hesitation. She blindly lashed out with the shimmering green sword. Where the blade passed, the magenta mist parted like snow before a flame. The green flash revealed, just briefly, the mighty beast. Its howl of pain said the rest.
Strike? Tan Lingyun's heart skipped a beat. And yet, a moment later, she was met with the exact thing she didn't want to see.
She had landed a strike, but what she'd hit was the damn thing's tail. A 3-meter section of the monster had been cleaved free, belching pools of purplish liquid. A strike, but hardly a lethal blow. The snake monster's distended maw lashed out with horrendous speed. At this point, the mecha teacher was too exhausted to dodge. She watched the fanged mouth barreling towards her, helpless. This was to be her end. Tan Lingyun bitterly shut her eyes. Memories of the past 28 years flooded her mind's eye. In that time she'd experienced so much, endured so much.
She suddenly felt liberated. At peace.
She felt her whole body tighten. Next she heard the violent blast of a thunderbolt, and suddenly the earth was spinning. Her eyes opened, almost of their own accord. She was greeted with the sight of a massive blue mecha, which held her in its giant hand. Blinding flares of blue light burst forth, casting the snake away like it was nothing more than a pesky insect. The mecha twisted in the air, firing once more upon the beast from an impossible angle. The monster's head was split open. As she watched, caught in its grip, the sapphire mecha moved once again. It hung in the air long enough to spin about, heading to ground in a perfectly executed inverted V shape. It twisted and rolled, pressing Tan Lingyun tight against the metal palm. The pressure, and her exhausted, colluded to blanket the world around her in darkness. In the moment before she fainted, all she could remember were the frightening yellow eyes of the mecha. Boom! Thor landed amidst flying debris and foliage. Seeing Tan Lingyun clutched safely in Thor's hand, Lan Jue couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth fill his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Drink Medicine. Breakout. Chapter 140, Drink Medicine. Breakout. The calls Tan Lingyun had sent to Lan Jue and Wang Hongyuan were in fact received, only they'd chosen not to answer. He hadn't expected she would stay behind on Taihua, and judging by the sheer number of curse words in her messages to them, he judged the only reason she did remain was to find them. The woman was cold as ice on the outside, but did indeed have a good heart, as Jin Yen assured. A dim blue light reached from Thor's chest. When it receded, Tan Lingyun was gone, safe inside the mecha. Thor's cockpit wasn't small, easily big enough to accommodate 2 people. Years ago he'd built it that way for when he rambled with Hera. Tan Lingyun was covered in grime, passed out, and stinking up his cockpit, but Lan Jue didn't concern himself with that. He reached out to feel her pulse. When he was sure it was simply exhaustion, he breathed a sigh of relief. For her to last so long out there without a mecha was testament to her strength and ability. It was time to retreat. It meant conceding Taihua to these beasts, but even something as strong as Thor could get exhausted. He was off again, flying towards the encampment. Idoloclast was already waiting. There were still a number of empty airships remaining. Wang Hongyuan chose one without a pilot. These ships were mostly run automatically, so piloting one was nothing difficult. Professor Lan, on your way back? We've got to get out of here as soon as possible. Radar's picking up several more of the monsters heading our way. 1. Do all these things know we're here? I'll be there in a moment, Lan Jue replied. And I'm bringing Tan Lingyun along for the ride. I think she came to save us. She pushed too hard and lost consciousness. You're not talking about the savage goddess. That's her, he said. Thor continued towards the encampment, only stopping to dispatch 2 more monsters on the way. The stabbing pain in his chest was worse. Lan Jue once more cursed the damn angel Michael for what he'd done. If he were at peak condition, he'd have been able to sustain the fight for at least twice as long without issue. Wang Hongyuan tapped in their intended coordinates and lifted off, first towards Lan Jue's location. Idoloclast had already withdrawn, so he was only waiting for the etiquette teacher to make their escape. Lan Jue appeared in a sudden flash of light. That mecha's speed. A light reached out from its chest and deposited Lan Jue on the ground. He carried Tan Lingyun on to the waiting airship. He turned once on board and motioned with Thor's promise. It flashed, and Thor vanished through interdimensional space. Let's get out of here. Got it. Wang Hongyuan roared with maniacal laughter too and blasted off towards space. But the laugh was short-lived, as suddenly the ship pitched to the side. Lan Jue, just managing to shut the doors, then slammed against the cabin wall. He shouted angrily towards the pilot. What the hell are you doing? Wang Hongyuan's tense voice responded. Look for yourself. Lan Jue stuck his face against the nearest porthole, and his heart sank. Their escape was cut off by the erratic flight of a colossal monstrosity. Volley after volley of energy salvos launched at them from the creature's head. 10 ships had taken off before them, and already 2 were falling to earth as flaming debris. The terrifying attack was as impressive as Thor's forest of lightning. This was easily the deadliest beast they'd encountered so far, worse than the Tyrannosaurus Lan Jue had dispatched. From what they were seeing, he estimated the beast to be equivalent to a 9th-level talent. More than a match for an average mecha. We've done enough, Wang Hongyuan said, his voice low and defeated. They were still quite a distance from the behemoth. The earlier roll was made to avoid an errant beam of energy that had swung their way. So far they hadn't captured the monster's attention. Now was their chance to get clear. Wang Hongyuan's words reminded Lan Jue of something. A small smile spread across his face. His eyes were clear and sharp. My wife died 3 years ago. When she left, she took my heart with her. You really don't need to worry about Jin Yan and I. I know everyone who's lost a loved one hurts. I might not be able to save everyone, but even saving one more person means I spare someone the pain I feel. I can save a family. When you get back, if the savage goddess wakes up, don't tell her it was I who saved her. Promise you'll keep my secret. Now get out of here. His left hand had risen, and that familiar green glow once more called Thor from the abyss. He waved towards the cockpit, then yanked open the cabin door and leapt out before Wang Hongyuan could lock it shut. Almost immediately he was caught in a beam of light, and found himself in Thor's cockpit. He settled in, then reached in to jacket. He pulled a small vial from within, and took a deep breath. Lan Jue poured the contents down his throat. Almost immediately his power began to pulse erratically. His gloomy expression became alive with vitality. The aura that surrounded him was magnificent and terrifying. Thor trembled from the unstable bursts of energy from its pilot. Zeus, in consuming this unknown medicine your body's energy is swelling. Estimates read you can only sustain this level of power for 30 minutes. Your body will be unable to endure the medicine's effects after that. Your core will be in danger of being annihilated. 30 minutes, eh? Lan Jue fixed his eyes on the distant monster. That's enough. Thor, time for a real fight. Lights of all shades and hues were seeping from Lan Jue's pores. The energy surrounding him was growing more unstable by the second. But in the same instant an intense flood of energy was welling up inside him. It washed over his core, injecting it with power. Thor had already passed critical energy levels, but suddenly its energy reserves began to quickly replenish. A shimmering azure light bloomed out around it, stark against the gray sky. If Wang Hongyuan had understood what Lan Jue had chosen to do, then he'd have seen true insanity. If Jin Tao had known what was to occur, he'd understand the suffering he was enduring amounted to nothing. Tao Hong had given him 2 Fantasia Genetica decoctions for his promise to aid them. He'd diluted one, and given in to Huali for use with Jin Tao. 3 doses, spread 3 months apart. He'd just taken the entire vial of highly concentrated Fantasia. Lan Jue knew precisely what he'd done, and what it meant. He also knew what the decoction was capable of. Its basic function was to catalyze a person's inner potential, and increase their genetic capabilities. It was a useful decoction for anyone below 9th level. Taken successively, it was sure to increase one's abilities. Of course, something that powerful didn't come without risks. The sudden rearrangement of one's DNA sequence meant the future trials involved in becoming a paragon were almost impossible. What's more, 9th level adepts were not permitted to take it. 9th level adepts were already in possession of energy levels no normal human could sustain. Taking the decoction meant their power levels instantly catapulted them into the realm of the paragons. It was a level of power they had no foundation to keep in check, and as a result their power eventually spun out of control and exploded outward. Lan Jue knew all this, but he had no other option. Of course he could have left with Wang Hongyuan, but they'd only be able to watch helplessly as boatloads of innocents were slaughtered. Hera was already gone. Like he'd said, these last 3 years he'd been living without hope or purpose. At this very moment he faced the circumstances with a calm heart. Almost cold. His earlier encounter with that young soldier still swam in his memory. Responsibility, guardians of humanity. Were these not the marks of a true man? Nobility? Lan Jue didn't know what fate was in store for him, whether or not he'd succumb to the overwhelming power of the decoction. He didn't care. He'd taken the vial, its effects were already underway. His weakened discipline, stagnate for these 3 years, writhed within. It surged up, unprecedented levels of power bursting forth. It came paired with a blinding pain. Indescribably agony racked his body, so bad it threatened to suffocate him. But his eyes were sharp, and his hands were steady. His discipline surged through him and into Thor, filling it as well. The beast had become aware of something in the distance. It turned its massive girth through the air and, upon seeing the glimmering jewel that was Thor racing directly towards it, opened its hideous maw in a blood-curdling roar. Lan Jue stared back at it with hard eyes. With a flash, Thor was suddenly behind the beast. The monster's roars faded into the wind. It remained rooted in place, hanging in the air. Waves of staggering energy pulsed outward, and its body began to glow. Piercing rays of blue light began to shoot out from it as great tears appeared over its flesh. Boom! One moment the beast was there, its cruel jaws poised. In the next it was a fine red mist, scattering with the winds. Go! Thor's thunderous and majestic voice rang out through the cabin of each and every ship remaining. Their engines fired up, flinging them towards the heavens. Thor was right behind them. Lan Jue sat within the sapphire mecha, clad in golden robes, a golden mask, and a golden mantle, watching the sky race by dispassionately.
1.
The Chinese calc here is very funny, the Mandarin equivalent of the F word, for those interested.
2. I dunno, that's what the translation says.
Brings to mind images of KSP. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 141, Divine Salvation. Chapter 141, Divine Salvation. Now, he was Zeus. Mighty, all-powerful Zeus. By virtue of the Fantasia Genetica decoction, he was stronger than he'd ever been, a power that coursed through him like fire. It didn't matter how many ninth-level beasts appeared before him now, none could raise a hand against him. Lest one forget, he was a being of two converging powers, thunderbolt and lightning intertwined. He was destined to be unbeatable. Thor tore through the sky, leaving a grey contrail in its wake. In seconds, it was leaving the stratosphere. As it did, its chest glowed blue. A golden figure appeared in the space before Thor. Zeus' cold eyes were cast down at the grey planet below. Bolts of lightning raced across his eyes, behind his lids. Golden lightning bolts. These creatures couldn't have arrived for no reason. When the East took over this place, they must have sent probe after probe through the planet to prevent just this sort of thing. Taihua was a suitable place for human life, though without any significant resources. And certainly without massive poisonous monsters hiding in its depths.
They must have come from elsewhere. Where precisely, who knows, but they can't be endless. Their vitality was drawn from Taihua itself, something must have drawn them here, and the only way to end an infestation is to obliterate the nest.
Thor, await me here, Zeus commanded after his quiet murmuring.
He dissolved into a golden beam of light and pierced the atmosphere once more. Around 5,000 meters from the ground he reappeared.
Hear me. Clouds, come.
Zeus' powerful voice reverberated far and wide. It started small, but increased until it filled the air like rolling thunder.
Ascension. Godly decrees.
At his command the sky grew dark, heavy with black clouds.
Bring me thunder. Thrum. Tremendous blasts roared back at him, echoing far into the distance.
Snaking licks of lightning danced among the clouds overhead, lighting the skies from here to the far horizons.
Gather.
Zeus' imperatorial voice crashed among the thunder, overpowering it.
Lightning split the skies, hundreds upon thousands of errant bolts lancing in all directions.
The clouds overhead shined brighter than the sun, becoming an ocean of lightning that filled one's entire vision. The clouds and mists thickened, the lightning crashed down faster. And Zeus was their point of impact. Countless bolts of electricity struck him, again and again and again, until his golden aura filled the sky like a supernova.
Zeta. Skyfire Avenue. What is it, clairvoyant?
The wine master furrowed his brows at the old man as he asked.
Skyfire Avenue's leaders replied hesitantly. I just got an ominous sense.
We knew when I read his fortunes before that he'd be facing danger, but that he'd eventually overcome his tribulations.
Why is it, then, I'm suddenly unable to see what will become of him?
The wine master looked at him in anxiety and confusion.
What does it mean?
Only two things could result in me losing the sight, he said. The first, that he's met his end.
But that is a very unlikely possibility. If he had the sensations I'm feeling would be much stronger.
The second, is his powers have increased to a level comparable to our own.
I cannot predict what is to come for him. Are you sure he's on Taihua?
The wine master nodded.
I am. On a trip, supposedly.
The clairvoyant's voice was deep, troubled.
Head over there. It's not too far, it shouldn't be much trouble. All right.
The wine master turned as if to leave, but the clairvoyant raised a hand, stopping him in place.
Wait a moment. When you go, bring the doctor. He returned a few days ago. The doctor's back? Very well.
The wine master turned again, and left. For the first time in a long while, the clairvoyant felt helpless.
This kid. He never gives anyone a break.
He'll end up being the death of me.
Zeta. National Eastern University. Zhou Qianlin was busying herself with an equation, alone at her desk. She was studiously at work far past when she'd ordinarily be leaving. The equation itself was difficult, and far past what she'd already learned. Still, she felt like she'd made great progress, both in her research and personal knowledge. Qianlin. The sound startled her, and she jumped in her seat. Her train of thought was lost. She shot an irritated gaze at the door. Tangmi raced into the class as though she were being chased.
Did you hear? She said breathlessly.
Qianlin, something's happened on Taihua. Tons of unknown beasts suddenly appeared all over the place.
Qianlin calmly plucked her cup of water from the desk and took a sip.
Some unimportant business of Taihua had you running in here screaming, ruining my train of thought? How many beasts are we talking?
Countless, she replied.
Spreading all over the planet, I heard. And they're really strong. If you don't believe me, ask your father.
Suddenly, Zhou Qianlin's body became still.
Taihua. Taihua. Didn't he say?
Her voice took on an urgent tone.
Xiaomi, didn't our school just send a bunch of teachers to Taihua?
Her friend nodded gravely.
Yeah. Why do you think I came running in here? Your class leader Tan Lingyun is with them.
Crash. The ceramic cup shattered into countless pieces, forgotten as Zhou Qianlin shot suddenly to her feet. Her fingers flew over the buttons of her communicator. It was only a short moment before the call connected.
Qianlin, I'm busy in a meeting, I can't speak right now. With that, her father hung up.
She sucked in a breath and tried to keep herself calm. It worked, at least on the surface, for her usually gentle eyes took on a sort of disconnected calm. She tapped another number into her calm. Her will reached out through the spirit caller gem in the same instant.
The number you've dialed is out of service.
The uncaring female voice recording on the other end was like a punch to the gut.
There was no response from the gem.
What is it? Tangmi asked, surprised by her reaction. She hardly recognized her now.
Qianlin shook her head. Xiaomi, head on home. I have something I have to do.
She raced out of the classroom before her words had a chance to dissipate.
Tangmi watched her go, utterly confused. When did she get so fast? Qianlin raced through the halls at top speed, once again jabbing at her communicator. Mississippi, a pleasant female voice answered. Give me the most recent news from Taihua.
Her voice was commanding. I need the latest satellite imagery, and the fastest ship we have to get me there. I'm afraid the lanes to Taihua have already been closed, Mississippi.
Apparently something's happened.
The woman's voice was still smooth and slow, but it was clear there was surprise in it at Qianlin's demands.
No matter the cost. I'm leaving for the civil airstrip right now.
She cut the connection before giving the woman any further opportunity for argument. She looked up just in time to see a figure blocking her path.
Qianlin, what are you racing off to?
Richard blinked at her. She skidded to a halt.
Is your verticar parked here?
Yeah.
Over in the parking lot.
He jabbed a thumb over his shoulder.
Give me the keys.
Oh, he fished an electronic key from his pocket and put it in her waiting hand.
Thanks, I'll get it back to you.
She was off again, disappearing from Richard's view as quickly as she'd come.
Qianlin. Qianlin. What are you doing?
I'll go with you. He called after her.
I got it.
Half a minute later, a verticar was lifting off from the campus parking lot. It grew bright, flashed, then vanished. Richard had given chase but was unable to catch up with the girl.
His face fell, dark with depression.
His communicator rang, interrupting his gloom.
Mr. Austin, you have been found in violation of the university's traffic rules. Please return immediately and present yourself to the Student Affairs Office for disciplinary action.
Mother Richard only just kept himself from smashing his communicator to pieces.
Zeta.
A blinding light flashed in the heavens. Zeus was at its center, shining as though he were cast in gold. The light radiated out from him in all directions. His body had begun to grow, to swell. He'd already stretched to 10 meters tall. Towering, golden, suspended in air, he truly was like an avatar of the gods. The tearing bolts of lightning dancing overhead began to recede. Zeus stood in their flashing midst, turning to view his domain. Two great beams of golden light issued from his eyes, bathing the ground below in resplendent light as he tore through the skies 5,000 meters overhead. Thor was on the move as well, 5,000 meters above its master.
The mecha's radar was set to its highest frequency, and swept over the planet as it launched in another direction. Zeus, all satellite imagery over Taihua is being intercepted. No sign of your presence will be permitted.
Thor's mechanized rumble echoed through his mind.
Good.
He sped up. His body was feeling the full effects of the Fantasia Genetica decoction. Thankfully, it was the decoction's ability to strengthen his discipline that allowed him to take control, keeping himself from being torn apart. At this moment, with the power at his fingertips, he was no more a ninth-level talent. He was a paragon. With this level of control, he felt like the master of the universe.
Wherever he looked, he could see all, sense all.
A shimmering cocoon of golden energy surrounded Zeus as he raced through the sky. Scores of golden lightning bolts fired out in all directions with his passage. Any creature that crossed his path, regardless of size or strength, was instantly and ruthlessly wiped from reality. In the eyes of a paragon, they were no more threatening than scraps of paper. His communicator was gone. It had been destroyed long ago in his mad assault on the monsters. There was no Lan Jue, only Zeus. All that remained of the man before was the spirit collar gem, and Thor's promise. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 142, The God and the Goliath. Chapter 142, The God and the Goliath. Zeus satellite anomalies have been discovered by the Eastern Alliance.
Judging from the communications I've uncovered, the first set of Eastern reconnaissance troops should arrive in 3 hours. By my estimates, the East will attempt to maintain planetary integrity, and thus will not bring its warships to bear.
Thor continued to pass on whatever information is uncovered to Zeus. Zeus, what is your current physical state?
Thor's voice arose anew. Surprisingly, this time the mechanical voice sounded almost concerned.
I'm fine.
The decoction has already catalyzed my abilities. For the time being, I'll have no trouble supporting the power. I'm using it to enhance the potency of my ascension. For as long as the decoction's effects remain, there won't be any problems.
What about when it's spent? Zeus was silent for a moment. I don't know. Honestly, he didn't know.
When he imbibed the decoction, he only knew that it would empower his abilities, and the risks that might entail. He feared that, had he not immediately resorted to his ascension and the power it required, he'd have succumbed to destruction already.
But what was to come, he couldn't say. He only knew the power that was coursing through him in this moment. Zeus. I believe I've found it. Coordinates.
A flickering thread of information wormed through his mind.
It was somewhere in the sea.
It was unfortunate Hua Li wasn't here. The thought fought its way through the flooding power. The sea, it was Poseidon's home court. Any watery area promoted his abilities to their strongest levels.
None of the former Poseidons were ever paragons.
But on the oceans, cultivated to their higher levels, they were more frightening than many of the lower-ranked masters. Zeus turned mid-flight and blazed through the sky to where Thor was headed.
Zeta. The blimp-like ship was milky white and small.
It only had room enough to accommodate 10 passengers. Next to a battleship, it was hardly worth noticing.
Next to Zeus, no one would pay it any mind at all.
Its only advantage was speed, and that's what gave it its nickname, the Cosmic Hummingbird. Its speed was without equal, and it could reach light speed in no time at all.
Unfortunately, distance was not among its defining traits.
Its energy reserves were limited. Zhou Qianlin sat behind the controls of the Cosmic Hummingbird, her hands running over the buttons and levers. The ship was slowly gaining velocity and then, in a flash, was reduced to a beam of light boring into the darkness of space.
Zeta. Skyfire Avenue, Reaper's Arena. A hexagonal area spread out in all directions.
The ground had been etched with golden lines which splayed in fantastical designs. The central areas of the golden veins were inlaid with countless shimmering gems.
2 figures occupied the central area of the special arena.
The first was the wine master. He looked as well kept as ever, with his hair combed and wearing gentlemanly suit. Across from his was another man, tall and thin, and quite handsome. He looked to be in his 20s, with long black hair that fell to his shoulders. His expression bore a calm detachment. Unlike his elderly counterpart, he was garbed in a clean doctor's coat, his hands stuffed in the pockets.
Wine master, is it absolutely essential I go? I've got quite a lot to do. I've got an appointment with the beautician, and then tomorrow I've got to see the barber about a haircut. The gourmet said something about a choice bit of mutton as well, a stew we're to share tomorrow. Just let me off the hook here, it's been so long since I've enjoyed the gourmet's fare. Ah, and I have to see the mechanic about a job for him. Shut up.
You're as despicable as the accountant. The wine master's growling voice cut through the doctor's complaints. 'Cause I don't want to go, the doctor whined helplessly. Ever since that guy's shown up, I've been getting markedly less attention from our female shop owners as well.
Who'd agree to helping such stiff competition?
The wine master's response was soft and measured.
Doctor, are you aware of the consequences if you keep disturbing me during this transfer?
No idea, the young man said flippantly.
Hey, can you really move this whole planet through space? Isn't that dangerous?
Oh, it is dangerous. The wine master glared daggers at the man. Originally there's about a 90% chance it's fine, though if you keep causing problems we're looking at 50%. I'll be able to send, about a corner of the planet to where we need to go. As for you, you'll be sliced to ribbons by interdimensional space, like the result of 100,000 swipes of the scalpel. I'm fairly sure your pretty ladies wouldn't want anything to do with you after that, don't you, I'm sure. The doctor had suddenly decided to be serious. His lazy demeanor had grown sharp and calm. He wasted no more time with pointless drivel. The wine master nodded with a grunt. He motioned in the air with a finger, and almost immediately the world around them began to warp. The countless energy crystals inlaid in the lines at their feet flared to life. With the money they were spending on this guy, he was sure to come along despite his protests. Zeta. The large oceans of Taihua should have been a sky blue, but the presence of unwanted pollutants had changed it. An enormous vortex swirled within, red as blood and 1,000 kilometers across. A pale purple beam launched out from within, hanging in the air for just a moment before vanishing. Were one able to see within the depths of the sea, they discovered nearly all the sea life devoured by the vicious whirlpool. In a soundless golden flash, Zeus appeared 10,000 meters above it. Here it is, he exclaimed. The godlike adept shut his eyes, focusing on the pulses of energy radiating from the vortex. In fact, the radiating energies were not overtly powerful. Instead, there was the sense of extinction. He could sense countless cells constituting the vortex, each of which were devouring the world around it at an alarming rate. They grew to maturity, were expelled, and spat out over great distances. It was the hideous monster's nest. Right now it didn't matter how the nest got here. The primary objective was its destruction. It was the only way to stop the endless march of the beasts. If not, the vortex would just continue devouring all life in the oceans, churning out monsters until the entire place was overrun. But what the hell was it? There were scores of strange things in the universe, but the thing Zeus hovered over known was a complete unknown. He'd neither seen nor heard anything like it before. Zeus' eyes flashed, and with a motion of his finger the godly aura around him diffused outward. Once again the skies grew dark and thick with clouds. It was an easy thing to produce clouds over the ocean, with the air so full of moisture. Flashes of lightning lit the sky. Thunder rolled. And the air was full of an intense electric charge. Gradually it grew dark as pitch, to where only those brief and violent bursts of golden lightning lit the world. Zeus floated in their midst, his eyes closed. He quietly drank it all in, feeling and knowing everything that occurred around him. He was calm, his mind empty. Zeus' ascension granted him control over the laws of nature. Of course, such ultimate power was temporary. But now, he was as the paragons. The power he wielded, under the influence of the Fantasia Genetica, was absolute. But was this indeed bending the rules of nature? Every terrible arc of golden lightning seemed like it was born of his own powers, not a product of the world around him. Every dark cloud was like a part of him. No wonder it was said that mechas weren't an important aspect of a paragon's life. There were no mechas available with today's technology that could match their sheer destructive ability. For a moment it seemed even the vortex had become aware of the mountain pressure in the world around it. The seas rolled and heaved. Flashes of red and purple fluttered in its depths, and a roar rose from within like a challenge. In truth, those roiling waters, that tumultuous sea, almost looked like a massive face. It was a face not unlike the behemoth Lan Jue had destroyed in his first moments after drinking the decoction. Zeus pressed his right hand down towards the water. Boom! A thick, twisting bolt of golden lightning flashed down from on high. It pierced deep into the belly of the vortex. The heart of the whirlpool glowed gold, and then spat a pillar of water thousands of meters into the air. Great spurts of violet fluid hung in the sky before being swept away by the wind. Steam hung low over the water, and the surface roiled as though it were boiling, or quivering with rage. Geysers fired high towards the heavy clouds as the familiar magenta mist began to congeal over the waves. Zeus lifted his arms high. The clouds brightened overhead in response like heaven was opening at his command. The entire horizon glowed bright gold. Slowly at first, but quicker with time, scores of shimmering lightning orbs fell to earth like roiling golden stars. They struck that towering sprout of living water again and again, a bombardment of heavenly artillery. Boom, bang, crack, boom. Blast after deafening blast gave sonance to the devastating attacks as they exploded over the ocean. The tornado couldn't stand the assault for long, and dissipated into nothing. Once more Zeus lifted his right hand high overhead. In a flash, a crackling spear of writhing lightning appeared where there was nothing. It burned with a golden fire that swirled behind it as it crashed down into the raging seas. It didn't stop until it pierced the hidden heart of the vortex. The crashing waves grew still, as though time had stopped. The surface of the water for a great distance around him shined with light. Boom! 1,000-meter-tall spray of water reached out like the final desperate grasp of a dying man. A tsunami was birthed where the bolt had struck and rippled out in all directions. A golden halo hung over the scene. A great and piteous howl was heard, the scream of some enraged creature. From the depths of the ocean arose bubbles of purple fluid that broke the surface and burst, sending spouts of that caustic liquid spewing high into the air. With them appeared the body of a titanic beast. 1. I love this guy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, The Cosmogus. Chapter 143, The Cosmogus. It was little more than a giant, fleshy orb, 1,000 meters in diameter. Its bulging form was composed of numerous folds and wrinkles. It was similar in form to an enormous brain. Dimples and scars dotted its surface, leading to a single hideous mouth at its apex. As it rose over the waves, the wrinkles stretched and flapped, smacking sickeningly against each other. With each fleshy smack, more of the magenta mist was expelled. The monstrous maw twisted as its angry roars filled the air. The fleshy orb lurched and began to rise towards Zeus. Its fleshy flaps had stretched and become wings, which beat furiously at the air and water. As more of its body was revealed, it was shown that the left half of it had been burned black. Evidently Zeus' bolts had found their mark. He took it as affirmation of his strategy, and the sky lit up anew as scores of lightning bolts crashed towards the monster. But this time the beast knew what to expect. The thick purplish mist surrounding it congealed and hardened into an impenetrable membrane. Its twisted mouth opened wide, stretching 100 meters in all directions. Peering into the depths of that maw brought a palpable sensation of despair. The air changed, as everything above it began to get sucked down towards it. The skies roiled as the clouds started to descend. Even Zeus was caught in the vacuum. The inhalation force was strong enough to devour anything caught within it. The monstrous thing seemed poised to swallow the whole world to achieve its goal. Its already bulbous girth was expanding larger still. Zeus glared at it, his face dignified and imposing. He struggled against the vacuum to keep himself from being drawn in. However, the sudden force of this vacuum was indeed powerful and unexpected. Not to mention its new plating, which appeared capable of enduring a blast from a warship. Punching through that armor would be difficult, even for a paragon. And Lan Jue wasn't even a real paragon, he didn't know how to wield this level of power. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar deep voice that hung in the air around him. Jewelry Master, you must remember that you're part of a team. A single column of silver light appeared without warning. It stretched tall and wide, but beside the swelling titan it seemed minuscule. Further, it didn't appear to do anything to the monster. It flickered and stretched until it was like a curtain of light. PSSSHHHTTT. An ear-splitting noise burst forth. It sounded like reality was tearing at the seams. Zeus felt the terrible drag of the monster's suction inexplicably cease. The monster froze as though lapsing into a cataleptic state. A slash of pitch darkness, black as ink, appeared before Zeus. A powerful vacuum began again, but this one was not from the beast. Instead it came from the fissure, but stranger still, its undeniable suction did not affect Lan Jue's side. The two mighty absorption forces were at odds, one drawing the other. Whichever was more powerful would come out the victor. In the end, though the monster was powerful, it couldn't match up to the dimensional tear before it. Sup! A spout of purplish-black fluid erupted from the monster. The thick fluid, strangely, acted like a sort of adhesive as it sprinkled over the fissure. Little by little the fluid began to clog the tear. A surprised shout called Lan Jue's attention to his side. There was suddenly two more people in the air a short distance from him. As ever, the wine master was the very picture of nobility, well-dressed, finely kept. He was also, at this time, surrounded by a faint silver glow. A doctor was with him, with a face like spoiled milk. Fortunately he, too, was covered by the wine master's protective light, or he'd really have something to scowl about. "What in the hell is this thing?" the doctor exclaimed. "No idea," Lan Jue responded. "But what I can tell you is that all the beasts on Taihua have some connection to it. We kill the root of this hideous weed, and the ugly leaves will follow." The doctor looked at the writhing thing below them, a strange glint in his eye. "When we're done, make sure to leave a little bit for me to do an autopsy." The wine master shot Lan Jue a look, changing the subject. "How are you suddenly able to control the laws like this?" Lan Jue's smile was bitter. "Fantasia Genetica decoction. Otherwise too many people would have died." "What?" The doctor's eyes nearly bulged from his head. Angry alpacas riding antelopes, you really will eat anything, won't you? Eat something unclean and you'll get diarrhea. What you ate is far beyond dirty. Are you trying to kill yourself? In a flash, the doctor appeared before the jewelry master's side. With a flick of his wrist, a syringe appeared in his hand. He unceremoniously jabbed it at Lan Jue's arm. GZZT. A jolt of lightning flicked the syringe away. A paragon's skin wasn't so easily broken. A look of profound displeasure washed over the doctor's face. It's imperative you finish this fight as soon as possible. Otherwise there won't be enough of him to fit in a shoebox. At this point the monster had figured out the fissure. The beast didn't appear to have suffered any damage, but it had stopped its slow ascent. Its mouth had closed, and hovering now as it was, its body began to shift again. A strange, deep indentation appeared near its center. The wine master, his eyes stern, beckoned in the air with his right hand. A flash of silver light, and a scepter appeared from nowhere, now clutched in his palm. The whole length of the weapon shone brilliantly, and at its crest was a shining gem the size of a human skull. Black and white flashed in the stone's interior. The elderly gentleman swept his scepter through the air. Where it passed, the air turned silver. The light fanned out, then surrounded him and his two companions. Anything that drew near to them vanished as it touched the screen of light. Brea up! In that same instant the beast's mouth cracked open and belched at them. Plumes of violet mist issued forth like a geyser. The monster, having swollen to perhaps 3,000 meters at this point, shriveled appreciably with the attack. In the blink of an eye it withered down to around 500 meters. The purple gusts of air spread out over a distance of 300 meters. In the center were Lan Jue, the wine master, and the doctor, lost in the toxic mist. The blast of air rose higher and higher until it swept past the atmosphere. Only once it struck space did it begin to dissipate. A silvery flash, and the three human challengers appeared outside the creature's area of attack. Both Zeus and the doctor looked uncomfortable, but the wine master proceeded unabated. With brows knitted, he swung his scepter again. This time, an ornate and complicated rune appeared, floating in the air before them. The old man shut his eyes. The silver aura that surrounded him suddenly flashed bright and powerful. The rune rippled, and suddenly there appeared a shadow, as dark as the depths of space. The wine master pointed his staff at the beast. His aura flashed. The rune disappeared. The monstrous creature was not unaware of the danger. Perhaps it felt something coming, for it quickly began to turn in mid-air. Its multitude of fleshy wings flapped disgustingly from the effort. However, it could not escape, for in the next instant the rune cast by the wine master appeared plastered on its wrinkled body. The beast replied with an earth-shaking roar. Its entire, hideous form writhed and shook. Its outer layers of fleshy appendages fell away as it tried to shed the rune from its skin. However, compared to its enormous girth, the rune was only a very small thing. It remained where it was, like it had been branded into the monster's hide. The wine master lifted his scepter high. Singularity! As the wine master's hoary voice filled the air, the silvery rune on the beast's body flashed with power. Once again it began to shrivel and contract. But this time, its mouth was not the source. Instead, the monster was slowly being devoured into itself, through that silver rune tattooed to its side. Ag! Rugahao! Hideous, pained cries reached them. Struggle as it may, nothing the monster did could free itself from the rune and its destructiveness. Plumes of caustic mist continued to pump from its fleshy body in vain attempts to shed it. It was like the rune didn't really exist here, that it was a ghost of another dimension. It bore through the beast unceasingly, rotating as it did. Intertwining bands of black and white followed in its wake. It circled again and again, over and under, out and in, leaving devastation where it passed. Its flesh parted, its blood flowed. The monster's whole body twisted grotesquely as it was carved up. All of it happened in the space of a few moments. The silver light that assailed it continued to move, continued to grow until it was 10 meters in diameter. It moved without care for the monster's gradually weakening cries of pain. It was clear this black hole, called by the Cosmogus, was slowly devouring their enemy. Zeus and the doctor looked on in utter shock. This was the power of a paragon. The terrifying strength of a true paragon. The old man they knew as Skyfire Avenue's wine master was gone in that moment. Right now, commanding the power of space and time with his shining scepter, he was the Cosmogus, one of the three Alliance's master paragons. Finally, there was hardly anything left of the monster for the Cosmogus black hole to obliterate. The roiling violet seas below had begun to grow lighter. The shuddering waves of energy had started to fade away. Leave some for me. The doctor was suddenly shaken from his stupor, and shouted his plea towards the wine master. In response, the old man lifted his scepter and drew a circle in the air before them. A cut of wriggling flesh the size of a man's head appeared. The doctor hurriedly employed his own interspatial equipment to pull a silver box from nothing. He carefully plucked the squirming remains from the sky and put them inside. As the box shut, its edges spat a chilling mist. The remains of the giant alien monstrosity was inside, frozen solid. "What is this?" The doctor stared at the box, his eyes full of wonder. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 144, Phylactery Stone. Chapter 144, Phylactery Stone.
The wine master shook his head in response to the doctor's query.
"I'm not sure."
What is clear was that the power radiating from it was intense.
Even under strain from my singularity, it was raising shields to protect itself. "Keep an eye on that bit, even the small piece feels like it's full of life."
"Jewelry master, tell us what happened here."
Lan Jue's voice was deep and thoughtful. "From what I've gathered after these few hours, I don't believe these beasts are from Taihua.
They must have come from elsewhere.
How they got here I can't say.
The mist they release is destructive, but it doesn't destroy life, it devours it. They use the life force they steal to replenish themselves. The key to their enormous power and size was Taihua itself, and the sheer amount of animals and plants they could sap for strength.
The one we just killed was likely their maker.
It somehow released eggs across the planet, then used the surrounding life force to keep producing. Your most pressing concern should be yourself," the doctor interjected.
"How much longer do you suspect your body can hold out?" Lan Jue plucked the golden mask from his face.
"I have no idea," he said through a tight smile.
"I can't tell you the state of my body. Before now I wasn't recovered from an injury. I was at perhaps 40% of my capabilities.
After only a few hours of combat, I was nearly spent.
I also hadn't brought any recovery gems. I just had to keep going. Later I used the Forbidden Art 1 to temper and control the power the decoction granted me.
The higher levels of energy needed to maintain it are staving off the decoction's effects." The wine master addressed the doctor.
"Just tell us what needs to be done."
"Well, first we need to get back to ground," he said.
"Right now we're all in danger. His powers could spiral out of control at any moment. You keep him in check."
The doctor's face was hard and serious. The undulating electric powers that raced through Lan Jue prevented him from doing any sort of examination.
"Wait a moment."
An azure light flashed from above, depositing Thor directly behind Lan Jue.
The mecha was swallowed into Thor's promise.
Only then did Lan Jue indicate to the wine master that he was ready. The old man waved his scepter.
In the next instant, they vanished without a trace.
The world flashed around them several times before they were deposited to ground. Lan Jue's body had still not reverted from his ascension. As before, he was still towering over the others, and emitting a dazzling golden light.
Erratic bolts of lightning snaked over his body.
"How are you feeling?" the doctor asked.
"Pretty crappy."
Lan Jue smirked. "It feels like my body's energies will slip out of control at any moment."
"Yup, that's about right. One of the Fantasia Genetica decoction's frightening aspects is its variability.
It affects people differently, and the stronger the adept, the stronger the reaction. The potency of the energies it stimulates are also enhanced.
You already possess a 9th level talent, and so the decoction has granted you powers equivalent to a paragon.
However, your body can't sustain that amount of power.
Not even close.
If you're going to survive this, we need to drain this excess energy immediately. But this method is extremely dangerous. By its nature, it's very difficult to control an entire energy dump.
It could end up totally consuming you. Right down to your life force. Hell, even if you make it, I can't say what kind of damage your body will have sustained." Hesitation was clear in the doctor's eyes as he finished. Lan Jue didn't appear interested in discussing consequences. He just smiled.
"I knew what I was getting into when I took the decoction. If I live through this, it's already better than I anticipated."
"Alright, just tell me what I need to do." The doctor stared fixedly at the enormous Lan Jue. "I really don't like you. You know that, right?" Lan Jue cracked a grin. "Is it because I'm more handsome than you are?"
"Bullshit," the doctor spat.
"Handsome as a pig's butt crack."
"If you hadn't shown up, then management of the Avenue's power gems undoubtedly would have fallen to me.
I'd be Skyfire Avenue's jewelry master.
Worse, after you showed up, the beautician stopped calling me so much.
Said you had more class than I did. You can't understand how infuriating that is.
Only now, seeing you like this, all I can say is the clairvoyant made the right decision. I'll get no relief for my sense of justice, but I'll do right by my sense of duty.
Now lie down. Lan Jue rubbed his nose and laid down on the ground. Why does it feel like you're giving me the friendzone speech? 2. Shut the hell up, the doctor ordered. At this point you're lucky to be alive.
I expect 10% off all future power gem purchases just coming to this hellish house call.
Lan Jue broke into laughter. You got it.
And a bottle of Romani Conti if you live, he finished, walking to Lan Jue's side.
And when will you expect payment? Immediately. Suffering the damned interspatial transfer has its price. Bottle of Conti, no arguments. How am I supposed to get you one? Not my problem, the wine master piped up. So you better live.
You also have yet to go with me for that bottle we discussed.
Some gentleman you are.
I'll need your help, the doctor said, speaking to the wine master. I can't get past his body's defenses.
Once an opening is established to drain the energy, it'll also need to be controlled. We'll need to guide it, then at the precisely right moment stem the flow.
We need to get it just right, too little and the power will kill him.
Too much and we'll drain his vital force. Alright, just let me know what needs doing and when.
The doctor hesitated, then fumbled at his collar. He pulled out a necklace, and removed it from around his neck. The swinging pendant strung on it was a purple gemstone that twinkled with a gentle inner light. Lan Jue's business was power gems, so his eyes lit up in interest as they fell upon the pendant.
Is that a phylactery stone? The doctor frowned. Of course it is, stop wasting your breath. You better pay me back for it, too. Any equivalent level power gem will do. But another phylactery would be nice.
Lan Jue looked the young man in the eye and nodded.
Phylactery stones were C-ranked gems.
Of all the known gems, their energy storage capacity was the greatest. Their energy stores were enough to power a command ship for an entire year. It wasn't the rarest or most precious of the C-ranked gems, but it certainly was one of the most useful. Were a mecha's core gem a phylactery, it could keep up constant battle status for 1 or 2 years non-stop. Of course its rarity is in line with what one would expect for a C-ranked gem. They were only found on a small planet in the Northern Alliance. It took 100 tons of the raw mineral to produce a single gem. The small planet only really had about 1 million tons available for refinement, so once all was said and done there would only be around 10,000 of these gemstones in circulation.
A total of 10 kilograms.
But those 10 kilos of gems could run a star bastion, though it wouldn't, it was far too extravagant and wasteful.
The North carefully regulated their sale and use.
The one clutched in the doctor's hand was perhaps 30 grams.
Its price couldn't be measured in simple cash.
Left hand, in the palm.
Cut across.
The doctor was stern and serious as he spoke to the wine master. Lan Jue opened his hand, and the wine master's scepter shined as it shrunk into the form of a glimmering silver knife. The blade was only 7 inches long, with a brilliantly shining surface. However, if one were to look closely, they'd see threads of black interwoven with the silver. The opposing colors spun around one another, drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Lan Jue was keeping the tumultuous powers within him at bay, but not for long. Already the edges of his vision were growing dark. Soon, only the doctor remained in a world of darkness. The wine master's hand moved with a quick flick of the wrist. A silver cross appeared, stark against Lan Jue's golden palm. The doctor sucked in his breath. A bluish-green light flooded out and around him, filling the area with vitality. His right hand fiddled with the phylactery stone, then carefully pressed it against the cross-shaped slice. He turned his head and nodded at the wine master. Tear. The old man's voice was clear, but quiet. Lan Jue's left hand suddenly shook and the silver cross vanished, replaced with a sudden and violent burst of energy. The doctor pressed the gem against Lan Jue's palm with all his strength. Golden blood flowed from around the gem's corners, splattering against the doctor's white coat. Where the droplets landed, they quickly began to fire off bolts of electricity. The doctor began to shake and convulse from the shocks. The wine master was at his side in an instant. He clapped a hand down on the young man's shoulder, and a pale silver light wrapped around him like a protective membrane. The slithering arcs of electricity danced over the surface but did no further damage. Still the doctor trembled, recovering after a few moments. As he did, the gemstone pressed against Lan Jue's hand had started to undergo a strange change of its own. Its faint light had expanded into a glimmering halo that radiated out from it. By virtue of the stone, the spurts of golden blood quickly slowed and stopped. It was acting as a sort of cork to stop up the wound. The stone began to flicker, casting off sparks of light that appeared and vanished around them. It thrummed and flashed like it had a life of its own. As they watched, it began to fill with a golden light. The doctor released a sigh, no longer shaking from his shock.
Jewelry Master, right now you and the gem have established a link.
Phylacteries are strange stones, with the ability to join with almost any form of life. It fuses with anything that possesses a genetic makeup. Once it's fused with the host, it'll begin to absorb any energy released by it and release anything else.
As a result, every gem can only ever have one master. It's for this reason they're rarely directly used with machinery. They are not alive, and thus can't make a link. 1.
This means his ascension. I'm not sure this is necessarily forbidden, but that's how he describes it.
Michael's Adventus is another example.
2. In Chinese this is called playing the good guy card, equivalent to my generation's Dear John letter.
Oh, you're a good guy and all, but why don't we just be friends?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 145, Treatment. Chapter 145, Treatment.
All S-ranked gemstones were, by their nature, mysterious. Only those with the talent in understanding them were ever able to glimpse their true capabilities. Lan Jue lay upon the ground, and though able to move remained still and listened to the doctor's explanation.
1.
And his blood flowed from the open wound, he felt his body begin to relax. The phylactery stone's pulsing energies were gentle and soothing, and in fact he felt no discomfort with the process. Gradually, the internal light of the stone changed to a shimmering gold. It had begun with flecks of gold, and they melded together as the stone drank up Lan Jue's flooding energies.
Alright, good. Now just focus your discipline into the stone.
Infuse as much as you possibly can.
Eventually it'll become as part of your body.
When you've recovered, the energies inside will begin to be absorbed back into you. The doctor spoke over his patient as the process continued.
Lan Jue just nodded.
He focused his efforts of moving the unstable energies of his discipline into the phylactery. In the beginning he was hesitant to release too much into the stone too quickly for fear it couldn't support it.
However, soon he discovered he'd underestimated the power gem's capabilities.
No matter how much of his excess powers he flooded into it, it vanished like salt in the sea waves.
The gem swallowed as much as he gave, insatiable.
He likened it like the vast emptiness of space. This caused Lan Jue to breathe a sigh of relief. He let his constraints slip, let his control relax, so that his power could flow at its own pace. His body shone with a fierce golden light that brightened as his power flared.
The wine master looked a little apprehensive as he spoke to the doctor. How will you know when his power is sufficiently drained into the stone? How much experience do you have with this?
The doctor shook his head.
I only know how to keep him from dying.
The effect all of this will have on his body, we'll only know when the process is done. We'll need to do another examination then to know the full extent of the damage. A 9th level talent, the Genetica, a sudden catapult to Paragon, not to mention his previous injuries, it doesn't look good.
Thunderbolt disciplines are among the fiercest of abilities.
It would be best to mentally prepare yourself for the worst.
The Cosmigus sighed. Do what you can.
The Jewelry Master suffered this while saving Taihua and its tourists.
It was damn heroic, so we'll do whatever it takes.
The doctor responded with a sigh of his own.
I must say he's earned my admiration.
I can't say I'd have done the same if our roles were reversed.
I guess my strengths lie in self-preservation instead of blind bravery. I certainly wouldn't have had the stupidity and courage to effectively commit suicide and take Genetica to do it.
Lan Jue's weak voice wafted up towards them.
Even your compliments sound like curses.
The doctor smirked.
No one ever said anything about compliments.
Tell me with a straight face you're not a total moron.
Didn't you give any thought to the consequences?
Lan Jue laughed quietly.
Actually, if our roles were reversed, I'm not sure you'd have run like you claim.
If you'd have been here to see that monster shooting down airships, to see our compatriots slaughtered, used as food for the creatures, you'd see differently. Something like that really opens your eyes. The doctor stuck a big thumbs up under Lan Jue's nose.
You win. Now shut up and concentrate. Laughter, you won't be laughing. Lan Jue's expression changed as the doctor's words were confirmed.
His expanded body began to shrink back down as the power racing through him was drained away. The wine master's body shook as he looked on. He knew this meant Lan Jue no longer had the necessary power to sustain Paragon status. But he couldn't stop now, he had to keep draining the explosive power of his discipline, otherwise he would be destroyed by it.
Draw back just a bit, the doctor ordered.
He knelt again at Lan Jue's side and held him down with both hands. Once more the gentle green light flowed through him to the jewelry master until he glowed as well. With each passing moment that his powers were draining, Lan Jue felt that danger receding. He felt as though he were stepping back from a precipice. There wasn't any pain anymore, just emptiness. Like he was just a shell, like he didn't exist. Lan Jue's smile was forced, for the situation he faced was even worse than he'd anticipated. Sometimes, it wasn't pain that was to be feared. Sometimes the absence of pain was the most frightening thing. The phylactery continued to flash, though now sparks of electricity danced on its faceted surface. As Lan Jue's powers waned, he felt his control slipping as well. He was finding it more difficult to direct the flow outward. But the process continued, and after half an hour his body returned to its normal size. The golden tint to his skin had vanished somewhat earlier. Lan Jue's vitality was weakening. Lying on the ground, he felt it. His face was pale. Not like a man's, but like frost over a statue. His eyes rolled shut when he no longer possessed the strength to keep them open. Yet the phylactery stone did not dim or weaken. On the contrary, it was growing brighter, more vibrant. The stone had buried itself in Lan Jue's palm almost entirely. Only a small part of it remained visible, twinkling furiously. With as much energy as it was drinking from Lan Jue, their connection was powerful. The doctor looked on, his face dark. The purgative and healing energies released by his hands had changed. It was no longer a simple green ray, and was instead now an exuberant jadeite. Steam arose from the top of his head, and he was covered in sweat. He didn't look too good, himself. The wine master just stood at the doctor's side. In this situation, he couldn't help. All he could do was watch and wait. Only disciplines that lay in a similar vein could support another. The doctor's face was hard, a chiseled mask of concentration. His condition is worse than I anticipated. The genetica triggered the very core of his abilities, and it's more potent than I've ever encountered. It was evaporating his bold. Any later and I'm afraid he'd have been boiled from the inside. We're not out of the woods yet, either. His organs are still in danger of being burnt and torn apart. His meridians are bordering on total fracture. Only his bones are managing, leaving about 163 unscathed. The damage he's endured from this is incredible. Is there anything we can do? The wine master asked. All I can do now is employ my greatest healing abilities. Perhaps they will be enough to help keep his organs and meridians from being completely obliterated. At the same time, I can instigate hematopoietic functions and try to bring it back to homeostasis. Bone fractures will be the easiest to handle. But meridians, there are simply too many in the body too, and as they break they're like a bowl of noodles in there. Trying to connect them all together again is too difficult. The best I can do is ensure the most important meridians remain intact. Even if he lives, I'm afraid he'll likely end up disabled. The wine master was well aware of the doctor's healing capabilities. Hearing the prognosis, his face was bleak. Ah, clairvoyant, surely it doesn't mean your visions were wrong? Or maybe someone changed fate. This is already past the point of just appearing dire. If the doctor really is unable to cure him, then Two aquamarine gemstones had appeared in the doctor's hands. He placed one in the center of Lan Jue's chest, and the other in his own mouth. Almost instantly the gems began to glow. An hour passed. The doctor sat beside his patient, legs crossed, recovering his own powers as he meditated. Lan Jue remained where he was, his skin still pale as snow. The gem on his chest pulsed slowly with his heartbeat. After an hour of rest, the doctor stirred and continued the treatment. To him, the man laid out on the floor looked like a human-shaped jigsaw puzzle. It was as though everything within him was fractured as shifted. He would have to be practically rebuilt. It was an enormously difficult process, and, had he not immediately employed vast amounts of bioenergy to support the jewelry master, he'd likely already be dead. As they toiled below, the skies over Taihua were gradually clearing. The gray fog that concealed them was dissipating before the sun. Zeta. With a moan, a massive ship broke through Taihua's atmosphere and barreled towards the ground. The East's first contingent of relief troops were inbound. The ship descended until it was 1,000 meters over land, then stopped to hover. The doors opened and several figures issued forth. They fell to earth like dark petals. Or perhaps more accurately, like a dredging net. They were mechas, and they towered a frightening 50 meters. Each one pulsed with powerful energies. Mechas were separated into many sorts, with different systems. 10 mechas constituted one unit, and the way they fell to earth in perfect formation gave testament to their high battle prowess. The moment they made landfall, they spread out and got to work. Shrill cries and plumes of purple smoke dotted Taihua. Once the sea creature had been dealt with, the monsters had stopped multiplying.
They were being eradicated. Their fate was sealed once their nest was destroyed.
Mou piloted his own mecha, a Mammoth 444 suit, racing at the front of his unit. The Mammoth 444 was the Eastern Alliance's national defense mecha system, and every unit had one as the heart of their team. They were the core defensive unit, the best the East had to offer. They were the pinnacle of mecha research and possessed every weapon they could bolt onto it.
Infantry dreadnoughts, and everything that stood in their way was annihilated.
1. Here I think the author made a typo, since he described this gem as a C-rank gem in the previous chapter.
In my estimation it's meant to be S-ranked. 2. Not really.
There are 12 normal meridians, 8 extra meridians, and some divergent meridians.
Doctor needs to bone up on his traditional Chinese medicine.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 146 Gold 3rd Grade. Chapter 146 Gold 3rd Grade. 2 V-Class swordsman mechas followed the Mammoth 3.
These were the melee arm of the unit.
6 V-Class gunner suits and a white Aegis 3 were in tow.
Together they comprised an average assault force.
A recon unit would likely have replaced their more combat-oriented mechas for other sorts.
At present there were 10 or so common mecha unit configurations, and the mechas for each alliance didn't differ terribly from one alliance to another. Captain, according to satellite imagery, the 2 kilometers 30 degrees to our left are experiencing energy fluctuations.
Moreover, the map captures are hazy. MOU confirmed the information. Forward, battle formation, he ordered.
As the present Emperor-class pilot, he was the unit's leader. He also bore all the responsibility for their success or failure, and the lives of those in his team.
The 2 V-Class swordsman mechas followed behind him in an inverted wing.
The others remained a few steps back, the gunners surrounding the Aegis 3.
As they moved forward, the mechas scanned in all directions, on alert for foes.
They moved inexorably further through the tree cover. For a mecha unit, 2 kilometers amounted to nothing.
As they barreled through the jungle, the trees suddenly parted.
MOU didn't need radar to see the 3 people by the water's edge.
What was that green light?
They weren't monsters, certainly, so the light must be a result of a discipline.
Citizens, immediately identify yourselves. Do it now. MOU's voice boomed at them through the Mammoth 3's speakers.
The air rung with the sound of metal as the swordsmen drew their titanium alloy blades. They took up positions on either side of the small group. The gunners hoisted their laser rifles and pointed them at the strangers.
The appearance of the 10 towering mechas made the scene at the water's edge far more tense. We're from Skyfire Avenue.
The deep voice rang in the ears of each soldier, as though someone were speaking directly to them in their cockpits.
They each were taken aback by the voice, MOU included.
2 of the gunners were startled enough to almost accidentally discharge their weapons.
Skyfire Avenue? MOU was of course aware of the place.
He was about to continue his line of questioning when a silver light blinded him, cutting him off. The Mammoth 2 had an impressively thick alloy hull, and yet despite this there appeared in his cockpit a floating emblem that shone before his eyes. MOU had done his time, he'd been around the proverbial block.
He knew what he was looking at. Interdimensional discipline.
The oval medallion was a deep maroon, but as it dropped into MOU's hand 10 threads of golden light snaked out from within it. They were bright, powerful, but held no danger. The signal fluctuations were striking. The master control unit of the Mammoth 3 sparked to life, delivering its report.
Identity verified, Gold 3rd Grade military official. Gold 3rd Grade? MOU was nearly struck dumb by the realization.
Like any military organization, the East had their own internal military ranking system.
The lowest-ranking military officers were designated Iron.
Acting second lieutenants were Iron 1st grade, first lieutenants Iron 2nd grade, and captains were 3rd grade.
Copper grade came next, then silver. Only upper-level commanders were gold. Single-planet generals were gold 1st grade. Fleet admirals were gold 2nd grade.
Defense secretaries and the highest generals were gold 3rd grade. And this was the mark of the Blood Iron Marshal. Mecha pilots were the most numerous military personnel in all the 3 alliances. MOU himself was only a junior captain, but had fought his way up to lead his own squadron. He was only a copper 1st grade.
An infinitely vast difference from gold 3rd.
Wait, he thought, his heart racing suddenly.
Skyfire Avenue. Gold 3rd grade. But what did it mean, to have these 2 together? Denizens of Skyfire Avenue certainly weren't capable of acting as commanders in the armed forces, or defense ministers. They weren't even able to work in any higher office. And yet they acted as protectors and defenders of the Alliance. A paragon. This must mean one of them in a paragon. As realization washed over him, the emblem in his grip flashed again, and was gone. Skyfire. Paragon. Interdimensional power. With those three together, the man's identity became clear. Mo swallowed hard. His voice rang clear and loud of their dedicated internal channel. Identity acknowledged, secure our rear. Rescind red alert issued for these three. The other 9 mechas retreated hastily. They turned, almost as one, and directed their murderous focus outward. The chest plate of the Mammoth 2 hissed and split open. A simple metal ladder spilled out to get its pilot to the ground. Mo nimbly slid down the ladder and trotted towards the flashing green light. No need to come over, the deep voice curtly commanded. Yes, sir. Mo stopped dead in his tracks. He snapped to attention. Eastern Alliance Pilot 34, Captain of the 3rd Infantry Company's 13th Mechanized Combat Squadron. Squad Leader MOU, reporting for duty. MOU was rushed, excited. His chest rose and fell with his speedy breath, his cheeks were ruddy. How could he not be excited? This was a paragon. As an Emperor-class pilot he was naturally an adept himself. 5th level, to be precise. He'd learned of the existence of Skyfire Avenue when he was small. The Adepts' playground. Home to 3 paragons, who protected the avenue from harm. Even the Northern Alliance, as powerful as it was, dare not harass the East largely due to these 3 powerhouses. They were better deterrents than bastion ships. A single paragon's destructive capabilities certainly couldn't match up to a bastion, however one had to consider the bulk and makeup of a bastion. Compared to a man? If a paragon made up their mind to kill someone, their target's only hope was to be a paragon themselves. It was for this that the presence of paragons was considered when judging an alliance's strength. There were 10 known paragons currently. 7 of them were officially accepted as members of an alliance, or, rather, there were 7 who allowed an alliance to claim them. They focused their efforts to the betterment of their people, if they so desired. The North and West boasted 2 each. But the East, it had 3. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, I can save him. Chapter 147, I can save him. I must ask you all to clear the area as quickly as possible, don't allow anyone to come near. One of our companions has suffered grievous injury. The wine master's voice was calm, deep. Absolutely, MOU responded. Do you need any further assistance, Commander? Make this a restricted area. As you command. MOU cast his eyes to the mysterious trio, silently watching them for a moment before running back to his mecha. His brief glance at the party revealed that there were indeed 3 of them, but the green light made any further distinguishing characteristics difficult to reveal. Considering the rank of the man he encountered, he didn't dare press for more information, much less try to spy what they were about. To your average adept, the paragons were like living gods. And the 3 masters of the Eastern Alliance were their godly protectors. How could he dream of disobeying? 3 hours later. The bone fractures are healed. The damage to his aorta and inferior vena cava has also been reversed. I need to rest for a minute, then I'll get started on re-establishing capillary channels. From this point on we'll start seeing some decent recovery. Thankfully the damage from the decoction was centered in his torso and core. The injuries don't appear to spread to the limbs or head. If it had, it would take powers far beyond my own to bring him around. The doctor's face was drawn and pale. He was drenched in sweat, as though he'd been fished from the nearby ocean. Wisps of steam emanated from him. With his diagnosis delivered, he immediately settled down to meditate and recover. Lan Jue remained where he was on the floor. His breath was coming more ragged than it had before, but looking at him no one would guess his life was in danger. The wine master sighed. After all, even though it looked as though they'd be able to pull Zeus from the brink of disaster, total recovery of his health and talent would be exceedingly difficult. The destructive power of the Fantasia Genetica decoction had mangled him severely, and total recovery wasn't a sure thing. The worst of the damage was to his meridians, which had been fractured and thrown into chaos. The doctor had no means of fixing all of those, and putting them right. His energy was flowing now into the purple phylactery affixed to his palm, and it was the only thing ensuring his explosive thunderbolt discipline didn't snap back to obliterate the jewelry master. Right now, their greatest hope was that he'd at least recover to the point where he could live a normal, average life. That he wouldn't awaken an invalid.
The doctor continued his meditations for the space of a couple hours, then continued with his healing regimen.
And what about you? Are you holding up?
The wine master's deep voice wafted towards the doctor. The younger man laughed wryly. Our jewelry master sure did a number on himself with that decoction.
But if I wasn't able to handle this, how could I ever hope to be a committee member? Look here.
As he spoke, revitalizing tendrils of green light stretched from all 10 of his fingers. They buried themselves in his patient's body.
Zeta.
Ailey. Heh, a fine brother indeed, here to come and greet me.
Where's that kid, Zhu?
Chu Cheng's fiery red hair was easily spotted as he made his way from the entrance of the public air hangar. He chuckled mirthfully as he spied Huali, all bundled up like a dumpling.
He snapped the pretty boy up in a bear hug. Huali shoved the brash young man away with a scowl. Oh, he's just grand, off vacationing on Taihua. He'll be back in a few days. Planet Taihua?
Chu Cheng's face blanched. Huali saw the change in expression, shooting his companion a questioning glance.
What is it?
Chu Cheng's flippant smile melted away. I heard it on a newscast on my way here.
Something happened on Taihua.
But come on, Zhu's strong enough, even injured, to hold his own or even escape if he has to.
What?
Huali's wide eyes were revealed as he snatched the thick sunglasses off his nose.
But he hasn't even halfway recovered.
It's fine, I'm sure, Chu Cheng said, though his face still betrayed concern.
He always brings Thor along with him.
Huali was already furiously jabbing numbers into his communicator. His face grew sullen, and he shook his head wordlessly at Chu Cheng before tapping out another number.
Ailey. Where are you? You know you're supposed to be here rehearsing and readying your voice. Your concert's in a week. This absolutely must be a success.
The rough sounds of an angry female voice burst from the instrument on Huali's wrist.
Mo Xiao, listen to me carefully. The singer's voice was tense and constrained, like a volcano about to erupt.
Mo Xiao fell silent, taken aback by his tone.
What is it? What's wrong?
I need all the latest information about Taihua, he said. Also, get Poseidon 1 here as soon as you can.
This needs to be done at all costs. Zhu stuck out there.
Got it, she said without hesitation. Huali turned his face to look at Chu Cheng. His red-haired compatriot's eyes were narrowed, and a cold hard light lived in them.
I'm going with you. Zeta. 7 hours.
7 tense hours where death loomed close overhead.
Finally the doctor could bear no more and collapsed.
The wine master was beside him, and grabbed him before he hit the floor. The younger man looked at him with a smile through half-lidded eyes.
He won't die. He may not live a happy, comfortable life, but at least he'll live.
He panted small, shallow breaths as he lay against the wine master's chest.
The doctor was too weak at this point to even lift a pinky. Thank you.
This brought a chuckle from the exhausted doctor. That's all well and good, but I'm going to need to hear it from him when he comes around.
But there will always be some issues.
There were so many breaks, fractures through his body. I joined them where I could, bones, joints, vessels, meridians, but he may never fully recover. I've connected together fractured meridians, but their energies are routed. I don't have the ability necessary to help him get things back on the right track.
We can only wait, see how his healing progresses, then take it from there.
This brought a light to the wine master's eyes.
Are you saying there's a chance he could recover his discipline?
The doctor's smile was a bitter one.
There's a chance. A 1% chance, but there it is. In reality, we're hoping for a miracle.
The wine master was about to speak further when he was interrupted. He spied the yellow soul collar gem on Lan Jue's chest flicker. Something flashed through the old man's eyes before he shot his head skyward.
Come out.
He groped out with his right hand.
Suddenly the air split with the sound of broken glass.
A 30-meter-long blimp hung in the air where moments before there was nothing. Please stay your hand, Chronomagus.
I'm here to help Lan Jue.
The voice that accosted them was pleasing to the ear, feminine. The wine master, angry and ready for a fight, stopped as requested.
Mou and his team of crack pilots were almost instantly aware of the breach. They raced forward to intercept.
However, their advance was halted when the wine master shot an arm out towards them. The newly arrived ship slowly made landfall.
The doors hissed as they opened, revealing a young woman.
Her features were hidden behind a silver mask, but her lithe and elegant figure was clear to all. Her long dark hair hung free at her back, framing a pair of blue eyes.
Anxiety glimmered within them.
She paid no mind to the gathering crowd around her. She raced to the wine master, doctor, and Lan Jue as though the others didn't exist. The wine master placed the weakened doctor on the floor. His bright eyes watched her come. Having a paragon's full attention was not a comfortable situation to find oneself in. And yet this young woman didn't seem the least bit put off. She squatted by the jewelry master's side and felt for a pulse. Afterward, her sky-blue eyes showed relief. She looked directly at the paragon. I can save him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 148, Open Your Core. Chapter 148, Open Your Core. I can save him.
They were 4 simple words, but the resolution with which the masked woman said them was comforting. There was even a hint of relaxation behind the words. The wine master was a fine judge of people, and immediately picked up on her easy mood.
Who are you? He asked in a tepid voice.
In lieu of an answer, the girl arose to her feet and plucked a necklace from around her neck.
It was simple, with a pale yellow crystal pendant that gently glowed in her palm.
She wordlessly pressed it into the wine master's hand.
She did the same for the identical gemstone around Lan Jue's neck.
The evidence she provided him required no further explanation. Still, questions rumbled in the old man's mind and his eyes adopted a curious silver light. He dropped them towards the soul collar gem, which reacted with a strong and sudden golden flare.
Why the mask? He handed the necklaces back to the girl. She clasped one gem around her neck before replacing Lan Jue's.
Because I don't want him to know it was I who saved him.
If I am going to heal your jewelry master, my one condition is you keep this a secret. It's like you've never seen me before. Once I've done what I can, I'll leave immediately.
Her voice was strange, deep. It appeared she had some means of modulating the sound, but it made her tone no less melodious.
The amazement in the wine master's eyes only grew.
However, before he could continue his line of questioning, the doctor had come around and begun to make his own commentary. I find it curious you have the self-confidence to claim you can heal him all by yourself.
I find it hard to believe there's anyone better than me at what I do.
The masked woman slowly shook her head.
I'm no doctor, nor can I heal illnesses.
My abilities and my healing methods can only be used with this man alone. I don't know what happened that caused him to end up like this. He shattered like a pane of glass, but I'm confident I can heal him.
The doctor's brows furrowed. I don't believe it. We can't reasonably hand him over to this woman.
Even with this proof you showed, anything short of him waking up and personally telling us about your relationship I won't accept.
Until then his treatment is up to me.
Our first priority is his safety. She was silent for a moment, but soon shot back with a response.
His current prognosis is grim, as you know. If we waste time, the situation will only get worse. We need to begin right now. I'm asking you not to get in my way.
Finally, the wine master joined the exchange. If you can do what you claim, then do so, but first you have to tell us the method you'll be using. We must also be sure you don't mean any harm.
This set the young woman to pondering for a moment. I'll lower my defenses.
Your Excellency can scan my thoughts and core for any sign of malice. If you do, I'll be at your mercy, and you can end me in the space of an instant. As for my treatment method, there's no point in putting it into words.
When you see me do it, you'll understand. You'll open up your core?
The doctor was shocked at her preposition, and looked at her with considerably less suspicion. It was clear what opening one's core to an outsider meant. You were placing your life, everything you were, at the mercy of another person. An adept's core was the most important part of them, the center of their being. It was through the power of their core that they were able to control the force and instability of their discipline. It was like she said, if any ill will towards Lan Jue was discovered, it would be she who would suffer first.
Fine. Get to it.
The wine master had no time for hesitation. The decision was made quickly. She turned slightly away from him then, and gently tapped her forehead with her right hand. The small motion set her eyes to changing.
The depths of her sky-blue eyes suddenly looked as though they housed a pale mist.
What started small, however, quickly grew until it filled her eyes. In an instant they were white as snow, clear as diamond, with no pupil.
Just a field of white.
Gradually a glimmering image like a snowflake appeared on her forehead where she touched. Gentle waves of energy pulsed from her.
Energy concealment.
The doctor whispered in astonishment as he looked on. It was a surprise indeed, for even at his level of cultivation the doctor hadn't thought this girl was anything other than average. And yet here she was, veritably pouring with power. This really only had one explanation. She had learned and was employing some method of hiding her discipline, to make her appear as though she was a normal person. The snowflake image emblazoned on her head slowly began to rotate. It swirled until it became a milky vortex, and from its depths began to exude a powerful chill. It was a cold that transcended the body, threatening to freeze one's spirit. The sudden cold set the doctor's whole body to shivering. The cold went to his very bones, and yet his sense of exhaustion seemed eased. What sort of power was this? As the image on her head continued to twist and undulate, a crystalline object slowly revealed itself. It shone behind the snowflake like a star. It wasn't white, but instead was entirely translucent like a shard of ice. It was a core, and though not large was spotlessly clear, entirely pure. Such a chaste core. The wine master hummed to himself in consideration. His silver eyes flashed, and the tiniest spear of shimmering light shot from them to bore into the woman's core. It was visible in the immaculately clear depths of the core, swirling about within as it searched. The young woman's body shuddered. After a moment she recovered, and her core vanished once again within her forehead. She wasted no further time with speech. Immediately she was at Lan Jue's side once more, kneeling beside his supine form. She glanced over him briefly, then blanketed his form with her own. This close, she could see the contours of his face, how pale and bloodless his skin was. "You hateful bastard." She dropped her head to gently kiss his pale lips. Pale lines of light once more began to exude from between her eyebrows. They traced the lines of that strange snowflake. The small threads of light reached out and hung in the air for a time before turning back in on one another. They pressed close and congealed until they became a single thread of silvery yarn that connected her to Lan Jue. The doctor looked on in silence, carefully watching her every move. He knew once she'd agreed to open her core that she wouldn't dare cause Lan Jue harm, however he refused to believe she had some sort of ability that could do more than he already had. His confidence had surely ballooned since earning the title of doctor on Skyfire Avenue, and for good reason, so it was his interest and pride that had him burning to discover just what sort of powers this young girl claimed to possess. The wine master's eyes continued to flash with silvery energy. He was able to sense every pulse, every flutter of the young woman's core, opened as it was to him. Even the quiet, almost invisible pulses of her spirit weren't hidden from him. However, he was careful not to disturb her in the midst of Lan Jue's healing. He watched her, still as stone. He was a paragon, almost a god among men, and with that came a great deal of power. Power enough to react the instant this woman had an untoward thought. By virtue of his absolute power over space, he could cut her apart or send her to another solar system. The mech suits that had been pressing around them at the arrival of the girl began their withdrawal at MOU's command. They spread out and continued their vigilant guard. That old man was a paragon, and his orders were to be followed. They awaited further instruction. MOU remained, and through the information updates in his army mecha's monitor he was kept appraised of the situation. In just a few short hours most of the beasts found on Taihua had been annihilated. Those that remained were few and scattered. Soon they'll all have been swept from the planet. The screen flashed as recent statistics came through. It was a calamity, compounded by the fact the planet was near saturated. In order to protect the ecosystem, Taihua had stipulations as to how many tourists were permitted at any one time. That number was around 1 million souls. When a planet is considered saturated, that means its total population of tourists, security and service workers are near to or have met the occupancy limit. The result of so many bodies and such horrible creatures was no surprise, a slaughter. Recent numbers put the missing at 150,000. Another 3,060 soldiers would also call this their last, eternal tour. However, headcounts at evacuation showed only about half of their saturated total were accounted for. 150,000 was a high number, a frightening sum. But 500,000. The satellites surrounding Taihua had been blocked from spying the situation down on the ground. That thick gray mist had covered everything, until in the final moments a blast of air had revealed something. The satellites had caught the final moments of that battle over the sea. It caught only a glimpse, but in those moments the satellite caught 3 figures battling a colossal monster. The energy reading from below neared the blast power of an expeditionary cruiser. MOU watched the information filter past his screen, and instantly recognized it. The place he stood now was where the satellites caught their break. That burst of startling power was just a few meters from where he stood. Without question, it must have been the Cosmigus himself who saved those that made it out. He was Taihua's great protector, guarding against the invaders to keep losses to a minimum. MOU felt his blood racing. He had the honor of guarding a man such as this, a great paragon and guardian. It was likely the greatest mission of his life. The countless silken threads of white energy lowly intertwined. As time went on it became an undulating cocoon around both Lan Jue and the young woman. It grew stronger and thickened. As the others looked on, the 2 figures within became more and more indistinct.
From beginning to end, that young woman didn't move one hair.
The wine master could feel her through their link, and knew that she was using the best and most gentle method available. She was channeling her own restorative powers to him through their kiss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 149, The Power of the Silkworm and the Mystic Raiment. Chapter 149, The Power of the Silkworm and the Mystic Raiment. The great silken cocoon pulsed with power, and eventually their figures vanished from view. Stranger still, there seemed to be no energy fluctuations coming from within, at least, none that the doctor or winemaster could distinguish. The doctor looked on as well, resting as the strange scene unfolded before him. He watched in silence, absorbed in thought. At the onset he'd watched the young woman work with a distinct light of scorn in his eyes. However, as that cocoon developed and surrounded the two, that light changed to something more dignified. But anxiety and doubt could still be seen. It was as if he'd figured something out only, not entirely. There was still something he couldn't put his finger on. He wasn't alone in his ruminations. The winemaster, too, looked consumed by thought. In all the worlds there were only a very few disciplines he wasn't familiar with. This woman's was one of them. The energy he'd felt exuding from the girl was infinitely gentle, abnormally pure, and far beyond the ken of your average adept. By his estimation, she possessed a 9th-level talent. It was a great power, despite her weak appearance. Naturally, a 9th-ranked healer would have enormously powerful healing abilities, precisely like the doctor. But there was something strange, and though he didn't know why, he suspected her healing abilities weren't so simple as they appeared. She may even be more powerful than the doctor, for all his training and ability. HMMMMNNNNN. Before them the cocoon began to hum and vibrate. The silken tendrils began to quietly break apart and the air around it shimmered with a white aura. Mou and his team shuffled uncomfortably in their mechas and watched. Each and every one of them were adepts themselves. You had to be to pilot a mecha, yet none so powerful as the group they stood guard over. They would fight tooth and nail for even a tenth of the power they witnessed. The sky darkened, suddenly, for reasons unknown to those gathered. Mou's band of armored soldiers flashed as their integrated lighting systems came online. They were shocked, but not simply from the sudden change of light. This was no normal darkness, they concluded. It was a dark that swallowed light up, devoured it. The blazing lamps affixed to the mechas did nothing to dispel the gloom, becoming little more than dim specks in a sea of black. The only thing that pierced it was that white cocoon. Changing the laws of nature, the doctor whispered to himself. He quickly scrambled to his feet. With the help of the cocoon's gentle light, he was able to see the wine master's face. What he saw mirrored his own shock and confusion. Yet the wine master lifted a hand, silently assuring the doctor that his was well. After all, he was still monitoring the state of the woman's core. Without their interruption, the shell continued to brighten, making everything around it look blacker still. Mou sat still as stone in his towering Mammoth 3 mecha. He linked to the satellites overhead to check their imaging status, to see what they saw. What he found was nothing. The scene looked normal from overhead. It looked like it always had, clear and with no anomalies. The dark could be seen up close, but not from afar. Like some kind of illusion. A pale fog or steam seeped from the cocoon, white like the light that surrounded it. It was stark and clear against the inky backdrop. As it continued to smoke, the plumes congealed until they formed another shell, identical to the one beneath it. Lights flashed within, beams of it peeking through the cracks. Where the light shone, strange flowery lines appeared upon the shell's surface. A rapid burst of energy pulsed outward from the cocoon. It washed over the others, leaving no trace, causing no harm. But the doctor and wine master, close as they were, felt it keenly when the power washed over them. They could feel their spirit embrace it, filled to brim with it. They sensed the pulsing energies enhancing their inner being. The doctor swallowed hard. His stunned voice broke the relative silence as he muttered to himself. I think I know what this is. It means that story must be true, that there really are people with the silkworm discipline. Damn, who'd have thought today we'd witness a miracle? Crack, crack. The sound was clear and crisp. Fissures had begun to appear on the cocoon's surface. They started at the top and snaked their way down in shimmering golden lines. The emanating metallic light was dim at first, but their intensity increased as the cracks spread further. The light tore through the pitch-black world like a towering golden spear, a pillar of heaven. It rose unimpeded towards the heavens where it split the sky in half. From above, the golden light shone down like rays of the sun, bathing the white cocoon in warmth and light. The golden luminescence sent the darkness running. Everything came under that glow, shimmering in its embrace.
Even the wine master, with all his power and ability, was cast away by the force of the golden light. The doctor was thrown like a ragdoll just behind him. At last the silvery cocoon split. From within, a wriggling golden form slunk from the ruins of its protective shell. It was no more than a meter tall, chubby, and covered in intertwining golden lines. Its flesh, however, was white as fresh snow. Almost immediately after escaping from the cocoon, it began to grow taller and whiter. A second series of cracks could be heard afterward. A soothing white light began to emanate from the creature, contrasting with the golden glow that bathed everything else around it. It continued to wriggle and change. First were the wings, pure white and powerful. The writhing figure shifted and evolved into a golden white jade humanoid. It was an angelic figure, beautiful, and covered in white light like it was made from it. It was so pure that onlookers couldn't make out any details. Still, the sensation they got simply by looking on was one of great purity and beauty. The silvery light in the wine master's eyes vanished. He felt it clearly now, there was no more question. The small piece of his power he'd left in her core extricated itself, and returned to him. There was no further need for it. Protomorphism. Indeed, it was a power not unlike his own. Whoever she was already peeking into the realm of the paragons. Such a puny-looking thing, capable of wielding a paragon's talent. It was nearly inconceivable, but for the fact it was happening before his very eyes. There was no malice in her art, and the wine master could sense Lan Jue's condition improve far beyond where he was before she began. Rectitude. The emotional voice thundered around them. The words were simple, but they filled the air like a chorus. As the words faded, the ruins of the cocoon near the white figure vanished without a trace. It rose to its feet. Before it was the second cocoon, still housing the woman and Lan Jue in its protective enclosure. Then, she began to dance. Its movements were gentle, carefree, like a sprite sailing through golden sunlight. The pale white light around it continued to glow soothingly. As the creature's dance continued, the cocoon adopted a more golden hue. The protomorphic energies at play began to worm their way inside. What in the hell is this? The wine master could no longer hold his peace. The doctor turned his head to look back at the aging paragon. Unless I'm mistaken, this is that discipline of legend, told to us before even the great stellar migration. Pure altruism. Regenation. Regenation? The wine master looked back upon the dancing figure in surprise. You're telling me this is the savior, the queen of the silkworms? The doctor nodded emphatically. That's right. The power of the silkworm and the mystic raiment. The power of the silkworm and the mystic raiment. 9 simple words, but they were enough to cause the cosmogus to retreat a step. Shock was written clear on his face. I was certain this mystical power was lost ages ago. But here it is, before us. The doctor explained, the legends state that this discipline, regenation, is passed on only to one member of the family per generation. In actuality it's called the silkworm discipline, but they call it regenation because the bearer holds the purest, most altruistic discipline in the known universe. As one might expect, the queen of the silkworms holds no great combat proficiency, but their speed of cultivation is far greater than your average adept. The power comes with extended life, greater vitality, and an almost inhuman physique, but that's it. No forceful attacks or great combat ability come standard. And yet, when the conditions are right, regenation can be the single greatest ability in the history of mankind. When possessors of regenation approach a 9th level talent, quickly, usually, by virtue of their discipline, they are able to make connections with others. With these connections they are able to transfer their own powers to others. Like this, so long as the person is alive, they can sustain inhuman amounts of harm and come right back. This is what's called the silkworm's power. In fact, the more damage someone has sustained, the more benefit they receive from the silkworm's mystic raiment, namely that cocoon. The foundation of this healing is the nourishment of marrow and tendons, but the healing seeps way down into the person's very spirit. Even their core can be remade, cleared of impurities. They adopt the silkworm's purity. But there are limits. Applying the mystic raiment obliterates the queen of silkworm's abilities. Afterwards they must start all over, from the beginning, cultivating themselves back to their former power. In the tales it is said a queen can only use the mystic raiment 3 times in their entire life. After all, this sort of protomorphism has the ability to complete change a person's fate, to upend the laws of nature. Who'd have thought that today, when it was needed, we'd actually witness this power with our own eyes? No wonder she was so sure she could heal him. If even the mystic raiment couldn't heal him, he's as good as dead. It looks like our jewelry master had a great deal of luck or the grace of God on his side. As they conversed, the dancing figure appeared to grow tired.
Her body sagged and her wings extended until they draped over the second cocoon like a blanket.
As they looked on, the gorgeous creature began to change, becoming liquid.
Quietly, the power of the Queen of Silkworms was absorbed into the shell.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 150, Hera? Chapter 150, Hera? What is this place? Lan Jue blinked and looked all around. It was a world of white.
Wisps of cool white mist covered the floor below him.
The sky overhead was a soothing eggshell hue. Everything around him was that same pure white.
As he peered all around, he was struck with a rather unsettling sensation. He couldn't feel himself.
He was here, but at the same time he wasn't. Like he didn't truly exist.
His heart sank, for he knew that he was dead.
The spirit was capable of living in the place between time and space.
A man with enough power of will could stop his soul from escaping to other realms.
Was this death? Was he to remain here for eternity?
Just as he began to sink into depression, the mists around him began to congeal.
Not far from himself, a figure appeared through the haze and approached. Each step brought clarity. A pure, white dress. Long, dark hair and shimmering blue eyes. A face so beautiful it almost hurt. Hera!
Lan Jue called out to her, and before he knew it he was pulling her into his embrace.
The young woman hesitated, but soon acquiesced and wrapped her arms around his neck. As long as I get to see you again, I don't care what comes.
Lan Jue's voice was soft, almost a murmur.
A small contented smile spread across his face. Had I known all I had to do to be with you again was die, I'd have done so a long time ago. How are you? What happened that day? What did you encounter? Was it really just some disaster, like they claim? Why was it the whole thing left me with a strange feeling? Lan Jue did not move, did not react.
There was no outward sign, but inside he felt himself fill with joy. His spirit soared with a sense of good fortune.
Nothing else meant anything anymore.
Finally he was together with his Hera, and that's all he cared about. Living or dead, he didn't care, so long as they were together. Through the years they were apart, he never put her out of his heart. In his soul, Hera was the only one for him, and here she was.
And if I hadn't died, would you still have made this choice?
Her voice was soft.
Lan Jue was taken aback.
He loosened his grip and placed his strong hands on her shoulders. He looked at her carefully.
Would you?
She looked back, her question genuine.
Those dazzling blue eyes held his own. Lan Jue took a moment to consider her question carefully.
If there was a 1 in a million shot at survival, I'd take it. But if there was no choice, no chance, I'd still do it. All just to tell you one thing, your man is no coward.
Even if we were to be parted forever, saving these families from the pain I felt would be worth it.
She looked surprised.
So, she said, in your heart duty is more important than love?
This brought a grin to Lan Jue's lips.
No, he responded. This isn't about duty. It's humanity. If I didn't do at least this, how could I call myself a noble?
The young woman smiled, and drew nearer. She took him into her gentle embrace.
If there ever comes a second chance, I do hope we can be together.
I don't need to know your glory, what honors you've achieved.
I just want to be with you.
Where you go, I go, my greatest wish is just to see your face,
Hera, Lan Jue murmured. My queen. I love you, darling.
A strange fog seeped around them, covering the world and bringing a muted silence with it.
The mists surrounded the two of them, until everything vanished.
In the rapidly shrinking reality around them, she gently placed her forehead against his own. 2 crystalline tears appeared at the corner of her eyes, and traced a line along her cheek. Upon reaching her chin they fell, and landed cold upon his face. Her breathing had become arduous, and a golden light began to fill her up. Motes of golden light floated through her, from her, in all directions.
You're sleeping, darling, and that's the good news.
She gently lifted her face, and placed a kiss against his lips. She drew back, the shimmering snowflake emblazoned on her head also vanishing into nothing. She wrapped him in a hug. It was strange, for instead of feeling empty for her loss, her heart was full. The one she held was her love, her pride. This was her glory, right here in her arms. The sky above became blue, bright with the light of day. It appeared as though things were returning to normal. Little by little the pale white light from the cocoon dimmed until it was barely visible. The shell, originally definitely a construct of the woman's energy, was a solid thing now. It looked almost like plaster, despite the gentle pulses of vital energy that surrounded it. However, as the others looked on, the cocoon changed once more. This time, it seemed to turn to stone, and it no longer moved. Then, the sound of tearing. The wine master's eyes hardened at the sonance, and he immediately turned to find the source of the noise. What he saw made his brows furrow. Mou, too, turned to see. Surprise was clear in his eyes as he saw it approaching. The commands from on high were clear, no one was to approach. What, then, was all this? It started as a simple blue light, but that lasted only the space of a blink. Before long the light had grown enormous, shining against their gathered faces. The ship was 150 meters long, with a streamlined hull shaped like a dolphin. It slowly drew up to their location, leaving behind a metallic blue contrail. The dazzling tail began to vanish from view even as the ship was stopping. The side of the ship sported a strange design, lines of gold wrapping around itself. It was circular, with the image of a cresting wave in its center. The very middle of the complicated design housed a rhomboid blue gemstone. It was after seeing the design that the wine master relaxed somewhat. His brows eased, and his frown dissipated, for he knew who it was that joined them. The door to the ship opened as it docked, and two figures emerged, lit against the ship's bright interior. Just as Mou was preparing to give his snipers the order, the wine master's voice rung clear in his ears, "Don't impede them. They're one of us." As if on cue, the two figures began to move towards the group. It took them no time to arrive at the aged paragon's side. Cosmagus. Though Huali's eyes were certainly revealing signs of anxiety, the young man still made sure to show the wine master his proper respect with a bow. The fiery red-haired youth at his shoulder followed suit. "You're here for the jewelry master, I assume?" the wine master asked. Huali nodded his head. Their conversation was interrupted when the wine master's ears picked up a sound. "Cosmagus, don't let them see me. The treatment is almost complete. Get them out of here, they can see Lan Jue when I've finished." The voice was soft, but clear. The wine master, in response, raised his hand and motioned in the air. Much to Huali and Chu Cheng's surprise, the world warped around them as they were swallowed into the void. They found themselves in some interspatial reality, composed of flickering silver light. Clearly this place was unstable, but remained safe so long as the wine master was present and exuding his power. "See, Cosmagus, what's the meaning of this?" Chu Cheng piped up, a scowl on his face. "The jewelry master is currently undergoing his treatment," the old man responded. "It should be complete soon. It is important that you don't interrupt the process. I must ask you to wait patiently until it's complete." Huali did not take the request happily. "What's wrong with us watching Aju get treated?" The wine master tried to reassure them. "Please, you two, be at ease. The jewelry master is a member of Skyfire's council, a very important friend to us. My own care and attention is no less than your own. Unfortunately, how we treat him is a Skyfire secret. I can tell you that he'll be fine, however." It worked, and both Huali and Chu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. A paragon's assurances were more than enough for them. On top of that, both the Cosmagus and the clairvoyant of Skyfire were well known for their trustworthiness. "We saw what happened on the way to Taihua," Chu Cheng said. "Those monsters that showed up so suddenly, they had to have come from off-planet, am I right?" The wine master explained. "As far as we know, yes. But where precisely they come from we haven't determined. We'll need to do more research. The monsters themselves were not weak, and appeared quickly from nowhere. We did discover that they have a powerful phagocytic ability that devours all life around them, which they use to nourish themselves. Just moments ago we took out their progenitor, some sort of living nest out there in the sea. It appears the others monsters we've encountered here originated from that beast's body. Afterwards they spread out and began absorbing the planet's vitality, which made them stronger. The stronger they became, the higher the demand for life energy, and so they just kept killing everything they came across. As for their purpose or goal, we haven't been able to discover anything as of yet. Your companion the jewelry master showed great courage and nobility, taking out as many as he could. He waded into the densest areas of the fight to save the tourists trapped there. It was largely due to him that the death count here is as low as it is. Things could have been much, much worse." Chu Cheng couldn't help himself, and pressed for more information. "You're sure Aju will come out okay, Cosmagus? He was hurt before all this happened. According to what we've been able to discover, he was fighting for a long time out here. If the creatures were as strong as you say, then he..." The doctor rose to his feet and cut the divine monarch off. "He'll be fine. The treatment being employed will work so long as he still has breath in his body, but..." Huali swept his eyes to the young physician. "I'm sorry, we haven't met." "You are." The doctor's heart was in chaos. On the one hand, he was intensely excited to have witnessed such a miracle as the Queen of the Silkworms, saving a talent who by all known medical science should be dead. Of course his pride wasn't in such fine spirits.
You may call me doctor. I'm also a member of the Avenue. Greetings, then, the two mercenaries hailed.
Knowing the man was a doctor, and was present for Zhou also brought them some measure of peace. A short time passed, then the winemaster once again raised his hand. The world twisted uncomfortably, shifting until Zhou Qianlin and Huali once more felt solid ground beneath their feet.
Ha! Almost immediately Huali noticed changes.
The stone-like object that was before them when they arrived was cracked, revealing a large fissure.
The small ship set not far off when they arrived was also missing.
Zhu Qianlin, impatient as he was gone in a flash and appeared before the stone. It didn't take him long to spy Lan Jue within, naked as the day he was born. His face was ruddy and flush. His chest rose and fell with even breaths. Golden light still danced on the surface of his skin, the last evidence of his struggle.
He looked better than new.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 151, Aftermath. Chapter 151, Aftermath.
Huali followed Zhu Qianlin to the strange rock. They both had to see with their own eyes the result of this treatment.
Lan Jue did indeed look like he was going to be fine.
The doctor pushed past them to his patient, and placed his hands over his body. Almost immediately the familiar virescent glow encompassed them both.
After a few moments of concentration, the doctor's surprised voice arose.
All his meridians are as they should be, no longer broken or tangled. Blood flow is 1.5 times normal rate, vital signs are good.
Skin elasticity about twice as good as it was, and that's all I can see now. The rest I suppose we'll discover later. It's almost inconceivable, I mean his meridians were a mess. Now it's like nothing ever happened.
They weren't kidding when they said dash.
Ahum.
The winemaster's sudden cough stopped the doctor from going further. The doctor knew his cue, and stepped over to join the other three. The jewelry master is already in much better condition. All he needs now is rest. He'll wake up on his own after a little while. Huali narrowed his eyes, but he did recognize how much better Lan Jue looked.
He relaxed visibly with the confirmation there before him.
He turned then to the paragon and spoke in deferential tones.
Sir, are you and the doctor planning to return to Skyfire soon?
The wine master nodded.
If the Cosmogus would prefer, we could take Poseidon 1. I appreciate it, thanks for taking the trouble.
10 minutes later, the group was safely aboard Poseidon 1 as it rose. The ship dissolved into a brilliant blue light, streaking off towards the heavens, then was gone.
Their escape was quickly followed by the arrival of dozens more ships.
The destruction of Taihua was monstrous, and the aftermath would require a great deal of manpower and effort to address. First, of course, would need to be a search and rescue operation for the missing. It would be an exhaustive process to finalize the list of the dead, and then, the families had to be told, and compensations made.
Zeta.
The airship shuddered gently as it began its descent.
Tan Lingyun awoke with a start from deep sleep.
Her body protested every movement with aching pain and groaning joints that caused her to moan in discomfort. Her eyes were hazy, like the area around her was covered in a fog, but with each passing moment her vision cleared.
Where am I?
She suddenly shot up to a sitting position, assailed by the crippling pain in her muscles. She winced against the discomfort, trying to look in all directions at once.
It was clearly the interior of a ship. Empty. Save for herself, it looked like there wasn't anyone else around.
It wasn't a large vessel, and judging by the interior it was for civilian use. She patted her forehead, urging her sluggish mind to recall the details of the last few hours.
What stood out most among the haze was a towering blue figure.
But there was more.
Eyes, stately eyes that glowed gold. Such a powerful mecha. Was that the thing that saved me? You're up?
The voice that greeted her was somewhat curt. Tan Lingyun turned in time to see a decidedly disheveled Wang Honyuan exiting the cockpit.
You? It was you who saved me? Tan Lingyun's surprise was anything but concealed.
Her expression was incredulous.
Was it even possible that this dance instructor was the one who piloted that magnificent mecha? No, not me. Wang Honyuan's voice faltered, and his eyes grew distant as though lost in a painful thought. Not you, then who? I'm not sure, he replied. Some blue mecha just deposited you onto the ship. Then it was gone as quick as it had come. Tan Lingyun's face fell.
She struggled to remember any detail of what occurred, but the more she fought the less she remembered.
Only that sapphire machine and those golden eyes. The reason she stayed behind came back to her all of a sudden. And Professor Lan? Wang Hongyuan hesitated. The briefest flash of sadness darkened his features before he spoke. I don't know. We got separated. Tan Lingyun, the powder keg that she was, immediately burst into a rage. Separated? Didn't you run out there like an idiot specifically to get him and bring him back? He's just some man, and you're supposed to be an adept with power. You're telling me you couldn't even protect a single teacher? You're as garbage as I've always said you were. Her sudden outburst took him by surprise, but contrary to their earlier spat, the dance instructor did not attempt to refute her curses. You're right, he muttered. Compared to him, I am garbage. Go, we've already arrived on Skyfire and it's time to disembark. I take full responsibility for Professor Lan's disappearance. Tan Lingyun took a deep calming breath. She spoke again when she regained some measure of composure. I'm sorry. It wasn't meant to be directed at you, it's just with what we saw. If he isn't here it likely means. I'm just upset. I'm sorry. Wang Hongyuan met her apologies with a sad smile. You aren't wrong. We're the lucky ones to get back alive. But I, at least, don't deserve to be. I am not as courageous as the others who stayed behind to help. After a catastrophe like this, things have become clear. Tan Lingyun sorrowfully nodded her head. Let's go, there's still a lot we have to do. Zeta. This is the Eastern Alliance News Network, bringing you the latest information from around the galaxy. We've just begun receiving reports from Taihua, where we hear a terrible attack has occurred. Monstrous beings from outside of our galaxy attacked the tourist destination. Preliminary reports say that as many as 30% of the visitors lost their lives in the ensuing chaos. This truly was a terrible tragedy for everyone involved. Thankfully, a number of stranded and missing tourists have already been found as rescue operations continue. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims. Satellite video and images from around Taihua were uncovered, revealing a number of heroic individuals who fought the fiends themselves. Undoubtedly, their brave deeds saved untold lives. We will continue to look into the events on Taihua and the identity of those heroic people. Whoever you are, we salute you. Already we've heard of both the North and Western alliances calling Chief Minister Zhou to offer their condolences. They've sworn to cooperate with our own agencies to try and uncover where these beasts came from and what exactly they want. The Gobi Entertainment Group has pledged 10 transport ships for use in the search and recovery effort, in addition to their state-of-the-art facilities which they've graciously opened up for use during this catastrophe. This comes with a donation of 100 million NED which they hope can help in discovering where the aliens came from and bring some small measure of peace to the bereaved. Zeta. Jin Yan sat within the electives building, stunned and silent. She stared off into the distance, with images of Taihua racing through her mind. She still felt like she was locked in that nightmare, unable to free herself from the fear of certain death. Her body was still shaking. In the whole of the office, there was only her. When they'd returned, it was Wu Juni's first order of business to send all the teachers home to rest. Jin Yan, however, didn't know what to do. After what felt like half a day, she stirred herself to move. Her feet led her here. She'd been kept appraised of the events as they unfolded, and knew that the last of their number had come back, Wang Hongyuan and Tan Lingyun. Professor Lan was nowhere to be found. Is he really gone? When she'd heard, it was like the world went dark. The ring of the class bell chimed in her mind, with his voice calling over the din, this is nobility. That elegance, his impish grin, that noble countenance. They all lingered in her slowly beating heart. Gone, missing. What about Jean Tao? Where did he bring my brother? With him gone, what about the boy? What am I going to tell our parents? She sat in the encroaching darkness, lost. She was roused when the sound of footsteps came from down the hall. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Immediately her head shot up, grasping at the unlikely hope that she'd see that thin figure rounding the bend and entering the office. Desperately praying she'd face him again. But it was not to be. White shirt, black suit, slick black hair. Wang Hongyuan silently entered the elective's office. Without a sound, he walked in, making his way towards the far window where Lan Jue had chosen his desk. He stood before the vacant chair for a time, then dropped to his knees and bowed. Wang Hongyuan, Jin Yan slowly rose to her feet. The dance instructor rose to his feet and turned to face her. His face was pale and drawn. Professor Jin, he muttered. Her response came hard and bitter. Do you really have no hope that Professor Lan will come back alive? He stood silently before her, shifting from foot to foot. It was a dozen long seconds before his sunken voice replied. I can tell you that he was a damn hero. But I'm afraid. Jin Yan's eyes were red and swollen. Whether or not he's a hero isn't important. I'm only interested in whether or not he'll be coming back. Wang Hongyuan said nothing further. His own eyes were red from tears. The etiquette teacher's final words before they parted were still fresh in his memory. Beep, beep, beep. Jin Yan shook with a start as the communicator on her wrist vibrated. She looked down out of pure habit, but was met with an unfamiliar number. Still, she answered. Hello, who is this? Jin Yan fought valiantly to get her voice under control, forcing the sadness down. Hello, Professor Yan. I was hoping you could help me ask for leave. I'm afraid I'll need a few days of rest before I can return to work. The voice that greeted her on the other end of her communicator sounded tired and worn. She looked at the contraption on her wrist like it was made of snakes. When she did talk, her voice was several octaves louder than she intended. Professor Lan? Hearing her cries, Wang Hongyuan rushed to her side. He stared at the number with eyes wide as saucers. It's me. After helping where I could, I took another shuttle back. I'm already back on Skyfire. Please tell Director Wu and the others not to worry over me. I'll be back to work in a few days. She couldn't help it. The tears she'd been fighting came unbidden to her eyes and rolled down her pretty cheeks. Only these were tears of a different origin. And as her body shook, it was not from fear or sadness, but joy and relief. Wang Hongyuan grabbed her wrist and pulled it towards him. Lan Jue, it's really you? You really aren't dead? Lan Jue's response was a tepid one. Disappointed? Wang Hongyuan scowled at the communicator. Why didn't you let us know earlier? What's this about? Lan Jue challenged. He sounded uncertain. The dance teacher was quiet, a flood of emotion crossing his face before settling on a small smile. I'm just glad you're all right. With that, he cut the connection, then with as much force and ferocity as a thunderstrike he grabbed Jin Yan up in a hug. Jin Yan yelped. Her tears had stopped, but she heard the choked sobs coming from her shoulder. He's alive, alive. Thank whoever listened, the bastard made it. Ha! He made it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Lan Jue's Uncertainty. Chapter 152, Lan Jue's Uncertainty. Lan Jue was propped up in one of Poseidon I's spacious and comfortable lounge chairs. He had come to about an hour earlier, but still felt out of sorts. Poseidon I had already entered Skyfire orbit by this point. It would be perhaps another hour before they were on the ground. He'd used Huali's communicator earlier to get in contact with Jin Yan. Hers was the only number from the NEU staff he could remember. Wang Hongyuan, this guy. A smile crept across Lan Jue's face. He turned his head and looked at the doctor, sleeping fitfully nearby. He shook his head, deeply impressed. He had no idea the young physician possessed such talent in healing. At the time, he could feel the cold grip of death reaching out for him. He could sense his own body and the damage it had been dealt, the broken bones, the fractured meridians, the injured organs. After the decoction, he certainly should have died. Just the fact he was still breathing was a miracle. But here he was. The golden tint that had overcome him after taking the potion remained, but it had dimmed considerably. Now, only a closer look would reveal something out of the ordinary. It became more apparent, however, if the skin was palpated. His various meridians and collaterals were firm and unobstructed, in better condition than they had been for years. The benefit extended all the way to his core, which was safe and stable in the hollow of his chest. Shadows of golden lightning still hung around it, but there was no danger. He'd been awake only an hour, but he could feel himself improving rapidly. Already he gathered he was about halfway to total recovery. All in all, he couldn't be healthier. Not a scratch remained from his earlier fight with Michael or his time on Taihua. Even the secondary effects of the Fantasia Genetica decoction were absent. Could this be because of the Genetica? Could it have remolded him after he survived the initial rush of power? But that would simply be too amazing to fathom. The Western Alliance have had this technology for an age, but their research never uncovered anything like this. So the more practical answer was that the doctor somehow brought him back from the very brink of death. The questions rattled around in Lan Jue's brain. Unfortunately, he couldn't get an answer out of anyone. Xu Cheng and Huali claimed the doctor had completed his treatment before they arrived. The doctor himself was asleep. The wine master would only tell him it was a miracle. It was quite the damn miracle. We're about to encounter atmosphere. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
The electronic voice filled the cabin and shook Lan Jue from his reverie. The smile on his face spread further. Whatever the causes, he was still breathing, and the experience was certainly something. Going through it brought him a strange sense of peace. Perhaps this was part of a new beginning, a fresh start. There was still so much in the universe for him to enjoy. Not to mention, acting the hero felt pretty good. He was starting to understand why his big brother had stayed in the army all these years. He'd gotten a taste for what it was like to be a guardian. He lifted his left hand as he pondered, and stared at his palm. The slightest hint of a purple stone stuck out, no more than a centimeter. Occasionally bolts of golden lightning would flicker in its depths. The phylactery stone. Already the power gem was becoming a part of him, inexorably tied to his life force, like it's been there all along. The frightening power of the Genetica, the power that catapulted him into the realm of the Paragons, was safely contained within. If he concentrated, he could feel maddening fury of it. What he owed the doctor couldn't be rectified with simple things, not just for saving his life but all the other positive side effects he'd accrued here. He had just been saved from the brink of death, good things were sure to follow. The stored energies in the phylactery were only secondary, for there remained the protomorphic abilities he'd gained while a Paragon. Of course he wasn't a real Paragon, not yet, so the powers were weak. But they were there. Whether when employing his ascension or achieving Paragon status in the future, what he'd lived through would certain prove to be invaluable. Brahman. Poseidon 1 shuddered gently as they struck atmosphere. Half an hour later they were in the public hangar, with a private Gobi cars already waiting for them. So how are you feeling, Jue? Huali rose to his feet and stretched, dispelling the travel fatigue. Lan Jue smiled. Can't get any better than where I'm at. Maybe too good, actually. I'd really be curious to know how it is I'm not a cripple. Huali's response was sans his usual flippant demeanor. Best not to look a gift horse in the mouth. You have no idea, when we couldn't get you on your communicator we were sure you were dead. Luckily the Cosmagus and the doctor were around to save you. How about the next time you go out to handle business, you keep your suicidal impulses to a minimum? Lan Jue lifted his hands in front of his defensively. Alright, I concede. I'm still in recovery, don't go teaching me any lessons. Huali stuffed his hands in his pockets, and flipped his fop of blue hair dismissively. Fine, I have to go prepare for the concert anyway. If I miss any more rehearsals, I'm afraid Mo Shao will bite me. Alright Chu Chang, this bastard's your responsibility now. Chu Chang chortled. I'd heard from Jue before that there was this old coot of a wine master on the avenue who operated out of a Gothic-style winery. I've been wanting to take a look for myself since forever. It's supposed to be full to the rafters with excellent spirits. What kind of drunkards would we be if we didn't raid the place at least once? The wine master, himself just arrived from a nearby seat, stopped in his tracks to glare at the red-haired young man. Lan Jue shot Chu Chang a warning glance, but the airhead didn't notice. He had to cough a few times before his fellow mercenary got the hint. The wine master clapped a hand onto Chu Chang's shoulder before taking the lead and exiting the airship. His pleasant voice wafted towards them from over his shoulder. The Gothic winery welcomes you. Chu Chang may have been an airhead, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He slowly turned his head to stare at Lan Jue, eyes wide. Don't tell me the Cosmagus. Lan Jue grinned, apparently pleased with his lot. He patted Chu Chang on the shoulder as well. I'm not sure if I should call you homie or halfwit. Think about it, if you're planning to store fine wines from the former area, wouldn't interspatial abilities come in rather handy? Ah, I guess you're right. Huali suddenly interjected. Jue, Jin Tao's situation is good. Normal. He's currently in deep sleep, triggered from the genetic changes. I have Mika monitoring him. You should go talk to all your ladies, actually. Are they aware of what happened on Taihua? This caused Lan Jue to laugh. Of course not. If they did, I'd already be getting an earful. Chu Chang shot him a cool grin. No? I'm pretty sure they do. I just heard the recent news reports, they're even streaming pictures and video from Taihua satellites. They're even saying stuff about these heroes that were there for the fight. Are you sure they didn't get any footage of Thor? On top of that, your communicator's been offline. How do you think they'd react if they couldn't get a hold of you? Lan Jue stopped, his face changing to a look of distress as he snatched Huali's communicator and dialed in a set of numbers. Boss, are you okay? Mika's voice arose from the other end. Fine. I'm already back on Skyfire. See you in a little while. He was working hard to keep any fatigue or worry from his voice. He sounded the very spirit of ease. "The boss is back," she said to someone next to her.
"Long live the boss," a second perky female voice answered.
He didn't expect her voice to change to a threatening growl so quickly, but when she spoke again he could feel the anger. "So you sneak off to Taihua for a vacation, run into this catastrophe, and then lose your communicator.
Do you have any idea how worried we were? We're already aboard Zeus 1.
Any later and we'd already be on our way to Taihua."
"I'm sorry, forgive me." Lan Jue chuckled sheepishly. "My communicator was broken in the scuffle. I'm fine, really. Perfect condition." "Oh, and then that means you guys are here at the hangar."
"I am too, on Hua Li's Poseidon."
"Let me go out and join you."
Chu Cheng couldn't hide his mirth, and chuckled heartily at Lan Jue's side.
"That's what you get for getting enjoyment from other people's misfortunes. At least you're treating those ladies well.
By the way, Hua Li was telling me they're full on babes. Xiaoxiu's off the table, but you definitely should introduce me to those other three."
In the mem. Get lost.
Despite Lan Jue's desperate hopes, not a single happy face met him when he joined his Amazons. Even Xiaoxiu, the sweetest and warmest of the bunch, stared at him with a cool indifference.
"Ugh, Ailey. Look, we just have the one verticar. Too tight. How about we call another to come take me back?"
Lan Jue sounded guilty, a dog with his tail between his legs.
"Boss."
As a single, pissed-off unit, the girls stamped their feet and glared at him, hands on their hips.
"Forget I said anything."
Lan Jue hastily bade farewell to Hua Li and Chu Chang before clambering into his own verticar.
Whoosh!
In a flash they were on their way back to the safety of the avenue. Chu Chang watched him go, then blinked like he was slapped in the face.
"This guy, no humanity. He just left me here. Right?" Hua Li glowered at the rapidly vanishing verticar. "Come on, I'll take you in."
Chu Chang answered in lilting tones.
"How about you, eh? Other than Mo Xiao, you got any hotties following you around? Just a little eye candy, am I right?"
"That guy there's trying to build a harem, I tell you."
"Worse, it's a harem he doesn't even use. What a waste one."
"He obviously doesn't realize that waste and corruption are man's greatest sins."
"See ya."
Hua Li clapped his hands, then turned on a heel and made to leave.
Hey now, Ailey, you can't just throw me away here." "Look, I didn't say nothin'.
Worse comes to worse, I suffer a dry spell for a few days, right?"
"Wait up. Get lost. Zeta."
Within the Michele P12 verticar.
The atmosphere in the car was stifling.
Mika and Lin Guogua sat up front, while Lan Jue sat between Xiaoxiu and Kur.
All four women stared ahead with sour expressions. Not a word was spoken.
Lan Jue wanted to say something, but every time he opened his mouth he couldn't summon the words. All he could do was shut his eyes and try to nap.
LOL, what a pig.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 153, The East Sorrow. Chapter 153, The East Sorrow. The high-altitude verticar steadily made its descent to the southern parking lot behind Skyfire Avenue. The two doors spread open like mechanical wings, and four attractive women exited. "Stop faking, boss, we're back." Mika called to Lan Jue, lazily sitting in the back seat with his eyes shut.
She still didn't sound pleased with him.
Oh, we're here.
I'm so tired, I'm just going to go right in and head to my room."
"Just so tired."
Lan Jue pulled himself from the car and groggily stumbled towards the avenue. Zeus' four Amazons naturally fell into formation around him, placing their boss in the center and walking back towards the shop.
Inwardly, Lan Jue was fighting a smile.
Dismissing the ladies this time would prove to be a daunting task. The door to the jewelry shop opened, and he once again found himself in that world of sapphire blue. Lan Jue stopped and raised his hands in a show of capitulation.
"All right, ladies. This is all my fault.
Whatever you say is how it'll be, and I'll accept my punishment without question."
"Okay?"
Xiaoxiu's eyes were red, and wet from tears.
"How could you be like this, boss?
Even with your injuries you still sneak out."
"Then this happens, you're out there all alone, and what are we supposed to do?" "Don't cry, Xiaoxiu, don't cry." Lan Jue hurried to comfort her. Cor was next, and stuck out her ruby lips petulantly. "You're the one talking about punishment. We just want to talk about what happened and be clear." "That's right," Mika's strict voice interjected.
Lan Jue looked towards Guogui to save him from the angry ladies, but was met with her pained expression.
"So what do you want me to do?" he said helplessly. Kor moved to his side, dragging a stool behind her. She forced Lan Jue to sit. Mika saddled up before him. 3 rules. Agree and we'll forget all about what happened today, otherwise we're all leaving. After all, if you can't even consider your own safety, you can't be expected to take care of us. If that's the case, what are we still doing here? Right, ladies? That's right. The other 3 women chimed in. What is this, a mutiny? Lan Jue glared at the 4 of them in turn before rising to leave. However, before he could get far, the 4 women converged on him. For sets of sad, pained, angry eyes pinned him in place. Under their unified assault, his indignation was useless. He sat back down. All right, fine. Speak your piece, he grumbled. Mika continued. First, we must always be appraised of your whereabouts. Second, no matter where you go, at least one of us must be with you at all times, Xiao added. Kor was next. The third we'll hold in reserve. If something else crops up that needs dealing with, we'll revisit this rule. Lin Guoguo was last. In conclusion, I hope you understand that your life isn't your own. What happens to you has an effect on all of us. You absolutely mustn't ever dump us again to go gallivanting. If you want to see us cry, then go right ahead. But that's when we leave you forever. We're here for you the same way you're here for us, so if there really is a problem you have to face, we'll be there to look after you. Like we said when facing the archangels, we live and die together. That's right. You heard it. MMHM. It would take far more than any normal man possessed to stand against the pressure these 4 Amazons were putting on Lan Jue. He almost felt himself breaking out in a cold sweat. Okay, you got it. I agree completely, settled? Mika towered over him. Take this seriously. Lan Jue wordlessly and vehemently nodded his head. Finally, the slightest hint of a smile spread across her face. Long live Zeus and the Amazons. Kor shot her fists in the air, then high-fived Lin Guoguo. Xiaoxiu's teary eyes dried instantly. Mika stood there looking infinitely pleased with herself, hands on her hips. Remember, boss, a real man stands by what he says. Lan Jue was helpless, and simply sat looking at the 4 victorious ladies. But despite his dressing down, in the depths of his heart he was proud and appreciative. Ah, home. Indeed, this was his home. And these women weren't his maids or servants, they were more like sisters. With them near, this was home. Kor tittered as she bounced happily to Lan Jue's side. You look tired, boss, let me give you a back rub. Lin Guoguo followed her. She snapped up Lan Jue's left hand. I'll relax your hands. Xiao wordlessly moved to his right, getting to work on his arm. Mika dropped to a knee and shot him a charming smile. Foot rub? 1. Lan Jue's voice was serious when he addressed them. I will not be fooled by your sugar-coated bullets. 1 minute later. The sound of fitful snoring filled the shop. The boss really was tired. Kor's fingers danced from Lan Jue's shoulders up to his head. She gently kneaded his scalp. Xiao replied, her voice terse. Those beasts on Taihua must have been terribly dangerous, and we still don't know what happened. It's clear he doesn't want to talk about it. From what the news is saying, it must have been terrible. Lin Guoguo sniffed in agitation, though the look she shot Lan Jue was gentle. He stayed back to help save the others, otherwise how would his abilities have recovered like this? If he wasn't already hurt, those monsters wouldn't have stood a chance. Not if that matters to me, Mika said harshly. He's my boss, I want him to be safe and at ease. If he died, I'd probably bury myself with him. Her hands inadvertently increased their pressure as she massaged his leg. Lan Jue stirred somewhat. The Stygian succubus quickly reined in her anger, and her grip softened. Zeta. A blood-curdling roar tore through the dense forest. This is Gamma Unit. Gamma Unit reporting. We've encountered some sort of orangutan-like monster. It's quick, and very strong. Our laser rifles aren't doing anything. We need some support, send backup right away. Wait, look out. Ah. Calm dash. A series of pain screams arose. All was dim, chaotic. A dazzling, clear blue figure appeared then. In the blink of an eye, the purplish beast was burnt black as coal. It didn't even have time to scream. Ah! What the hell was that? A mecha. A huge one. We're saved, saved. Hell yeah. These must be the reinforcements. Damn. Look up there, what the hell is that? Watch it, it's coming straight for our ship. No good. Look there, that ship's been wrecked. It's coming right for us. Full speed ahead. Full speed. It's too late.
Suddenly, a resplendent flash of golden light washed over them.
A dazzling sapphire figure thundered by, followed by a monster's pained cry.
The maroon mecha moved with terrifying speed. It vanished in a flicker of sanguine color, appearing again a moment later in another spot.
The monster it was facing was cut asunder.
The machine continued on without any hesitation, like it was duty-bound.
A group of trembling children stood below it, none older than perhaps 10. Another group of adults were no far off, lying in a pool of blood.
It looked as though they had died warding the children from something. The purple monstrosity collapsed to the floor with a thud. As the mists faded, the dark red mecha became more distinct. It reached out its large mechanical hand and gathered the kids together.
Mama dash. Daddy.
Their shrill cries for help hung in the thick air of the forest.
Unfortunately, their parents could no longer protect them.
The images shone on every eye, three-dimension and stark. As the news images flickered from the holographic emitters, the heart of every onlooker was heavy with terror over what they saw.
Time and again the red and blue mecha appeared before them, fighting off beasts and protecting tourists.
The most frequently spied was the sapphire mecha, but it was too fast for the satellite images to get a clear picture. Still, its flashing bolts of lightning were unmistakable, and with each burst of energy another monster was slain, and another group saved from certain death. The news also showed a young woman covered in green light, who battled the creatures with nothing but a machete. And then the golden man, with blades of light in his hands that ended whatever beast crossed his path. Most striking, however, was the last few images. They revealed an enormous colossus, far larger than all the others. It writhed in pain as a quiet silver light slowly carved it into pieces.
Viewers stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed as the images flashed past them.
They fought to watch through misty eyes and choking sobs. The videos and images continued for another half an hour before they finally stopped. They were replaced with the pretty face of a female news anchor. What you're witnessing is an unprecedented disaster, one that invariably fills each of us with a deep sadness. However, this great tragedy has also shown us the might of the human spirit. Several great heroes arose when they were needed. They charged into the enemy ranks, fearless despite the odds against them. They pressed on to save the lives of their fellow man. This includes our brave fighting men and women of Taihua who are all worthy of our respect and admiration. Unfortunately, our recent reports reveal that 70% of the soldiers garrisoned on Taihua have been lost. 70% of our righteous protectors fallen, having given their lives for our brothers and sisters of the Eastern Alliance, and in defense of our sovereign territory. Other than those brave soldiers, there were more heroes who chose to remain behind and fight against the invaders, who brought great power to bear against our enemies. In light of this information, our station is launching an effort to uncover the identity of these courageous individuals. As we've seen, not all of these great saviors managed to escape Taihua with their lives, but it is our duty to find the ones that did and thank them for their service. At the very least, they should be showered with flowers and applause. I'm sure those that were saved by their actions would like to personally give their thanks. To our heroes, your actions bring you glory that rings through all of the three alliances. 2. Her voice rose in power and emotion as she spoke, with the images of the mechas and soldiers flashing continuously on the large screen behind her. As we near the end of this broadcast, I'd like to say, I'm still single. If any of you valiant young men are hearing this, I'd like to take you out for a drink. As she spoke, she rose to her feet to point directly at the streak of blue light that soared past the screen behind her. 1. Is this for real? Ridiculous. 2. As a foreigner, this news report might sound a little strange. Very flowery and dramatic. I thought about drying out the language a little to make it seem more in line with what we might expect a news report about a national tragedy to be, but in reality channels in China like CCTV and Xinhua, mouthpieces of the government, deliver reports just like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, 9th level 7th rank. Chapter 154, 9th level 7th rank. Lan Jue sat cross-legged upon the bed, his chest rising and falling with each breath as he meditated. He focused his power through him, following it as it filled every corner of his body. He watched carefully for signs of injury. In truth, this was his third check, and so far he was surprised to find not a hint of trouble. No wounds, no hidden dangers. It was like he was reborn. Without any training or cultivation, he was back to peak condition with only a few hours rest. What's more, he felt like he may have even gotten stronger. A breakthrough? Once an adept got to 9th level, each subsequent improvement came with a considerable leap in power. He felt as though even his discipline was gentler. That was the greatest indication. Thunderbolt and lightning were well known as among the more destructive and explosive disciplines. However, as the Adept's power grew, he was able to distill the discipline into liquid form. This would stabilize it without sacrificing any power. This was, in truth, the goal he'd been chasing for ages. Making the jump from 9th level 6 rank to 9th level 7th rank was like traversing a glorious threshold. It was important not just due to the effect it had on an adept on his road to perfection. It was also the bane of many a talent with dreams of being a paragon. Lan Jue was indeed happy with the discovery, but he had his doubts about the whole thing. The phylactery stone embedded in his hand was an S-rank gem, and for good reason. Still, its benefits did not lie in improving or enhancing an adept's powers. So if not the gem, then the doctor. The young man brought him back from the brink of death, and improved his overall ability. But that would be incredible, miraculous in fact.
Then could this mean that the jump in power came from him alone? No, it couldn't be that simple. No matter how he tried, there were no more answers forthcoming from either the wine master or the doctor. It also wasn't wise or proper to interrogate them further. The wine master alone must have expended an obscene number of power gems to come to his rescue. That was the only way he'd able to stride from one planet to another like he claimed. Hell, the only time he'd ever heard of anything like that being performed before was in old stories. Regardless of the how, the fact of the matter was he was stronger. And now, that meant things could stabilize. Even better, his physical condition was better than ever. Before, where his meridians glowed with only a dull gold light, now they shone brilliantly. This was a change Lan Jue only expected at around 9th level 9th rank. His bones and organs weren't spared the metamorphosis either. He felt like he'd not only survived, but came out like a jackpot winner. 3 days later. Knock knock knock. The gentle sounds of someone rapping on the door filled the room. The golden aura around Lan Jue slowly dissipated. He stood and pulled open the door. Xiaoxiu's pretty face greeted him. When she saw him in his pajamas, her face adopted a sense of concern. "Boss, are you alright?" He answered with a smile. "Take it easy, I'm fine. In fact, I'm better than fine." The uncertainty melted from her face, replaced with a sweet smile. "That's good. The wine master asked that I invite you to visit him." Lan Jue nodded. "Alright, I'll go meet him. And we got your communicator repaired," she continued, handing it to him. Lan Jue snapped it to his wrist and beamed her a smile. Xiaoxiu, ever so thoughtful. His eyes glanced down to the screen, where he discovered no small number of messages: Zhu Chang, Huali, Wu Zhenyi, Jin Yan, and others. Zhu Chang's message was something about helping Huali prepare for his concert, though God only knew what that waste of space was doing to help. Wu Zhenyi was asking over his health, imploring he take a few more days of rest and reorganization before returning to class. Huali's message contained specific information concerning the concert. 3 days from now, or so the message assured. "Let me go change," Lan Jue said after reading through them. "Sure. And boss, maybe by the way take a shower," Xiaoxiu replied softly. Do I have a scent? Did he ever? In fact, he hadn't washed himself since getting back from Taihua. He'd been focusing primarily on getting better. Half an hour later. The familiar chime of Zeus' jewelry store rang as a refreshed and put-together Lan Jue exited the store. He wore a blue shirt and black pants, and walked down the avenue with an agile gait. The fresh air was revitalizing. He stopped long enough to take a deep, long breath so that it filled every part of him before making his way towards the Gothic winery. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. He was greeted by Eva, who smiled welcomingly. "Ah, we've been expecting you, jewelry master. The wine master is in the tasting room waiting for you." "All right." He nodded, then made his way inside. Today, the wine master was clad in a brown formal suit. He sat quietly at the head of the tasting room's giant table. A bottle of red wine waited in front of him. Lan Jue walked to his side without any pomp or ceremony, pulled out a chair, and took a seat. He glowered disappointedly at his host. "Just one bottle?" The old man shot him a disapproving glance. "And when do you plan on delivering that Conti you owe me?" Lan Jue blinked. "Owe you? You were being serious?" "What do you think?" came the paragon's answer. The younger man chortled sheepishly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "I guess I owe so much it's just not registering." The wine master reacted with a smile of his own. "No rush. In fact, you may just have an opportunity to pay it all back. We'll talk about it." "What is it?" "Your punishment, of course," the wine master replied. Punishment? Lan Jue was genuinely taken by surprise. Why am I being punished?
The wine master glowered through his explanation.
Because your antics nearly cost Skyfire Avenue dearly. Do you think something like that warrants punishment?
The cost in power gems that were consumed for me to teleport to another planet you can owe me, we'll call it part of the job, but your carelessness almost led to the death of a Skyfire councilman.
That must be answered for. Lan Jue smirked. Somehow I feel like I'm going to end up owing you something else.
You think this is something disregarded too easily? The wine master asked.
Ever since you decided to become a councilman, you became part of a team.
Sometimes being a team member means receiving, but it also means you're available to back the others up when they need it.
Otherwise, what's the point? Is Skyfire Avenue? Our organization is loosely established, yes, but we help and protect every adept under our collective wing.
As for this recent matter, if you'd have informed us right away of the situation on Skyfire, I'd have made my way there at once. You wouldn't have needed to take that decoction, and all of this trouble could have been avoided one.
And even more lives could have been saved.
Lan Jue listened in silence, his face becoming serious as the gravity of his decision became clear.
The wine master went on. In the future, I hope you remember your role. If there is a problem you can't handle on your own, the first thing you should do is call on the Avenue. We'll do all we can to help. Lan Jue's serious countenance broke into an appreciative grin.
I hadn't expected someone to almost literally move space and time to deal with this.
I honestly didn't expect the Avenue to react any faster than the East's reinforcements. I thought the only option was for me to face it on my own.
Still, you're right, and in the future I'll certainly let the Avenue know first thing, if there's a problem I can't handle.
I'll accept any punishment you deem necessary.
The wine master nodded approvingly. In this aspect at least, you're a reputable man. Too impulsive on occasion, but your ability to learn and self-direction are a step above our average member. It's important that we recognize our own failings, and work to correct them. Once our little discussion is finished, we'll begin by revoking your status as a councilman.
You'll be put on suspension.
In addition, when the Avenue comes calling for assistance, you must offer it unconditionally. If and when that happens, you'll regain your council seat upon completion of the task.
Very well, Lan Jue agreed without hesitation. By the way, wine master, how is the doctor doing? Unfortunately, I don't have any S-rank gems on hand to offer in payment. It may be a little while.
Not something you need to worry about just now, the wine master replied.
The Avenue will see to compensating him for his time and effort.
It was necessary for what we needed, and so the Avenue will assume responsibility for the cost in your place. If you still feel the need to repay him, you can when you have a power gem of suitable quality to offer. Or perhaps you can give him a cut of your store's revenue.
Lan Jue thought about it for a moment. Allow me to handle this myself.
The store is being taken care of largely by Mika and the other girls, and they hold 60% of the stock.
I can't simply make a decision without their input.
Nor can I expect them to pay my debts.
Up to you, the wine master answered.
There are still a few more things we need to discuss which concern you.
For instance, the imminent arrival of the Dark Tower and Pontiff's Castle's representatives.
Our most recent reports suggest the Pontiff and Satan might come themselves.
What?
Lan Jue's eyes widened at the information, slivers of lightning arcing behind his lids. He hadn't forgotten the sins of the Pontiff and his people. After all, things on Taihua would have been very different if he hadn't had been injured in his battle with Michael. Now they were coming to his home turf. It was time they had a serious discussion. The wine master continued. The keeper went himself to call on the Pontiff about what happened. Used it to coerce the castle's paragon. The Pontiff came to us afterwards about diffusing the conflict.
Is this something you can do?
Lan Jue's brows furrowed at the thought, clearly pondering the matter.
If it wasn't for the crisis he'd encountered on Taihua, he'd absolutely refuse outright.
Lan Jue wasn't one to hold a grudge, but this was different. They had knowingly laid a trap for one of his family, planned to kill her. If he didn't seek revenge for something like that, he couldn't call himself Zeus. But after everything that happened, after the doctor and wine master spent so much to save him, his thinking changed.
Skyfire Avenue's needs were more important to him now. He had to think of things from a different point of view, now. What would benefit the Avenue most?
What's more, with the events of Taihua behind him, it was time to look at all things differently. At the end of the day, the adepts of the castle and tower were all people. There were differences that needed handling, certainly, but in the face of this danger to all of humanity, it was a small thing.
I am willing to do this for the Avenue, and defer to the council's decision.
Lan Jue nodded firmly, fixing the winemaster with his gaze.
He has a damn point, doesn't he?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.